This is the Manhwa recap of an adventurer who dared to break a forbidden taboo. A sickening crunch echoed beside him as the young man bit down with savage ferocity, devouring the meat of the beast before him. In the blink of an eye, he had consumed every last piece of the creature that had just tried to end his life. The giant monster was being meticulously chewed apart, its enormous claws alone a terrifying sight to behold. But as our hero swallowed the final piece, his body began to transform in a truly extraordinary way. The system notification blared in his mind. Skill acquired. Roar. Skill acquired. Battle axe mastery. Thanks to this, an overwhelming power surged through him, the mark of a truly overpowered main character. Hidden in the cold darkness, a pack of wolves fixed their hungry eyes on their new prey. Their glowing blue eyes shimmered with a deadly, captivating light. It was written in the ancient texts of nobles that consuming the flesh of monsters was a sin strictly forbidden in this world. Yet this young man, driven by his need for revenge, had just crossed that ultimate line, defying the most sacred taboo. This was a key moment in this action manhwa. And now, as he faced the pack of black wolves, there wasn't a single shred of fear in his heart. For humans, eating the flesh of monsters meant inheriting the very essence of their demonic power. And as he stood before the wolves, his entire body exploded with raw, violent energy, the first symptom of this forbidden absorption. That uncontrollable, indescribable thrill washed over him, amplifying his physical abilities beyond belief. But with that came the second symptom, an agonizing headache, waves of crippling nausea, and a creeping sense of venom spreading through his veins. Yet, even as his body faltered, this protagonist refused to back down. "When I get out of here." But before he could finish that vow of revenge, the monsters lunged. A sudden, brutal end was the fate that awaited anyone foolish enough to underestimate them. But he swore to himself that his revenge would be absolute. And sometimes, when people fully embrace the darkness within, they cease to be human. They become monsters themselves. With that dark resolve, he swung his weapon with all his might, unleashing a devastating strike. In a shocking display, the boy then used his own teeth to devour every monster in his path. Skill acquired. Appraisal. Gripping his weapon tightly, he charged straight ahead into the fray. Skill acquired. Ultrasonic detection. Skill acquired. Gluttony. From his opponent's mouth, a torrent of blood gushed out. Perhaps this was the end of his ordeal. Or perhaps it was only the beginning, as he now faced a massive serpent with eyes as sharp as daggers. Calmly, the young man picked up his next meal, gnawing on it as his eyes locked onto his new foe. Finally, the system chimed again in this fantastic manhwa review. Skill acquired. Swift step. Skill acquired. Lightning shot. And countless others followed. Standing before the towering serpent, he showed no fear at all. With incredible ease, he pried its mouth open. His weapon, too, now seemed to crackle with a new, terrifying surge of power. In an instant, the massive snake's body convulsed violently as a storm of lightning coursed right through it. After fully absorbing the giant serpent, the boy finally obtained a new skill, venomous bones. He gnawed through the crisp, brittle bones with grim satisfaction. Skill acquired. Web creation. This new ability made everything before him seem laughably weak, but the exhaustion had begun to set in. Breathing heavily, the young man struggled to stay upright. Still, no matter what he had been through, his figure stood tall, a silhouette of pure resolve. "I will make it back alive," he vowed, his eyes sharpening with a deadly focus that you only see in the best revenge stories. "You bastards better get out of my way," he snarled. Faced with a sea of powerful monsters, this overpowered main character felt absolutely no fear. There was only a cold readiness to fight back. The creatures moved like a disciplined army. A perfect challenge for this action manhwa protagonist. His eyes burned with a fire fueled by his quest for revenge. "You bastards," he seethed, promising that no matter what, he wouldn't fall here. He simply could not accept this fate. "Because I swear, I will be back." And so, our manhwa recap shifts to the border city of Bologna. It was a lush, beautiful city, blessed by nature. But hidden within the vast, surrounding forest were countless dangerous labyrinths. Among those already discovered, one was particularly infamous, the Miasma labyrinth, where the very air itself was a weapon. It constantly weakened any adventurer who dared to step inside. Most warriors despised it, but our main character? He came here all the time. This earned him the title of the Miasma scavenger. Glancing at his latest haul, The boy allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Not bad, he murmured, a hint of excitement in his voice. As he stood before the vibrant forest, he couldn't help but feel pleased. A decent haul for today, he thought to himself. This was, after all, the 6th floor of the dungeon, a place most couldn't reach. You see, the miasma grass, known for its toxic fumes, was an irreplaceable resource for him. He cheerfully stuffed the herbs into his pouch. A satisfied smile played on his lips. No need to overdo it, he mused. Just enough to get by is fine. What he'd gathered would last him for 3 days. Still smiling, our protagonist turned to leave. But just as he did, a strange noise cut through the silence. A strange noise echoed from nearby. A pack of bizarre-looking rats had gathered, and they were massive, far larger than any ordinary rodent. These creatures were known as miasma rats, and their appearance was grotesque. Without a single moment of hesitation, our overpowered main character charged forward. Sword in hand, he attacked directly. These monsters were infamous for using a toxic fog, a staple of a good action manhwa. This, along with their toxic gases, was why everyone else hated this dungeon. But not him. He simply gripped his sword tighter. He lunged forward, a smirk on his face. I can handle this. The poison, it doesn't work on me. This manhwa review is about to show you an overpowered main character in his element, as his blade slices cleanly through the monsters. The creatures couldn't even react in time. Their tough hides were useless against his onslaught. This is the kind of action you expect from a top-tier action manhwa, and when the situation demanded it, he wasn't afraid to fight like a savage beast to survive. This young man was a true survivor. He easily swatted them aside. But true to their pack mentality, the rats instantly regrouped, forming a highly coordinated attack formation. Their sharp fangs glinted menacingly as they bared their teeth, looking ready to devour him whole. But just then, a voice cut through the air from behind him. Fireball! In an instant, a giant rat was engulfed in a roaring inferno. A massive explosion erupted right before his eyes, and our protagonist froze in shock. What the hell? The sound of approaching footsteps followed. A man emerged, clicking his tongue. Missed, he muttered. Behind him followed a group of rough-looking adventurers who were clearly bad news. They laughed amongst themselves, one of them jeering. See? That's why I told you to get closer before you shoot. Our hero's expression soured. He recognized them instantly. I've seen those faces 100 times at the Adventurers Guild. The mage who had cast the spell then stepped forward. He stepped forward with a smug grin. Sorry about that. You're rude, right? Looked like you were struggling a bit there. So I thought I'd give you a hand. Ignoring the man's condescending tone, our protagonist slowly rose to his feet, unimpressed. Rude replied with forced calm. Thanks for the concern, but next time, I'd appreciate a little warning. The other man's smile faltered for just a second. I did yell, fireball, didn't I? He retorted. Just then, a portly man in their group suddenly yelled out, a huge grin spreading across his face as he pointed. Look, the miasma grass is actually growing here. Hearing this, the rest of the group broke into greedy smiles. Talk about a lucky break. Rude's heart sank as he realized the truth. Wait, have you guys been following me this whole time just to steal my miasma grass? The adventurers immediately started grumbling defensively. One of them stepped right up to Rude, getting in his face. Listen here, he sneered. We're just adventurers trying to make a living in this labyrinth, same as you. We just happened to stumble upon you and save your sorry hide. That's all there is to it. He then added with a cruel smirk. And you, shameless little scavenger, don't even have the decency to say thank you? And now you're accusing us? Faced with these disgusting thugs, Rude knew he was completely cornered. Their mocking eyes bore into him, their faces twisted with irritating, smug grins. This is a classic scene in an action manhwa, where our hero is powerless. He knew he was no match for them. Frustrated, he squeezed his eyes shut, tasting the bitter pill of his own weakness. His voice trembled as he forced the words out. I'm sorry for doubting you. Thank you for saving me. His fists were clenched so tight his knuckles were white, shaking with rage and humiliation. This moment is crucial for any good revenge story. This manhwa recap is about to show you just how low our main character can sink before his rise. It's this kind of backstory that forges an overpowered main character. Later, back in the capital city of Bologna, at what Rude considered his base of operations, the Full Belly restaurant, we see Rude get thrown out the front door, landing in a pathetic heap on the street. It was the same group of adventurers, looking down at him with pure mockery. Hey, scavenger, you still reek of filth, even inside a restaurant. How many times do we have to tell you? The gang roared with laughter as they walked off, already forgetting him. Adventurers, Rude thought bitterly, the heroes capable of slaying monsters. And then there's me, with a garbage skill like abnormal status immunity. How can I even call myself one? He could do nothing but grit his teeth and endure it. In this Manhwa review, it's clear his unique ability was also his curse. Being immune to all negative status effects was useful inside the Miasma labyrinth, but it offered zero power to actually slay monsters, the one thing that truly defined an adventurer. Because of this, no party would ever accept him. Instead, he was branded the Miasma scavenger, doomed to pick up scraps from the labyrinth's lower levels forever. In other words, his pathetic skill made him an outcast, a reject. Even after all this time working in the profession, he could barely handle a common rat. Is my life always going to be like this? He wondered, curled up on his bed, in the darkness, clutching his head in silent despair. This is the perfect setup for a reincarnation or awakening story. The next day, Rude arrived at the Adventurers Guild with a grim look on his face. I need to hurry and gather more grass while I still have a little money left, he thought. But something was different today. The guild was buzzing with unusual excitement. What's all this about? It's way more crowded than usual. A horribly familiar voice called out his hated nickname. Hey, scavenger, you're here too? A brand new labyrinth was just discovered. Rude's eyes shot wide open. He was in absolute shock. A brand new labyrinth. A place brimming with untold treasures and powerful magic items. This was a golden opportunity for any adventurer. So that's why the guild was in such a frenzy. The man in front of him continued nonchalantly. Oh, and by the way, about that grass you've been selling. Starting today, the price is going to tank. Rude's eyes shot towards the bulletin board. The price had plummeted from a solid 1,000 gold down to a measly 300. He couldn't believe his eyes. Storming forward, shouted, "What is this? Why?" The man calmly explained. The old labyrinth isn't exactly the hot spot for gathering materials anymore. And with this new dungeon in this action manhwa, nobody's going to need your grass for a long, long time. Rude could hardly process the words he was hearing. Was this for real? The receptionist in front of him spoke again. The new labyrinth is located in the Avelio mountain range, but you are forbidden from entering. Why not? He asked, his confusion mounting. The woman slid an information sheet towards him, her tone leaving no room for argument. The minimum requirement to explore, that labyrinth is rank D. You're only a rank E, which means you're not qualified. Rude stood there, utterly stunned, the news hitting him like a physical blow. His voice trembled with frustration as he pleaded, "But I really need to go. To that labyrinth. There has to be another way, right?" The woman let out an exhausted sigh, clearly tired of this entire conversation. Rules are rules. Even if you somehow got in, you'd just be throwing your life away for nothing. Rude clenched his fists in anger. It was completely unfair. Why does it have to be this way? Suddenly, a voice cut through his despair from behind. If you're that desperate to go, how about coming with us as our porter? A man stepped forward, a faint, smug smile plastered on his face. As he stared Rude down, the scene shifts, and we see a carriage rolling along a mountain path, swaying with every bump. Inside, the group looked visibly exhausted from the long journey. The young man across from Rude greeted him with a bright smile, making direct eye contact. "It's really great to finally have you with us. I've been looking for someone to help carry supplies from the new labyrinth, but it's been absolutely impossible to find anyone." Rude remained silent, not bothering to reply. His mind was already putting the pieces together. It's obvious why, he thought. All the real adventurers have already rushed off to the new labyrinth. Finding anyone willing to stay behind as a simple porter would be a miracle right now. Suddenly, someone else in the group spoke up, their voice dripping with pure annoyance. "Of all the people, why in the world did we have to pick up some poison gas scavenger? Couldn't we find anyone better than him?" The young man sitting across from Rude let out a slightly awkward chuckle. "Hey now, let's not be like that. He's been an adventurer for a while. Isn't that a step up from dragging along a complete newbie?" Then the man turned to Rude and offered a friendly smile. "Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Bayer, leader of the Bloodsword Party. These two here are Sasha and Rick. We're all rank D adventurers," Rude politely replied. "The name's Rude. I'm a rank E adventurer. Nice to be working with you." This is a classic setup in a manhwa recap for an overpowered main character. Bayer nodded, smiling casually. Before we get started, I just need to double-check something. Mind if I see your guild card? Not at all, Rude said as he reached into his pocket, pulling out a small card. A faint light pulsed across, its surface as all his personal information and usable skills were displayed. Guild card open, Bayer commanded his own. He leaned in, his eyes widening as he scanned the card, clearly surprised. So, you can use fire magic? Rude offered a sheepish smile. Only a little. The output's too low for combat, he explained, but it's handy for a bit of light at night and for cooking. The young man across from him let out a chuckle. Hey, that's actually really useful. We'll be counting on you, Rude. The carriage rumbled forward once more, steadily following the winding road. The three adventurers sitting across from Rude wore bright, eager smiles. They were genuinely buzzing with excitement. Standing by the edge of the carriage, Bayer pointed ahead with a grin. We're here. In front of them stood the recently discovered Avelio labyrinth. The place was a half-ruined structure, a perfect setting for an epic action manhwa. The entire area was shrouded in mystery, and yet, all of them couldn't hide their excitement. Looks like we're the first ones here. All right, let's get exploring. The massive door slowly creaked open. The group peered inside, their eyes filled with anticipation. But they weren't alone. The place was already packed with people. All around them, adventurers were splitting up treasures they had already found. Others were busy fighting monsters just a little further in. On the side, groups had even set up impromptu stalls, already trading artifacts and rare loot. Sasha groaned, clutching her head in frustration. Damn it, everywhere we go, it's packed with other adventurers. What a pain. Bayer, on the other hand, stayed calm and composed. Looks like the first floor has already been completely explored, he noted. So much for being first, huh? He glanced at his friend. Wasn't that your line? Rick grinned, adding, guess we'll have to head deeper inside. I bet. There'll be fewer people down there. Yeah. To their surprise, Rude spoke up from the back. No. This labyrinth was only just discovered. It would be smarter to map out the first floor properly before diving deeper. His insight is so sharp, it's almost like a hint at a reincarnation backstory. The moment Rude finished speaking, the others scowled in irritation. Mocking smirks appeared on their faces. Did I just hear a porter giving out tactical advice? No wonder you're stuck at your rank, old man. This is the kind of disrespect that often sparks a brutal revenge plot later in a story. But their leader quickly stepped in to stop things from escalating. Enough, both of you. Rude wasn't trying to sabotage us. Bayer sighed, then continued. That said, he admitted, I do agree with them. If we keep playing it safe like this, we won't get anything worthwhile. We need to go deeper. Without further argument, the group set off toward the lower levels of the cave, and our manhwa recap continues. They arrived on the Avelio labyrinth's 4th floor. The atmosphere here felt strange. Right in front of them stood a massive wolf, its razor-sharp fangs bared, radiating a vicious aura. The party tensed, a flicker of unease running through them. But before panic could set in, one of them had already stepped forward, weapon in hand. Rick chuckled as he brandished his sword. Don't let these oversized mutts scare you, old man, he taunted. Sasha followed, unleashing her power and cutting down one of the wolves with ease. As this action manhwa scene unfolds, the rest of the group quickly joined in, throwing everything they had at the beasts. But Rude stood there, frozen, unable to react. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. This is a classic trope we see in many a manhwa review. The seemingly weak protagonist who is secretly an overpowered main character. I can't move, damn it. The giant wolf was swiftly defeated, and the group wiped out the rest of the monsters with little effort. Victorious smiles spread across their faces. Heading deeper was definitely the right call. There are no other teams around. Finally, some breathing room. Bayer grinned, clearly satisfied. The monsters aren't too tough yet, he added, full of confidence. We'd already scored a few decent treasures when Rick suddenly snapped his fingers, a thought striking him. Hey, Rude, go gather the loot from the monsters I just annihilated. Rude, still focused on his breathing, answered calmly. There's nothing of value left. The bodies are completely mangled, and the magic stones are almost certainly crushed, too. Rick's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with ice and annoyance. Oh, really? Are you so sure about that? You little scavenger? Don't get cocky with me. The man's gaze was filled with undisguised hostility. Rude's hands clenched, recalling how Rick, like some overpowered main character, had effortlessly wiped out the monsters. I can't fight back against them, he thought. His shoulders slumped in defeat, as he relented. Understood. I'll go collect them. He slowly made his way toward the wolf corpses. The bodies were a complete mess, practically falling apart, and the stench of rot and gore was thick and stinging. This guy really had to go so overboard, didn't he? Rude muttered in disgust. Then, a curious idea sparked in his mind. He conjured a small flame in his palm, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. I wonder what'll happen if I just burn it a little. Seeing this, Rick scoffed with contempt. Look at that moron, setting the monster on fire. What's he planning? A barbecue? Gonna roast some meat or something? His words were laced with disgust. Actually, we have been exploring for a while now. I'm getting hungry. Seeing that monster meat is actually making my stomach rumble. Ugh, never mind. That's disgusting. Sasha, however, remained stone-faced, her tone a stern warning. Don't even joke about that. You know perfectly well that eating monster meat is forbidden for adventurers. Their corrupted energy gets absorbed into your body. Who knows what kind of horrific things could happen? Rick just chuckled at her warning, waving a dismissive hand. Relax. I was just kidding. Once we're out of here, I'm buying us a feast with the reward money. But before another word could be spoken, a deafening roar echoed through the cavern, the very ground trembling violently beneath their feet. The entire party froze, their eyes wide with shock, completely unable to process what was happening. Even their seasoned leader, Bayer, was locked in place, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. As for Rude, he found himself paralyzed by the sudden terror, unable to move a muscle. In the blink of an eye, a colossal figure materialized before them. No, it can't be. A massive, hulking beast with the body of a bull and the terrifying build of a man, gripping a gigantic battle axe. Its blood-red eyes were fixed squarely on them. A minotaur. Rude's heart hammered against his ribs as he stared up at the monstrous creature in utter disbelief. A B-rank monster? That's impossible. A creature of that power had no business appearing on an early floor. This was the kind of sudden boss fight you'd see in a top-tier action manhwa, but living it was a nightmare. The moment the monstrous form became clear, the entire group let out a collective cry of terror. How the hell are we supposed to fight that thing? What do we do? Bayer was the first to snap out of it, his voice cutting through the panic like a hero in a manhwa recap. Rude, I'm using an item. Give me your pouch, now, and keep its attention on you, Bayer commanded. Rude, his mind still reeling and struggling to grasp the situation, hesitated for just a second. All right. His voice was shaky, laced with uncertainty as he took a step forward. Bayer, you have a plan, right? The man flashed a chillingly confident, almost demonic grin. Without answering directly, he swung his sword in a wide arc. Oh, I have the perfect plan. In that instant, a powerful slash of energy shot forward, forcing the monster's gaze directly ahead. Bayer then turned to his companions, a sharp command in his voice. Sasha, Rick, now. A twisted grin spread across his face as he shouted, Brave warrior, activate! A colossal spectral axe materialized from thin air, soaring towards the raging minotaur. The brave warrior skill was supposed to mark a target, forcing the monster's undivided attention on them. But to Rude's absolute horror, the glowing axe didn't target the minotaur, it targeted him. The spectral weapon slammed into the ground right before his feet, instantly locking the beast's bloodshot eyes directly onto Rude. His so-called comrade's grins only widened in cruel amusement. Haste. Activate. Suddenly, Rude's body felt unnaturally light, his movements accelerated. But this was no blessing. It was a curse, designed to ensure that he couldn't possibly hide. You planned to abandon me from the very beginning, Rude stammered. Bayer just smirked, that familiar, scheming glint in his eyes. Why else would I drag a useless poison fog scavenger like you along? In this brutal manhwa recap, Rude stood, paralyzed, his mind refusing to process the depth of their betrayal. The group turned their backs on him without a second thought, walking away with smug satisfaction. He's just buying us some time, that's all. Crashing to his knees, Rude roared in pure anguish, You bastards! But it was too late. The minotaur had already closed the gap. Its eyes, burning with raw menace, were locked on him. In the blink of an eye, its massive arm swung forward, unleashing a devastating blow. The sheer force of the impact launched Rude through the air, an explosion of pain igniting every fiber of his being. His voice came out as a weak tremble. Serves me right, damn it. His vision swam as a wave of dizziness washed over him. This is it. It's really over. The minotaur loomed over him, raising its colossal fist before slamming it down with finality. The sound of cracking bone echoed. Agony screamed from every cell. Rude felt his entire body shatter, as if his insides had been turned to pulp. He slammed into the ground with enough force to shatter the rock beneath him. But then, the minotaur's enormous body began to tumble forward, right on top of him. What? In a heartbeat, the ground gave way, and both he and the beast plummeted into a massive, hidden chasm. Absolute darkness swallowed them whole. Only the faint echoes of their fall remained. With a painful groan, Rude forced his eyes open, completely dazed and disoriented. Huh? I'm still alive? His gaze shifted downwards, and he saw it. The minotaur's colossal corpse had cushioned his fall, sparing him from certain death. The very creature sent to kill him had unintentionally saved him. But Rude knew this was only a temporary reprieve. Even if no other monsters found him, he'd surely perish from starvation or blood loss long before his wounds could ever heal. God, I'm so hungry. I just need to eat something. His desperate eyes lingered on the body of the minotaur beneath him. His stomach roared in protest. Saliva flooded his mouth. What in the world am I thinking? Eating a monster? That's just asking for a fate worse than death. But as his eyelids fluttered shut, a single thought consumed him. How could things possibly get any worse? A brilliant flash of light suddenly illuminated the darkness before him. From it, the faint outline of a man began to take shape, materializing before Rude's very eyes. Listen to me, the man spoke, his voice gentle but firm, his gaze fixed upon his son. No matter how hard, no matter how painful things become, you can never, ever give up. In the next moment, driven by a primal hunger and sheer desperation, Rude lunged forward and tore into the monster's flesh, devouring it without a second thought. An overwhelming surge of raw power coursed through his veins, the terrifying, untamed strength of the beast he had just consumed. This is a key moment in this action manhwa. When a human on the brink of magical exhaustion consumes monster flesh, their body doesn't just recover. The creature's power invades, corrupts, and takes over. This is monsterization, a terrifying transformation, a fate far worse than death. The stage is set for the ultimate revenge of our now overpowered main character. He stared down in stunned disbelief as his own body began to contort, his flesh warping right before his very eyes. Yet, his trembling hand still clutched the crude knife, carving into the beast's thick hide. His entire form was undergoing a rapid, violent mutation. And this, right here, is why this act was considered forbidden. It's a one-way street. Once you embrace this power, there is absolutely no turning back. But with his life fading and his body screaming for any kind of sustenance, Rude was out of options. He had to take the gamble. An ominous aura exploded from his core, a miasma so thick and heavy it felt like it could suffocate the very air. It pulsed with dark energy, twisting his body into shapes beyond his control. Suddenly, the pitch-black cave felt alive, as countless pairs of glowing eyes ignited in the darkness. They stared down from the jagged ceiling, watching him in eerie silence. Unnerving, bat-like creatures clung to the bat, rocky outcroppings above, their beady eyes glinting, all fixated on the lone, limping human below. Rude's face twisted into an unnatural snarl, his features melting into something more beast than man. The very instant he crossed into their territory, the bats shrieked in unison and swarmed down, a living cloud of claws and teeth attacking without mercy. But this new Rude, he didn't even flinch, channeling the raw, lingering power of the minotaur he'd just consumed. Our overpowered main character unleashed a monstrous, guttural roar, a true war cry. The entire cave trembled as his thunderous bellow ripped through the air, sending the bats scattering in every direction, their swarm utterly broken by his sheer power. The tiny monsters were blasted away, tumbling helplessly. But Rude wasn't done. Without a moment's hesitation, he tapped into another newfound ability. He activated the monster's physical enhancement, body reinforcement. A temporary but massive boost flooded his limbs with raw, brutal strength. With this newfound power, Rude effortlessly struck down the remaining bats, tearing through their ranks as if they were made of paper. And he didn't stop there, a dark, predatory grin spreading across his face. He began to feast on their leathery flesh without a shred of hesitation. And as he did, another power surged to life inside him. Echolocation. The new skill instantly sharpened his senses, mapping out the entire cave system with perfect clarity. This part of the action manhwa is incredible. Even in the suffocating, absolute darkness. The moment the skill activated, his mind was flooded with the faint outlines of countless figures, Horrifying, grotesque creatures lurking in every shadow of the cave. There were more, so many more. A chilling thought crossed his mind. I'm not the prey anymore. His eyes now gleamed with a primal, monstrous light. He had finally tamed the transformation, his new body fully under his command. This manhwa recap shows his incredible evolution. He was ready for the hunt. The man who was once prey unleashed his full strength, effortlessly slicing through the first monster in his path. The creature's body was torn asunder, collapsing in a heap of agony, completely unable to resist his assault. In his hands, Rude could feel the battle axe settle perfectly, the weight, the balance. It all felt completely natural, an extension of his own will. He could even sense the lingering magical auras of the other monsters nearby, his new senses painting a perfect picture of the battlefield. The boy's eyes gleamed with a crazed, bloodthirsty light as he stared into the darkness. In what felt like mere moments, the remaining monsters were shredded to ribbons, their mangled corpses piling up at his feet. And just like before, Rude devoured them all. In this monstrous, twisted form, his hunger for revenge only grew stronger. With each creature he consumed, his body became stronger, his form more terrifying. His clenched fists trembled, not from fear, but from the raw, untamed power now coursing through his veins. He gripped his weapon tighter, and his twisted, monstrous smile only widened. The remaining monsters circled him, snarling, ready to pounce at any moment. But this overpowered main character stood his ground, not flinching for even a fraction of a second. Having asserted his dominance, the boy turned, casually resting his weapon on his shoulder, and began walking slowly toward the exit of that dark cave. This manhwa review has to highlight this epic scene, suffocating labyrinth. Cautiously, he moved toward the blinding light ahead, and then his entire body locked up, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief, as warm sunlight finally washed over him. The heavy axe slipped from his exhausted grasp, clattering onto the solid ground. A wave of relief, almost giddy in its intensity, spread across his face. I actually made it. I'm alive. Stepping out into the breathtakingly beautiful clearing beyond the maze, Rude took a deep, steadying breath, his heart hammering against his ribs with pure exhilaration. Meanwhile, back at the Adventurers Guild, the atmosphere was thick with a tense, yet strangely calm energy. The grand, pristine hall was filled with quiet buzzing as whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd. Adventurers shot uneasy glances at one another, a flicker of suspicion in their eyes. This was all because the Blood Sword party had just returned, bringing with them some very grim news. An older man with impeccably combed white hair stood before the party, a stern and authoritative expression etched onto his face. After reviewing your initial report, I have summoned all relevant adventurers, the man declared firmly. This was Lankar, the esteemed head of the Bologona branch and the leader of the entire Adventurers Guild. Bayer stood at the very front, his face a perfect mask of sorrow and deep regret. Yes, sir, he began, his voice heavy. When we encountered that monster on the 4th floor, Rude was tragically taken from us before we could even react. He bowed his head low, his voice trembling with perfectly feigned grief. If only we had noticed it sooner. The rest of his party wept dramatically beside him, putting on a grand show of mourning their fallen comrade. Lankar nodded, absorbing the grave news. I understand. I will issue an immediate lockdown on that entire labyrinth. A young receptionist nearby, looking bored with the whole affair, suddenly gasped, her eyes widening as she saw who was at the entrance. The heavy main doors creaked open, and strolling through them was none other than Rude. The entire room went silent. A wave of pure shock rippled through every adventurer, as all eyes locked onto him, the Miasma scavenger, they all thought was dead. The looks of utter disbelief on their faces were almost comical, their mouths hanging wide open, completely unable to process the scene. Even the formidable Lankar stood frozen in place, struggling to comprehend the boy's impossible return. Bayer's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his skull as he scrambled over. Rude, you're okay. But his friendly expression instantly vanished as he leaned in close, his voice dropping to a venomous whisper. You say one wrong word, and I will end you right here. The other party members quickly swarmed around them, their faces painted with the same fake concern and worry. Are you all right? One asked. We tried to go back for you, but the labyrinth had already sealed itself shut. We couldn't get back in. Another chimed in. One by one, their hands landed on Rude's shoulders. Their smiles were warm, but completely rehearsed and false. But hey, what matters is you made it back. Let's go celebrate your return. Rude mirrored their smiles, but his eyes were as cold as ice. "Yeah, let's. But not here." And just before the words had fully left his mouth, he saw the faintest flicker of confusion in their eyes. And that confusion quickly turned to sheer panic. They couldn't move a muscle. Their bodies were completely frozen in place. One by one, the horrifying realization dawned on them. Something was very, very wrong. This is the moment this action manhwa truly begins. Rude's voice cut through the tense silence, sharp and serious. "They only ever saw me as a disposable pawn." The accusation struck the room like a bolt of lightning. The party leader, Bayer, whipped around to face him, his eyes wide with feigned disbelief. "Rude, what in the world are you talking about?" Another adventurer in the crowd stepped forward, looking genuinely puzzled. "What? Do you mean, used as a pawn?" With a cold, unwavering expression, our now overpowered main character began his revenge. "Bayer stole my supplies and then attacked me from behind. Rick used his luring skill to drive that monster directly at me. And she used her speed boost skill, so the three of them could make a clean getaway." This detailed accusation, a key part of this manhwa recap, immediately sparked a massive uproar. Bayer's face twisted into a mask of pure rage, as he desperately snapped back, "We never did any of that." But the guildmaster calmly raised a hand, demanding silence. He then turned toward a young woman who was already standing nearby. "In that case, let's verify the truth." A woman dressed in a witch's uniform stepped into the light, her very presence commanding the room's attention. The moment the other adventurers saw her, their faces went pale with shock. "A truth officer? Why is a truth officer here? They almost never leave the capital." The guildmaster's face remained grim as he explained, "It's because far too many porters have mysteriously perished after temporarily joining your party. Thanks to an old favor I was owed," he continued, "I was able to request her presence." Whispers erupted through the hall as the grim reality of the situation began to set in. The old man's voice boomed with authority. "Truth officer, tell us, whose words hold the truth? Is it Bayer or is it Rude?" The woman's eyes glinted with a chilling calm as she silently swept her gaze across the room. It was as if she could see directly into their very souls. Then her voice, soft yet absolute, echoed through the tense hall. "The members of Bloodsword are lying." The staff in her hand pulsed with a brilliant, undeniable light, illuminating the truth for all to witness. "And Rude is telling the truth." Bayer's face twisted in utter disbelief, his mind completely unable to process what he was hearing. The entire room plunged into a stunned silence, as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. The shocked murmurs and gasps spread like wildfire, with panic brewing thick in the air. Bayer's face flushed a deep red with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at the truth officer. How could someone like her possibly know what's true or false? But the guildmaster only sneered back at his pathetic outburst. "The truth skill. It's not something that can be trained. It's an innate ability, and its effectiveness surpasses even the rarest of unique skills. No lie, no matter how small, can escape the truth skill." His eyes narrowed with cold authority as he added, "And what could possibly be more trustworthy than the word of a knight who has sworn an oath to serve and protect the entire nation?" Bayer's defiant expression finally crumbled, his arrogance melting away into pure fear and disbelief. In this incredible action manhwa, the guildmaster's voice then roared through the hall, brimming with absolute fury. "Eliminating your own teammates is the single greatest crime an adventurer can commit. Not only that, you deliberately injured your comrade and used him as bait. Whether or not a further investigation proceeds, your adventurer licenses will be immediately revoked, and you will all be demoted to slaves." The group clutched their heads in disbelief, their faces twisted in sheer panic. No way. They staggered backward, eyes wide with terror and desperation. One of them, clenching his teeth, so hard they nearly cracked, trembled uncontrollably at the horrifying thought. "A man like me, reduced to a slave?" His fists slowly tightened into trembling balls of pure rage as his hateful gaze locked onto the truth officer standing calmly nearby. If only she wasn't here. An overwhelming surge of power seemed to well up from the depths of his being as his rage finally boiled over. Without a single warning, he drew his sword and charged forward like a mad beast, his eyes burning with murderous fury. The crowd gasped, stunned by the sudden explosion of violence. Even the truth officer froze for a split second, her eyes widening in disbelief at the attack. But in that same instant, someone else moved. Our overpowered main character, Rude, stepped forward, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. With unwavering determination, he planted himself directly between the attacker and the truth officer. Don't you even think about laying a single hand on the truth officer. The charging man's eyes widened in shock. In the very next instant, his body was sent flying across the room. Rude's strike had found its mark, effortlessly, sending the man flying like a broken doll. The sickening thud of his body hitting the floor silenced the entire hall, as every single eye was now locked on the scene. The other two members of the Bloodsword team were just frozen in place, their faces drained of all color in sheer disbelief. Our overpowered main character, Rude, clenched his fist, his voice dripping with ice, as it cut through the stunned silence. That, he said, was a very foolish move. Later, inside the Adventurers Guild reception room, the guildmaster sat with a grim expression. I apologize for dragging you into this. You must be tired. Rude, maintaining his composure, shook his head. I'm fine. But more importantly, what will happen to them? The guildmaster leaned back, his tone unwavering. The staff will deal with them. Naturally, they'll be subjected to a rigorous interrogation. If it's confirmed they've been using porters as bait, the Bloodsword team will forfeit their licenses and their freedom. They'll be stripped of their status and branded as slaves. The guildmaster closed his eyes for a moment, letting out a heavy sigh. But Bayer, he dared to strike a truth officer. I highly doubt we'll ever see his face again. As he finished speaking, the man slid something across the table, immediately catching Rude's eye. It's only right, the guildmaster continued, that they forfeit their claim to the profits from the new labyrinth, which means those profits now belong to you. Rude's eyes shot wide open in disbelief as a heavy pouch was pushed towards him. It was filled to the brim with coins. There's approximately 200,000 region in there. It's yours. For a long moment, Rude was completely frozen, just staring. He could barely even process the situation. The door creaked open, the sound echoing faintly, but his eyes were glued to that pouch of money. Finally, a massive, uncontrollable grin spread across his face as he snatched the pouch and clutched it to his chest. This is enough to pay off a huge chunk of my debt. For our protagonist, whose reincarnation is all about securing a better life, this is a massive step. It would have taken an eternity to earn this much just by collecting Miasma. This action manhwa really shows how adventurers can earn an insane amount of money. His excitement cooled as his gaze swept the room. Clutching the pouch, he readied himself to leave, his guard raised. He knew that after what just happened, people might stop insulting him to his face, but that didn't mean they'd suddenly be friendly. If he stood out too much, there would definitely be questions. People would start to wonder how this overpowered main character got so strong, so fast. It's best to lay low for a while, he thought. I'll stick to the Miasma labyrinth and just earn money steadily. With a soft sigh, Rude whispered to himself, all right. No more feeling sorry for myself. I've got money now. Time to get some decent gear and finally eat a proper meal. Then his eyes widened once more as he spotted something on display at a nearby shop. Is that a magic pouch? It sat right there in front of the store, practically calling to him. But Rude let out a sigh, shaking his head. Food first. And so, time passed. The very next day, deep inside the dark, suffocating tunnels of the labyrinth, a monster was cut down in a single, clean strike, its body collapsing lifelessly. Rude stood over the twitching corpse of a miasma rat, a sigh of disbelief escaping his lips. Seriously. These things. Just yesterday, I was terrified of facing 5 of them at once. As if on cue, his appraisal skill activated, automatically scanning the fallen creature. The glow in his eyes intensified as information flooded his mind. Miasma rat, vermin species. Signature skill, Miasma fog. And here in this manhwa recap is the big reveal. A slow smile spread across Rude's face. So that's how I obtained I got that Miasma skill just by eating that thing. I wonder if that trick works on other corpses too, he mused. Speaking of which, just how much have my stats shot up? Those rats were a total joke. He figured he must have jumped to around level 20. Status, he commanded, and the familiar interface shimmered into existence before him. The status window revealed his current level. 42. Rudy froze solid, his brain refusing to process what he was seeing. Level 42. His face twisted in utter disbelief. I was only level 7 yesterday. No way. He frantically opened his skills tab. An impossibly long list of abilities scrolled before him, far more than he could have imagined. A slow, wide grin began to spread across his face. There are so many. This is incredible. As he walked past the spot where he'd first fallen into this new labyrinth, he noticed the wall had already been completely sealed up. Figures they'd close it off, he muttered. That place will stay locked for a while. Guess today I'll just stick to grinding in the Miasma lair. Rudy clenched his fist, feeling the raw power thrumming within. His eyes blazed with determination, but he couldn't deny the sheer excitement bubbling up inside. This is the kind of overpowered main character moment we love in a great action manhwa. He was itching to test his newfound powers, to see how they'd hold up on the much deeper floors. His eyes then drifted down to the magic pouch strapped to his side. And then there's that thing I bought earlier. A sly grin tugged at the corner of his lips. I should pick just the right kind of monster to try it out on. Without wasting another second, the young man pressed forward with renewed purpose. He made his way down to the 6th floor of the labyrinth, where countless monsters fell before him, one after another, like wheat before a scythe. By the time he reached the 9th floor, everything in his path had been utterly annihilated. Even when he pushed deeper to the 13th floor, it was still smooth sailing. He paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the area with a hint of boredom. These things aren't even a warm-up. I need to go even deeper to find a real challenge. Finally, upon reaching the 24th floor, the very atmosphere around him began to shift. The air grew heavy and oppressive, the surroundings dimming into menacing shadows. That's when he spotted it. A large lizard-like creature was pacing back and forth, its sharp, intelligent eyes darting left and right. But what surprised him most was the small, crude dagger it held firmly in its claws. Ducking behind cover, Rudy's gaze locked onto the creature's towering frame. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his appraisal skill. Lizard Soldier, level 25. Detailed information flooded his vision, a classic moment we often highlight in a manhwa review. A lizard soldier, he thought. They usually move in groups, but this one's all alone. This part of the manhwa recap is where things get interesting. A smirk curled his lips. A lizard, huh? You'll be a perfect test for my new strength. With a tight grip on his sword, Rudy lunged forward, unleashing a devastating attack. But to his surprise, the monster reacted in a flash, raising its arm to block the strike. Rudy's expression didn't falter. In fact, his smirk only deepened, clearly pleased by the resistance. Not bad, he chuckled. But you won't be blocking this one. His next strike sliced through the air with brutal force. But instead of engaging, the lizard's eyes widened in pure terror, and it bolted, fleeing deeper into the labyrinth. Rudy froze for a second, caught off guard. It's running away? But before he could even give chase, an unsettling feeling prickled the back of his neck. Something wasn't right. His eyes narrowed as he scanned his surroundings, a sudden sense of dread washing over him. Then, the realization crashed down on him like a bucket of ice water. That thing, it's leading me into a dead end. Sure enough, up ahead, the lizard finally came to a halt. Stop. It drew the massive sword from its back, turning to face him with a sinister grin. But it wasn't the monster's confidence that made our overpowered main character curse under his breath. No, it was the sudden, crushing presence he felt erupting behind him. He slowly turned his head, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. A whole swarm of towering monsters had appeared, completely sealing off his only escape route in this action manhwa. It was a trap, a perfectly executed ambush. Damn it, Rude muttered, his body tensing as he prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Rude gritted his teeth, pure frustration boiling over. Damn it, he growled. They set me up perfectly. The level difference was clear, but this situation was spiraling out of control. The lizard-like creature in front of him raised its sword high and lunged forward with deadly intent. But without a moment's hesitation, our hero's expression turned ice-cold as he dodged backward with incredible speed. Fine, he thought, his eyes glinting. I'll just have to take them all down. Gripping his swords tightly, he exploded forward, unleashing a devastating strike. The monster was sent flying back, its eyes wide with pain and shock, as it struggled to even comprehend what just happened. Rude's eyes glinted with lethal resolve, ready to finish this whenever he pleased. This is a classic scene in any good manhwa recap. Let's end this, he declared. But just as he moved to strike the final blow, a massive shadow loomed in his peripheral vision. Another monster had appeared out of thin air. His eyes widened. What the hell? A sinking feeling washed over him as he realized this wasn't just a simple ambush. Another massive creature had crept up right behind him, raising its weapon high, ready to bring it down with crushing force. Its menacing eyes glared at him from above, and for a split second, The tension was absolutely suffocating. Rude just scoffed, letting out a bitter chuckle. Too close. Damn it. Just how many of these things are there? Before he could even finish the thought, he was completely surrounded, towering monsters closing in from every direction, ready to tear him limb from limb. His sharp eyes scanned the horde, analyzing their formation. They're not just attacking mindlessly, he realized. Their coordination is too precise. In our Manhwa review, we have to point out that there's no way a pack of wild monsters could execute an ambush with such coordinated movements. And just as they began to move in perfect sync, a sharp, high-pitched sound echoed through the air. That sharp, commanding screech sent a shiver down his spine. His eyes immediately narrowed. There it is, he thought, his gaze cutting through the crowd. A different lizard stepped forward, a sly, arrogant smirk plastered on its face. Rude's gaze locked onto the creature, his eyes shimmering as he activated his appraisal skill. The information flashed clearly before him. Lizard Captain, level 32. Skills: 1. Handed sword mastery, shield mastery, and the special skill, command. This is the kind of detail you love to see in a reincarnation manhwa. A crooked grin spread across Rude's face as he let out an amused chuckle. Finally, there you are, he muttered. You must be the boss, aren't you? The lizard captain responded with a thunderous roar that shook the entire cavern. The other lizard soldiers roared back in unison, their cries filled with bloodthirsty excitement. They gripped their blades, gripping them tightly as they charged toward him as one. But our overpowered main character was more than ready. Without a second thought, he activated his enhanced physique skill. A massive wave of raw power surged through his body. His muscles tightened, and pure energy exploded from within him as he let out a fierce battle cry. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his mind set on revenge for this ambush. This is the peak action manhwa content we live for. The surrounding monsters didn't even have time to react. It all happened in the blink of an eye. His powerful legs slammed into the nearest enemy, driving its head straight into the hard cavern floor, into the ground. Rude's hand tightened on his sword as he stepped forward, his eyes locked on the lizard captain. Across the battlefield, the boss monster's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as it witnessed the overwhelming power display. The tables had completely turned. Rude gritted his teeth, glaring down from above as his presence radiated an aura of absolute dominance. It's over for you this time, he declared coldly, his strike sending the massive creature flying through the air. But what happened next in this manhwa recap left our overpowered main character completely stunned. The creature simply got back up, entirely unharmed. Not a single scratch on its enormous body. Before Rude could even process it, another large blade gleamed from the side, slicing directly toward him. The light reflecting off the weapon carried a terrifyingly lethal aura, and he knew instantly there was no way to dodge it in time. At the very last second, Rude activated another skill, Iron Body. His entire body hardened like steel, reinforced by the monstrous strength he'd absorbed from the spider he defeated earlier. A faint, confident smirk played on Rude's face. I'm not the only one with a trump card, you know. The monster's eyes widened, visibly shaken by this sudden turn of events. Rude channeled his power once more, ready for a revenge strike, but a look of confusion crept across his face. What in the world? He could feel the impact land, yet the enemy showed zero signs of injury. It didn't possess any durability-boosting abilities. He'd already confirmed that. This had to be something else entirely. Rude quickly scanned the surrounding area, his sharp eyes locking onto a nearby lizard. Something felt distinctly off about it. Among its listed abilities, one skill stood out like a glaring red flag. Substitution. Suddenly, it all made perfect sense. The smaller lizard was taking all the damage in place of the boss. The unfortunate creature trembled in shock as its body was suddenly and violently pierced through. Rude's cold, piercing gaze fell upon it. It must suck, being just cannon fodder, and still getting stuck as a sacrificial pawn. The lizard's eyes were wide with utter disbelief as it collapsed, defeated in an instant. Don't take it personally, Rude muttered as he casually finished the creature off. Across the battlefield, the lizard captain howled in pure rage and anguish, its roars echoing through the dark cavern. The remaining lizard soldiers raised their weapons and charged in unison, completely fueled by fury. But Rude, our overpowered main character, was already a step ahead of them. Using the spider abilities he'd stolen, he conjured countless strands of silk web. With a swift flick of his wrist, thick threads of webbing shot into the air, encircling the entire area. The monsters froze, staring upward in disbelief as Rude gracefully maneuvered through the air. weaving his deadly trap. Bunching up like that just makes this easier for me, Rude sneered. Here, have this. From above, he unleashed a massive, reinforced spiderweb, casting it down over the enemy horde. The lizard captain roared in frustration as its soldiers were instantly tangled in the sticky, breakable threads. Even the boss itself struggled under the crushing disadvantage. As Rude's towering silhouette loomed over it, the captain's gaze sharpened. But it was far too late. With a smug, victorious grin, Rude declared, "Looks like I win this one." In a flash, his blade sliced downward, and the lizard captain's head was separated cleanly from its body, tumbling to the ground. Its final, agonized cry echoed through the dark maze, sealing a perfect victory in this action manhwa. It was an overwhelming victory. The creature's severed head lay still upon the dungeon floor, surrounded by a sea of lifeless lizardmen, their scales glimmering faintly in the dim light. Amidst the carnage, Rude stood with a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Well, he muttered to himself, I guess it's time for dinner. His gaze fell to the pouch at his hip, and his grin widened. This little thing, I bought it with the guild's money. It's about time I put it to good use. It was a magic pouch, a spatial item that could expand its internal space and drastically reduce the weight of its contents. With practiced ease, Rude reached inside and pulled out the last thing you'd expect on a battlefield: cooking utensils. A small pan clinked against a cutting board, followed by a neat line of spice jars, all set up as if for a grand feast. A feast. Rude took a sharp knife and, with the skill of a master chef, began expertly slicing the monster meat. I remember being trapped on that hidden floor, he thought. I was so desperate, thinking that just surviving was all that mattered. His knife moved with clean, precise strokes. But deep down, I always wanted to try this. In an instant, the meat was sizzling in the pan, a fragrant cloud of spices rising from it. Monster meat. He swallowed hard, his hunger growing. Without a moment's hesitation, Rude took a large bite. His eyes shot wide open with pure delight. Damn, this is actually delicious. Before he knew it, he was devouring the entire plate. Who knew monster meat could be this good? I think I'm getting hooked on this. As he finished his meal, a skill window materialized before him, bringing a wide grin to his face. One-handed sword mastery, shield technique, miasma resistance, and command manipulation. He hadn't just gained new skills, he'd gained incredibly useful ones. Could this be tied to the monster's latent magic? He mused. This is a key point in our manhwa recap. He remembered the invaluable abilities he'd gained before, like the steel silk carapace from the giant spider and the powerful demon eyes. He had already defeated countless monsters, collecting a strange and powerful set of abilities. This is what makes this action manhwa so good. But there were still some he hadn't tested yet, the powers of the Thunderwolf and the Dark Serpent. Finishing the last piece of steak, Rude licked his lips. All right, on the way back, I'm going to make it a point to sample every monster I can. His quest for revenge was getting tastier. His eyes glinted as a new thought struck him. Speaking of skills, that humanoid lizard from before, the one with the substitution skill, there are still plenty of them around. Later, on the 21st floor of the Moz labyrinth, the air hung heavy with the strange, alluring sense of massive moths and butterflies. In the distance, giant toads belched noxious fumes that would make anyone's skin crawl. But our overpowered main character, Rude, didn't even flinch. A crackle of electricity danced around his raised hand as he unleashed a devastating attack. Lightning spear. In a flash, the airborne insects were incinerated, falling from the sky in charred, crumpled heaps. Rude looked down at his hands, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Man, skills like these make this reincarnation a breeze. Those monsters were clearly designed to use debuffs, poison, weakness, paralysis. But unfortunately for them, they picked the wrong opponent. He had truly picked the wrong guy to mess with. A smirk playing on his lips, Rude once again brandished his trusty frying pan. He slipped back into his familiar role as a dungeon chef with practiced ease. On the menu tonight, frog meat and insect meat. And of course, there was only one way to prepare them: deep fried to a perfect, golden crisp. In the blink of an eye, the monsters that were once a terrifying threat had become nothing more than a delicious-looking meal. A steaming, golden-brown platter of crispy goodness. Our overpowered main character cheerfully popped the last few pieces into his mouth, savoring the taste. He relished every single bite. Damn, he thought, these poisonous frogs might be lethal, but their meat is unbelievably juicy. And with these spices, This tastes absolutely insane. A cold beer would be perfect right now. As he licked his fingers clean, the familiar skill window materialized before him. It once again appeared, listing the new abilities he'd acquired from his meal. But just as he was admiring his gains, a sudden noise shattered the silence. The sound echoed through the cavern, instantly snapping Rude out of his post-meal bliss. His head whipped up, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. What the hell was that? Sounds like fighting. And people. A sly grin slowly spread across his face. So, there are other adventurers around here, huh? Without a moment's hesitation, Rude swiftly packed his cooking gear back into his magic pouch, ready for some action manhwa excitement. He gave a quick thanks for the meal to the empty cavern, and then dashed toward the commotion, a spring in his step as if he were off to meet an old friend. After all, it's not every day you stumble upon a good old-fashioned brawl. Maybe I can even trade some info with these guys, he mused as he drew closer. The unmistakable clang of steel on steel and the sickening splatter of blood filled the air. He saw a group of heavily armed men. They were standing over a young woman who had collapsed to the ground, clutching a wound in her side. They were clad in sharp, polished armor. Their blades were stained with fresh crimson. The leader sneered down at the injured girl, his voice dripping with pure disdain. "Ha, she's a tough one," he sneered. "Didn't think she'd still be trying to cast spells after a hit like that." With a twisted grin, he reached out and violently yanked the cloak from her shoulders. It revealed a defiant, beautiful face framed by long, pointed ears. An elf. The group immediately erupted into hushed, greedy whispers. "Damn, I wonder how much she's worth." But before they could continue, a calm voice cut through the air. The voice called out from the shadows behind them. "Man, I was hoping to meet a potential friend, but it looks like I've walked into something else entirely." The sudden interruption sent a jolt of shock through the group. They whirled around, their eyes narrowing in suspicion at the newcomer. Rude emerged from the darkness, strolling forward with a casual air. "I don't know exactly what's going on here," he said, "but I sure as hell can't just stand by while you lot are ganging up on a girl." The scar-faced leader sized him up with unconcealed disgust. "And who the hell are you supposed to be?" Rude just flashed a cocky smirk. "Just an adventurer. A low-ranked one at that. Only E-class, unfortunately." The moment the elf girl saw him, her eyes widened in terror. Fear laced her voice as she desperately cried out, "Get out of here! They're bounty hunters, rogue adventurers." Her words made Rude freeze for a split second. Bounty hunters. This was turning into a real Manhwa recap moment. He'd heard the rumors. These guys weren't your run-of-the-mill adventurers. They were the elite, dangerous and cutthroat. The highest among them was level 65. The rest were all seasoned veterans, not the kind of people you just casually stumble upon. This was a serious situation. For the first time, a truly serious expression clouded Rude's face. He knew guys like this probably had hidden abilities, maybe even anti-magic gear, all sorts of dirty tricks up their sleeves. The scarred leader barked a simple, cruel order: "Pin him down." Immediately, one of the bounty hunters gripped his sword and charged straight for Rude. For a brief moment, the young man's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. The attack was blindingly fast, but Rude reacted just in the nick of time. He threw up his weapon to parry the blow, but the force behind it was staggering, unlike anything he'd ever faced. A smug grin spread across the bounty hunter's face. Not bad. Even though he was outmatched in strength, Rude didn't flinch, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. "You only say that because you're the weak one here." The man's face contorted with rage, his knuckles white as he gripped his sword. "Weak? I'll separate that head from your shoulders." The other two shared a look, ready to join the fray. But in that moment, our overpowered main character took a deep breath, and a pale green mist escaped his lips, coating his blade in a toxic sheen. This wasn't just any skill, it was poison. A foul green vapor enveloped the sword, pulsing with a malevolent energy. The first bounty hunter froze mid-swing as excruciating pain seared through him. He stumbled backward, a guttural groan of agony tearing from his throat. His partner's eyes went wide with shock. Did he just breathe poison onto his blade? He fights like some kind of beast. The group stared at Rude, completely thrown off by this bizarre and savage fighting style. But our protagonist, in this classic revenge story, only grinned wider, his eyes shining with pure defiance. "That's right," he taunted. "This is how a supposed weakling like me stays alive." As he spoke, the poison man's skin began to turn, a deathly shade of pale, the venom coursing through his veins and corroding him from the inside. Their leader's eyes narrowed, finally understanding. A unique poison skill. Goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover, he muttered, his face growing grim. Both of you, finish him now. The last two hunters charged, their movements a blur of deadly intent. Their weapons swung in coordinated arcs, steel glinting as they closed in on Rude. The young man ducked low, narrowly avoiding the first slash, but he was completely unprepared for the brutal kick that came next. A heavy boot connected squarely with his chest, launching him backward through the air. In a split-second decision, he activated his steel body skill, hardening his form just enough to endure the blow, but it did nothing to halt his trajectory. With a massive splash, Rude was sent tumbling into a murky swamp. The bounty hunter who kicked him peered down from the bank, his voice thick with arrogance. "You're one stubborn punk," he scoffed. "A kick like that should have ended you." But beneath the foul water, Rude was already pushing himself back to his feet. The leader's grin grew wider. "I'll finish this myself." But just as they moved to strike, something unexpected happened. Rude's footsteps were heard, not coming closer, but splashing away from them. In a flash, the young man was running, retreating deeper into the treacherous swamp. The hunters could only stare, dumbfounded for a moment. "Hey, get back here, you coward." But as they started to give chase, the veteran of the group held up a hand, halting them. "Don't. Let him go." The others stared at him in confusion. "That swamp is saturated with a deadly miasma. If he ventures any deeper, he's signing his own death warrant." The older hunter's eyes narrowed. "He won't survive long in there. He'll come crawling back to us soon enough." From a distance, Rude could see the silhouettes of his pursuers, still waiting. At the swamp's edge, their impatience growing. Their annoyed shouts echoed across the poisonous bog. "How long is he going to hide in there?" one of them yelled. "What is this, some kind of endurance contest?" A faint smirk touched Rude's lips as he listened. "This Manhwa recap gets even more interesting here. I guess it was my lucky day they kicked me into this swamp," he thought. "The longer they stand there, the more their stamina will be sapped by the toxic air itself." And sure enough, the group's breathing was becoming labored, their faces showing the first telltale signs of exhaustion. The leader scowled, his gaze fixed on the marsh. "How much longer is that rat going to stay submerged?" "It's already been 10 whole minutes. My head is starting to ache." Seeing their condition, Rude's expression hardened. "It's time." He had initially planned to wait longer. He could have waited them out, letting the poison do its work. But if he delayed any longer, the elf girl wouldn't make it. Her wounds were just too deep. With unwavering steps, Rude strode towards them, his voice dripping with cool confidence. "So, tell me, how does it feel? Breathing in all that poison and miasma this whole time? Starting to feel a little tired, are we?" The bounty hunter's eyes lit up as they saw him. Finally emerging from the toxic swamp. "So you finally gave up, huh? You've been a real thorn in our side, kid." But Rude's arrogant smirk never faded. "Such a shame for you all. This kind of stuff doesn't really affect me. I guess I'll never truly know how miserable you're feeling right now." The leader's face contorted in disbelief. "Impossible. He has anti-debuff. Resistance. He played us. Get him." The leader roared in absolute frustration. His men charged in an instant, their swords clashing against the swamp's roots. But the bounty hunters couldn't maintain their footing. Their poisoned bodies and drained strength made every movement sluggish. Rude's smile only widened as he took in the scene. "That poison has been steadily eating away at your stamina this whole time. Pretty. Soon, your strength, your speed, it's all going to plummet." And just then, a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision caught his eye. Another assailant lunged at him from the side. Rude instantly activated Steel Body, his skin hardening like reinforced steel. The blade struck with a dull thud, but it barely even left a scratch. Pure shock filled the bounty hunter's eyes. This overpowered main character didn't waste the opening. Lightning burst. A deafening crack of thunder tore through the air, sending bolts of raw lightning surging from his body. The bounty hunters were caught in the blast, their bodies convulsing violently before collapsing into smoldering, charred heaps. The leader, somehow still alive but scorched black, staggered back in pure fury. "Damn you to hell," he screamed, summoning a faint, shimmering glow around his hands. Our hero sensed his next skill activating, aimed directly at him, but Rude was more than ready. A familiar technique materialized, perfectly countering the incoming attack in this awesome action manhwa scene. The leader's eyes shot wide open, horror slowly crawling across his face. Impossible. There's no way a mere human should possess a monster's skill. Frozen in utter disbelief, he could only stand there and tremble. Rude gripped his sword, his expression as sharp and cold as steel. I don't owe you any explanations. And with those final words, he charged forward. This manhwa recap is getting intense, as the leader across from him still looked, visibly shaken. Deep down, raw panic was beginning to set in. I had the upper hand at first, he thought, but now, his face twisted into a mask of pure fear. Staring down this knight-like warrior, he knew he couldn't win. This damn poison, at this rate, I'm finished. Left with no other choice, the man activated his next skill, speed boost. There's no way I'm losing to a damn kid like this, he roared. Gripping his sword with all his might, he lunged forward with everything he had left. But Rude didn't even flinch. He calmly activated strength boost, enhancing his own physical power. The very next instant, the leader's sword simply shattered into 1,000 pieces, blown apart by the sheer, overwhelming force. The others were not spared either. Their bodies were cut down with effortless grace. The leader crashed to the ground, groaning in agony. Rude stood over him, his grip firm on his sword, his cold eyes fixed on the fallen man. Under his breath, he muttered with a faint smirk, a classic moment in any manhwa review. If you weren't weakened by those debuffs, maybe you'd actually be stronger than me. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached quickly from behind. With a slightly awkward expression, the elf girl spoke up. Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't come when you did, I don't know what would have happened to me. He stood there quietly, studying her. She was putting on a brave face, but he could see the miasma was still taking a heavy toll on her body. He'd already done what he could to help ease her condition, but it was incredibly rare to see an elf wandering around a place this remote. What in the world happened to her that made her a target for those so-called adventurer hunters? Before he could ask, a deafening roar erupted from behind, snapping both of them to high alert. A colossal butterfly suddenly descended before them, its wings pulsing with a sinister light. Rude, the overpowered main character of this manhwa recap, instantly activated his appraisal skill, scanning the creature in a flash. It was the boss of the moth swarm, a level 37 beast, massive and armed with 6 different poisonous attributes. This monster screamed trouble. In a scene straight out of the best action manhwa, Rude's body shot forward without a second thought, his eyes locked onto the giant insect. Just because you're bigger, he thought, doesn't mean you'll win. The towering creature retaliated, instantly, unleashing its full might. But something felt wrong. That attack. It was Sky Seaver. A brutal strike tore through the air, powerful enough to shred most enemies to pieces. The entire area shook from the sheer force of the impact. The elf girl ducked and weaved to avoid the chaotic fallout, struggling to stay on her feet. With a flash of concern, Rude called out, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she yelled back. His gaze snapped forward again, his expression hardening into cold fury. "You scared the hell out of me, you bastard. I guess I'll have to return the favor. You think flying gives you an advantage? That's cute." A faint, dangerous smile crept across Rude's face as he gathered his power. Skill. Sky Seaver. In an instant, a devastating wave of energy cleaved through the air, slamming directly into the massive creature. It coughed up a torrent of blood, writhing in pure agony. Only then did the beast seem to realize it had made a fatal mistake. In desperation, it unleashed a powerful paralytic attack. But Rude simply grinned, tilting his head as the powder washed over him, completely unaffected. Nice try. Paralysis powder doesn't work on me. But then his eyes widened in horror. Wait, its target wasn't me. It was aiming for the girl this whole time, he muttered, the terrible realization dawning on him too late. But the elf was far from helpless. Raising her staff high, she began to channel her magic as a brilliant light erupted from its tip. A blast of pure, radiant energy surged forward, slamming into the giant butterfly. It was thrown from the sky, crashing to the ground with torn and broken wings. Rude stood to the side, genuinely impressed. A magic seal, huh? Makes sense, since she is an elf after all. Wasting no time, Rude lunged forward, driving his sword deep into the creature's head and finishing it for good. The girl, still catching her breath, stared at him with wide, confused eyes. Wait a minute, the paralysis and the poison. None of that worked on you? Your skills. They're absolutely monstrous. Rude froze, the comment catching him completely off guard. A wave of awkwardness washed over him. He had no idea how to explain that part of his reincarnation. But suddenly, the girl beside him winced, her face tightening in pain. Rude was at her side in an instant, his concern overriding everything else. Is that an old injury flaring up? Breathing heavily, the elf girl slowly shook her head. No, this is something else entirely. She looked away, her voice dropping to a quiet, urgent whisper. When? When do you plan on leaving this place? Once we're out, I'll tell you. Everything. Her gaze drifted toward the darkness of the cave they'd just escaped, her expression clouding over. That cramped, cursed little dungeon. I honestly thought I was going to die in there. Moments later, sunlight filtered through the thick forest leaves as the two continued on. The two of them finally emerged into the open air, slumping down beneath the shade of a massive tree, both utterly exhausted but overwhelmingly relieved. Leaning back, the girl took a deep, shuddering breath. Ah, fresh air, she sighed. That hellhole is finally behind us. But before she could relax completely, she straightened up, a faint smile gracing her lips. I never got the chance to introduce myself properly. My name is Alicia, a former adventurer. Rude's eyes shot open in disbelief. Wait, you can't mean Alicia from the legendary Emerald Feather Guild, can you? Alicia let out a soft chuckle, that faint, proud smile returning to her face. So, my name still carries some weight. Of course it does, Rude exclaimed, still completely stunned. In the kingdom of Ludius, everyone knows the top-tier guilds like Blue Trail and Emerald Feather, but Alicia's expression shifted as she nodded quietly. Yes. 5 years ago, she began, her voice dropping as the heavy memories resurfaced. We were wiped out, annihilated by monsters. We challenged the guardian of the deepest floor in an abyss-class dungeon. Our captain fell in battle. One of our members was crippled and had to retire. Another never made it out at all. She paused, her gaze lost in the past, her voice barely a whisper. Even I barely escaped with my life. But before she could continue her tragic story, she reached for the hem of her tunic. Completely flustered, Rude waved his hands frantically. Hey, what do you think you're doing? But his protest died as Alicia pulled aside her tunic. His eyes were immediately drawn to a strange, glowing mark etched across her chest. Is that a curse mark? He asked. Alicia nodded grimly, her expression darkening with pain. It was branded on me back then. They called it a lesser curse. Rude's brow furrowed in concentration as he sat beside her. A lesser curse? I've never heard of such a thing. Neither had I, Alicia replied, her voice laced with bitterness, not before that fateful day. I've tried everything to remove it. Potions, purification, magic, even ancient ritual spells. But nothing works. In fact, it only gets worse the more I resist. Her eyes narrowed, her voice laced with frustration. And those bounty hunters, they found out about it. They've been using this curse to keep me weak. Eventually, it will drain my level down to nothing, and I'll die. But being pitied, treated like I'm already gone. She clenched her fists, her knuckles white. I refused to accept that fate. Her defiance sparked a thought in Rude's mind, and his eyes widened slightly. Wait a minute. That curse, he muttered to himself. I think I might be able to help. As we see in this Manhwa recap, our overpowered main character reached into his pouch, pulling out a strange card that pulsed with a faint glow in his palm. I have a unique skill called substitution. It allows me to transfer damage, debuffs, and maybe even a curse. He looked up at her, a quiet determination burning in his eyes. I want to try it. Alicia's eyes filled with disbelief and a flicker of hope. You can really do that? Rude simply offered a reassuring smile. There's only one way to find out. He then gently placed his hand over the cursed mark, activating substitution. He began to channel the strange, elusive energy of his skill. Alicia's eyes widened in shock as a sudden warmth spread through her body. The curse mark. It began to flicker. The curse's vile power was shifting. Panicking, she grabbed his wrist. Stop. If you keep going, the curse will transfer to you. But Rude's calm, confident smile never wavered. Relax, he said softly. Trust me. For a fleeting instant, a dark, demonic silhouette flickered into existence behind him. A suffocating aura of pure malice radiated from its form, a power that would terrify anyone. And yet, Rude didn't even flinch. The girl in front of him couldn't comprehend what was happening. In that moment, she realized this boy held the combined power of countless monsters. This is the true nature of an overpowered main character in a top-tier action manhwa. His unique skill, status effect immunity, kicked in, and in the blink of an eye, the monstrous presence she had sensed vanished completely, as if it had never been there. Rude simply glanced down at his own hands, flexing them casually. He smiled faintly, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. All right, it seems my plan worked. The girl, however, just stared blankly, still struggling to comprehend the miracle that had just unfolded. What What was that? She stammered. Check your guild ID, Rude suggested with a calm, casual air, a classic trait of an overpowered main character. Frantically fumbling through her pouch, the girl snatched out her adventurer's guild card. The moment her eyes landed on it, they widened in utter shock. The card now displayed a normal status. The sinister, cursed mark had vanished without a trace. Her face twisted in pure disbelief, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This can't be happening, she whispered. The curse. It's completely gone. Rude offered a gentle smile in response. My special ability allows me to nullify harmful effects. I gambled that by absorbing the curse, I could break it. I guess I got lucky. This is the kind of unique power you see in a top-tier action manhwa. But her reaction wasn't one of pure relief. She suddenly exploded with concern. Are you an idiot? You risked everything for a complete stranger? Yet, despite her sharp words, a smile broke through her worry, a genuine, radiant, and deeply thankful expression. But, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Seeing that genuine smile finally allowed the tension in Rude's shoulders to release. With a kind look, he reached out and offered her his hand. It's no problem, he said softly. I couldn't just walk away. The scene then shifts back to the grand, bustling Adventurers Guild, where a loud thud echoed as a heavy mug of ale was slammed onto a wooden table. Across from our overpowered main character sat Alicia, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Cheap food and amazing drinks. You really know all the best spots, don't you? She laughed heartily, raising her mug for a toast. Rude, however, let out a quiet sigh, muttering to himself, the last time I was here, I got my face thoroughly rearranged. Still, he couldn't ignore his concern. Are you sure you should be drinking so much? You just recovered from some pretty nasty injuries. But Alicia just grinned playfully, waving his concern away. I'm perfectly fine now. Besides, this is a day for celebration, don't you think? There's no reason not to live it up. She enthusiastically clinked her mug against his. For a moment, Rude hesitated, before slowly raising his own drink. So, what's your plan now? He asked. But Alicia's answer caught him completely by surprise. First things first, I want to know more about you, Rude, she said, a playful smile on her lips as her bright eyes locked onto his. What made you decide to become an adventurer? The question brought the old, painful memories flooding back. A long time ago, my village was completely wiped out by monsters. The boy he once was could still see the raging flames and hear the desperate screams. The utter devastation. His family, his friends, everyone was taken from him. Just a small, helpless child, clutching his mother's lifeless body, powerless to do a single thing. But then, a figure appeared. A mighty S-rank adventurer, clad in gleaming armor, stood between him and the monstrous beast. The young boy looked up in absolute awe, his terror momentarily forgotten. And then, he saw a calm, confident smile on the hero's face. With a single, effortless swing of his blade, the beast was slain. That's the reason. I'm still alive today, Rude finished quietly. I will never forget that moment. From that day forward, I vowed that one day, I would become an S-rank adventurer just like him, so I can protect people, the way I couldn't protect my own family. As we see in this manhwa review, his path is one of redemption, not just revenge. A soft, bittersweet smile touched his lips as he concluded his story. Alicia's own smile was warm and understanding. That's a truly noble goal. Their conversation continued, a mix of lightheartedness and fierce determination filling the air. Rude tilted his head with a slight smirk. What? You're going to laugh at a dream like that? Alicia let out a small chuckle. Hardly. I have the same dream. I plan on becoming even stronger than I was before that curse took hold. Her gaze sharpened, filled with an unshakable resolve. My comrades, they're still trapped deep inside that dungeon, deep inside the abyssal labyrinth. She vowed, no matter what it takes, I will defeat that monster. I will save them. She then reached her delicate hand across the table. So, how about we team up? Rude blinked, momentarily stunned. Wait, But before he could finish, another hand suddenly darted between them, stopping both men dead in their tracks. They were confronted by a group of rough-looking individuals. Men stood over them, grinning as they eyed Alicia. Well now, a perfect drinking partner right there. One of them muttered with a vile smirk. Poison fog hunters, Rude thought, his expression instantly darkening in this action manhwa. He recognized them immediately. The very same thugs who had beaten him up in this exact bar before. They loomed over him, staring down as if he were some insignificant bug. Without a second thought, they swaggered over to Alicia, their voices low and greasy with arrogance. "Come on, girl, don't waste your time with this boring loser," one of them sneered. "Come have a drink with some real men." Before they could get any closer, a hand shot out and blocked their path. It was Rude, his eyes sharp and cold. "Back off," the man snarled, grabbing our overpowered main character by the collar with one massive hand. "You little punk." But even as the thug pulled him closer, Rude's expression remained perfectly calm, his eyes locked onto his opponent with unwavering defiance. The two stared each other down, the tension crackling like electricity. "Enough, both of you." Alicia's voice cut through their standoff as she stepped right between them. "This is a bar, not some back alley. If you want to fight, take it somewhere else." The hostility in the room simmered for a moment, until one of the hunters chuckled. "Fine," he grinned. "Then let's settle this properly with a drinking contest." Alicia's eyes lit up, with a playful fire, as she slammed back a full glass of liquor in a single gulp. The men roared with approval, round after round. The drinks kept coming, the sound of glasses clanking echoing through the bar. The poison fog hunters guzzled down drink after drink, laughing and boasting, but their faces were quickly turning flushed, and their movements sluggish. Rude just stood off to the side, watching this whole Manhwa recap unfold with an exasperated sigh. Meanwhile, the cheerful buzz of the tavern grew louder as the contest dragged on. In the end, the entire group of hunters collapsed one by one, completely wasted, their faces red and utterly defeated. But Alicia, she still sat there, lively and smiling, without a single hint of exhaustion. The entire bar burst into cheers, applauding Alicia as the clear winner. She turned to Rude with a smug little grin, clearly enjoying her victory. Rude simply raised a thumb with an amused smile, giving her his silent approval. Time passed, and, eventually, the two of them stepped out into the cool night air. "Geez," Rude laughed as he glanced at her. "You played that a little dirty, didn't you? You were already hammered before the contest even started." Alicia blushed, letting out an embarrassed giggle, but then her expression turned sincere as she looked at him. "You know, you really are my lifesaver," she admitted. "I wouldn't have had the guts to do that if you weren't here." Her words began to slur as her eyes glazed over, her steps faltering. And before Rude could even react, she stumbled forward, collapsing, right into his arms. "Seriously, you're hopeless," Rude muttered under his breath with a helpless smile. A faint glow appeared as he instinctively activated his substitute skill just in case. Suddenly, the girl looked up at him in surprise. With a reluctant sigh, Rude explained his secret. "I transferred your intoxication to myself," he admitted, confessed. "It's not like I can get drunk, anyway." A bright, teasing smile spread across Alicia's face. "First, my curse, and now my tipsiness. That skill of yours is ridiculously useful, a true sign of an overpowered main character. We absolutely have to form a party." And with that declaration, she cheerfully strode forward to grab another drink, her eyes sparkling with renewed excitement. "All right then, let's keep this party going." The men nearby couldn't help but chuckle at the lively scene. "Hey now, take it easy on each other," one of them teased playfully. Just then, Alicia's gaze fell upon a food advertisement on the wall, and her eyes lit up as she spotted a picture of a mouth-watering fish. "I'll be so disappointed if I can't try their signature dish," she mumbled to herself. Overhearing her, the nearby chef sighed and chimed in. "Actually, something has been wiping out all the fish in the breeding grounds. Some kind of monster, it seems. I've already put in a request with the Adventurers Guild, but all the top-tier adventurers are already out on other missions." The chef's gaze then shifted hopefully towards Rude and Alicia. "You two wouldn't happen to be interested in a quest straight out of an action manhwa, would you? In taking care of this little problem for me?" The pair exchanged a surprised look, caught off guard by the sudden offer. The scene shifts, and we see the peaceful fish farm spread out before them, nestled between rolling hills and serene waters. The view was so picturesque, it could have been a painting. Alicia sat at the bow of their small boat, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she took in the sights. "So this is the famous fish farm. Let's hurry up and defeat that monster so we can enjoy that special dish," she declared. Rude, sitting just behind her, grinned in full agreement. "Count me in." But in an instant, his expression hardened. Something felt terribly wrong. Without a single warning, a powerful blast erupted from beneath the surface, sending a massive column of water shooting into the air. A wide smirk spread across Rude's face as he narrowed his eyes at the disturbance. "Found it," he thought. That has to be the monster. This part of the Manhwa recap is where the action begins. But just as they braced for a fight, Alicia's voice dropped to a tense, cautious whisper. Hey, Rude. It was only then that they both realized the horrifying truth. They were completely surrounded. Dozens of monstrous shadows were circling their tiny boat, cutting off any and all routes of escape. No way, Rude muttered under his breath. His confident grin twisted into a grimace. In a classic twist for a revenge manhwa, our hero had walked right into a trap. No way. The entire lake was now teeming with enormous aquatic monsters. Rude's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing in them as he rapidly scanned their new, deadly surroundings. Beneath the surface, a massive swarm of monstrous fish lurked, each one looking far more lethal than any normal creature. Their levels were clocked at a surprising 23, making this a genuinely dangerous encounter. Suddenly, high-pressure jets of water shot from their mouths, with incredible force. As expected of an overpowered main character, Rude calmly raised his sword and deflected the attacks with ease. But then, dozens more. The creatures surged forward in a coordinated wave, and the situation changed drastically. For the first time, Rude realized he might actually be in serious trouble. This isn't working. I can't just stay on the defensive, he thought grimly. A good manhwa review would praise his quick tactical shift here. I can't block them all forever. With that realization, he made a split-second decision, tossing his sword aside and diving headfirst into the monster-infested water. From the boat, Alicia could only watch in stunned silence. Even the fish seemed to pause for a moment, clearly confused. It wasn't every day their meal willingly threw itself right into their waiting jaws. A cocky smirk played on Rude's lips as he sank deeper. I'm right here, he taunted, his voice bubbling to the surface. The school of fish lunged, their razor-sharp fangs bared, ready to rip him to shreds. But this was exactly the moment our overpowered main character had been waiting for. Raw electricity began to crackle around his arms, with lightning practically dancing at his fingertips. In a blinding flash, he unleashed a torrent of power. A lightning burst sent a devastating current ripping through the water. A brilliant light erupted beneath the waves as countless fish were fried in an instant, their charred husks floating lifelessly upward. Rude broke the surface, gasping for breath, his face a mask of calm confidence. Alicia's panicked voice echoed from the boat. Rude! He simply grinned and raised a hand. I'm fine. Of course, his sharp eyes quickly noticed that a few of the fish were still alive, lurking just below. They're holding back. But why, he wondered, narrowing his eyes. The creatures weren't attacking, nor were they fleeing. They're guarding something. Looking back toward Alicia, he shouted, I'm diving deeper to check it out. Oh, and I need you to do something for me. Without even waiting for her to answer, he secured a thin rope around his waist and plunged beneath the waves once more. Activating his swimming skill, he shot downward like a torpedo, his eyes cautiously scanning the dark abyss. This whole scene is a perfect example of what makes a great action manhwa. Just as I thought, he mused. The remaining fish made no move to attack. They hovered in place like silent sentinels, clearly protecting something below. And then he saw it, a strange, massive figure resting on the seafloor. The moment he appraised it, the information flooded his mind. It was a level 38 boss monster, lurking quietly at the bottom. This wasn't just any sea anemone, it was a colossal hermit crab. Twisted, armored limbs stretched out from beneath its massive shell. Strange markings that looked like flowers pulsed with an eerie light along its tentacle-like appendages. Tiny fish were squirming all around the crab, emerging from its shell and even from its oversized claws. They were the same sharp-toothed fish Rude had just fought. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. It's creating them. That thing is spawning the fish. He knew that unless he defeated the source, there was no point in fighting the endless swarm. The hermit crab showed no signs of hostility, but this part of the manhwa recap shows Rude knew better than to drop his guard. I need to prepare first, he thought. But suddenly he felt himself being pulled. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the crab's tendrils had silently coiled around him, dragging him toward its waiting claws. In the blink of an eye, Rude's entire body was yanked violently downward, the monstrous tentacles pulling him straight toward the swarming fish, as if they were serving up a feast. So that's why the fish didn't attack me, he realized grimly. They were just luring me closer to these damn tentacles. But if they wanted to play dirty, Rude was more than happy to oblige. Clenching his fists around, the slippery appendage. Without hesitation, he unleashed another massive surge of lightning. Lightning burst. Electricity exploded through the water, crackling violently along the creature's slimy limb. The enormous monster flinched violently, unable to withstand the raw shock coursing through its body. Just as I thought, Rude smirked. A key moment in this Manhwa review, if I hit it, directly, even something this big. But his confident expression faltered. Something's wrong. Before his very eyes, the tentacles split apart cleanly, severing themselves from the main body. Self-amputation. It had a built-in skill to immediately cut off its own limbs, his limbs from critical damage. But the beast didn't hesitate, immediately retaliating with a furious lunge, at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Rudy's chest felt like it was about to implode, his lungs screaming for air. Damn it, I can't hold my breath for much longer. Desperately, he grabbed the rope tied around his waist and gave it a sharp tug, signaling Alicia. Above the water's surface, Alicia instantly understood. Her expression hardened as she unleashed her magic, pulling the rope upwards with every ounce of her strength. The line went taut. Just as the creature's devastating attack came hurtling towards him, Rude's body was yanked towards the surface, narrowly escaping its deadly grasp. The beast's eyes tracked him, its colossal form thrashing in, pure frustration as Rude burst through the surface, coughing and gasping for air. He collapsed onto the warm sand, completely exhausted, but alive. Alicia scrambled to his side, her voice trembling with concern. Rude, are you all right? He managed a shaky breath and a faint smile. Thanks, you really saved me that time. But his expression quickly darkened. There's a boss down there. It keeps spawning those cursed fish, and it has self-healing abilities, a classic trope in an action manhwa. We can't win like this. Alicia frowned, clearly frustrated. It has the home field advantage underwater. I can't use most of my magic down there. Do you have a plan? Rude nodded slowly, his mind racing. There's only one way, but I need to think this through. His thoughts drifted back to what Alicia had told him about her curse, and her willingness to team up with an overpowered main character like him. Before she officially joins me, he thought, there's something I have to confess. Turning to face her, Rude gestured towards a nearby fish. What I'm about to show you, you can't tell anyone. All right. Deep below the surface, the monstrous boss stirred again a giant hermit crab, finally, sensing that its prey had returned. But this time, Rude wasn't the same man. He activated the new ability he had just obtained from devouring one of the smaller fish. His body surged with incredible speed and agility. The beast's sharp-toothed spawn lunged right for him, but Rude zipped through them effortlessly, a mere blur beneath the waves. The crab lashed out with its massive tentacles, striking at him with lethal force. But Rude's enhanced speed and smaller form allowed him to dodge, with almost insulting ease. Unfazed, he plunged his weapon deep into the soft, vulnerable flesh beneath its armored shell. Blood gushed to the water as the hermit crab thrashed in agony. Rude grinned, his eyes gleaming with cold confidence. See? You in hell. A final, cataclysmic surge of lightning erupted from his hand. The brilliant burst completely obliterated the monstrous boss in a blinding flash. This entire sequence would make for an amazing manhwa recap. Deep beneath the sea, the vast waters were stained red. Rude stood there in the silence, watching the lifeless bodies drift past him. A strange sense of relief washed over him. With this, he thought to himself, things around here can finally return to peace. It was a small victory in his grand quest for revenge, but almost immediately, another, more troubling thought crept into his mind. Alicia. The image of himself consuming monster flesh flashed vividly through his mind. What would she think after seeing me like that? He wondered. What will she say when we meet again? Rude replayed, the stunned look in Alicia's eyes over and over in his head. She must have been completely shocked. Breaking the surface of the water, Rude lifted his gaze towards the bright, endless sky, his eyes drifting toward the small island in the distance. Slowly, he began to make his way to the shore, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. How foolish of me, he thought, thinking she'd actually wait for me. Who was I kidding? But before he could drown in his own doubts, a familiar voice cut through the air, his thoughts. You certainly took your sweet time, Alicia said, looking him over with a casual, almost appraising gaze. So, do you look like you're hurt too badly? Tell me, did you actually defeat the boss? Rude simply nodded. Good. Alicia breathed a sigh of relief as she sat down, placing a bundle of dry firewood beside her. Thank heavens. I couldn't just stand around doing nothing, so I figured I'd gather some wood to get a fire started. I had a feeling you'd need it to dry off after, coming back completely drenched. For a moment, Rude was stunned into silence, barely processing her words. After a brief pause, he asked hesitantly, You're all right with all this? After seeing what I am? Alicia gave him a small, reassuring smile. Of course I was surprised at first, she admitted, her gaze filled with unwavering sincerity. But what truly matters is the fact that you trusted me enough to reveal your secret. That means the world to me. Her words hit him like a wave of warmth, and the crushing weight on his chest finally began to lift. This is a pivotal moment in our Manhwa recap. Awkwardly, Rude scratched the back of his head and replied, I get it. Thanks for understanding. Then, as if a thought just struck him, his expression changed. Oh, right. Alicia tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. With a grunt, Rude hauled something massive from the water's depths. I wanted the boss's skill, so I brought back a piece of it. The net surfaced, revealing the grotesque carcass of the sea monster, a testament to this overpowered main character. His expression grew a bit somber. Besides, eating alone is just lonely, you know. Alicia's gaze shifted to the monster's flesh, her uncertainty clear. Can you even eat that? Rude let out a small chuckle. It's a Barnabas. I brought it back for us to share. I know it's a bit strange, eating right next to the thing's corpse, but still. Alicia's expression hardened with resolve. It's not weird. I'll eat it with you. Rude couldn't suppress a laugh at her fierce declaration as the sun sank below the horizon, bathing the scene in a golden-orange light. The two sat together by the crackling fire, a pan of monster meat sizzling over the open flames in this quiet moment of our action manhwa review. While tending to their unusual meal, Rude began, While we eat, let me tell you a story about the first time I ever ate monster flesh. Alicia took a hesitant bite, and her eyes widened in shock as she chewed. Wow, this is actually delicious, she exclaimed in surprise. But I'm more shocked that you can even digest this stuff. You have your reasons, right? Rude just stared into the flames, his voice low but firm. Because of this, a low-rank hunter like me has a chance to achieve my dream. Alicia nodded, a look of pure understanding in her eyes. I get it. It's the same power you used to save me from those disgusting hunters and from that curse. She paused, and Rude quickly looked away, continuing to chew his food, his path of revenge clear in his mind. But Alicia broke the tension, adding, And I have to admit, when you cook it like this, it tastes a lot better than you'd think. Rude chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. See? Surprisingly delicious, right? His tone became playful. I didn't really need to bring the whole thing back, but I just had to try cooking it at least once. Hey, Alicia, want another bite? She gave him a sly look. Yeah, I'll pass. Who knows if I'll even survive a second helping of that thing. But then her expression shifted, becoming serious once more. So, let me ask you one more time. Her eyes locked onto his gaze unwavering and determined. Do you want to join my party? But Rude, ever the stoic, remained silent, giving no immediate answer. But his gaze then shifted to the girl before him as he finally asked, Alicia, if that's truly you, are you really all alone now? A soft sigh escaped Alicia's lips, a shadow of sadness dimming her eyes. It's been 5 long years since this curse was placed on me, she began, her voice quiet. Even when people survive the labyrinth, their lifespans become too short. Many have already retired, their bodies worn down by age. She stared into the crackling campfire, the reflection of the flames dancing in her eyes. Besides, she continued, most adventurers on the front lines, no matter how strong they appear, always share one common flaw. I can never trust them enough to watch my back. Alicia then extended her hand toward Rude, her expression resolute and unwavering. To explore dungeons, I need a true partner, someone I can trust my back to without ever worrying about betrayal. Her voice softened, yet it held an undeniable sincerity. And I think that person is you, Rude. He blinked, completely caught off guard by her powerful words. A thought raced through his mind. Asterisk Alicia, I think I can be that person. Asterisk. Rude closed his eyes for a moment, lost in thought. Then, an unconscious, faint smile curled on his lips, a classic sign for an overpowered main character. All right, he finally declared, his voice ringing with clarity. Let's form a party. The scene in this manhwa recap then shifts to the formal interior of the Barona branch of the Adventurers Guild. A receptionist's voice could be heard saying, "All right then." The two of them were now strolling side by side down a bustling street, Alicia beaming with excitement as she threw her arms into the air. "Ready? Let's take on our party's first quest." Rude, ever calm, responded. "Well, between the two of us, one is basically unranked, so I doubt we'll be assigned anything major." Some of the people passing by shot Rude looks of clear disdain, but Alicia remained completely unfazed. "Maybe. But that's exactly why this first quest is so important." At the guild's reception desk, they were met by a polite voice. "Can I help you?" The receptionist turned to face them, her eyes immediately fixing on Alicia. With a brilliant smile, Alicia held out her ID card. "We just formed our party today. Could you help us get it registered?" The receptionist's eyes flew open in shock as she recognized the name, S-rank adventurer, Alicia of the Emerald Feather. A status window materializes for this Manhwa review. Rank S, number 40. 3. Race Elf. Condition, normal. HP, 212. Mana, 358. Strength, 126. Soul, 32. Endurance, 134. Agility, 146. Her incredible stats were backed by an extensive skill set, including her unique ability, Miasma Hunter. Skill after skill flashed across the screen in this action manhwa. Magic, martial arts, archery, crafting, mana reduction, Hawkeye, stealth, miasma resistance, song, silence, language detection, engineering, disassembly, support magic, and a full suite of elemental magic. Fire, water, ice, wind, earth, light, and lightning. The receptionist blinked, completely stunned. She hesitated before asking, "Why would someone of your status team up with a miasma hunter?" Alicia's eyes narrowed instantly, her gaze so sharp that the receptionist flinched and stammered, I didn't mean anything by that. I understand." Without another word, Alicia confirmed their new partnership. "Oh, and I also want to apply for Rude's rank promotion." Rude just scratched the back of his head with a helpless smile as Alicia pressed on. "What requirements does he still need to fulfill?" The receptionist checked his file, her expression turning awkward. Well, it seems Mr. Rude has already met to meet the requirements. All he needed was to clear one combat trial." Alicia's eyes narrowed with focus. "All right, tell me then," she demanded. "What is the most challenging quest available to us right now?" Without a moment's hesitation, her decision was made. "We're taking that one." The receptionist simply nodded, scanning through the available contracts. "At the moment, there's a request just outside the city of Barona. It's a wolf extermination contract." And just like that, the quest was assigned. Eliminate the gray wolves menacing the outskirts of Barona. Nearby, a lone gray wolf was already on the prowl, its feral eyes gleaming with raw hunger. A system window popped into view, detailing its stats. Gray wolf, level 11. It had 35 HP, 13 mana, 28 strength, 10 soul, and 22 endurance. Its agility was a surprising 42, and it possessed the scent detection skill. Rude let out a small, amused smirk. "Well now, they even come with skills, huh?" But just then, a colossal shadow, something resembling a giant spider, loomed up behind him. Ignoring it for now, his own eyes began to glow red as he leveled his sword at the incoming pack of wolves. The beasts instantly sensed the shift in danger, but it was far too late. The very air around them seemed to ripple and distort as Rude activated his stealth skill, his entire form fading from existence. A wolf spun around, utterly bewildered, but its fate was already sealed. In one fluid, almost invisible motion, Rude's blade sliced through the air, felling the creature instantly. A crimson spray painted the forest floor. With a confident smirk, he simply commanded, "Vanish." The wolf's final, agonized howl echoed through the trees, acting as a beacon for the rest of its pack, hiding in the shadows. A fresh wave of gray wolves burst from the undergrowth, their eyes locked on him with murderous intent. This is the kind of scene you expect in a top-tier action manhwa. Rude casually turned to Alicia, a playful smirk on his face. "Your turn." She returned his smile with a determined nod. "All right, here I go." A soft, ethereal green glow began to emanate, enveloping the spirit hovering beside her. Alicia's grip on her staff tightened, her eyes blazing with resolve as she called out its name, Sulfide. The spirit offered a gentle smile as that same pale green light flared, covering her entire form. In the next instant, A blinding flash of power erupted from them, completely engulfing both Sulfide and Alicia. Still clutching her staff, Alicia's eyes burned with an almost terrifying intensity. The spirit, now a whirlwind of light, danced gracefully in the air as Alicia spoke with absolute conviction. "Lend me your power." Rude's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized this immediately. This was Alicia's unique skill in action, a highlight of this Manhwa recap. And as if on cue, sulfides began to conjure a massive, swirling torrent of raw green energy. The magical force coiled around Alicia's staff, looking like a living tempest. The entire pack of ravenous wolves snarled, launching themselves at her as one. Yet, Alicia remained completely unfazed, a pillar of calm in the chaos. With unshakable composure, she unleashed her spell, shouting, "Gale Slash." The very moment the words left her lips, an incredible burst of power erupted from the tip of her staff. A blinding whirlwind of pure, cutting wind swept across the entire clearing, completely swallowing the charging pack. The beasts were violently thrown into the air, a red mist exploding in every direction. Gusts of wind as sharp as blades tore through their forms, ending them so quickly they didn't even have a moment to register what was happening. The sheer force of the shockwave left Rude utterly speechless. What kind of insane power is that? He thought, watching as deep gashes were carved into the earth itself, and what was left of the wolves littered the area. This Manhwa review has to mention how overpowered she is. Alicia finally let out a small sigh of relief, though, while Rude had the chilling realization that there was absolutely no way to dodge an attack of that scale. Meanwhile, Alicia looked almost disappointed. "Because of this curse, I can't even use my full strength." She then muttered to herself, "Though, that's probably for the best." Rude hesitated for a second, then awkwardly raised his hand to give her a thumbs up. You could see a clear trace of genuine fear lingering in his eyes. He couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying her full power would be. And just as that thought crossed his mind, Rude's danger sense flared violently. Something was terribly wrong. Just then, a second pack of wolves, looking even more ferocious than the first, erupted from the dense forest. They must have been drawn by the chaos, to the sounds of battle. Rude whipped around, his heart pounding, only to find himself face to face with a snarling wolf, its fangs dripping as it prepared to strike. Lunged right for his throat. Damn it, they had some in hiding, Rude cursed inwardly. He knew there was no time to dodge this surprise attack. The beast was on him in a flash, its massive jaws snapping shut where he'd been a second ago. He stumbled back on instinct, but then Alicia's voice cut through the air. "Sylphid!" she cried. In a blur of motion, a flash of light zipped past his eyes. The attacking wolf's eyes went wide with shock, and the entire pack froze in its tracks. Their bodies tensed with a sudden, primal fear as they frantically scanned the area. Where our overpowered main character had stood just moments before, there was now nothing but a dissipating cloud of dust. A voice from high above suddenly drew the wolves' gaze upward, their confusion turning to awe. Floating in the sky, Rude and Alicia were suspended in midair, wrapped in a shimmering, ethereal glow. A wide, delighted grin broke across Rude's face. "Wow," he breathed out, a wave of relief washing over him. "So this is another one of your tricks, huh? Thanks, Alicia. You really saved my skin back there." Silly, the spirit, twirled happily beside them, humming a cheerful tune. Alicia offered a gentle smile. "If you want to thank someone, you should be thanking the spirit." Rude peered down at the ground below, but Alicia's voice, now tinged with caution, stopped him. "Though, I don't think we can go back down just yet. I've spotted at least 5 more hiding in the bushes, and there are probably even more." Their eyes darted across the forest floor, sharp and focused. But while Alicia was cautious, Rude's expression shifted to one of pure confidence. "Well, I guess it's my turn now." Alicia tilted her head, watching him with curiosity. This overpowered main character wasted no time, immediately activating his signature skill, Echo Pulse. His shadow elongated, stretching out beside him and casting strange ripples across the ground, like a powerful sonar wave. The pulse swept through the entire forest, instantly revealing dozens of glowing red eyes, all of them hidden deep within the undergrowth. With chilling precision, Rude's senses locked onto each and every lurking predator below. Roughly 30 wolves in total, he calculated, mentally adding the ones they'd already eliminated. A perfect revenge scenario was forming in his mind. If we strike now, we can wipe them all out in a single, coordinated assault. Without a moment's hesitation, Rude barked his command. "Alicia, target the spots I'm about to mark." The wolves on the ground looked up, their eyes finally locking onto their airborne enemies, but their snarls quickly turned to expressions of pure terror. Because in the next instant, streaks of radiant energy tore through the sky with terrifying speed, hurtling down towards them like meteors. The sheer pressure of the attack was enough to crush the howling wolves, their bodies erupting in violent blasts of pure light and energy. The few who miraculously survived the initial onslaught broke rank and fled in terror. But Alicia wasn't done yet, showcasing the power you see in the best action manhwa. From her vantage point in the sky, she unleashed a devastating barrage of glowing projectiles, raining down a relentless storm of destruction on the forest floor. Down below, the terrified wolves scattered in every direction, their howls of panic echoing through the trees. The unlucky few that couldn't escape in time were struck by the glowing projectiles and instantly vaporized, leaving nothing behind. All the while, hidden amongst the chaos, Rude's sharp eyes tracked the frantic movements of the scattering pack. His mind was a sea of calm, already calculating his next move, a true sign of an overpowered main character. Echo Pulse's accuracy drops in an open area like this, he thought to himself. And Alicia can't hit them all if they're this spread out. A brilliant plan began to form in his mind. But if I attack from that specific direction, I can herd them all into a single kill zone. High above, Alicia let out a soft breath, feeling a sense of relief. All right, I've done my part for now. But down in the forest, the remaining wolves were still prowling, glanced around nervously, their eyes darting every which way, desperately trying to locate the hidden threat. Just then, Alicia's voice echoed in Rude's mind. The rest is up to you, Rude. A second later, our overpowered main character emerged from the shadows behind them, his crimson eyes glowing ominously, but the panicked wolves, completely distracted, didn't even sense his presence. They were still scanning their surroundings for their next meal. Behind Rude, the spectral form of a giant toad materialized. Rude then opened his mouth, unleashing a faint, misty vapor that spread with terrifying speed. It was paralysis dust. The wolves that breathed in the toxic cloud collapsed one after another, sprawling helplessly on the forest floor. A few tried to struggle back to their feet, but their bodies refused to obey. Rude watched them with cold, emotionless eyes as he slowly unsheathed the massive sword from his back. The sky above was already painted a deep, dusky orange. Looking down at the neutralized beasts, Rude casually reported, 52 in total. The staggering mountain of wolf carcasses left Alicia completely speechless. I can't believe it. I hope one day I'll be strong enough to take down this many, she whispered in awe. Rude just scratched the back of his head, a bit awkwardly. Honestly, their numbers were way higher than we anticipated. Changing the subject, Rude asked, by the way, that skill you used earlier, was that spirit magic? Alicia nodded softly, gesturing to Sulfi, the tiny spirit floating beside her. That's right. I can borrow the power of spirits to cast magic, but the spirits have to exist naturally in the area. This little one is Sulfi. The tiny spirit fluttered gracefully around her, a scene straight out of a fantasy action manhwa. Alicia continued her explanation. Spirits are literally everywhere, but you can't normally see them. They prefer to hide themselves from plain sight. If you want to borrow their power, you just need to offer a little bit of mana in exchange. She gave him a reassuring smile. You can cast incredibly powerful magic with just a tiny amount of mana, as long as the spirit is willing to help. As she finished, Sulfi playfully zipped over and landed right on Rude's head. He glanced up, his curiosity piqued. Alicia added, and as you saw before, she can also use spells like levitation. Rude's eyes widened in genuine surprise. I've never seen wind magic as that powerful before. Just then, Sulfi mischievously grabbed a lock of Rude's hair and gave it a sharp tug, a cheeky grin on her face. Ow! Hey, cut that out, Rude yelped, a rare moment of distress for our hero. Alicia just chuckled, shaking her head fondly. Sulfi loves to mess with people. The more you react, the more she'll do it. As the sky grew darker, Alicia glanced at the spirit and noted, it's getting dark fast. We should probably head back soon. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swirled around them, lifting both of them clean off the ground. Rude let out a startled cry. Alicia suggested nonchalantly, let's just fly back. Rude, still a bit stunned, quickly nodded in agreement. High above the forest, beneath the fading sunset, they soared through the forest beneath the fading sunset. Open sky. Rude raised a hand, striking a classic hero pose with pure excitement. This is amazing, he shouted, the wind whipping through his hair. Turning to Alicia, he asked, So what other kinds of spirit magic can you use? As we continue this manhwa recap, Alicia glanced toward Sulfi and answered, I mainly specialize in water, ice, light, and earth spirits. Dark and fire. Spirits. They don't really get along with me. She turned back to Rude, adding, if your affinity with a spirit is low, borrowing their Sevenit, power costs a ridiculous amount of mana, and they'll barely lend you any strength anyway. Sulfi then fluttered, over to Rude, circling his face curiously. Alicia's voice turned teasing. You know, I think Sulfi really likes you. Alicia gave Rude's ear a playful pinch, earning a surprised yelp from him. Totally bewildered, Rude stammered. Wait, she likes me? Are you serious? Alicia just let out a sweet, knowing giggle, seeing the pained look on her face. Indeed, as they soared through the sky, Rude's eyes narrowed, pointing towards the horizon. Alicia, look! There's a massive plume of smoke. Over there. Alicia followed his gaze, her expression hardening. That's a village. Billowing clouds of thick, black smoke choked the sky, a clear sign of disaster. The settlement below was completely engulfed in flames, and from the heart of that inferno, a massive, goat-faced monster emerged, its hulking frame a silhouette of pure destruction. It reeked of death, and every heavy footstep seemed to crush the very earth beneath it. Its glowing eyes gleamed with a terrifying light, a deep, guttural growl rumbling in its chest. A raging inferno exploded around it, swallowing the land in a sea of fire and suffocating black smoke. In the midst of this chaos, we see terrified villagers scrambling for their lives in every direction, their screams lost in the roar of the flames. But the monster just stood there, towering and unmoving, a cruel, twisted smirk spreading across its grotesque face. It watched the pathetic humans scatter like ants. Then, with heavy, deliberate steps, the creature began to move. It advanced on two lone figures who were bracing themselves for a fight, shock and terror etched onto their faces. The older of the two cursed under his breath, "Damn it all," while the younger man cowered behind him, trembling uncontrollably. I thought there were only gray wolves in this area. What in the world is that thing doing here? The creature loomed over them, its sheer presence suffocating. This kind of unexpected threat is what makes this action manhwa so intense. Its entire body began to radiate an ominous red glow, as if it were feeding on their fear. The man's eyes widened in pure horror. "A Baphomet," he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. The creature raised its hand, and a glowing magic circle flared into existence before it. The man's face twisted in absolute terror, staring helplessly at the unfolding nightmare. From within the shimmering circle, something began to materialize, a long spear, wreathed entirely in savage, untamed flames. The Baphomet locked its gaze on them, its expression eerily calm, as if it was enjoying their despair. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the spear's tip, slicing through the thick smoke. The flames roared to life, surging towards the two men like a living storm. Overcome by terror, one of them collapsed to his knees, accepting his fate. But just before the fire could consume them, a powerful surge of water exploded outwards, transforming into razor-sharp jets that sliced right through the inferno. The man, completely stunned, lifted his head in disbelief. Both the Baphomet and the two survivors froze, their eyes snapping towards the figure that was now emerging from the heart of the fire. A lone silhouette stepped forward, completely calm and composed. It was our overpowered main character, Rude, in a scene perfect for this manhwa review. Spirals of water danced protectively around him as he stood with one hand raised, having just cast his spell, Aqua Bullets. The Baphomet scowled, visibly irritated. Its ultimate attack had been so easily neutralized. It closed its eyes and let out a series of guttural, inhuman grunts that almost sounded like distorted words. Just then, Alicia appeared behind the two men, her voice sharp with concern. "Are you two all right?" Still in shock, the man stammered out a reply. Thank you." Alicia's gaze remained fixed on the enemy, as she stated firmly, "We'll handle this monster." Then, with urgency, she commanded, "Report the situation immediately." Wasting no time, Rude, the focus of this manhwa recap, seized the opportunity. Sword in hand, he dashed toward the Baphomet, weaving through the debris, with practiced precision. His eyes glinted as he activated one of his key skills from his reincarnation. Appraisal. A transparent screen of information flickered into his view. It read, Baphomet, level 27. Its stats were HP 122, mana 132, strength 88, spirit 124, and endurance 95. Agility 76. and its skills included flame magic principles, echo-based detection, accelerated mana regeneration, and the mana absorption principle. Our overpowered main character now had all the data he needed for his revenge. Rude processed the information mid-sprint. The creature's level was lower than an average lizardman, but its stats were off the charts, blowing regular monsters out of the water. A chilling conclusion clicked in his mind. This thing wasn't your run-of-the-mill beast. As if to prove his point, a new magic circle materialized before the Baphomet. It spread its arms wide, summoning 4 glowing portals that hovered ominously in the air. From within, burning spears, as if forged in hell itself, began to emerge, a testament to the brutal fights in this action manhwa. Rude assessed the dire situation swiftly. Those spears, and its other skills, he thought, his mind racing. Baphomet. He instantly recognized the principles of flame magic. But before he could even form a counter-strategy, rocks materialized. In midair, forming a protective barrier above it. Earth magic. The Baphomet then unleashed a terrifying barrage of scorching fire pillars, each one roaring toward our overpowered main character with relentless force. The ground hissed and steamed under the onslaught as Rude desperately weaved and ducked. He narrowly dodged each flaming column, his mind racing. My current flame magic is too weak, he realized. It's useless for direct combat. Just then, something shifted. The Baphomet tilted its head, as if sensing a change in the air, and in that tiny instant of hesitation, Rude, seizing the opening, launched himself upward like a tempest, a blur of motion cutting through the smoke-filled sky. But a single thought consumed him. If I can just consume this thing, Rude steadied his breathing, a flicker of desperate confidence in his eyes. Maybe then I can actually fight. Back with magic. But the Baphomet's reaction was almost instantaneous. It swung a massive arm upwards, effortlessly blocking the attack. With a deafening clang that echoed across the blazing battlefield, the flames behind the creature roared even fiercer, a perfect backdrop for this manhwa recap. It cast an ominous glow over its massive frame as Rude's eyes widened in pure shock. It blocked that. He quickly pieced together the reason. That must be its Ironclaw skill. The Baphomet's razor-sharp talons scraped along the edge of Rude's sword, sending an ear-splitting screech through the air. If that's the case, Rude's expression hardened, his path to revenge suddenly looking much harder. Guess I'll have to go all in with pure brute strength. But the Baphomet was a step ahead. It suddenly released its grip, causing our hero to stumble forward, completely off balance. In that critical opening, it conjured more magic circles, launching a vicious barrage of attacks right at him. Rude couldn't even raise his guard in time. The strikes landed squarely on target. A violent explosion erupted, with flames, engulfing the entire area in a deafening boom. Alicia instinctively whipped around, her eyes widening in horror as, through the wall of smoke, she saw Rude's body sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. "Rude!" she screamed, bolting towards him without a second thought. She knelt beside him, pure concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" His response came more from raw instinct than any real composure. "Yeah." Gritting his teeth, Rude fixed his gaze on the approaching Baphomet. The monster had already used most of its flaming spears. Only 2 now remained, spinning lazily around it like deadly guardians. Flames crackled and danced across its body, wrapping it in a literal shroud of death. Rude couldn't help but curse under his breath. This thing is going to be a complete nightmare to take down. This manhwa review has to mention how intense this fight is. Alicia stood beside him, her sharp eyes never leaving the creature. "It's being cautious now," she observed grimly. "We should exchange information while we have the chance. It looks like the villagers haven't fully evacuated yet." Worry finally crept into her voice. "I asked the others to guide them to safety earlier, but I still want to avoid any unnecessary casualties." Her eyes flickered towards the frantic, panicking villagers who were still caught in the chaos, scattering far beyond the battlefield. "Worse, with my mana almost completely drained, I can't use my stronger magic to end this quickly." Rude quickly sized up the grim situation. Her mana must have been spent during the earlier fight and from running all over the place, organizing the evacuation, which meant he couldn't rely on her powerful elemental magic this time. His jaw tightened. "I've got to come up with something." But before he could finish the thought, Alicia spoke with firm resolve. "I'll handle it. With magic." Rude shot her a surprised glance. She simply nodded with quiet determination. "Trust me." His eyes sharpened with renewed focus. No matter what happens, he had to press on, launching himself forward. The Baphomet raised its remaining spears, aiming them squarely at Rude as, Violent flames erupted all around them. But this overpowered main character didn't even flinch. Ignoring the searing heat, he charged head-on. At that moment, jets of water blasted from Alicia's magic circles, racing to intercept the fire. Just as the flames were about to reach him, the two opposing elemental forces collided in midair, and the resulting explosion of steam and blinding light filled the battlefield in this incredible action manhwa. Rude's eyes narrowed as the realization dawned on him. Their magic had cancelled each other out perfectly. It was a clash of opposing elements with equal force. The Baphomet's expression contorted in pure rage. Its crimson eyes widened as it conjured even larger magic circle. Chunks of earth and stone burst forth, raining down toward our hero like a volley of deadly missiles. But Rude was ready, his sword slicing through the air as he prepared for the impact. At the same time, Alicia's voice rang out from behind him, calm and commanding. Go! Boulders and debris from both sides collided violently in the air, crashing, together in a chaotic dance of utter destruction. From behind, Alicia provided flawless cover, expertly intercepting any stray projectiles that threatened to hit Rude. He couldn't help but analyze her tactics as he advanced. She's matching the weight of each stone perfectly, saving her mana while minimizing damage to the surroundings. Her control, it's insane. A point we have to highlight in this manhwa recap. A smirk crept onto Rude's face as sheer admiration bubbled up within him. No wonder she's a former S-rank adventurer. Alicia caught his glance and shot him a smug little grin in return. Seizing the opening, Rude suddenly leaped into the air, raising his sword high as his sharp eyes locked onto the monster. With a massive burst of strength, he activated his physical enhancement skill. The blade in his hand gleamed with a cold, deadly sheen. In a flash, our overpowered main character's strike came down, clean and precise, slicing right through the creature's fingers. Severed digits flew through the air as blood splattered in every direction. The monster let out a pained, guttural howl, but Rude didn't give it a single moment to react. Another slash followed, cutting through the air like a bolt of lightning. The creature's eyes went wide, contorted in a grotesque, maddened expression. It let out a chilling, distorted shriek, as if it had completely lost its mind, and swung its remaining arm at Rude with a twisted, mocking grin. But Rude stood his ground, perfectly calm, unfazed by the creature's reckless desperation, a testament to his experience from his reincarnation. Suddenly, a streak of fire cut through the air, slicing right past the creature's head. Blood exploded outward as flames erupted, engulfing its body in a blazing inferno before it could even react. The monster's agonized screams echoed across the battlefield as its body burned away, the flames swallowing it whole. Alicia stood nearby, her eyes cold as ice, watching the creature writhe in the fire. With a sharp, taunting edge to her voice, a perfect line for a character driven by revenge, she sneered. So, how does it feel to be burned? By its own game? The inferno roared, crackling with a terrifying intensity as the monster's pathetic screams faded, its body turning to nothing more than cinders and smoke. In this brutal action manhwa, the raging fire consumed the village, sending thick columns of black smoke, twisting into the sky and staining it a grim, ominous gray. At a nearby makeshift shelter, the villagers could only stand frozen, gazing at the destruction in a state of stunned silence, their faces a canvas of pure shock and terror. One man finally broke the silence, his voice shaking. That massive explosion and those screams. Did those adventurers actually manage to defeat it? Next to him, a young man clutched his wounded arm, his face contorted with guilt. This is all my fault. If I hadn't gotten hurt, I would have stayed behind to fight. Just then, Alicia appeared, her calm and confident stride immediately drawing every eye. The man's expression shifted to utter disbelief as he stammered, "Wait, it's you?" Alicia paused before them, offering a small, reassuring smile. "Thank you for your help in evacuating everyone." The man, still reeling from the shock, opened his mouth to reply, but Alicia simply cut him off with a confident thumbs up. "Don't you worry, the vomit has been taken care of." Her eyes then hardened with a quiet, steely determination. "But, while I was the one who delivered the final blow, if it somehow survived, there's a chance it might come back for revenge." Her tone grew even more firm as she declared, "That's why we're going to hunt it down now." She paused for a beat, her expression softening into a sheepish smile. "Actually, I have a tiny favor to ask." The man placed a hand on his heart, his voice filled with gratitude. "Anything at all. If there's something we can do, just say the word." But before he could finish, His eyes went wide as Alicia's stomach let out an incredibly loud growl. A faint blush dusted her cheeks as she awkwardly scratched her head. If you happen to have any food, would you mind sharing? Just a little bit? I'm absolutely starving. The scene then cuts to the edge of the village, where a vast, green forest stretched out under the cool shade of a massive tree. Rude was sitting by a crackling campfire, his gaze fixed on a pot of bubbling soup. Steam rose into the air, carrying the delicious, rich scent of cooking meat. Beside him, the enormous carcass of the Baphomet, the grand prize from their latest battle, was laid out on the grass, a testament to their power in this Manhwa recap. Alicia's light voice cut through the quiet as she emerged from the trees. I'm back. Rude barely looked up, his tone nonchalant. Oh, welcome back. Before she could even sit down, he asked, how are things in the village? Alicia walked over, settling onto a nearby rock and swinging her feet back and forth. It looks like everyone managed to escape safely, all thanks to those other adventurers. She leaned back, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. I told them we were tracking the Baphomet, so they won't get suspicious. When its body suddenly disappears. Rude's expression softened with a touch of guilt as he glanced at the monster's corpse. Sorry you had to deal with all that, and thanks. Abruptly, his face lit up with pure excitement as he turned back to the pot, his eyes practically sparkling. All right, check this out. This looks absolutely incredible. A cloud of steam erupted from the pot of freshly cooked meat, filling the clearing with its mouth-watering aroma. Baphomet stew, Rude announced with the pride of a master chef. It's complete. He leaned in eagerly, adding, a final touch of spices. Just a little bit of ginger and mugwort. Perfect. Alicia peered into the pot, her curiosity piqued. Rude took a spoonful, tasting it with a thoughtful expression before nodding in satisfaction. It definitely has that distinct goat-like flavor, but if you can get past that, this is actually amazing. Alicia just watched him, a small smile playing on her lips. Just as they were about to dig in, a glowing message suddenly appeared, signaling a major power-up for our overpowered main character. He had acquired Fire Magic Principle and Earth Magic Principle. The list continued. Minor Spirit Enhancement, Iron Claws, and even a minor mana regeneration boost. Despite the gains, Alicia eyed the stew with hesitation. The delicious aroma made it incredibly hard to resist. It did smell good, but her expression twisted into slight discomfort. Watching you eat a humanoid monster like that, it's kind of unsettling, she admitted. The image of the Baphid's grotesque form still fresh in her mind. That goat-like creature was too much. She frowned, adding, yeah, I'm not super comfortable with that. Rude froze mid-bite. He glanced down at the stew with a slight grimace. She's not wrong. The fact that I'm getting used to this is actually kind of terrifying. But before they could ponder it further, the sound of rustling bushes snapped them to attention. From the dense undergrowth, a new threat emerged. 3 massive wild boars appeared, snorting aggressively. As is common in any great action manhwa, a glowing status window appeared before Rude's eyes. It read, Wild Boar, level 22. It had 1 HP, 14 mana, 44 strength, 28 endurance, and a shocking 47 agility. Its skill? Blink. Alicia's eyes widened. Wild boars, seriously? Rude let out a frustrated sigh, clearly at his limit. Okay, isn't this a few too many monsters for one day? Rude slowly stood up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. Well, it's come to this, hasn't it? He muttered to himself. Alicia watched him, puzzled. She turned toward him, her expression confused. But Rude just smirked, his eyes sharp with determination. It's about time I introduced you to my combat magic. He raised his hand dramatically, but absolutely nothing happened. The wild boars snorted dismissively. They even stepped back as if mocking his pathetic attempt. The entire area fell into an eerie, awkward silence as Rude's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Huh? He stammered. Suddenly, one of the boars charged forward like a blur of light, and a glowing skill notification appeared. This manhwa recap is getting intense. Skill. Blink. A dash that greatly boosts straight-line speed over a short distance. Rude barely had time to even register the words. Before he could process what was happening, the boar rocketed forward, leaving only a faint streak of light in its wake as it slammed into both of them. The sheer impact sent Rude and Alicia flying backward, tumbling across the unforgiving ground. The pot of freshly cooked stew shattered into pieces, its contents spilling everywhere. Alicia stared at Rude, her brows furrowed in confusion. I thought you could use magic now, she said, her tone growing tense with worry. My mana is running low, so I can't back you up much. But Rude just clenched his jaw, his voice cold and eerily steady. I can't forgive them. Alicia leaned in, completely baffled. Her expression was uncertain. Huh? But his next words came out like a chilling whisper. I worked my butt off to make that stew taste good. And now it's ruined. His eyes burned with a barely restrained fury as he glared at the scattered food, his quest for a decent meal turning into one of revenge. Do you even know how long it took to clean that meat up and make it edible? His teeth ground together with audible frustration. I just wanted to enjoy one good meal. So I went through all that effort to change its flavor. And now, Alicia took a step back, visibly concerned by the sheer intensity of his anger. Rude, his gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with the lead boar, his expression dark and utterly unsettling. Let me eat your meat instead. Startled by his disturbing declaration, Alicia grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back with all her might. Hey, calm down, she shouted. Rude gasped, nearly choking as she pulled him close. Geez, give me a second, he protested, rubbing his throat after she finally let go. Alicia's expression hardened with seriousness, her focus on the real threat. About that boar's strength and the skill it used earlier. Blink Dash makes its charge terrifyingly fast. Even a simple body check could be lethal. Rude listened, massaging his throbbing neck. We have to stay out of its range, no matter what. Alicia's eyes narrowed as she scanned the darkening woods around them. Her fears were confirmed. Looks like we're surrounded. The boars had expertly flanked them, cutting off any escape. This is a tense moment in this action manhwa recap. Alicia's voice turned firm, filled with resolve. As if sensing their shift in attitude, the lead boar snorted cautiously and took a step back. In an instant, both Rude and Alicia took off at a full sprint. We have to fall back for now, she urged, as the three massive boars began to close in. The three boars charged right after them, their thunderous steps making the ground tremble. Damn it, Rude cursed between breaths. This manhwa review is getting intense. The moon hung high in the night sky, bathing the quiet forest in an eerie silver light as a cool breeze rustled the branches. Down below, one of the boars sniffed the air, desperately searching for their trail. High above, nestled in the treetops, Rude let out a quiet, shaky breath. A sigh of pure relief. Looks like we lost them. But while the beasts prowled below, Alicia's mind was already on something else. She leaned in closer, her whisper sharp and curious. So, earlier, you couldn't activate your magic, could you? Rude's expression immediately soured. A sheepish look crossed his face, a hint of shame in his eyes. I've never failed to use a skill I've acquired before. At least, not until today. Alicia tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. Maybe you should try using your appraisal skill to check it. Rude nodded, realizing she was right. Good idea. He focused his gaze, and a panel of glowing text appeared before him. Skill. Fire magic principle. Grants instinctive understanding of fire magic. Skill. Earth magic principle. Grants instinctive understanding of earth magic. Rude mumbled under his breath. It says I should just instinctively understand it. But Alicia chimed in, her tone both teasing and sharp. If you still can't use it, then maybe your brain is just a lost cause. Rude shot her an incredulous look. Hey, don't you think that's a little harsh? Alicia just shrugged, her gaze turning serious. But you can use weak fire magic, right? So this doesn't explain why your combat magic failed to activate at all. She paused, a new theory clicking into place. This is a key part of our manhwa recap for this overpowered main character. Unless, she leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, unless using monster-based magic requires you to control your mana flow directly. Rude's eyes widened in a flash of realization. Mana control. That makes perfect sense. His expression hardened with newfound focus. I don't know much about mana, but if this is about absorbing a monster's ability... He closed his eyes, whispering to himself. Then let me try. The world around him seemed to fade into nothing as Rude sank into a deep state of concentration. In his mind, a memory began to play. The towering, terrifying form of the minotaur materialized in his thoughts. He remembered it all. Just like that day he devoured its power. He recalled the feeling of his wounds stitching themselves shut, the sensation of his broken arm mending in an instant. This reincarnation story truly showcases an overpowered main character. And then he felt it, a brilliant red energy erupting from within his very soul, blazing with a raw, untamed power. Rude remembered that overwhelming surge of energy from back then, how thick and powerful it was, almost suffocating him. It's a classic power-up scene in an action manhwa. A realization hit him like lightning. That was it. That's the exact same energy. In his mind's eye, he stretched out his hand, reaching for that power. From deep within him, A crimson energy surged forth like a raging flood, wild and untamed. "If I can just guide this energy outside my body," he whispered. In that very moment, a faint glow flashed across his consciousness, like a key finally turning in a long-shut door. Deep within his soul, something had awakened. Across from him, Alicia could only stare, her eyes wide with quiet awe as she watched the profound change in the young man before her. A new aura radiated from him, sharp, focused, and utterly dangerous. Finally, Rude's eyes snapped open, his gaze calm yet unyielding. In a heartbeat, a brilliant light erupted from his body, banishing the darkness in a blinding, radiant flash. Rude stood frozen, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. 3 fiery magic circles now materialized around him, spinning gracefully as ethereal flames crackled in the air. A slow grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting with raw excitement. "I've done it." He could finally feel it, raw mana surging through his veins, flowing around him like a living, breathing current. And then, a realization clicked into place. "As long as I can feel this mana," Rude thought, lifting his hand and focusing his will. The magic circles responded instantly, swirling with perfect precision as blazing spears of pure fire materialized out of thin air. His heart hammered in his chest with pure exhilaration. "I can control it as if it's an extension of my own body." Without a moment's hesitation, Rude thrust his arm downward. The wild boars finally sensed the mortal danger, their eyes snapping towards him, but it was already far too late. A blinding beam of fire erupted from the magic circles, tearing through the air like a comet on a path of destruction. A deafening explosion rocked the entire forest, flames bursting outward in a roaring fireball that completely shattered the stillness of the night. The souls of the 3 wild boars drifted into the sky, ascending as if our overpowered main character had just sent them to the afterlife. Down below, the only sound was the sizzling of crispy boar meat frying in bubbling oil. Rude, unfazed, hummed a carefree tune, completely at ease as the diced boar meat sizzled invitingly over the crackling campfire, blended with his melody, creating a bizarrely charming rhythm in the silent forest. He then turned to his companion with a sheepish smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said. Alicia responded softly, her tone as calm as ever. "It's fine. I figured you'd need a moment." She kept her eyes fixed on him, thinking to herself, "Oh, that smug look on his face." Alicia then explained her observation, her gaze never leaving him. "To use magic, you have to tap into your mana, not your magical power. From what I witnessed, your mana didn't decrease at all during that last attack. That's why I assumed you could continue using your skills." Rude nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smirk. "The instant I felt that energy flowing inside me, I instinctively knew how to control it." He looked over at her, his eyes sparkling with a newfound determination. "If mana can be a substitute for magical power, then I can do the same. I'll use mana to strengthen myself, my body, and even my weapons." Memories flickered in his mind. He knew that among adventurers, many chose to train their magical power, but a select few used it for close-quarters combat, channeling that energy to boost their physical strength in this action manhwa. Those who truly mastered it could even sharpen their blades with raw power alone. Alicia's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "So, basically, you have almost no magical power left right now, which means you can't use any of your magic-based skills yet?" Rude nodded firmly. "Exactly." With that confirmation, he carefully lifted the golden, crispy pieces of meat from the pan. The mouth-watering aroma filled the air. "All done," he announced, his voice brimming with excitement. "Plus, my mana pool is way higher than my magical power ever was." But more importantly, a wide grin spread across his face as he popped a piece of meat into his mouth. "I can refill my mana just by eating monster meat." The very moment he said that, a familiar notification chimed in, confirming the insane ability of this overpowered main character in our manhwa recap. A system notification pinged. "Skill acquired, blink dash." At that same moment, a thought struck Alicia like lightning. "Wait a second, that means he can absorb mana through food, and even store it in his body." Her gaze immediately snapped to the plate of meatballs, a primal hunger shining in her eyes. It was a completely unfiltered look. More importantly, she thought, those diced boar meatballs smell absolutely divine. Rude, of course, noticed her intense stare. He caught her staring and let out a mischievous chuckle. "Getting a little hungry there, Alicia?" he teased. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she awkwardly looked away. No, of course not," she stammered. But before he could tease her further, the ground suddenly rumbled violently beneath them, and a deafening crash echoed through the entire forest. Dust and debris instantly filled the air, shrouding their vision in a thick cloud. They both spun around, their expressions hardening. What in the world was that? A pair of blazing eyes suddenly pierced through the haze, glowing like wildfire in the oppressive dark. The massive shadow of a creature began to emerge. It slowly took form, its figure unmistakably similar to the three boars they just fought. But this one was so much bigger. Its sheer size and savage aura made the smaller boars look like harmless piglets. Seeing this new threat, a staple of any good action manhwa, Rude's jaw tightened. His voice was laced with pure frustration. "Great," he grumbled. The boss monster finally showed up. Without any warning, the beast launched itself forward. It leaped straight for Alicia with terrifying speed. Its burning eyes were locked on her, and you could feel the raw, murderous intent pouring off its hulking frame. Alicia's heart leaped into her throat as she froze for a split second. It's too fast, she thought in a panic. But Rude's mind was already a step ahead, a familiar skill flashing through his thoughts. The words appeared in his mind. Blink dash. Without a single moment of hesitation, our overpowered main character grabbed Alicia and shot forward like a bullet, slicing through the air. They moved at breakneck speed. A deafening crash erupted behind them as the beast's charge slammed into the ground where they had just been standing. The impact shook the forest like a powerful earthquake. After they landed safely a good distance away, Alicia's voice trembled with both overwhelming relief and lingering shock. You saved me," she breathed out, her heart still pounding in her chest as the chilling fear refused to fade. "I could sense it. It was far away just a moment ago. And then suddenly, it was right in front of me. How is that even possible?" She turned her wide, terrified eyes toward the monster, which was now strangely engulfed in roaring flames. A single question burned in her mind. Why? Why is a monster like that even here? We're not in a dungeon. But as we see in this manhwa recap, Rude's voice rumbled with a completely different emotion, pure, unadulterated anger. Over and over again, "This keeps happening," he growled. His furious gaze wasn't on the monster, but on the mess on the ground where their meal was now scattered everywhere. Hours of his hard work, ruined in a single instant. His face twisted in frustration as he pointed an accusing finger at the colossal creature. His voice was boiling with rage as he yelled, "Stop messing with my food." He then paused, his eyes narrowing as a new thought crossed his mind. Actually, wouldn't that thing make for a fantastic barbecue? Alicia immediately shut that idea down. Nope. It has fire resistance. Her tone left no room for argument. I really don't think it cares whether the oil on its body is on fire or not. Just look at it. And she was right. The flames raging around the beast crackled wildly, distorting the air with heat, but the monster seemed completely unfazed. Rude just pulled up the monster's status window. The information appeared clearly in front of him. It was a stampeding king, with a strength stat of 38 and a magic stat of 197. Its endurance was 73, spirit was 187, and agility was 82. It possessed a total of 15 skills, including blink dash and fire resistance. Rude clicked his tongue, unimpressed. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, his brows knitting in concentration. Damn, he thought, its stats are ridiculously high. His gaze remained locked on the creature, never wavering for an instant, as he planted his palm firmly on the ground. A golden magic circle blazed to life beneath his hand, signaling the start of his attack. This was earth magic, a staple in any good action manhwa. Rudy's mind raced, analyzing the beast's abilities. It only has blink dash and fire resistance. That's definitely manageable. With a fierce battle cry that sliced through the chaos, he roared, "Get ready to face my wrath!" The very earth beneath the creature buckled and split, as a colossal stone hand erupted from the depths, its stony fingers clawing their way towards the monster. The ground trembled violently with its emergence. Alicia, quick on her feet, immediately leaped back to get clear of the impact zone. Rudy's eyes, however, were locked onto the blazing red beast, his jaw clenched with the fierce determination you'd expect from an overpowered main character. The massive stone fist swung towards the creature with devastating force, the sheer pressure of its movement whipping a gale through the clearing. But the beast simply charged forward, its immense frame stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. It smashed directly through the stone arm, shattering it into a million pieces like brittle glass. The ground quaked violently from the sheer force of the collision. Rudy's eyes widened in utter shock. "What? A steel body?" he stammered. Before he could process it, the creature lunged straight at him, its speed too terrifying to react to in time. The brutal impact sent Rudy flying through the air like a discarded ragdoll. He slammed into the trunk of a massive tree with a sickening crunch, the entire tree shuddering from the impact. His body went limp and slumped to the ground, unconscious. Rudy. Alicia's voice cracked with pure panic as she started to rush toward him. But there was no time to spare. The monster was already charging again, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with a savage ferocity. Alicia's mind raced, and in a split second, she summoned her spirit, Sulfide. A faint green light began to glow around her hand as blades of pure wind lashed out like invisible razors, slicing into the creature's tough hide. It howled in pain, its furious roars echoing throughout the entire forest. Alicia's eyes widened in a flash of surprise. I actually landed a hit. But as Sulfide's form began to waver, a grim realization dawned on her. It wasn't my skill that was weak. This thing's hide, it's just insanely tough. It became clear that neither earth magic nor wind magic could do more than leave shallow, scratches on its thick, durable flesh. Alicia's analysis was swift and brutal. We just don't have enough firepower to bring it down. The beast lifted its massive legs, preparing for another devastating strike. Her eyes remained locked on it, her body tense and unwavering. Here it comes, she thought. The monster charged directly at Alicia, unleashing a powerful shockwave as its heavy body slammed against the ground. But suddenly, a powerful surge of raw energy erupted through the clearing. Invisible waves of pressure rippled through the air, shaking the very atmosphere. Rudy's eyes flickered with a crimson light as he unleashed his skill, Roar. His voice boomed out, filled with an unshakable authority that demanded attention. Eyes on me, you bastard. Alicia's head snapped toward him, her eyes wide with disbelief. There he was, bloodied, bruised, but undeniably alive, glaring at the creature with pure, unfiltered rage. His face was a mask of fury as he growled through clenched teeth. We're not done here, you oversized pig. This whole scene is a perfect Manhwa review of a desperate fight. Rudy's mind raced. Our skills. They barely scratch this thing's hide. Blink dash, a steel body. They're all useless. He knew if he dragged this into a battle of attrition, the monster would eventually turn its attention back to Alicia. His mind raced, every second stretching into an eternity. This was a true test for our main character. I don't have a single skill that can take down a monster, to take me down in one hit. But the monster paid him no mind, simply stomping the earth with its massive hooves, sending shockwaves through the ground. The sound was like thunder. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Rudy's mind, and his eyes glinted with newfound determination. This is the first time, he thought, I'm ever attempting this. He raised his blade, channeling his power for a single, decisive blow, and took a deep, steadying breath. He steeled himself, thinking, I have to give this a shot. The beast immediately charged, its colossal frame hurtling towards him with terrifying speed as Alicia watched with eyes wide in panic, her heart skipping a beat. But our overpowered main character's focus was absolute, his thoughts locked in on the target, his mind a sea of calm. First, I'll draw the mana from within, he resolved. Closing his eyes, he began to concentrate. He could feel a raging river of energy surging through his veins, a power perhaps honed through reincarnation. Now, he thought, channel it all into the sword. Instantly, a brilliant crimson light engulfed the blade. Raw energy pulsed around it, condensing like a furious storm, trapped within the steel. The beast was almost on top of him, its scorching breath washing over his face. The distance between them vanished in an instant. The moment of impact was only a heartbeat away, and that's when Rude's eyes snapped open. A fierce determination, perhaps fueled by a hidden quest for revenge, burned within them. In one fluid, decisive motion, he swung his sword down. A blinding flash of red light erupted through the clearing. Before anyone could even blink, the monster's massive body was sliced cleanly in two. A torrent of blood sprayed out like a fountain, painting the forest floor crimson. Alicia could only stand there, frozen in utter disbelief at what she had just witnessed. The creature's head split right down the middle, vital fluids gushing out as it collapsed with a sickening thud. It was gone before it even knew what hit it. An eerie, absolute silence fell over the forest. This kind of overwhelming power is what makes this action manhwa so thrilling. Rude himself stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he tried to process the event. He glanced down at the sword in his hand, completely stunned. I actually did it, he murmured. The monster's bisected corpse lay sprawled on the ground, The very earth beneath it cracked and sundered from the force. A pool of blood began to form, soaking deep into the soil. As we continue this manhwa recap, Alicia finally found her voice, her tone a mix of awe and admiration. You just channeled mana to amplify your sword's power? But you've never even practiced that before, have you? Rude simply nodded, still struggling to comprehend it himself. I just had a feeling I could do it. The mana inside me just poured out, but his explanation was cut short by a sharp, sickening crack. Rude looked down, his eyes widening in absolute horror. It was his sword. It shattered into 1,000 pieces, the fragments clattering uselessly to the ground. This overpowered main character's strength was too much for the weapon. Alicia blinked, momentarily confused by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Rude stood there frozen, his face a mask of pure shock. For him, it was like watching a part of his own body shatter. My sword, he muttered in disbelief, slumping down against a nearby tree. He let out a heavy sigh, his voice filled with regret. I overdid it. I poured way too much power into it. Now it's completely useless. Alicia knelt beside him, her voice soft and comforting. It simply couldn't handle the sheer amount of mana you channeled. A weapon is an extension of a hunter's body. You must have completely overwhelmed it. The forest grew quiet once more. By now, night had fully fallen. A sliver of a moon hung in the starry sky, as a blanket of mist curled around the base of the mountain, disturbing the profound stillness. Rude's voice echoed softly. Anyway, I suppose that's enough for one day. His gaze then shifted to the monster's corpse, a glint of excitement in his eyes. But this guy, I'm definitely going to eat him. A truly unforgettable scene for this manhwa review. And with that, the scene cuts to a dim, damp underground chamber, where the faint flicker of torches barely held back the oppressive shadows. We're now in the Miasma labyrinth, on the 7th floor. Magnus unleashes a massive fireball down the corridor, causing several large, nimble rats to scatter, to avoid the fiery explosion. These were Miasma dire rats, level 17 creatures. Rigard seized the opportunity, lowering his head and ramming one of them square in the gut. Meanwhile, Rondo Cooley's blade flashed, effortlessly cleaving another rat in two with a single clean strike. Wiping sweat from his brow, Magnus let out a heavy sigh of relief, muttering in awe at the aftermath of the battle. Rondo smirked, his voice dripping with arrogance. Miasma, dire rats, and even superior variants. Tough little critters, I'll give them that. Yeah, but they're no match for us, Rigard panted, nodding in agreement. You're damn right about that. The trio's laughter echoed through the labyrinth's winding corridors, but just as quickly, Rigard's face went rigid. Wait a second, what was that? Rondo spun around instantly, but Rigard shook his head. It's nothing. I just thought I heard something. Driven by curiosity, Rigard peered over a crumbling wall. Hey guys, why is there a staircase here? The adventurers exchanged intrigued glances. Could be a secret passage, Magnus suggested, his voice bubbling with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Rondo took the lead. Let's check it out. As they descended the strange steps, a faint, mysterious glow began to illuminate their faces. It drew gasps from every one of them. There, at the bottom, sat a solitary treasure chest, radiating an almost irresistible allure, a classic find in this kind of action manhwa. Rondo moved in cautiously, pressing his ear against the lid. Doesn't sound like it's trapped. But Magnus couldn't contain his giddiness. He blurted out, "What's inside? It's gotta be treasure." And as Rondo lifted a gleaming sword from the chest, Magnus's eyes practically lit up. Whoa, that thing looks like the real deal. It's radiating power. Rondo's grin widened as he held the sword aloft, feeling the thrum of magic, pulsing through its very core. I can feel the enchantment, he declared. This blade is worth a fortune, but Rigard just frowned, his brows furrowing in concern. Magic, huh? Are you sure it's not cursed? Magnus clapped him on the shoulder, chuckling. Rigard, don't be such a downer. Always the optimist, Magnus added with a burst of enthusiasm. Hey, think about it. We haven't seen a single other Miasma hunter down here, and we've been grinding for hours just to scrape together a few measly coins. He gave a confident thumbs up, declaring, "This is basically divine compensation for all our hard work." Rondo flashed a grin, agreeing wholeheartedly. After an all-nighter in this hellhole? Yeah, this is a blessing. All right, fine. With both of them so convinced, even Rigard started to relax a little. Yeah, I guess you're right. But then his head tilted, as if another thought struck him. Speaking of that Miasma hunter, I bet he's off somewhere with that gorgeous elf. Rondo shouldered the new sword with a scoff. Some miasma hunter, acting all high and mighty. Magnus chimed in as they walked on. Next time we see him, let's teach that supposedly overpowered main character a lesson in humility. But Rigard lingered behind, his eyes narrowing. At the now empty chest. Something felt wrong. It just sat there, lid agape, unnervingly still. And from the sword now clutched in Rondo's hand, a faint, sinister voice whispered, "Kill, kill." Suddenly, the scene cuts to a bright blue sky, with sunlight spilling, down over the bustling border city of Bologna. We find our protagonist, Rude, strolling through the crowded streets with a cheerful smile. Now, about getting a new weapon, he thinks to himself, I should visit that blacksmith I know. He soon stops in front of a large wooden door. A sign hanging above reads, Minier's Hammer Weapon Shop. Inside, an elderly man wearing a monocle is deep in thought, carefully examining the shattered remnants of a sword laid out on his table. This is Dome, the shop's owner, and his low, rumbling voice finally breaks the silence as he inspects the fragments. For a sword to be broken this badly, he muses, even an immense amount of force shouldn't have reduced it to this. Doom's sharp eyes shot up, his gaze locking onto Rude with intense curiosity. Rude, he growled. What exactly did you do to this poor thing? Alicia leaned in close, whispering nervously, Are you actually going to tell him? But Rude, calm as ever in this action, Manhwa, simply met the old man's glare and replied, I'll explain everything. I've known Doom for a long time, he added confidently. He's not the type to go around spreading people's secrets. After a tense silence, Doom slowly stroked his beard, a look of understanding dawning on his face. So, you're telling me, eating monsters lets you absorb their power. He lowered his head, his voice a deep rumble. No wonder. Your strength is growing at such an absurd rate. Alicia's jaw dropped as she looked at the blacksmith. Wait. You don't seem very surprised by any of this. Doom just closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Does it really matter what you eat, as long as it makes you stronger? His steady voice captivated them both, a highlight of this manhwa recap. Besides, he scoffed, did you really think a normal sword could handle the kind of raw mana an overpowered main character like you puts out? It's going to take time, research, and some serious craftsmanship to forge a weapon worthy of you. Rude simply extended his hand. Need any materials? Doom glanced down, considering the offer. If you happen to have some high-quality magic stones, that would certainly speed things up. Rude didn't hesitate, pulling out 3 dazzling gems and placing them on the table, each glowing with immense power. The old man's eyes narrowed as he examined them. A low whistle escaped his lips. A regular lizard, a Baphomet, and even a minotaur magic stone. A smirk tugged at the corner of Doom's mouth. Looks like you've been busy leveling up. The journey of reincarnation and revenge is paying off. Rude scratched his cheek, a bit flustered. Hearing you say that, it actually makes me pretty proud. Doom let out a rare, soft chuckle. I'll let you know if I need anything else. He turned and grabbed a different sword from the rack. He handed it to Rude with a grunt. Here, use this for now. Rude took it gratefully. Thanks. But just as he tried to pull it away, Doom's hand clamped down on the hilt, holding it fast. A dangerous glint flashed in his eye. Whatever happens, he warned, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, do not channel your energy into this sword. Do you understand me? His expression became a mask of pure intimidation. If you break this sword, the unspoken threat hung in the air, sending a chill through both Rude and Alicia. I will be forced to punish you in ways you can't imagine. Understood? Later that afternoon, the sun cast a warm, golden glow over the bustling inn. The light created long shadows as a bead of sweat rolled down Alicia's cheek, the memory of the blacksmith still fresh. She sat beside Rude, her voice a teasing whisper. So, I guess we're holding off on any flashy magic attacks for a while. Yeah, Rude sighed. The image of Doom's furious face burned into his mind. That old man is terrifyingly serious about his weapons. He is, isn't he? Alicia giggled, her expression softening with a warm smile. He's scary, for sure, but honestly, I'm kind of glad I finally got to meet one of your friends. Rude looked up, completely taken aback by her words. He stammered, a slight blush on his cheeks. Sorry, I guess. I've just always been used to handling things alone. This character moment is perfect for a manhwa review. Just then, a voice dripped with sarcasm from behind them. Well, look who's having a party. Magnus and his entire crew emerged from the shadows, an ominous fog of miasma clinging to them like a shroud. "Mind if we join in?" he sneered. Rude's lips tightened in annoyance. Not this garbage again. That same old mocking tone from the infamous miasma hunters. Alicia rose to her feet, completely unfazed by their menacing presence, even as someone else at their table trembled. "If you fellas have a problem with us," she challenged, her voice sharp but steady, "why don't we settle this like proper adventurers, with a good old-fashioned drinking contest?" But then Rondo, one of Magnus's own men, lurched forward unexpectedly, leaving his companions utterly bewildered. Without a single word, Rondo slammed his forehead onto the table with a sickening crack. Panic flashed across Magnus's face as he rushed to his friend's side, hands waving frantically. "Whoa. Hey, Rondo. What in the world? Are you drinking by yourself again?" But as he got closer, a chill ran down his spine. "Wait, hold on." Magnus's voice faltered, his eyes falling upon the crimson sword clutched in Rondo's trembling hand. "That sword? Didn't you sell that thing?" A low, guttural whisper began to emanate from the blade itself, a chilling chant growing louder by the second. "Kill. Kill." Rondo's hand twitched, his knuckles white. He slowly raised the cursed weapon. The whispers intensified. "Kill. Kill." His bloodshot eyes darted around erratically before he let out a guttural roar. His voice was a broken, unhinged scream. "Shut up!" And before anyone could react, Rondo lunged at his own teammates. He swung the cursed sword with wild abandon, screaming, "Shut your damn mouth." In a horrifying flash of steel, Magnus's life was brutally cut short. Rigard could only stare in frozen horror, his voice a choked whisper. "Magnus." Rondo's head then snapped towards our heroes, his eyes devoid of all reason. With a feral snarl, he charged, aiming his cursed blade directly at Alicia. But just before it could find its mark, our overpowered main character, Rude, moved like lightning, intercepting the blow with practiced ease. A deadly seriousness washed over his features. I guess this is more than just a drinking contest now. The scene was pure chaos. Magnus had been slain in an instant. This is a truly intense action manhwa. Rigard was still paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend the sudden loss of his friend. Rondo, now completely consumed by madness, turned his full attention to Rude. A single bead of sweat trickled down Rude's temple. He clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed on the crazed man before him. What in the world happened to this guy, he wondered. Just then, two other adventurers in the inn, enraged by the bloodshed, decided to intervene. They charged forward, shouting, "Do you have any idea what you're doing, you psycho?" They foolishly tried to grab Rondo's arms to restrain him, but the moment they touched him, the cursed sword in his hand erupted, unleashing a thick, black miasma that enveloped them all. As you'd expect in a brutal manhwa recap like this, it was over in seconds. Both men collapsed to the floor, their lives extinguished before they even knew what hit them. Cutting through the chaos, Alicia's voice rang out, directed at the terrified innkeeper. "Sir, I am so sorry. About this." As she spoke, the crystal on her staff began to pulse with a faint light. "Barrier!" A brilliant sphere of energy shot forth from it. The spell slammed directly into Rondo's chest, the sheer force of it launching him backward like a cannonball, smashing him clean through the inn's wall. "Guess I'll have to pay for that later," Alicia muttered, as Rude peered through the massive hole. A curious frown creased his brow. "What on earth possessed him?" he asked. Beside him, Alicia's bright turquoise eyes widened as she suddenly realized the truth. Outside, Rondo was already staggering back to his feet, the word "kill" a constant, horrifying mantra on his lips. Rude could only watch in disbelief. Alicia could only stare in utter disbelief. "Did I hold back?" she murmured, her voice a low, steady whisper. For a regular adventurer, there was no way he should still be standing after a blast like that. Yet, through the settling dust and smoke, Rondo emerged, looking completely unharmed. A crazed glint ignited in his eyes as he charged forward, roaring like a beast. "I'll kill you." Seeing this, Rude's expression hardened as he moved to intercept. "This isn't good." From behind him, Alicia's voice, though calm, was laced with firmness. "If you have healing magic, please see to the others." Rude raised his sword just in the nick of time, blocking the devastating incoming strike. Rondo was completely unhinged, his blade swinging recklessly, tearing apart everything in his path. A small, status window flickered into existence before Rude's eyes. Rondo, level 22, human, status, berserk. Our hero gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the sheer force behind the crazed assault. He's completely lost his mind, Rude thought. This isn't the Rondo I knew. His stats. They're far higher than they should be. Suddenly, Alicia's urgent shout cut through the chaos. Rude, get out of the way. Hearing the desperation in her voice, Rude glanced back, his eyes narrowing in understanding. A faint, powerful green glow began to envelop Alicia's staff, once more. This time, she declared, I'm not holding back. With a sharp chant, a highly concentrated beam of pure light shot straight for Rondo. The berserker snarled, raising his sword to block the spell. But in that instant, the demonic eye embedded in the cursed blade flared ominously, drinking in the magic and absorbing the spell completely. Alicia's face twisted in pure shock. The sword. It absorbed my magic. A sinister, fiery red mist began to swirl around the blade, forming living tendrils that crept up Rondo's arm. Her eyes widened in alarm as she screamed a warning. Rude, be careful. That's a cursed weapon. Rude's own face tensed, the grim realization dawning on him as well. You're amplifying your strength. The black and red tendrils slithered over Rondo's entire body, reinforcing his form as if feeding on the absorbed magic. With this newfound power, Rondo lunged forward again, his wild swings now fueled by both pure rage and dark magic. This is the kind of intense battle you expect from a top-tier action manhwa. The sound of clashing steel echoed through the oppressive heat radiating from the blade. Rude clenched his teeth, bracing himself against the immense weight behind each blow. Damn, he's strong. But even as Rondo's attacks grew more ferocious, our overpowered main character hadn't allowed a single clean hit. Seizing a brief opening, Rude expertly slashed across Rondo's thigh, but his eyes widened in disbelief as the cursed tendrils immediately swarmed the wound, sealing it shut in mere seconds. From the sidelines, Alicia's frown deepened, a growing sense of unease washing over her. If I interfere, that sword will just absorb my magic again. Her grip tightened on her staff. I have to find a weakness and end this in a single shot. Just then, a familiar, desperate voice cried, out from behind them, "Don't kill him." It was Rigger. His face was a mask of raw emotion, his eyes glassy with unshed tears. Rude, I know we've done terrible things to you. His voice cracked, thick with regret and the weight of his past mistakes. This wasn't about revenge anymore. I'm nothing but a useless, arrogant fool who looked down on everyone. Magnus, Rondo, they were all. I had left. Rigger bowed his head. His shoulders slumped in defeat as he shouted with desperation. So, please, I'm begging. You, spare him. But Rude's response wasn't harsh or cold. Instead, he offered an honest, sincere smile. I'll do my best. Dodging another wild strike from Rondo, Rude called out to Alicia, his voice steady. Let me try substitution. Just trust me. Just's lips curled into a confident smirk, her gaze fixed on the chaotic battle. Understood, Rude thought, smoothly dodging another wild attack. As he evaded the reckless swing, our overpowered main character was already running calculations. It'll take about 10 seconds to use substitution on Alicia, he noted, ducking low. Slipping under another deadly slash, his mind raced for a solution. The real problem is, how do I restrain him without causing any harm? This is a classic dilemma in an action manhwa. The cursed, dark tendrils wrapping around Rondo's face writhed and tightened, completely hiding his expression in a grotesque mask. If only he could just shatter the curse. But before he could even complete the thought, Rondo's sword slammed violently into his left side. Alicia cried out in terror, her eyes wide with fear. Rude. Thankfully, he managed to block the worst of it, but the force was absolutely immense. The sheer weight of the blow was staggering. Without a moment's hesitation, Rude seized Rondo's arm, using all his strength to pin the cursed sword in place. But if I keep holding onto this cursed blade, his entire body tensed as he muttered a single, powerful word under his breath. This is the kind of high-stakes moment we love in a good manhwa recap. Skill. A blinding golden light erupted from the ground, momentarily stunning the possessed Rondo. The very earth beneath them began to shift. Huge stone arms shot up from the rippling ground, gripping them in a powerful hold. Earthbind, Rude thought. It'll absorb magic, but that's fine. The stone arms coiled around Rondo's body faster than the eye could see, hoisting him helplessly into the air. Rude landed nimbly on his feet. He was breathing heavily, his amethyst eyes a mixture of exhaustion and deep concern. If this curse, he pondered, this kind of thoughtful, overpowered main character is always a treat to review, works anything like the one that afflicted Alicia, then maybe, just maybe, I can break him free. Memories of his first encounter with Alicia flooded his mind. He recalled using this exact same technique to free her from a similar magical control, a critical moment in this reincarnation story's plot. A soft blue glow began to shimmer in his palm. Skill. Without a second's hesitation, Rude thrust his glowing hand directly against Rondo's chest. Substitution. A massive surge of blue energy exploded outwards, engulfing the entire area. The sinister black and red tendrils began to crack. They burst apart completely, scattering into nothing more than streaks of crimson light. Rude gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the violent backlash of power. The raw energy slammed into him with brutal force. As the last of the curse disintegrated, Rondo's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He was finally free from its control. His mouth hung open as a pained, ragged groan escaped his lips. Watching this, Rigard could no longer hold back. His emotions overwhelmed him. Tears streamed down his face as he broke down completely, sobbing and calling out Rondo's name through his cries. Beside him, Magnus, who had partially recovered thanks to healing magic, slowly opened his hazy eyes. This is the kind of emotional payoff we look for in our Manhwa review. A faint glimmer of joy returned to his gaze. Rondo's own lips quivered as he managed to force out two trembling words. Help. Me. Meanwhile, Rude struggled to stay on his feet, his eyelids feeling heavier by the second. In the corners of his vision, twisted and grotesque faces began to appear. They were grinning at him in the most unsettling way imaginable, a clear side effect of the curse. The skill was a success, but the recoil was severe. The force sent him flying backward. Seeing Rude crash to the ground, Alicia panicked and sprinted towards him. "Rude!" she screamed. Planting his hands firmly on the ground, Rude forced himself to stay up. "I'm fine," he yelled back. But his labored breathing told a very different story. The heavy breaths gave away the immense strain he was under. But what truly worried our hero wasn't his own condition. It was something else entirely. This action manhwa always leaves us on a cliffhanger. Rude could only stare at the terrifying sight unfolding before him. Rondo had once again lost complete control as the sinister black and red tendrils began to wrap around his body. They constricted tighter than ever before, and a sigh of pure frustration escaped Rude's lips. His substitution skill had failed. There was nothing left to do. He could only watch as the cursed sword's influence consumed Rondo entirely, realizing with a jolt, "It's not Rondo resisting my skill, it's the sword itself," he realized bitterly. It was that cursed sword. A wave of fury washed over him. Damn it all. If only he'd held back just a little more. With renewed determination, Rude pressed his attack. "Fine," he growled. "I'll just burn right through you." He immediately activated his next skill, Demon Flame. A ferocious blaze erupted from his hands, roaring toward the grasping tendrils and the corrupted earth surrounding Rondo as the cursed sword dislodged itself from the ground. The tendrils coiled even tighter around Rondo, who could only manage weak, desperate cries of agony, a truly dark moment in this manhwa recap. But our overpowered main character's sharp eyes caught a fleeting opportunity. If the monster is struggling to break free, he could at least sever the curse from Rondo's left arm. Without wasting a single second, he unleashed a barrage of demon flames, every single strike aimed with the surgical precision you'd expect in a top-tier action manhwa. In that case, he thought, I'll focus my attacks just beyond its right arm's reach. But just as things seemed to be turning in his favor, the entire situation shifted dramatically. The cursed sword suddenly yanked Rondo's body backward, contorting his form in a completely unnatural way. Rude's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? What's happening to him now? The blade then shot forward, positioning itself to absorb the full brunt of Rude's flames. In that instant, Rude's expression darkened. No, it was far worse than that. To his absolute horror, the truth of the situation dawned on him. He realized what was happening. My magic, it's being absorbed again. The eye on the cursed sword flared a terrifying blood-red crimson. Suddenly, a violent surge of red and black energy exploded from Rondo's body, tearing at his very flesh as he let out an unholy scream. The wind howled through the clearing, a chaotic symphony drowning out everything but Rondo's tortured cries. This is the kind of intense scene we love in a manhwa review. Alicia squinted through the swirling chaos, her eyes wide with dread. That's... The tendrils had completely engulfed Rondo. They were fusing together, morphing into something entirely new. A dark realization dawned on everyone present. Possession. From within the grotesque mass, a new form began to emerge. It was twisted and monstrous, standing on grotesque, clawed legs. Rude's face went pale as a terrifying possibility solidified in his mind. That body. No, it can't be. Without wasting a moment, this overpowered main character cast his appraisal skill to get some answers. The figure that now stood before them was no longer Rondo. The cursed sword had taken full control, transforming him into something truly demonic. It was an unrecognizable, demonic entity. Through his appraisal skill, Rude quickly gathered crucial information on the new enemy. The system displayed the chilling details. Dual arm curse Graham. Level unknown. Type. Curse. Condition. Possession. A wave of pure shock ran through Rude. He realized the body standing there wasn't even Rondo's anymore. But before he could fully process that horrifying thought, the fight was back on. A razor-sharp blade was already thrusting straight for his face. Rude instinctively sprang backward, dodging the lethal attack by a hair's breadth. He then quickly spun around to launch a counterattack. But his strike was utterly useless against the cursed blade, which parried it effortlessly. The creature retaliated immediately. The impact sent Rude flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Too fast, he thought, his mind racing, but he quickly corrected himself. No, it wasn't just speed. This thing had eliminated every single ounce of wasted movement, a master of combat. While Rude was still analyzing the situation in this intense action manhwa, the cursed figure appeared behind him like a phantom, its blade swinging down. It was aiming for a fatal strike. A sharp sense of danger exploded in Rude's mind. His instinct screamed at him as panic flared in his chest. I need to circulate mana through my body now. But in that split second, Alicia appeared behind the enemy, launching a desperate surprise attack of her own. Her powerful strike disrupted the cursed being's assault, buying our overpowered main character a precious moment to retreat and regroup. For a second, it looked as if the cursed sword wielder would topple over, but it quickly stabbed its grotesque hind limbs into the ground, stabilizing itself with unnatural strength. It shifted, ready to counterattack. But Alicia, a truly overpowered main character, wasn't about to give it that chance. She unleashed a devastating frontal assault, her strike crashing into it with overwhelming force. The impact drove the enemy deep into the ground, shaking the entire area with a deafening shockwave. Alicia landed beside Rude, steadying herself. Looks like I've got no choice but to get my hands dirty now, she muttered. Rude let out a strained laugh. Thanks. You saved me. Back there, I didn't expect you to be that good up close. Alicia's voice dropped to a low, bitter tone. A mage who becomes useless the moment an enemy closes in is nothing but a burden to their allies. She pressed her hand to a wound that was still bleeding, then glanced toward him and added firmly, but we can't afford to underestimate it anymore. You need to change how you're thinking too. That curse. It's sunk deep into him now. Before them, the cursed figure rose again, completely unfazed by the brutal attack. Alicia's expression tightened, her voice laced with tension. There's no stopping it unless we destroy its heart. In this part of the manhwa recap, the stakes are raised. Rude clenched his jaw, muscles tensing as he forced his body back into a combat stance. His eyes sharpened with fierce determination. Got it. Behind them, Rigard and Magnus anxiously took a step forward. The healer, clearly frustrated, scolded them. Hey, don't move around. Your wounds aren't fully healed yet. But Magnus, still breathing heavily, pushed himself up. Rigard. He glanced at his teammate, then turned toward Rude and Alicia, his voice strained but resolute. You heard what the elf girl said, didn't you? In front of them, Rude and Alicia were already working together to face the cursed enemy. A highlight of this manhwa review. Rude fought while his mind raced, for a solution. Even with the two of us, we can't turn this around easily. His eyes darted toward the enemy's unsettling form. It's got two heads. That explains the improved field of vision. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Alicia, fall back a bit, he called out firmly. Startled, Alicia paused for a second, but quickly followed his instructions. She shoved off the cursed enemy and retreated gracefully. Meanwhile, Rude slammed his hand hard against the ground. A series of magic circles spread across the floor, sending a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air. This is a classic action manhwa tactic. Alicia's sharp eyes instantly caught on to his plan. I see. If he's using magic to stir up dust like that, the cursed sword won't be able to absorb it. The cursed figure stood frozen, momentarily confused. Then its eyes caught the flicker of a silhouette darting through the haze. It immediately swung its blade, slashing through the air, but it was just a decoy. Rude, our overpowered main character, seized the moment, striking from behind. His sword carved a deep gash across the cursed one's back. Blood poured out as the creature stumbled, briefly frozen in place. Alicia didn't hesitate. She launched her magic. Earth Pillar. A massive stone spike shot up from the ground, piercing straight through the cursed figure's torso. But something wasn't right. Alicia's heart sank as realization hit. Damn it. The stone pillar had missed its mark. The strike had only grazed the heart. The cursed figure, a reincarnation of pure revenge, quickly regained its composure and charged toward Alicia with murderous intent. But at that critical moment, Rigard and Magnus suddenly threw themselves into the fray, restraining it with everything they had. Their actions left Rude stunned. Rigard, Magnus, regarded, his face a mask of tears, clung desperately to the cursed man's arm, screaming, "I'll hold it back even if it costs me my life." Magnus gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with anguish, his voice cracking as he shouted, "The three of us. We face this together." With a heart-wrenching resolve, Magnus aimed his blade straight at his friend's heart, and with one single, decisive thrust, he drove it home, ending the curse's rampage for good. An unearthly, anguished scream from the monster echoed violently throughout the chamber. Magnus squeezed his eyes shut, having poured every last ounce of his strength and soul into that final, tragic strike. The three friends collapsed in a heap alongside the falling body. As the creature fell, the grotesque red and black skin that covered it began to crack and peel away. It revealed Rondo's original arm underneath. But the final strike that destroyed the cursed form had also tragically pierced. Straight through Rondo's heart, he was beyond saving. A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon the room, thick with unspoken grief. While Rude and Alicia bowed their heads in quiet mourning, Regarded and Magnus finally broke down, their sorrow too great to contain. Their tears flowed freely as they were forced to accept the painful truth. Rondo was gone. They sank to the floor, weeping for their fallen comrade. They wept over the friend who had fought beside them for so long in this brutal action manhwa. Rude's gaze, however, drifted to the side, landing on the cursed sword abandoned. In a corner, its blade still smeared with his friend's blood. He picked it up, his expression a complex mask of emotions as he held the weapon. He thought to himself, even if I hide this thing, another victim will eventually appear. Suddenly, a sinister whisper began to curl into his ear, chilling and insistent. Kill, kill, kill. The single, bloodshot eye embedded in the blade's hilt glared at him, wide and unblinking, as if trying to hypnotize him. But for this overpowered main character, it was nothing. Rude was completely unfazed. His brow simply furrowed in annoyance as he growled, "Shut up." The cursed sword seemed to physically recoil, clearly, startled by his resistance. Rude's voice was ice. "Your pathetic little tricks won't work on me." Just then, footsteps approached as more people arrived. The nearby door swung wide open, and Bologona hurried in, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene. "Is everyone all right?" Then, his gaze landed on Rondo's fallen form. His expression darkened instantly as the grim reality of the situation set in, and a deep, regretful sigh escaped him. Rude let the cursed sword hang loosely at his side, his voice flat. "It's over. The fight is done." Bologona stood in silence for a long moment. He finally spoke, his tone grave. "Then we should head to the guild. I'm going to need a full report on everything that happened here." Later, in the guild's office, after listening to the entire tragic account in this manhwa recap, Bologona let out another long, heavy sigh. So the sword granted him immense power, but at a terrible, terrible cost. His gaze shifted to Magnus, who sat trembling with his head bowed low, still, visibly traumatized by the ordeal. "From what Magnus has told us, I believe the other adventurers will understand the necessity of your actions." Bologona's eyes then sharpened, his focus locking onto Rude. He had to admit, ever since he'd seen the young man casually carrying the cursed sword, a burning curiosity had been gnawing at him. "Rude," he asked directly, "you really don't feel anything? No pull from the curse at all?" Rude saw no reason to lie, his expression dead serious. "My anti-debuff skill renders the curse completely ineffective against me. This is a key part of our manhwa review, showing how truly overpowered he is." His voice was laced with iron, a solemn vow. "As long as this sword remains with me," he declared, "no one else will ever suffer from its curse." Bologna leaned forward, his expression grave as he stroked his chin. "I understand," he said thoughtfully, "but if that blade ever begins to corrupt your mind..." A faint knowing smile touched Rude's lips as he finished the grim thought for him. "If that day ever arrives, you know exactly what must be done. Do what is necessary. Alicia shot him a look of deep concern, her unease palpable. Bologna, on the other hand, seemed entirely satisfied with the young man's unwavering resolve. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Rude, Alicia. I am truly grateful to you both for containing that disaster." His gaze then shifted to the other guild members in the room, the ones who had been silent this whole time, their heads bowed low in sorrow. And as for Magnus and Rigard, Bologna's voice became softer, tinged with regret. "I'm sorry, but that was all I could do." He offered a brief, almost perfunctory apology. Then, as if to escape the heavy atmosphere, he quickly pivoted the conversation. "Still, I don't believe we have the luxury of standing idle right now." Alicia tilted her head, sensing the immediate change in his tone. "Something has happened," Bologna confirmed with a nod, his expression turning grave. "The others, the adventurers, I summoned here to assist. They were part of my old squad." His voice grew more serious as he explained the dire situation. "Lately, the number of monsters appearing outside the labyrinth has been increasing at a completely unnatural pace." His concern was possible to ignore. "It appears those creatures are emerging from the newly discovered Abel labyrinth." Bologna's brows furrowed in deep frustration. "And based on the reports from our scout team, it's likely that all of this is happening because of the presence of another, far more powerful creature." Rude's eyes sharpened at this. "Another creature?" Bologna gave a grim nod. "The Miasma dragon, Basilista." His voice dropped to a near whisper as he uttered the name. "I only know of it from ancient texts, but even so, its level is said to exceed 70. Rude's eyes widened in genuine shock. 70? Bologna didn't sugarcoat the grim reality of this action manhwa. Its sheer aggressiveness alone makes it an absolute nightmare to confront. But that's not even the worst part. He let out a slow, heavy breath. It can release enormous quantities of miasma. And what's worse, it does so in calculated bursts, powerful enough to corrupt and control other monsters, driving them out of the labyrinth in a frenzy. That chilling revelation sent a shiver through the room. And that is why the scout team suffered such heavy casualties. The survivors. They're still fighting for their lives. Bologna's expression tightened with resolve. "If we allow this to continue, it won't just be monsters that start leaking out." His gaze hardened into steel. "The miasma itself will spill beyond the labyrinth's borders, and this entire region will suffer the catastrophic consequences." His words were not just a warning, they were a desperate plea. "That's why I am asking for your help, Rude." Our overpowered main character stood in silence for a moment, absorbing the weight of the situation. "I understand." He straightened his back, his eyes resolute. "First, take me to the survivors from the scout team. I want to hear what they saw with their own eyes." The scene then transitions. We are now in the infirmary at the Adventurers Guild. Rude stepped closer to observe the patient on the bed. The man was writhing in unimaginable pain, gasping for every breath, groaning without end. Rude pressed his lips into a thin, determined line, then placed his hand gently upon the man's chest. He activated his skill, substitution. In this manhwa recap, Bologna's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at what happened next. No way. The man lying there instantly relaxed, his body visibly returning to a state of normalcy. His breathing steadied, and within moments, he had drifted into a peaceful, deep sleep. Bologna was still trying to process what he had just witnessed. That's incredible. I never expected you to be able to remove physical abnormalities from others so easily." Rude offered a small, almost dismissive smile, adding matter-of-factly, "It only works if their body doesn't reject me when I touch them." Without a hint of hesitation, he announced his next move, a decision that would define this part of the manhwa recap. "That's precisely why only Alicia and I will be handling the Miasma dragon subjugation." One of the guild officers next to Bologna immediately protested, his voice laced with disbelief. "Just the two of you? That's beyond reckless." "Absolutely not," Bologna chimed in, his expression clouded with doubt. "That's no different from a suicide mission." But Rude, our overpowered main character, calmly laid out his logic. "The fewer people I have to protect, the more freely I can move," he explained, a confident smirk playing across his lips. "And besides," he added, reminding them of his history, "I've always taken down the toughest opponents on my own." Bologna fell silent, his eyes narrowing as he weighed the young man's words, a common reaction to an overpowered main character in an action manhwa. After a long, tense moment, he finally let out a sigh of resignation. "Fine, I understand. I'll entrust the entire Miasma dragon, Basilista, subjugation to you. And just like that, the decision was set in stone. Later, as they walked through the wide city streets, the weight of their mission hung in the air. Despite the looming battle, Rude stretched his arms casually above his head, a testament to his incredible power in this Manhwa review. He let out a light-hearted laugh. Well, first things first, he declared. A good night's sleep and some solid preparations. Alicia, walking beside him, was still trying to process it all, her expression a mix of awe and unease. Just the two of us. Is that really going to be enough? She asked. Rude's eyes twinkled with a mischievous glint as he grinned back at her. I can only unleash my skills at full capacity when I'm not constantly worried about bystanders, he confessed. You know how it is. A flicker of guilt crossed his face as he added softly, Sorry for dragging you into this, Alicia. But she simply let out a small chuckle. She shot him a playful glare. Seriously, you better not even think about going alone. If you ditch me, I will punch you. Then her tone softened, becoming sincere and utterly determined. We're a team, remember? The two of us are more than enough to save everyone. Hearing her unwavering confidence, Rude couldn't help but laugh along with her, their spirits lifting as they prepared for the ultimate revenge against this beast. The scene then shifts, plunging us into a dim, gloomy underground chamber where the air was thick with a faint, ominous purple mist. Further ahead lay the lower levels of the treacherous Avelio labyrinth. From time to time, a few low-ranking bog goblins would leap out, eager for a fight, only to be effortlessly cut down by Rude's blade. This action Manhwa recap truly shows off his skills. He commented casually, This is pretty much like the rankers described. We've still got at least 5 floors to clear, but I didn't hear anything about the miasma spreading this fast. Alicia lowered her head, staring at the item in her hand with a frustrated sigh. That just shows how quickly it's accelerating, she lamented. Even with my purification tools, it's getting harder and harder to suppress the miasma. She paused for a moment, a hint of unease creeping into her voice as she continued. It's not like there are many monsters left alive on the next few floors. Rude's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of concern slipping into his voice as he looked at her. I have no idea how many more floors we'll have to clear, so… Are you sure you don't want to? But Alicia immediately cut him off, knowing exactly where he was going with that. Of course not. Her breathing was noticeably heavier now, but the stubborn determination in her eyes was unshakable. Your elemental attributes might not be effective against some of the monsters down here, she argued. Even if things get ugly and I'm forced into close quarters combat, I know I can still land a few solid hits. Besides, she paused, her gaze hardening with pure conviction. If I turn my back and leave my friends behind, I'll never be able to forgive myself. Rude understood instantly, offering a sheepish but appreciative smile. This Manhwa review highlights the deep bonds between characters. My apologies, I made you repeat yourself. Reaching out, he placed a hand gently on her shoulder, his voice softening as he said her name. Alicia. She turned to face him, her eyes widening in shock. Rude, ever the overpowered main character, had already activated his ability, pulling the toxic miasma directly from her body. A mischievous grin played on his lips as he explained, I'm using substitution to draw the miasma out of you. Alicia could only stare, wide-eyed, at the faint red and black mist now swirling between them. Rude calmly clarified, Yeah, that's what I've been doing all along. As long as we're touching, I can suppress its effects, but the second I let go, it'll start building up again. A playful smile tugged at the corner of Alicia's mouth. Well, in that case. Without another word, she suddenly tightened her grip on his hand. Her brilliant, unexpected smile left Rude momentarily stunned as she declared cheerfully, Then let's just keep holding hands while we walk. Looking him directly in the eyes, she gave a teasing wink. I can't even see my own feet in this thick miasma. So, on top of using your substitution skill, would you mind being my escort too? This Manhwa review has to mention their amazing chemistry. Rude finally gave in, with an exasperated laugh, completely disarmed by her boldness. All right, you win. And so, with their hands clasped tightly together, the pair continued their descent into the labyrinth. It wasn't long before they reached the middle levels of the Avelio labyrinth. As we see in this Manhwa recap, Rude's expression grew tense as he muttered, The deeper we go, the thicker this miasma becomes. He paused, closing his eyes to focus, using sound to map out the area ahead like a true expert. There are 2 monsters just ahead of us. Alicia's posture stiffened instantly. If they can survive in this much miasma, they must be incredibly tough. Rude nodded grimly. They're unlike any monster I've encountered before. That means, but Alicia cut him off, already thinking strategically. Is there another way around? Rude's face darkened as he answered, there is, but if it's possible, I'd rather face them head on. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the boy next to her. The thought just slipped out. Wait, you're not planning on eating them, are you? Rude's brow furrowed as he quickly waved the idea away. No, of course not. Placing a hand on the hilt of the sword at his hip, he explained, it's because of this cursed sword. Graham, I need to test its power before we face the Miasma dragon. This kind of preparation is key in a top-tier action manhwa. And as if on cue, their path was blocked by two monstrous rolling beetles, both at level 33. The stats hovering beside them confirmed their suspicions. These creatures were on a completely different level than the goblins from the floors above. The beetles bared their massive, sharp jaws, aggressively as they charged forward. But Rude, our overpowered main character, remained perfectly calm, activating a magic circle at his feet as a glowing fissure split open, right under the monsters. Earth Principle, collapse. The ground erupted violently, launching both beetles high into the air. Alicia couldn't help but let out an impressed, "Ooh, nice one." Rude was about to crack a smile himself, but then the two beetles crashed back to the ground, completely unharmed, and immediately started crawling toward them again, unfazed. Okay, maybe that wasn't so effective, Rude muttered, his confidence slightly shaken. One of the beetles let out a low, furious hiss, clearly angered by the surprise attack. Suddenly, it began to lower its body to the ground. Both of them tensed, their eyes locked onto the bizarre movement. The beetle was coiling itself into a tight ball. Alicia, Rude shouted urgently. Can you stop it? Alicia nodded with unwavering confidence. Leave it to me. But I'll need to let go for a moment. She quickly released his hand, preparing to summon her own power, her spirit, Noah Mia. The spirit materialized in a flash, and Alicia's command rang out with absolute clarity. Make sure you catch that thing. At her word, the very ground beneath them shifted, transforming in an instant as a mass of earth, and stone erupted from the floor, forming a colossal hand that closed in on the curled-up beetle. The stone fingers clenched tightly, locking the creature in place like a cage. Still holding her stance, Alicia gritted her teeth. Sorry, I won't be able to hold it for long. Got it, Rude replied, already stepping forward with his sword drawn. Asterisk, time to test this thing's power. Asterisk, he thought, raising the cursed blade. Its edge gleamed, humming with condensed energy. The eerie eye embedded in the sword suddenly flared to life, shining with a sinister crimson glow. Rude's will sharpened, focusing a single command into the weapon. Asterisk, don't you dare fail me now. Asterisk. In a flash, he dashed forward, slicing cleanly across the trapped beetle's massive body. The creature let out a piercing screech, collapsing to the ground, wounded but far from finished. Rude scowled in frustration. The cut was too shallow. Before he could follow up, the second beetle roared and charged straight at him. Rude glanced down at the sword in his hand, muttering under his breath. If this isn't strong enough, I'll have to take a gamble. With a subtle gesture, Rude signaled to Alicia. She understood his plan instantly, her voice steady and confident. Got it. Meanwhile, the remaining creature charged forward, barreling toward them like a mindless beast. In response, Alicia raised her hand, channeling a brilliant surge of glowing green energy straight ahead. The cursed sword, Graham, seemed to drink in the power, greedily absorbing every last drop. The eerie eye embedded in its hilt widened, gleaming with a twisted satisfaction as it gorged itself. Suddenly, faint crimson veins of light began to flicker from deep within the eye. The entire sword began to pulse with a dangerous glow, a perfect example for any manhwa review of an overpowered main character's weapon. In a breathtaking instant, all that power condensed, forming a massive, glowing green blade of pure force. Rude's eyes narrowed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Let's do this, Graham, he whispered, a silent command echoing in his mind. Show me what you've really got. With no hesitation, Rude swung the empowered blade with every ounce of his strength. The result was absolute devastation. The monstrous creature was torn apart in a single, brutal instant, its body ripped to shreds in a moment of pure revenge. What was once a monster was now nothing but scattered remains, the core of its massive body pinned to the ground by the sword itself. Rude glanced down at the aftermath of his attack, a bright, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Just some basic magic control, he commented with a casual air, as expected. Standing nearby, Alicia returned his smile, her expression calm and cheerful. Things went pretty smoothly, huh? This manhwa recap shows once again how they used their substitution skill to swap places and completely turn the tide of battle. Alright then, Rude added with a grin. Thanks for the help. Now, mind if I borrow a little time? Alicia tilted her head, a curious look on her face. What for? Rude scratched the back of his head, a bit awkwardly. Well, absorbing their magic doesn't actually restore my mana, so… She caught on instantly, a smirk of amusement spreading across her face. Ah, so you're finally going to eat them, huh? Rude chuckled nervously, clearly embarrassed at being found out so easily. Yeah, he admitted. I'll just cut them up into neat pieces and pack them to go. And with a casual wave of his hand, he ignited a small flame at his fingertips and began to roast the monster, a fitting end to this incredible action manhwa sequence. Meat to a perfect char. Popping a piece into his mouth, he chewed for a moment before giving his verdict. Huh, this is actually pretty good. Kind of unique, he admitted. Alicia, grinning playfully beside him, couldn't resist asking, so, how does it feel wielding that cursed sword? Rude casually tapped the hilt. At his side, a flicker of pride in his eyes. After it absorbed enough magic, my physical abilities have definitely gotten a major boost. Alicia's smile widened. And it looks like this one won't shatter no matter how much mana we pump into it. That's a huge improvement. True, Rude agreed with a nod. But what's bothering me is that according to the reports, that dragon is as massive as a tree. His eyes narrowed as he glanced down at his sword. I'm just wondering how effective this thing will really be against it. In terms of raw impact, my old sword definitely packed a bigger punch. And just as those words left his mouth, the sword at his waist suddenly began to vibrate violently, letting out a strange, eerie hum. Huh? It was shaking almost as if it was begging for something. Give it to me. Rude froze, completely baffled by what was happening. Wait, don't tell me this cursed sword eats meat too? But the sword immediately corrected him in his mind. Wrong. Magic stone. Give me the magic stone. Rude leaned forward, reaching into his pouch, as Alicia watched on in confusion. Our overpowered main character skillfully fished out a shimmering magic crystal and held it up with a curious expression. Here. In a flash, the cursed sword's tendrils coiled around the gem, pulling it in. Within seconds, the sword had completely devoured the radiant crystal, its humming growing louder and more intense. A sharp, unsettling screech echoed as the blade pulsed with dark energy. Rude looked up at the weapon, his face lighting up with a mix of surprise and pure satisfaction. Right before their eyes, the sword began to expand, doubling in size in mere seconds, the air around it growing thick with a sinister aura. A sword. That big? Alicia's eyes widened in pure astonishment. How did you know it wanted that? Rude just smirked, casually resting the now massive sword on his shoulder. It told me, directly in my head. With a playful grin, he glanced down at the weapon. I wonder if it got offended when I said it was weaker than my old sword. This is the kind of detail you love to see in an action manhwa recap. Regardless, he now understood the cursed blade's true potential. Alright, let's head down to the park. Lower levels, he added, his expression turning serious. That's where the dragon was last seen, but before they could even take a single step, a deafening crash echoed through the cavern. The entire group flinched as the ground began to shake, violently beneath their feet. They spun around just in time to see part of the cave ceiling collapsing in the distance, sending boulders and debris raining down. Was that the dragon? Chunks of rock started to fall from above them as the earth trembled once more. The entire ceiling looked like it was ready to give way completely. Rude's face went pale as he shouted, "The roof is coming down! We have to hold it up with earth magic!" But beside him, Alicia's voice cut through the chaos. If we only focus on protecting this spot, the path forward will be completely blocked. We'll lose our only chance to fight the dragon. Without wasting another second, Alicia swiftly summoned her wind spirit, her eyes flashing with fierce determination. The makeshift barrier they had erected above them was already becoming unstable. It was clear it wouldn't hold for much longer. But just before it collapsed entirely, the girl unleashed the full force of her spirit's power, launching a devastating attack straight ahead. "We'll just have to blast our way through," she shouted. In an instant, the tons of falling debris were swept away as if by a hurricane. The young woman then dashed forward through the newly cleared path of rubble, effortlessly blasting aside everything in their path. The woman beside him moved with a silent, deadly grace, her determination absolute, her gaze fixed forward. In contrast, Rude was still trying to wrap his head around the sudden chaos. An unnatural, eerie silence had fallen over the area. But in the blink of an eye, the two of them had already broken through. They charged forward, completely obliterating the last of the falling debris, in a display of power you'd expect from an overpowered main character in a top-tier action manhwa. Rude instinctively reached out, his hand finding the girls to steady them. A wave of relief washed over him, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He glanced over at her and confessed, "For a second there, I honestly thought we were done for." She shot back a wry, almost sheepish grin. "Yeah, well, that's one magic stone I won't be getting back," she admitted. Ahead of them, the path was swallowed by an oppressive darkness as they proceeded with caution. Their eyes scanned the pitch-black surroundings. "This floor is completely dark," Rude muttered, his senses on high alert. "I can still use thermal detection, but wandering blindly trying to find the enemy is." But before our hero could finish his thought, Alicia's eyes suddenly widened, a flash of realization in them as she stared into the abyss. Something was stirring in the depths of the cavern. Both of them felt it then, a colossal, terrifying presence surging towards them from the far end of the darkness. The very ground began to tremble. It was here. Slowly, a monstrous silhouette began to emerge from the shadows, a perfect foe for this manhwa recap. This was no mere monster. It was a miasma basilisk, a gargantuan dragon wreathed in an aura of pure dark energy. Its massive frame radiated a suffocating pressure that choked the air. And worse, this beast was armed with a host of deadly abilities. These abilities made it far more dangerous than its size suggested. As this action manhwa continues, Rude's voice remained steady, though laced with tension. He quickly analyzed the threat. Low agility, but its vitality is off the charts over 500. And then there are its skills. He paused. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Fangs and claws are coated in a potent poison. But before he could list its other threats, a deafening sound erupted. A bone-shattering roar exploded from the beast, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The dragon had seen them. They both froze, eyes wide with shock as the monster's gaze locked onto them. "It has magic resistance," Alicia stated, her voice tight. "It's resistant to fire, earth, light, and even dark magic," she called out. "Understood," Rude replied instantly with a sharp nod. "I'll switch to other elements. Provide support." "Right. Got it." In that single exchange, they shifted into perfect combat mode, their expressions hardened, their focus becoming razor-sharp. The colossal dragon threw its head back and let out another guttural scream. Its roar thundered through the cavern, but neither of our heroes so much as flinched. Their eyes were fixed on the beast. They braced themselves for the fight to come. "Let's begin." Alicia's gaze was calm but cautious, fully comprehending the terrifying power of the creature before them. In that instant, our overpowered main character, Rude, had already formed a plan. He would maintain his distance, analyze the monster's attack patterns. He would only strike when he had a complete understanding of its movements. However, the thick, poisonous cloud filling the air complicated things. In this toxic mist, he didn't know how long Alicia could last. This manhwa review is getting intense, because he had to end this fight, and fast. Suddenly, a blinding light. A blinding light erupted from the distance, hurtling straight toward him as the massive dragon opened its jaws, unleashing a towering pillar of pure flame. In a display of skill you'd expect from an overpowered main character, Rude's incredible reflexes allowed him to dodge with ease. In the very next instant, the entire area where he'd been standing was completely engulfed by the ferocious blast. Watching from the sidelines, she could only stare in utter disbelief as the very pillars and floor began to melt away from the sheer heat radiating outwards. That single attack was absolutely terrifying. It felt as if the very air around them was catching fire. Before she could even process it, another one came. A towering inferno erupted, scorching everything in its path. In a panic, the girl desperately summoned her spirit, using its power. She commanded it to create a gust of cool wind beneath their feet, a makeshift platform to escape the all-consuming blaze. Relying on this support, Rude dashed effortlessly through the air, swiftly closing the distance to the beast. With one clean, powerful motion, he slashed his blade across the dragon's massive body, but his expression instantly darkened. This creature wasn't going down that easily. Its scales were impossibly tough, a perfect defense. This entire scene is what makes this such a great action manhwa. He thought grimly to himself, "There's no way I can cut through that with just a sword." Even for an overpowered main character, this was a problem. And the magic I'm using, it doesn't seem compatible either. Alicia, he shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Hearing his call, she instantly reacted, channeling her magic. Countless sharp blades of wind formed around her and shot toward the dragon in a relentless storm. But the moment she saw it wasn't working, even she couldn't believe her eyes. Her spirit magic couldn't even scratch it. Despite the constant barrage, the massive creature only suffered a few shallow cracks on its surface. That was it. That was the only damage they had managed to inflict. Suddenly, the dragon's enormous spiked tail rose high into the air. Both Rude and Alicia tensed, their eyes locking onto the threat. A second later, countless razor-sharp spikes launched toward them like a hailstorm of death. The two of them quickly summoned shields and reinforced their bodies to block the barrage. Its defense was insane, and it had powerful long-range attacks. Just how in the world were they supposed to beat this thing? Just then, Alicia's voice rang out from behind him, calm yet filled with an unshakable determination. "Rude, hold it off for me. I need some time." Her voice carried a quiet confidence that immediately steadied him. "Before my current state runs out," she continued, "I'll unleash my ultimate attack." A faint smile appeared on Rude's lips. "Got it," he replied. The dragon's glowing eyes narrowed dangerously, as if it sensed their intent. As this Manhwa recap continues, Alicia wastes no time. She began summoning countless orbs of radiant energy, which swirled around her like a brilliant storm. The dragon, realizing the immense threat, prepared to obliterate her before the spell was complete. But of course, Rude isn't about to let that happen. This is where our overpowered main character, fueled by his reincarnation quest for revenge, really shines. Drawing on earth magic, he raised a hand. In an instant, massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, towering around them like ancient guardians. Gripping his sword tightly, Rude charged forward with unwavering resolve. With a powerful leap, he brought his blade crashing down on the dragon's massive head. The sheer force of the impact sent the beast reeling backwards, its roars filled with pain and rage. Meanwhile, Alicia entered, a perfect state of harmony, pouring every last ounce of her magic into one final devastating attack. "Right now, I have no defense. I'm putting everything into this one shot," she thought. "That's why I have to make up for the risk he's taking for me." Her voice then rang out, clear and steady. "Rude, get ready! Salam!" The spirit of fire appeared in a brilliant flash, radiating pure excitement. Meanwhile, Rude stood his ground, staring down the enormous dragon, a perfect cliffhanger for this Manhwa review. But that wasn't all of her power. Another spirit had been summoned, a graceful mermaid-like being known as Urdale. As Rude kept the monster busy, the girl, behind him, relentlessly poured more power into her summoning. Nomia and Wan, the spirits of water and wind, had returned to her side, joining the ever-growing army of elemental forces swirling around her. The dragon's expression twisted into one of pure disbelief. It could feel the overwhelming magical pressure flooding the battlefield as it turned its massive head, its glowing eyes widening in absolute shock. She had summoned all the elemental forces of this world. The creature simply couldn't believe what it was seeing. Then, from high above, a vicious spell descended, a pitch-black lightning bolt, tearing through the sky, born from the dark magic circles now surrounding the beast. It shot towards the girl, intent on shattering her connection to the 5 elemental spirits. But Rude was already there, appearing beside her in a flash, a key moment in this action Manhwa, ready to shield her from all harm. "It's done," Alicia shouted, her voice firm and unwavering. "Get out of here, Rude." Hearing her command, a brief flicker of hesitation crossed his face, but he obeyed instantly, trusting her completely. The girl poured every last ounce of her remaining strength into her next attack. "Take this." A brilliant, blinding light shot, straight for the dragon. A wave of scorching, pure energy engulfed the creature, causing even its massive form to recoil in agony. The sheer force of the blast shattered the surroundings, sending debris and smoke billowing in every direction. Breathing heavily, Alicia's body trembled from complete exhaustion. Back then, her thoughts trailed off, hinting at a past life or reincarnation, as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the thick smoke. The dragon. It was still standing. Its body, though, scorched in places, showed only minor burns. It looked almost completely unfazed. "Once, I could have brought down a monster like this with a single strike," she thought with a pang of bitterness. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Rude standing behind her, his calm eyes meeting hers. "That was a solid hit," he said softly, his voice warm and steady. A faint smile curved his lips as he stepped forward, his gaze locked onto the dragon. Now it's my turn. As he spoke, a large chunk of flesh dropped to the ground from the miasma dragon, fresh blood seeping into the dirt beneath it. The creature had already taken significant damage, its furious eyes locked onto the two humans in front of it, growling with pure murderous intent. Alicia struggled to speak, her breathing ragged. Sorry for making you use substitution magic on me, but I've used up all of my mana with that last attack. Rude let out a weak chuckle. It's fine. Just use whatever magic you've got left to protect yourself. His expression then turned deadly serious, as he tightened his grip on the cursed sword. From here on out, leave this thing to me. As this Manhwa recap continues, Alicia quietly nodded, casting a retreat spell to move back, but not before calling out, "Be careful." Rude sharpened his focus, his entire being centered on the massive beast before him. The miasma dragon, despite a chunk of flesh missing from its head, still radiated immense power, radiated pure aggression, letting out an ear-splitting roar that shook the very cavern walls. But our overpowered main character, Rude, remained perfectly calm, taking a slow, deliberate breath. Then, in a classic action manhwa showdown, he activated his own skill and roared back with equal ferocity. The miasma dragon froze solid, completely caught off guard, its expression a mask of pure confusion. Rude, seizing the moment, didn't waste the opportunity and unsheathed his sword. Planting his feet firmly, Rude shot forward like a cannonball, leaving the dragon staring in utter disbelief. He became a blur of motion, a streak of pure light weaving around the beast's colossal body, striking from every conceivable angle. He channeled the dark magic he'd absorbed just moments before, remembering its insane concentration of raw mana. His grip on the cursed sword tightened as he poured every ounce of his being into a devastating slash against the miasma dragon's hide. His spirit ignited, burning hotter than ever as a torrent of power surged through him, fueling a series of relentless strikes. At last, his attacks began to tear through the dragon's defenses. Rude's eyes lit up with excitement as he roared, "The scales are breaking! I can cut through it now." He didn't waste a single second, pressing his advantage with an unstoppable barrage. The miasma dragon, too slow and cumbersome, could do nothing but roar in fury as it endured the brutal onslaught. But then, a worrying thought struck Rude. His strikes were losing their edge. He glanced down at his weapon and realized the horrifying truth. The cursed sword's stored mana was draining at an alarming rate. Seeing this, the miasma dragon bared its fangs in a truly savage grin. Its blood-soaked face twisted into a victorious snarl as it let out another roar, a sound so powerful it made the very air shudder. A shock wave of corrosive miasma erupted from the beast, blasting Rude clean off his feet. Even if I'm immune to the poison, he thought grimly, the sheer force of the impact can still take me out. He watched in horror as the dragon lowered its head, preparing to charge. As he scrambled back up, his heart plummeted. Damn it, there's no time to dodge. In that desperate, split second, he activated his instant step skill, but the dragon's gargantuan size made a clean escape impossible. The beast swung its massive leg in a brutal, sweeping counterattack. Rude barely had time to reinforce his body and raise his sword in a desperate block, but the raw force of the blow was immense, sending him rocketing into the cavern wall with terrifying power. A truly epic moment in this action manhwa. Gasping for breath, his vision blurring at the edges, he fought to stay conscious, and yet, in that blinding moment of pain, a revelation hit him like lightning. I see now, he realized, his eyes narrowing on the colossal beast. I understand the limits of my instant step. A single, chilling thought echoed in his mind. Dragons are truly on another level. Just then, Alicia's panicked voice cut through the chaos. Rude! His vision swam, the world darkening around him as a memory flashed in his mind's eye. He was back in that moment, facing the minotaur, falling into the abyss, desperately clinging to life itself. That memory of his past failure, a key part of his reincarnation and path to revenge, reignited the fire within him. No, he growled, slamming his palm on the ground. He activated another spell just in time. A massive pillar of rock erupted from the floor, intercepting the miasma dragon's devastating charge. Seizing that priceless opening, Rude launched himself high into the air, narrowly escaping the follow-up attack. There's a world of difference between who I was then and the overpowered main character I am now. The miasma dragon immediately sensed him overhead. Its colossal jaws gaped open as flames began to gather deep within its throat. But this time, Rude had no intention of running. He knew exactly what was coming. A breath attack, he thought with chilling calm. Of course, he could easily dodge it using his thread manipulation, but as we see in this manhwa recap, just dodging won't win the fight. He'd lose a battle of attrition. With this new resolve, Rude acted without a shred of hesitation, activating his skill to weave a dense, intricate web of threads in the air just below him. In that moment, his plan became crystal clear. I'll use this like a slingshot and launch a counterattack. Our overpowered main character moved in a flash, putting his brilliant strategy into motion. At that very same instant, the Miasma dragon unleashed a violent torrent of fire from its gaping maw. But instead of falling back, Rude swung his sword directly into the inferno, the blade slicing cleanly through the colossal wave of flames. Gritting his teeth, our hero braced himself against the unbearable heat. A key moment in this action manhwa. There's nothing I can do about the raw temperature, he thought, pushing through the searing agony. But deep within the dragon's breath, he could sense it. Mana, if my fire resistance can just hold out long enough. Rude's grip tightened on the cursed sword, as he channeled every single ounce of his power into it. I can reinforce my weapon with my own mana, combine it with the sword's mana absorption ability, and unleash it all at once. With that resolve, a turning point in this manhwa recap, Rude plunged directly into the dragon's fiery breath. The heat was utterly suffocating. His vision swam, and every muscle in his body screamed in protest. Just as he was about to hit his absolute limit, when the pain was becoming almost too much to bear, a sudden wave of cool energy enveloped him. His eyes shot open in surprise as Rude looked down to see a faint, protective glow surrounding him. Alicia's voice then rang out from behind him. "Do it!" she screamed. She had jumped in at the last second, offering her support when he needed it most. With her help, the crushing pressure lifted instantly. A grin spread across Rude's face. "Thanks, Alicia," he muttered. His body surged with newfound strength, and gripping the sword tighter than ever, he brought it down on the Miasma dragon with his full, unbridled force. The beast let out a roar of pure agony, its shriek shaking the entire cavern to its core. Rude's strike had landed perfectly. In a blinding flash, the massive body of the Miasma dragon was split cleanly in two. Landing gracefully on the ground, Rude surveyed his work, his face lighting up with a wide, triumphant grin. But the victory took its toll. Rude crashed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Alicia rushed to his side, her expression filled with worry. "Rude, I'll cast a healing spell right away." But the young man simply waved her off with a faint smile. "Alicia, you don't need to push yourself any more than you already have." Just then, a system notification appeared right before his eyes. New skill acquired. Life drain. It was his reward for defeating the Miasma dragon, a classic power-up in a story of reincarnation and revenge. Rude's eyes lit up with curiosity. "So, I can recover health by using the skills I've gained from this hidden dungeon." A few moments later, he was sprawled comfortably on the cold floor, exhaling deeply. "Guess it's time to rest for a bit." The young man smiled, reaching his hand toward Alicia. She smiled back warmly, clasping his hand tightly in hers. Their palms pressed together as they activated their familiar skill substitution. Rude let out a sigh of complete relief. "We did it, both of us." Alicia nodded, her eyes shining with quiet pride. "We really did." She tilted her head slightly, glancing at him from the side. "But this is only the beginning, right?" Rude chuckled, a sound of pure agreement. "Yeah, I guess you're right." His thoughts drifted for a moment. A key part of this manhwa review. An S-rank adventurer, huh? Memories of his younger self flooded his mind, along with the image of the hero he had admired since he was a child. Tall, powerful, and utterly invincible. Rude smiled faintly to himself, whispering under his breath, "We've still got a long way to go." Shaking off his fatigue, Rude sat up, his eyes burning with renewed determination. "First, let's grab some of that Miasma dragon meat. Then, we head for the deepest part of the dungeon." After some time, their journey through the dungeon finally led them to a massive, imposing door. Beyond it, Rude's eyes widened in astonishment. A luminous stone hovered in the center of the chamber, the very core of the dungeon. It pulsed with a quiet, mesmerizing light, and Alicia let out a soft gasp of pure wonder. "Even among the most seasoned adventurers, only a handful ever get to witness this," she explained as they walked forward together. "If we use the magic circle near the core, it'll send us straight back to the dungeon entrance." Rude listened in silence, taking it all in. As they drew closer, Alicia casually added, Most adventurers leave the core intact since it allows rare dungeon materials to keep regenerating. But Rude's expression darkened instantly as he understood the grim implication. If they just left it like this, they both knew the Miasma dragon could one day be revived. Rude, our overpowered main character, stood before the dungeon core, faced with a critical choice. He was lost in thought, recalling everything he'd experienced in the Avelio dungeon, the hardships, the constant danger. But because of it all, he also remembered the day Alicia had joined him, the powerful bond they had forged, and the precious memories they now shared. A faint smile touched his lips. This place was the beginning of my path, the first step in my reincarnation and revenge. He then raised the cursed sword. Bowing his head in a silent show of respect, he whispered, "Thank you, Avelio dungeon." With that, he gently pressed the blade forward. The sword touched the dungeon core. The scene then cuts to Bologna's office, where the atmosphere was thick with unbearable tension. The man anxiously questioned his staff. "Are there any reports from Rude's team yet?" A subordinate bowed his head low. He spoke quietly. "No, sir. There has been no report of their return yet." Bologna let out a long, weary sigh. The weight of exhaustion was heavy on his shoulders. "I see." He sank into deep thought, unable to shake the heavy unease settling in his heart. "They call him the Miasma Hunter now," Bologna reflected. In the brutal world of adventurers, a world so often depicted in action manhwa, strength is everything. He'd lost count of the sleepless nights spent worrying over this situation. Even when I try to ease the tension, even when I try to mediate, it never ends. An adventurer without power lives a life of hardship and suffering. His fist clenched tightly in frustration. If all this pressure is enough to make him abandon his dream, Bologna exhaled, a wave of resignation washing over him. Then that too is simply another path. Just then, the door to his office swung open with a bang. A subordinate rushed inside, his voice filled with urgency. "Report." Bologna straightened up, a flash of hope in his eyes. "Speak." The man was beaming, barely able to contain his excitement. "They've returned, sir. They used the teleportation circle. Rude and Alicia, both of them." The joy in his voice was unmistakable. "They've defeated the Miasma dragon and destroyed the dungeon core. The report confirms they succeeded." The entire office erupted in cheers, a key moment in this manhwa recap. A broad smile spread across Bologna's face as he laughed heartily. "I can't believe it. Of all people, he's the one who saved this city." Bologna rose to his feet, his expression filled with immense pride. "Come, let's go welcome them properly." His voice carried a new weight as he addressed everyone present. "They are adventurers with the power to change the future." He was talking about Rude and Alicia. The scene then shifts to the city of Golar, where an old man sat reading the news, his face darkening. With each word, his expression grew fouler. "Damn you, Bologna," he cursed under his breath, grinding his teeth as he threw the paper aside in a rage. Aside. They destroyed the new labyrinth just like that, all because they already owned so many. The city lord of Golar scowled, pure rage simmering in his eyes. "Our entire plan to seize control of that new dungeon is completely ruined." Across from him, a brown-haired man chuckled softly. "Isn't this actually better for us, my lord?" A sly smile played on the man's lips as he calmly analyzed the situation. "Bologna can't deny the legitimacy of our claim to that newly discovered labyrinth. That's precisely why they destroyed it instead of just handing it over." The brown-haired man leaned forward, his voice turning cold but perfectly calculated. "So if we frame it that way, we can still put pressure on Bologna. We'll demand compensation for the profits we would have earned." The room fell silent as the weight of this revenge plot settled in. The lord stroked his chin, deep in thought. That would certainly be a more profitable approach than personally challenging the labyrinth and losing adventurers in the process, wouldn't it? A sly, dangerous grin crept across his face. "But if we do that, I doubt Bologna's Adventurers Guild will just sit idly by." The long-haired man beside him scoffed, "Which is exactly what we want." His expression turned dark and cold as he spoke slowly, each word dripping with menace. "We'll show that old man and his little team who truly holds the upper hand." The scene shifts, transitioning to a quiet garden under the night sky. A small bird perched on a nearby branch was startled as Silly playfully swooped past. Beneath the tree, our overpowered main character Rudd and Alicia sat by a crackling campfire, roasting meat. The sizzling sound filled the air as the Miasma dragon meat cooked to perfection. Alicia sniffed the air, her mouth watering. "That smells absolutely amazing," Rudd grinned proudly. "It's been sitting in my magic pouch all this time." Finally, I get to eat it. Without hesitation, he picked up a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The rich, tender flavor exploded on his tongue, and he couldn't help but exclaim, This is incredible. Rudd couldn't hold back his excitement. So, this is the taste of dragon meat. Every other meat I've had before feels bland now. He rambled on, oblivious to Alicia's gradually darkening expression. It's got this sweet, rich flavor. The fat melts right on your tongue. The strength of the red meat just completes it. This is... Alicia suddenly stood up with determination. I've made up my mind, she spoke with fake seriousness. Tonight we're having real high-class steak. Rudd blinked in confusion. But we're already having steak. Alicia only looked more frustrated. You're so unfair. With a pout, she declared, We need to scout out the best restaurants around here. Immediately. Rudd chuckled, shaking his head. All right. But first, let me enjoy this. And with that, time passed. 4 days had slipped by since the fall of the Avelio labyrinth, a key event in this action manhwa. In Bologna's office, the faint sound of a pen scratching across paper filled the room. The old guildmaster finally broke the silence. Sorry to keep summoning you like this, Rudd, but this will be the last time. He slid a document across the desk. The final report on the dungeon raid has been confirmed. With that, Bologna handed Rudd a large pouch. And, as promised, your reward, 1.5 million. Regime. Rudd's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? That much? Bologna chuckled calmly. The Avelio labyrinth had a difficulty rating of 70. This amount is more than justified. Rudd accepted the pouch, his eyes sparkling with disbelief, a fitting reward for our reincarnation hero. And joy. But Bologna's expression shifted, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Also, Rudakun. He met the young man's gaze directly. You and Alicia cleared that entire labyrinth by yourselves. There is absolutely no way I'm letting two heroes like you remain at rank D. Bologna slid another form across the desk. So, I'm officially upgrading both of your adventurer ranks. For a moment, Rude was completely stunned, his mind drawing a blank. A short while later, the two of them emerged from the guildmaster's office, disappearing into the bustling crowd of adventurers. Rude tilted his head back, a wide, almost silly grin spreading across his face. You know, he mused, it feels like I just got promoted to rank D yesterday. He was still in disbelief as he stared at the card in his hand. Status open. The details shimmered into view. Name Rude. Level 50. 2. Rank D. Race, human. Condition, normal. A soft, amazed chuckle escaped Rude's lips. I can't believe I hit this level with almost no time wasted. Alicia leaned over, her eyes scanning the details on his card. Even for someone who's been fighting monsters way above his pay grade, that kind of speed is just not normal, she thought to herself. It was common knowledge that once you hit level 40, the grind slows to a crawl. Suddenly, Rude let out another laugh, glancing over at her. Alicia blinked, her expression a mask of confusion. What's so funny now? A teasing grin played on Rude's lips. Alicia, you finally broke past your own level cap. With a slight huff, Alicia fumbled for her own card. She stared down at the stats, her lips pressed into a thin line. This isn't exactly something to celebrate, she muttered, more to herself than to him. Rude just shrugged. Still, it's a little strange, don't you think? He said, tilting his head. Even though my level is higher now, when it comes to a real fight, you're still the stronger one, right? Alicia explained calmly. That's because levels are just a guideline. In this kind of action manhwa, true strength comes from your skills and combat experience. They were completely absorbed in their conversation when a sudden uproar near the guild entrance shattered the peace. A group of men stormed into the guild, their demeanor loud and confrontational. At their head was a man with a smug, pompous smile. It was Petty. The moment he spotted them, he bellowed, You there! So the rumors were true after all. The famous Miasma hunter. Rude's face immediately soured into a scowl. Who in the hell are you? Don't you even have the decency to introduce yourself? How polite. The man just snorted, dripping with arrogance. Adventurers from Bologna are so ignorant. You don't even recognize the lords of the neighboring cities? The second Rude heard that, all the pieces snapped into place. This is a classic setup for a revenge plot, something you see a lot in these manhwa recaps. A neighboring city lord. That must mean, he realized. This has to be that notoriously cheap lord from Galar. Petty sneered, his voice thick with venom. So, tell me, he demanded, how dare you destroy the 9 labyrinth? That dungeon was supposed to be ours. Rude's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. Hold on. The last I checked, that newly discovered Avelio labyrinth was designated as shared property, wasn't it? Petty scoffed as if Rude had said something utterly ridiculous. That labyrinth is on the border between Bologna and Gaular. See? But you greedy bastards went and locked us out. He continued his tirade, his voice getting louder and more infuriating with every word. And then you have the strange incidents happening inside. Not to mention the sudden surge of monsters and the complete destruction of the dungeon itself. Petty took a menacing step forward, his eyes glinting. The profits we should have made from that dungeon. The damages our territory sustained from the monster stampede. So, how exactly are you going to compensate us for all of it, you little punk? Alicia had heard enough. Her patience finally snapped. Excuse me, Lord. Whatever your name is, she interjected, her politeness sharp as a razor's edge. Aren't matters of this nature supposed to be discussed between guild representatives? And from what I've read, the official reports clearly state that Bologna's adventurers were the ones who handled this situation. Alicia's friendly smile vanished, replaced by a sharp edge as she asked, So tell me, who exactly gave the right to people who did absolutely nothing to stand here and bark demands at us? The pompous lord faltered, rendered momentarily speechless by her audacity. Rude couldn't help but smirk to himself. As expected of an S-rank adventurer, her words cut like a knife. But just then, a subordinate of the lord stepped forward, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. So, the rumors are true after all, he sneered. The Emerald Tempest herself, Alicia, now reduced to a common mercenary working for Bologna. The brown-haired man flashed a truly mocking grin. Seeing your rank plummet like that must have been the curse of that abyssal labyrinth eating away at your soul. Only a fallen hero like you would fit in perfectly with a rundown city like Bologna. This is a classic setup for a revenge plot in this Manhwa recap, as Rude's blood instantly boils. That scoundrel, if I'm not mistaken, he's the guildmaster of Gaular. The man from Gaular kept that fake, smug smile plastered on his face. This isn't really up for debate. After all, only low-ranking adventurers seem to think they have a say in these matters. Petty crossed his arms with a smug nod, clearly pleased with the insult. The Gaular guildmaster then stepped closer, leaning right beside Alicia's ear as his voice dropped to a venomous whisper, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. So that's all you are, just a worthless survivor from a party that got wiped out for nothing. You should really stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. This time, Alicia truly snapped. You absolute piece of filth. A palpable wave of energy surged from her body without warning. The Gaular guildmaster's face instantly turned deathly pale, sheer panic flashing in his eyes. Wait, am I actually feeling threatened? By a girl whose rank dropped all the way to 45? Impossible. But before this action manhwa scene could escalate further, an authoritative voice cut through the tension. Enough. Alicia swiftly reined in her surging mana. Guildmaster Bologna strode forward, his eyes as sharp as blades. I will not tolerate this behavior inside my guild. His gaze shifted to the newcomers, his expression calm but completely uncompromising. And you, Guildmaster, follow me. We have matters to discuss. The Gaular Guildmaster hastily masked his unease, forcing a smile as he backed away. You really ought to keep your attack dog on a tighter leash. Rude's eyes narrowed, and he muttered under his breath. What in the world is this guy's problem? Just as our main character tried to shake off his irritation, someone called out to him, Rude! A man was approaching, waving, cheerfully. The moment Rude laid eyes on him, he let out a weary sigh. Seriously? It's just one after another today. Alicia's eyes widened in fulminant, sudden recognition. Eert? The man, Eert, looked absolutely elated as he grabbed her hand. So, you do remember me? Rude couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You know this guy? Alicia explained calmly. He's from my old guild. We used to be in the same party. Eert's expression softened, his voice tinged with a deep nostalgia. Back then, Azure Trails was the guild that everyone admired. He seemed lost, in thought for a moment, before his gaze locked back onto her. You were the one who could wield multiple elemental spirit magics. All at once, he said, his eyes shimmering with awe. You have no idea how much you inspired me as a fellow elf. Eert held her hand, even tighter, his voice filled with earnest emotion. And then, after what happened to you in the Abiolan, I know just how much you've suffered because of it, and that is the precise reason I've come all the way to Bologna. Raising his eyes to meet hers, he finally made his offer. Alicia, would you consider joining my guild? A wave of pure shock washed over Alicia's face. Rude's expression hardened, his clear displeasure aimed squarely at the stranger in front of them, but Eert just kept that polished, professional smile plastered on his face. Alicia smoothly pulled her hand back from his grasp. Thank you for the kind invitation, but I've already found my team. With a dazzling smile, she gestured to the person beside her. Let me introduce you to my partner. Rude offered his hand. The name's Rude. Nice to meet you. Eert, however, blatantly smacked his hand away, not even bothering to hide his disdain. A vein throbbed on Rude's forehead. You. But Eert acted as if he didn't exist, grabbing Alicia's hand once more. I heard the whole tragic story of what happened to you in the Abbey labyrinth. The curse you were afflicted with, he said, letting out a completely fake, sympathetic sigh. But still, for a legendary S-rank adventurer to end up stuck on a team with that so-called Miasma muscaver. Rude. Our soon-to-be overpowered main character instantly caught the mocking tone. This guy, Eert, just kept digging his own grave. If you join my team, I can guarantee you countless chances to prove your greatness again. Alicia's expression instantly turned to ice. With a sharp tug, she wrenched her hand free from his grip. She stepped toward him, her eyes flashing dangerously. Don't you dare talk about things you clearly know nothing about. Her voice left no room for argument. I chose to team up with Rude. When you insult him, you insult me, she stated, her loyalty absolute. And by the way, thanks for your concern, she added with a sharp smile. The curse. It's already been lifted. Eert's jaw dropped. He stammered. But that was an SS rank abyssal labor curse, wasn't it? And the floor boss itself cast it, right? Alicia just shrugged with a light, mysterious smile. Well, I was just lucky enough to run into someone who could help. Eert looked completely bewildered, mumbling under his breath. How? No, this just doesn't add up. Alicia winked playfully at Rude. If your little secret gets out, it'll be a real headache, so keep it quiet, okay? Rude grinned back. Thanks for the save. As they turned to leave, Alicia casually tossed a final verbal grenade over her shoulder. Oh, and we're about to rank him up, too. He's not D rank anymore. He's C rank now. Eert looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. What? For a moment, all he could do was clutch his face in utter disbelief. All this time, I've been worrying so much about Alicia. And then, that worry twisted into pure frustration. That damn scavenger, he snarled under his breath. It's him. He's the one manipulating her. His fist clenched so tight his knuckles were white. How could a C-rank rookie defeat a miasma dragon? No, it's impossible. It had to be Alicia, and that lowlife just stole her glory. This is a key point in our Manhwa review. The thought alone made his blood boil. His eyes burned with pure hatred as he glared daggers at Rude's retreating back. Rude, of course, noticed the intense hostility. Hey, that guy is still staring daggers at me, he complained casually. Alicia sighed, sounding completely used to it. Elves are prideful creatures, and the longer they live, the more ingrained their prejudices become. Her companion shot her a very pointed look, and she blinked in confusion. What is it? Rude grinned mischievously. You're an elf too, aren't you? I was just wondering if you were one of those proud, stuck-up types. Alicia puffed out her cheeks in protest. What are you even talking about? She thumped her chest proudly. I happen to be a very humble elf. I'm understanding, irresistibly charming, and don't forget, super strong, too. A perfect heroine for this action manhwa. Rude just chuckled to himself. Yeah, that still sounds pretty prideful to me. The two of them finally approached the guild registration desk. The receptionist greeted them with a knowing smile. Ah, welcome. The guildmaster has already filled me in on everything. Her eyes lingered on Rude for a moment as she sighed in admiration. It was a truly rare sight indeed, but as soon as our overpowered main character Rude took the document from her hand, the realization finally dawned on him, and a wave of pure excitement followed. The receptionist just smiled knowingly. You've been granted a rank jump, straight from C rank all the way to B rank. Rude's eyes lit up as he let out a cheer. Sweet. The receptionist leaned her chin into her hand, muttering thoughtfully. It just goes to show how insanely difficult that Avelio labyrinth mission really was. She continued, adding, plus, we received reports from the villagers you helped. They confirmed your involvement in taking down that Baphomet. Rude was still struggling to process it all. Me? A B rank? Suddenly, a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder. You should be a lot happier about it. Turning around, Rude saw the familiar faces of Magnus and Reard. Magnus was smiling warmly. The whole village is grateful to you, man. But before Rude could even respond, Alicia cut in with a teasing scold. Hey, it's just B rank. Don't go getting a big head just yet. Remember what you're really aiming for. Rude inhaled deeply, realizing she was absolutely right. He slapped his own cheeks, refocusing his mind. All right. With a surge of newfound determination, he stretched his arms toward the ceiling and declared, to become an S-rank adventurer, let's keep pushing forward. This is the kind of drive you love to see in an action manhwa recap. But the moment was shattered by a familiar, utterly unwanted voice. Eert approached them with a sneer. You really thought I'd just let this little joke slide, didn't you? Rude let out a sigh, his annoyance painfully obvious. Again, with this guy. Eert ran, a hand through his hair with an exaggerated flare, his tone just dripping with condescension. Dungeon intel is distributed based on rank. It's a system designed to protect adventurers. And yet, some nobody who only got this far by, riding on everyone else's coattails gets to be a B rank? His voice was practically oozing with contempt as his gaze locked onto Rude. Eert shot a glance of pure disdain at everyone else in the room. This baloney guild, is it just full of complete idiots or what? Magnus and Rygert both scowled, glaring daggers in his direction. The receptionist and all the surrounding adventurers wore the exact same irritated expressions. Rude just narrowed his eyes with a quiet, dismissive ha. The receptionist waved a hand dismissively. Think whatever you want, she said flatly. The B-rank promotion came directly from the guildmaster. As we see in this manhwa review, the tension is escalating. Magnus stepped forward, his glare hostile. Hey buddy, why don't you take back what you just said? Everyone in the room was now clearly siding against Eert. If you don't want to get your face rearranged, I suggest you shut your mouth. But Eert remained completely unfazed, utterly indifferent to their collective anger. Judging by the looks of this place, maybe it really is full of idiots. Magnus's face twisted into a mask of pure fury. You little. He lunged forward, grabbing Eert by the collar, his fists clenched in rage. But before he could land a single punch, Alicia cried out, Don't! In the next second, Eert effortlessly flung Magnus to the ground as if he weighed nothing at all. Magnus hit the floor hard, groaning in agony. Eert calmly drove the very tip of his sword into the floorboards, mere inches from Magnus's shoulder. A cold, cruel sneer curled his lips. Do me a favor and keep those filthy— Get your hands off me, would you? Alicia swiftly moved to stand between them. Eert, that's enough. Eert, however, just casually sheathed his sword, his eyes softening only when he looked at Alicia. You've always been such a kind soul. So much so you'd even lend a hand to useless trash like him, but Alicia's expression turned to ice. Watch your mouth. Eert lowered his head in, a display of mock humility. I know we elves are a proud, prejudiced people. Even for me, changing my perspective takes effort, especially when I'm so certain I'm right. He then let out a loud, self-satisfied laugh. A humble, understanding, and devastatingly charming elf like me. As your kin, it's my duty to guide you back to the correct path. Rude couldn't help but let out a small chuckle at the sheer, familiar arrogance of his words. Eert caught the reaction and frowned. What are you laughing at? But before our main character could reply, Eert jumped to his own ridiculous conclusion. I see it now. Unqualified adventurers like you just endanger the lives of everyone around you. Eert smirked, his voice dripping with provocation. So, let's have a little test. See if you actually deserve that B-rank title. The receptionist had finally had enough. Seriously, who made you the judge of everything around here? But to everyone's utter shock, Alicia calmly accepted the challenge. Fine, she declared with confidence. If you doubt Rude's abilities, then you can test him yourself. And with that, the scene shifts to the Bologna Guild's training grounds for this manhwa recap. Alicia bowed her head, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry this escalated because of me. Rude just scratched his chin, a small smile on his face. Hey, don't blame yourself. It's partly my fault for not being strong enough yet. He glanced at her, his eyes filled with a new resolve. But I just have to beat the one who challenged me. That will be enough to prove I'm worthy to stand by your side. Rude understood one thing about this new life from his reincarnation. In the end, as an adventurer, only absolute strength can silence all doubt. The two now stood facing each other, in the middle of the Bologna Guild's training grounds, a crowd of curious onlookers already forming. Alicia held her staff and raised her voice toward the arena. If either of you suffers any serious injuries, I will stop this fight immediately. Understood? But it was clear neither man was listening. Their focus was locked entirely on each other, a classic setup in any good action manhwa. Rude furrowed his brows, channeling all of his focus. All right, then. His opponent, simply smiled, looking calm and completely unbothered. Those emerald green eyes shimmered with pure, undisguised arrogance. Begin. The moment Alicia's voice echoed, shot forward like a cannonball. Rude's eyes widened in surprise at the sheer speed of his opponent, but this overpowered main character quickly twisted his blade, blocking the incoming strike just in the nick of time. Leaned in close, a mocking grin plastered on his face. Oh? You actually managed to block that. I guess you're not completely useless after all. And with that, swung his sword again, his movements filled with smug confidence. A flurry of razor-sharp strikes rained down on Rude. Both hands, gripping his hilt, Rude clenched his teeth, desperately blocking the onslaught. Damn it! His swordsmanship is on a whole other level, Rude thought, his eyes narrowing as he recalled Alicia's warning. He can fight using both offensive and reinforcement magic. As if on cue, a glowing blue magic circle materialized beneath Irt's hand. Placing his palm against his own chest, Irt smiled with absolute pride. A swordsman who uses magic. This manhwa review just got more interesting. Rude's eyes widened in shock as Irt's entire body began to glow with a radiant blue energy. And then, in the blink of an eye, Irt vanished from sight. But before Rude, our overpowered main character, could even react, a swift strike came from behind. Fortunately, the blow only clanged against his shoulder armor. The impact still sent a jolt through him, but it could have been far worse. Irt clicked his tongue, clearly frustrated. Rude whipped around instantly, his eyes desperately trying to scan for his opponent. I can't even follow his movements. To counter, I'll have to. But was suddenly cut off by Irt's voice from behind. My rank is B, that is a title, reserved only for those with true strength. With an air of utter superiority, Irt casually swept his bangs aside and looked down. On Rude. You get it now, don't you? You're not worthy of that title, and you're certainly not worthy of standing next to Alicia. Alicia's face tightened at his words, her brows furrowing with obvious displeasure. Rude, however, simply lowered his gaze, his tone surprisingly calm but resolute. You're right. With my strength right now, I'm not worthy to stand by her side. Irt's eyes practically gleamed with smug satisfaction, but then Rude lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. But as you can plainly see, Alicia chose me. That single sentence caused Irt's eye to twitch in pure irritation. In this action, manhwa, our hero knows how to land a blow. Rude took a deep breath, his eyes burning with determination. So I'll show you. I will prove that I can become someone worthy of standing beside her. Hearing this, Alicia let out a soft chuckle, a gentle smile forming on her lips as she exhaled. Irt's half-lidded eyes, however, burned with raw hostility. In response, Rude summoned a blazing red, magic circle beneath his feet. A massive stone fist erupted from the ground, rocketing towards his opponent. But Irt was lightning fast, conjuring a similar crimson magic circle of his own. You absolute idiot, Irt sneered. Did you really believe you could win against me in a duel of magic? The stone fist, empowered by Rude's earth magic, and Irt's fiery projectiles screamed toward one another. The instant they collided, a massive explosion erupted, flooding the entire arena in a blinding white light. Smoke and dust washed over the battlefield, forcing Magnus and Ryger to throw their arms up to shield their faces. Hey, Magnus muttered, squinting through the haze. They're going a little crazy out there, aren't they? From within the slowly clearing smoke, Irt's unsettling grin began to emerge. Too bad for you, he muttered, his voice dark. Purification dispel. A glowing orb of pure light hovered over him, answering his command. This, right here, is the difference between our ranks, Irt declared arrogantly. Just give up already. He then hurled the orb of purifying light, straight for Rude. But our overpowered main character remained calm and composed, simply raising his sword to the sky. As the orb made contact, its energy was effortlessly drained away, sucked entirely into the hilt of Rude's blade. The ominous eye embedded in the sword gleamed as it greedily consumed the last traces of magic. Irt's expression twisted in utter shock. What the hell was that? His magic was gone in a flash. Rude finally spoke, his voice steady and full of confidence. I figured you'd rely on magic to try and crush me. He tilted his flaming sword, the ominous glow of the cursed weapon reflecting in his eyes. After all, elves are notoriously proud creatures, aren't they? Before Irt could even process the insult, Rude lunged forward, his sword slashing down with overwhelming force. Irt, still reeling from the shock, struggled just to block the attack. Steel rang against steel as the duel exploded with new intensity. But something was different. The speed, the pressure, the raw power of Rude's strikes were on an entirely different level than before. Irt gritted his teeth, pure frustration boiling inside him. That sword, it's enchanted, isn't it? Rude deflected another blow, a slight smirk on his face. You're not wrong. With a powerful swing, Rude forced Irt back several steps, putting him completely on the defensive. But it's more than that. This is a cursed sword. This twist is exactly why we do a Manhwa recap. His face darkening with uncontrollable rage, Irt lowered his stance, summoning a dazzling golden magic circle that erupted beneath him. Cursed sword, he spat with venom. Just another reason Alicia shouldn't be wasting her time with trash like you. Crackling with golden lightning, his left hand surged with raw magical energy. Magic blade, he roared, his entire body arcing with electricity as the buff magic enveloped him, coiling his body like a sprinter on the starting line. He sneered, There's no way you'll be able to keep up with my speed now. Irt's eyes gleamed with a menacing golden light. In a flash, his entire body transformed into pure lightning, streaking across the training ground directly at Rude. Before our hero could even process the attack, Irt closed the distance and slammed a palm strike squarely into his stomach. Golden lightning crackled and erupted violently, shooting through Rude's body and bursting out his back in brilliant, blinding flashes. A devastating thunderpalm. Magnus and Rigger, watching from the sidelines, broke out in a cold sweat just witnessing the sheer power of this action Manhwa scene. Irt closed his eyes, still wearing that smug, arrogant smile as sparks danced across his fingertips. You're nothing special after all. Smoke curled upward from Rude's back, his body still smoldering from the attack. Irt turned away with over-the-top confidence. Well then, Alicia, why don't you announce the winner? But just before he could bask in his supposed victory, Rude's hand shot out, snatching him by the collar. Irt's eyes widened in pure, unadulterated shock. Rude, still crackling faintly with residual electricity, just smirked. Sorry to disappoint you, but electricity doesn't work on me. Paralysis has no effect. This is the kind of revenge moment we love in a Manhwa recap. Irt's face twisted in utter disbelief. That's impossible. You should be paralyzed after taking that much voltage. But before he could finish his whining, Rude slammed his forehead directly into Irt's nose. The brutal headbutt was delivered with enough force to make his hair stand on end from the static, sending blood splattering everywhere. Irt collapsed onto his back, completely dazed and helpless. Still reeling from that unexpected blow, Irt looked up only to see Rude's sword planted firmly into the ground, mere centimeters from his face. Our overpowered main character crossed his arms. A faint image of a green dragon materialized behind him as he spoke with a mocking grin. My apologies, but lately, I've gained immunity to quite a few things. You see, that for yourself now, don't you? Rigger stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Magnus, on the other hand, broke into a massive, excited grin. Alicia smiled softly, her eyes filled with pride. That's more like it. The roar of the crowd then erupted across the arena, shaking the entire training ground. As we continue this Manhwa review, the scene transitions to inside the grand hall. Bologna sat behind a desk, holding an official-looking document as two men sat across from him. The Lord is currently tied up with affairs in the Lerding capital, Bologna explained calmly. So, I've been entrusted to act on his behalf. He scanned the document, his eyes sharp and focused. I've reviewed Goler's complaints in full. Since we are responsible for managing this area, we intend to fully cooperate with your efforts to resolve the damage suffered. Petty, his expression twisted with frustration, jabbed a finger at Bologna. I've told you already, we don't want cooperation. We want compensation. We invested a fortune to acquire that labyrinth. His bitter complaints just kept on coming. You've all let greed consume you, taking far more than you ever deserved. And now you're going to pay the price. But just as his tirade reached its peak, the door was thrown open. A young woman with glasses rushed in, looking completely flustered. My apologies for the interruption. Goler, the guild chairman, glared at her, his annoyance palpable. "What is it now? Have you forgotten how to knock?" The bespectacled girl completely ignored his scolding, her voice tight with anxiety. "This is an emergency, sir. Something incredibly strange is happening with Alo's new labyrinth, the rubble and debris around it. It's as if they're piecing themselves back together, like they're rising from some endless abyss." Her voice trembled with a deep-seated fear. The area that was just confirmed to be completely collapsed, it's rebuilding itself. A deathly silence consumed the room as she delivered the final, chilling detail. A pair of glowing crimson eyes has appeared inside the fractured space. In the darkness, two monstrous statues sat like unyielding guardians, their eyes radiating an eerie, menacing glow. The young woman clutched her stack of papers, her face a mask of pure worry. The entire area is saturated with pure umzalovale, an unprecedented amount of mana, and the source. It's a rank B individual. Bologna's brow furrowed, his mind reeling in disbelief. That's absolutely impossible. The secretary's frown only deepened, her frayed nerves on full display. The two stone demons are still stationed, at the entrance. They're preventing anyone from even getting close. Bologna's expression turned grim. "So, those fools from Golar. I suppose this is no longer the time for our petty squabbles." Galor's guild chairman scowled at his subordinate. "Petty? Is that what you think this is?" Hearing that, the old man broke into a cold sweat, reluctantly admitting, "Let's put the other matters aside for now." Bologna then rose to his feet, his voice ringing with authority. "We are forming an elite expedition team to investigate the new Avelio labyrinth, effective immediately. Summon every adventurer, rank B and above, at once, and get Rude K here, too." Meanwhile, our clueless, overpowered main character was still savoring his victory, sharing a celebratory fist bump with the beautiful elf, Alicia, completely oblivious to the massive crisis brewing on the other side of town. A short time later, the summoned adventurers gathered before Bologna, with the young secretary now standing dutifully by his side. She reported in a clear, steady voice, "Everyone is present, including Guild Chairman Golar and the members of Slankar." Almira was grinning, practically vibrating with excitement, while Irt's group shared nervous glances. Bologna's expression darkened as he finally addressed the tense room. "Based on the situation we've confirmed, the labyrinth cycle has officially begun." Rude and Alicia shot each other confused looks, listening intently. "We must get to the Avelio labyrinth and suppress it, as quickly as we possibly can." Rude leaned over to Alicia, whispering, "Hey, what in the world is a labyrinth cycle?" She gave him a quick sideways glance. "It's an extremely rare phenomenon where a labyrinth begins to transform. I've only ever heard stories about it." Her emerald eyes sharpened with intense focus. "This time, the collapse must have triggered the cycle. This is my first time seeing it happen in person." Alicia rested her chin in her hand, her brow furrowed in thought. "More importantly, the concentrated mana surrounding the labyrinth is only at rank B. We even have rank A adventurers with us for this mission, so it shouldn't be much of a problem, right?" But just then, a mocking laugh echoed through the hall, drawing every single eye in the room. It was Irt, still carrying himself with the bitter arrogance of a sore loser, as he stepped forward with that ever-present condescending smirk. "Cha, I expected nothing less from a freshly promoted D rank like you. Your inexperience is practically screaming." Rude turned, a puzzled look on his face. "Huh? What are you even talking about?" But Irt's expression suddenly turned uncharacteristically, his expression turning grim as he laid out the facts. "Consider the mana radiating from the labyrinth. If the energy on the outside is already B rank, that means the inside is A rank, or even worse." He paused, his voice dropping to a heavy whisper. "It could even be S rank." Alicia added her own analysis, her tone calm but laced with caution. "And from what we've gathered, the labyrinth is in flux, transforming like a chrysalis about to burst. When this cocoon finally emerges, the entire region will be saturated with mana. And since it's right on the doorstep of Golar and Bologna, the probability of both cities facing utter annihilation is terrifyingly high. The sheer power that will be unleashed is almost unimaginable, so immense that everything near the labyrinth will likely be consumed by a blinding surge of violet energy." Rude was silent, the image of a lifeless, desolate wasteland playing out in his mind. A firm hand on his shoulder snapped him back to the present. "Don't get lost in the what-ifs," Bologna said reassuringly. "There have only been a handful of cases where a labyrinth cycle caused a disaster of that magnitude. There's still too much we don't understand. Perhaps all this anxiety is for nothing." The veteran guildmaster's faith in the young man was absolute. "You are the one." who cleared the original dungeon. I'm relying on you to lead us all. Alicia tilted her head, giving Rude a smile filled with pride and gentleness. And with that, the scene shifts to the labyrinth's exterior, a chaotic landscape of massive boulders and debris. Beneath a vast, open sky, two colossal stone demons stood as silent sentinels before the labyrinth's entrance. Their hulking figures were perfectly still. Bologna and the guild chairman, Golar, crouched low behind a large rock formation, their gazes locked on the entrance. The entire party held their breath, observing the tense situation. This is where our overpowered main character, Rude, activated a skill on his eyes. Appraisal. A detailed status window for the stone demons materialized in his vision, a classic skill in any great action manhwa. Rude quietly relayed the intel to Alicia. They're a notch stronger than those rolling beetles we fought before. But just then, a stray foot sent a small rock skittering across the ground, the sound echoing with sharp clarity. The stone demons' heads instantly snapped towards the source of the noise, a deep, menacing growl rumbling from their chests. Rude's eyes widened in alarm. Damn, their reflexes are insane. Without a moment's hesitation, both monsters charged the group, their enormous jaws opening wide to unleash an ear-shattering roar. Petrifying breath, a brilliant golden light erupted from their maws, surging directly towards the party. Alicia's reaction was instantaneous. She summoned her small wind spirit. Intercept it. A torrent of vibrant blue energy slammed into the golden beam of petrification, the two opposing forces colliding with a deafening crackle. Standing guard beside her, Rude's hand went to the hilt of the sword on his back, poised to jump in at a moment's notice. Nearby, a mysterious veiled woman clenched her fist, revealing three razor-sharp, gleaming claws, drawing a curious look from Omira. But the stone demon's petrifying breath proved too powerful, finally shattering Alicia's magical counter. The defensive barrier crumbled. The monster charged right through the dissipating light, lunging straight for her. The stone demon threw its head back with a guttural roar, but tragically for it, the beast never even got a chance to display its true power before a colossal fist crashed down on its head. Bologna's punch drove the stone demon's skull straight into the earth, fracturing the very ground beneath it. The veteran guildmaster calmly raised his fist, a perfect scene for this action manhwa recap. Fist, glaring down at the fallen beast with utter disdain. Pathetic, he muttered. The other stone demon, seeing its partner get obliterated so easily, charged forward in a blind rage, essentially throwing its life away. Guild chairman, Golar couldn't help but let a grimly satisfied smirk touch his lips. With a single, fluid swing of his sword, the second stone demon was cleanly separated from its body, sent to join its comrade in oblivion. The two veterans made quick work of the initial guardians at the entrance. Rude could only stare, his eyes wide with genuine awe, thinking, damn, these guys are on another level. Bologna shot him a look over his shoulder, his tone sharp and impatient. Stop gawking and keep up. Let's move. The seasoned veteran then led the party past the shattered remains of the demons, venturing into the labyrinth ahead. Meanwhile, in a move typical for an overpowered main character, Rude knelt beside the still twitching severed head of one of the monsters, a strange thought crossing his mind. This thing actually looks edible. With that, he casually summoned a small flame in his palm, beginning to roast the creature's head with standard fire magic. Chairman Golar watched the bizarre scene with a raised eyebrow, demanding, "Just what in the world are you doing?" Rude calmly incinerated the head to ash before getting to his feet. "These monsters can regenerate," he explained coolly. "I'm just making sure it stays down for good." Golar just scoffed, unimpressed, and turned away, completely oblivious as Rude subtly opened the small pouch at his waist, adding a new prize to his collection. Stepping into the labyrinth proper, they were plunged into near-total darkness, with only the faint, flickering glow of torches casting weak light on the towering stone walls. The party huddled close, advancing with caution down the narrow, oppressive passage. This action manhwa is really setting a tense mood. The suffocating miasma that had previously filled the air seemed to have thinned, but that wasn't necessarily a good sign. It could mean the very nature of this dungeon had changed. Sticking to the rear, Rude walked beside Alicia, discussing the situation in a low voice. "The layout seems familiar, but we can't let our guard down. There's no telling what's waiting for us deeper inside." Alicia's brow furrowed, her emerald eyes clouded with worry. "You're right, and if the path is the same, that means the monsters we'll face are going to be leagues stronger than before." As if her words had summoned them, the group rounded a corner and came face to face with a new horde of monsters blocking their path. Eerie blue flames danced above their heads, and their claws were stained a grotesque, bloody red, looking like they just had the most demonic manicure imaginable. Bologna's sharp gaze immediately zeroed in on the alpha of the pack, a massive brute with a long white beard, standing tall like a proud, monstrous elder. "I'll take the big one," Bologna announced, his voice cold as steel. He quickly delegated to the others. "The rest of you handle the small fry." Without hesitation, Guild Chairman Galler stepped up, his hands weaving a complex magical seal. "Warrior's honor." A wave of brilliant green light washed over the entire party, instantly enhancing their physical strength. Rude's eyes widened in recognition. "This spell. It's a massive attack power buff. This is perfect," he thought. "Now I can finally move without holding back." The horde of lesser monsters then charged, a pack of ravenous wolves. The veiled girl, ever calm, sidestepped an attack with impossible grace, her blade flashing out to dispatch one with a single, effortless strike. Irt nonchalantly took down another, while Elmira, positioned perfectly behind him, plunged her own blade straight through a monster's chest. The heavily armored warrior then brought his massive sword down, cleaving a beast in two, continuing his teammate's flawless chain of kills. Gripping her staff tightly, Alicia turned back to Rude with a spark in her eye. "Rude, come on, let's go take care of our second part." But she stopped dead in her tracks. Meanwhile, Rude glanced at his palm, a wry smirk curling on his lips as he realized what was happening. Two dull gray status windows materialized in front of him, delivering the bad news. Debuff immunity nullified, and warrior's honor nullified. Just then, Bologna drew his weapon, his eyes fixed on the biggest monster, ready for a showdown in this action manhwa. He charged forward with a mighty swing of his axe. The colossal beast retaliated, lunging and throwing a devastating punch right at Bologna. But the veteran warrior's gaze was sharp, his focus absolute. A brutal slash connected perfectly with the monster's body, sending a spray of gore into the air. Behind Bologna, Rude and Alicia could only watch, frozen in place, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and shock. Rude managed a strained laugh, looking down at his palm again. "So my debuff immunity even cancels out friendly support magic, huh? Unbelievable." All the while, endless waves of monsters just kept coming. It was a classic scenario for a thrilling manhwa recap. The heavily armored man simply chuckled, completely unfazed by the chaos. "Leave it to me," he declared. "I'll get their attention." He then slammed his sword into the earth, unleashing a wave of crimson mana. "Come at me, you ugly freaks," he taunted. The skill worked instantly, and the entire swarm of monsters lost all reason, drawn to him like moths to a flame. They charged recklessly towards him. A wide grin spread across the armored man's face, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the fight as a red energy skill erupted from him. The blast sent the incoming horde reeling backward. His shield effortlessly deflected their frenzied attacks, scattering them in every direction. He glanced over his shoulder and barked at his team. Now, right on cue, Irt and the veiled woman immediately surged forward to counterattack. Irt moved with a dancer's grace, weaving through the monstrous horde, his blade finding its mark with lethal precision. The veiled woman was just as elegant, her footsteps silent as she slipped through the chaotic battlefield. Using Shadow Step, she flipped gracefully through the air. "These monsters, they don't have any obvious weak spots," she noted. From the backline, the magic caster Longcars frowned slightly. "Then we'll just have to brute force our way through," he muttered. Omira, standing beside him, just smiled playfully, clearly relishing the challenge. Together, they unleashed a devastating twin blast of magic, combining dark arrows and diamond burst. The resulting explosion was immense, wiping out a huge chunk of the enemy horde in a single blow. The display drew gasps of admiration from everyone watching. "Nice teamwork," Irt shouted, pulling his sword free from a green-skinned monster. As he finished it off, the armored man, still holding the front line, glanced back and warned them, "My taunt is about to wear off, stay sharp." And just as he said it, the ground beneath his feet began to crack and buckle violently. A new type of monster emerged, its long, earth-colored body slithering from the ground, its glowing red eyes locking onto the tank. This is the kind of epic boss battle you'd expect in a top-tier manhwa recap. It lashed out with its many legs, attempting to ensnare him. But just in time, a sword sliced clean through the monster's head, stopping its ambush cold. The armored man deftly slipped free from the creature's grasp and turned to Omira with an exasperated grin. He could hear her bright laughter in the distance. "You almost got me there," he called out. "Couldn't you have been a little more careful?" "Still," he added with a wry smile, "thanks for the save." All this time, Rude could only watch the chaotic battlefield, feeling tense but incredibly impressed. Damn, they're strong, he thought. But it's more than that. Their coordination is insane. It's hard to believe. They're just a randomly assembled party. Rude clenched his fists, a bitter frustration boiling inside him. This manhwa review has to mention this incredible teamwork. I'm completely useless here. I haven't contributed a single thing. Our supposedly overpowered main character, for the first time, felt completely powerless, as two green monsters suddenly turned their gaze directly towards him, the corpse of the earth-dwelling beast Almira had just taken down. It was almost as if they were strategizing. Then, one of them slithered forward, burrowing its head directly into the carcass. Rude's brow furrowed as he watched the grotesque scene play out. Those things. The green monster began to dissolve, a faint hissing sound filling the air as white smoke billowed from the body. Watching the transformation, a sudden realization hit Rude, and a grim smile spread across his face. Parasites. This is a key moment in our manhwa recap. He instantly conjured a magic circle. Well, in that case, earth magic it is. Almira and Lankars whipped their heads around at the sudden burst of power. Massive chunks of enchanted rock hurtled toward the parasitic creature, which was now fusing completely with the earth beast's corpse. But just before the rocks could make impact, the parasite seized full control, summoning the beast's colossal claws, and calling forth a faint golden aura. The glow solidified into a complex magic circle, instantly disintegrating the enchanted rocks Rude had launched. Eyes wide with shock, Rude immediately activated his appraisal skill, his mind racing as he scanned the creature. This is a classic overpowered main character skill we see in many reincarnation stories. What? Its stats. They've completely changed. As the monster's new status window materialized before him, a razor-sharp blade sliced cleanly through its head. It was Guildmaster Gawler, standing calmly before him with a blood-drenched blade, and that infuriatingly confident smirk on his face. There's no better solution for parasitic monsters than just lopping off their heads, you know. Gawler then turned to the other defeated monsters, raising an eyebrow at Rude. You used earth magic to help these things crawl out of the ground, didn't you? The Guildmaster scoffed, his eyes narrowing with pure disdain. How incredibly foolish. A truly cutting moment in this manhwa review. His gaze sharpened. Oh, and you're even immune to that warrior's honor skill, are you? I see it all now. Rude clenched his jaw, shutting his eyes tight, swallowing the bitter pill of humiliation. Alicia, however, was clearly fuming at the Guildmaster's arrogance. But deep down, Rude couldn't deny the truth in his words. He's right. I've got zero experience working as part of a proper team. Unlike Irt and the Veiled Woman, who flawlessly covered each other's weaknesses, Rude couldn't keep up. Unlike the armored veteran and Lankar, whose magic and physical attacks flowed together in perfect harmony, Rude couldn't synchronize with anyone. He was completely out of sync with the flow of this action manhwa battle. He couldn't even properly make use of the support magic his own allies were trying to give him. Gripping the cursed sword in his hand, Rude lowered his head, sinking into a deep pit of self-loathing. I'm nothing but dead weight here. Hey, you! A sharp voice snapped him out of his thoughts. It was Irt, wreathed in crackling lightning, his face a mask of pure arrogance. You really can't keep up with this fight, can you? Irt sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. Working as a team to take down a powerful foe, that's one of the most basic fundamentals for any adventurer. And you think you've beaten me? A great scene for a manhwa recap showing the MC's struggles. But in the end, you're just a lowly miasma scavenger. Someone like you is completely unfit for. This is the kind of insult that fuels a good revenge story. But before he could even finish his tirade, Irt froze solid, breaking out in a cold sweat. Standing directly behind Rude was Alicia. Her face turned to ice, her eyes glowing with a lethal emerald light that could cut a man down. She clutched Rude's hand, her grip like iron, her sheer intensity leaving Irt completely speechless. But their tense standoff was shattered by a deafening explosion in the distance. Bologna dropped to a knee, steadying himself on the ground. I'm all right, Lankars, he muttered. But his words were cut short as everyone's attention snapped to a far more urgent threat unfolding in the distance. A truly grotesque spectacle was taking place. The monsters were now fusing with the bodies of their fallen brethren, one after another. The writhing mass of green parasites coiled and twisted into a disgusting pile, slowly taking a new, horrifying shape. It was becoming a colossal, towering creature. Not only was it repairing its damaged parts, but its combined power was growing exponentially. Guildmaster Gawler narrowed his eyes at the monstrous fusion, a faint, almost amused smirk playing on his lips. "Good," he said with chilling confidence. "That just means we only have one target to eliminate now." The armored man beside him grunted in agreement. "Guess it's my turn to join the fray," he muttered. But his sentence was cut short as something sharp bit into his neck, making him flinch. Gawler casually swatted the side of his own neck. But when he glanced at what he'd crushed, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. A tiny, golden creature with strangely alluring lips lay dead in his palm. His expression immediately darkened. "Damn it," he cursed. White smoke hissed from the bite mark on his neck as his skin began to turn to stone, revealing the true purpose of these parasites. The others were suffering the same horrifying fate. The armored man's body, the veiled woman's limbs, every last one of them was slowly petrifying from the venomous bites. Bologona's entire body had already turned to solid stone. Irt, the armored man, and the veiled woman fared no better, their petrified forms frozen in place. Even Guildmaster Gawler, Almira, and Lankars were now nothing more than eerily lifelike stone statues. This is a grim scene in our Manhwa recap. The monstrous parasite let out a guttural snarl of triumph. Clearly pleased with its work, it morphed one of its grotesque limbs into a massive, scythe-like blade. The scythe arm rose high, its target terrifyingly clear. It was aiming for Bologona's petrified form, completely defenseless. Bologona could only watch the descending blade with a calm, bitter smile. Just my luck, he thought. But before the scythe could land its fatal blow, a flurry of silver threads shot through the air. They wrapped tightly around Bologona's stone form, yanking him upward and pulling him to safety just in the nick of time. The monster's eyes widened as its prize was snatched away. It let out a frustrated roar, its gaze locking onto the source. There stood Rude, our overpowered main character. The silver threads coiled tightly around his arms as he pulled Bologona's statue towards him. "Made it just in time," he muttered, his focus absolute. Skill, status ailment removal. A soft glow enveloped Bologona's body, and the petrification instantly vanished. Rude grinned, his eyes fixed on the hulking parasite. "Petrification, huh? That's been dealt with. Now, leave the rest to me." With his hand still glowing faintly, Rude placed it on Alicia's shoulder. Skill. Applied. Substitute. The light spread across her, undoing the petrification curse that had seized her limbs. Alicia flexed her freed hands, a bright smile lighting up her face. "Thanks, Rude. Let's do this." In this action manhwa, teamwork is key. Rude activated his buffs, his pupils narrowing as he invoked his appraisal skill. The detailed stats of the grotesque, parasitic monster appeared before him, crystal clear. "It doesn't seem to have any significant magic resistance," he noted. Rude calmly reported to Alicia. "Hit it with your spells to throw it off balance. I'll strike the moment I see an opening." Alicia gave a confident nod, a playful smirk on her face. "Got it." Instantly, two glowing orbs of immense power materialized in her hands. The fiery orange light coalesced into Mamiya, the formidable spirit of earth, while the swirling green wind took the form of Sulfide, the spirit of air. Without a moment's hesitation, Alicia commanded, "Cast it now." The two spirits obeyed, unleashing a devastating combination of earth and wind magic. Their powers intertwined, blasting directly toward the parasite with incredible force. "Take this." The monstrous creature let out a guttural growl, but it was far too slow to react. A massive boulder, conjured from their magic, smashed directly into its hideous face. Foul blood spurted everywhere as the monster was violently thrown backward, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. But as we see in this action manhwa, a beast like this doesn't go down easily. Its grotesque form immediately began to shift once more. The lower half of its body oozed and warped in the most unnatural way, the mangled, bloody remains of its crushed head, reforming not on its shoulders, but grotesquely on its torso in a deeply unsettling position. A wide, jagged mouth, lined with uneven, razor-sharp teeth, stretched forward from its new face. White smoke hissed from the disturbing wound, filling the air with a truly foul stench. Even Rude, our overpowered main character, winced in discomfort, his eyes narrowing. It actually moved its mouth down there. Alicia had to look away, her face a mask of pure disgust. "Ugh, that is absolutely revolting." But before they could even process this nightmare, the new mouth gaped open, and from deep within, a massive swarm of smaller, winged parasite creatures shot out, buzzing furiously as they flew straight for our heroes. Alicia's eyes widened in shock at the sheer number of them, and she instinctively recoiled in alarm. Meanwhile, Rude, ever the calm center of the storm, simply raised his right hand, golden electricity crackling across his palm as he shouted to her, "Don't worry, I'll fry them all at once." With that, he slammed his cursed sword, Graham, directly into the ground. A golden light blazed in his eyes as the fierce astral symbol of a wolf materialized behind him, a testament to his power in this Manhwa recap. With a single command, thunder surge, a devastating burst of lightning erupted from the sword. The entire swarm of flying creatures instantly froze, in midair, their bodies convulsing violently from the massive electrical charge. One by one, they dropped from the sky like charred fruit, burned completely black, their smoking corpses littering the ground around them. And just as the last of the smoldering creatures hit the floor, a new movement rippled through the petrified statue of their ally, Bologona. Thin cracks began to spiderweb across his stone face. The spell was finally weakening. At that very moment, the grotesque parasite monster, now fully accustomed to its new form, began scurrying across the ground, on all fours, charging straight for them with terrifying speed. Rude and Alicia immediately braced for impact. Not missing a beat, Alicia raised her staff, a confident smirk returning to her face. "Let's see you handle this." A massive slab of stone erupted from beneath the earth, smashing directly into the charging creature and launching it high into the air. Alicia tilted her head back, her eyes coolly tracking the monster's trajectory. This is the kind of teamwork you love to see in a manhwa review. Perfectly in sync, Rude shot into the sky after it. Blink step. But even in midair, the monster morphed again, dozens of snapping mouths, sprouting from all over its limbs, snarling and snapping with feral hunger. Its two front appendages whipped towards Rude in a ferocious counterattack. Our overpowered main character swung his blade in a clean, deadly arc. But this parasite was shockingly slippery, agile enough to narrowly evade the killing blow. Rude clenched his teeth, a flash of frustration on his face. The creature wasn't done, its form, twisting grotesquely once more. A gaping maw with unnaturally plump and disturbingly seductive blue lips opened wide, lunging straight for his face. Alicia screamed out a warning, "Rude, look out!" But before the monster could make contact, a blur of motion streaked past them. It was Bologona, now completely free from his petrification. He launched himself forward, delivering a brutal punch right into that grotesque mouth and sending the monster reeling, sent flying sideways, smashing into a solid stone wall with a bone-shattering crack. Rude could only stare, wide-eyed, as the creature's immense body demolished a section of the wall. Landcar. Bologna landed next to him, casually cracking his knuckles. "How in the world did you pull off the petrification?" Bologna tilted his head, a cocky smirk spreading across his face. "Simple. I just circulated my magic through my entire body. Thanks for buying us some time." Just then, the beast began to stir, rising from the rubble with murder in its eyes, glaring at them with pure, feral hatred. Bologna's face darkened, his fist clenching. "All right. Let's end this now. This is what you expect from an overpowered main character." Rude just nodded calmly, his grip tightening on the cursed sword. "Graham, leave it to me." He began channeling a torrent of mana into the blade. The parasite let out a final, desperate roar, lunging from above with its maw wide open for a killing blow. But Rude's eyes just narrowed, sharply. In one fluid, decisive motion, his sword sliced down. The monstrous creature was cleaved cleanly in two, as if it were nothing more than a head of cabbage. Even the smaller head it had just regenerated was lopped off, thudding lifelessly onto the stone floor behind him. A satisfied smile touched Rude's lips as he looked at his sword. It seemed he was finally mastering how much mana to pour into the blade. But this action manhwa recap isn't over yet. On the ground, the severed pieces of the monster were still twitching and writhing, desperately trying to pull themselves back together. Just then, Alicia's urgent voice cried out, "Rude, look out!" But our hero just chuckled softly. "Yeah, I know." Suddenly, 3 razor-sharp fangs burst through the fabric of his glove, gleaming menacingly. "I'm not about to let you regenerate." Behind him, the colossal silhouette of a purple dragon began to form. This is the kind of overpowered main character moment we love to see in a manhwa review. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a storm of venomous needles at the scattered remains. Poison Fang! The needles buried themselves deep within the writhing flesh. Instantly, the monster's parts began to shrivel and smoke, purple fumes hissing as the venom melted them away. Alicia looked on, watching the effect. The poison. It's dissolving its body faster than it can regenerate. That's incredible. So, a toxic dragon, huh? She smiled. Rude. If you hadn't used your status ailment removal ability before, that could have been a complete disaster. But then, Bologna's voice cut through the moment. Rude. Are you planning on telling everyone your little secret? Rude's gaze shifted to the petrified members of their party. Well, what choice do I have? There's no way I can explain any of this unless I come clean, right? Bologna nodded calmly. Exactly. Besides, we can't keep a secret this big under wraps forever. He gestured to their friends, still frozen in stone. Let's deal with them first. Rude simply extended his hand. Substitute. A brilliant green light erupted from his palm, flooding the dim pathway with its glow. One by one, the stone curse gripping their allies began to fade away as the spell washed over them. Moments later, the entire group was standing there, completely restored but utterly bewildered. They all listened intently as Rude explained everything that had just happened in this wild Manhwa recap. So, that's what happened. One of them muttered in sheer disbelief. Even Bologna couldn't help but exclaim, simply unbelievable. After witnessing the fight, Eart's eyes were practically bulging with awe. That was completely insane. Without a second of hesitation, he scrambled over, grabbing Rude's hand. His expression a mixture of reverence and pure admiration. I've lived a long, long time. But this is the first time I've ever seen an overpowered main character quite like you. Rude just gave him a deadpan stare, still annoyed about his earlier comments. Hold on, weren't you the one just saying I wasn't qualified to be an adventurer a few minutes ago? But before Eart could stammer out an answer, Almira cut in with a playful grin, her eyes twinkling at Rude. Oh, come on. Don't worry about the little details. Besides, you and Alicia make a fantastic team, you know. Then, tilting her head with an air of pure innocence, she asked, By the way, did you really eat that monster? The out-of-the-blue question completely blindsided Rude, and his confident smirk faltered into an awkward grin. He then hoisted the charred, blackened head and a chunk of the stone demon gatekeeper. Well, anybody mind if I whip something up? In a scene straight out of an action manhwa, the monster meat from the labyrinth had been transformed into two surprisingly delicious-looking dishes. The entire party just stared, dumbfounded, at the shimmering golden aura radiating from the food. First, Rude began explaining casually, you have to slow cook the meat until it's cooked all the way through. Then you use herbs to get rid of the foul smell. Taking a seat, he dug right in, clearly relishing the meal. Wow, to my surprise, this is actually incredible, he mumbled, through a mouthful of food. The armored man, Lankar, was visibly drooling but stubbornly crossed his arms. Now, wait just a minute. Don't let the appearance trick you, he warned, though even he had to admit. But man, that smell is unbelievably good. Meanwhile, Almira watched our overpowered main character eat with wide-eyed fascination, her curiosity piqued. The guildmaster, Goler, stood with his arms folded, carefully analyzing the faint magical energy swirling around Rude. How strange, eating that. It seems to be restoring your mana. With his mouth full, Rude just tilted his head and replied, You can tell, old man? Good eye. But that's not just magic energy, it's pure mana. Goler's eyes narrowed, focusing on the faint golden streams of power in the air. Mana? But it lacks the foul stench of demonic corruption. If anything, this energy feels holy. Turning to Lankar, Golar's tone grew serious. This is serious. We know far too little about the monsters in this labyrinth. Perhaps we should consider retreating for now, and calling for reinforcements? But Lankar immediately shot down the idea. No, the longer we delay, the further the labyrinth cycles will progress. By this point, Rude had completely finished his power-up meal, putting his hands together with a satisfied smile. Ah, that hit the spot. Having dependable allies is truly the best. He declared with newfound energy, we're going to conquer this labyrinth by ourselves. Fired up by his confidence, the group pushed onward, delving deeper into the dungeon. As this manhwa recap continues, Rude's knowledge from his reincarnation proves key. If the layout is the same as I remember, Rude said, we should be getting close to the boss room. But then, both he and Alicia froze in their tracks. Their faces went completely blank as they exchanged a look of dawning horror. In a moment of sheer oversight, they had completely forgotten something crucial. The party skidded to a halt before a completely collapsed tunnel, the path ahead buried under tons of rubble. They had forgotten about the cave-in. From the last time. Bologna sighed, looking up at the blocked passage. We've come all this way, but it seems we have to turn back. But just as despair set in, Rude's eyes lit up with a flash of inspiration. He suddenly remembered something. The moment that parasite monster had burst, From the ground, it had used a specific magic to cancel out his earth spell. That technique, that exact method. Placing a hand on the massive pile of rocks, he began to focus. With a surge of power, our overpowered main character Rude focused his mana on earth manipulation. To everyone's utter shock, the wall of rubble began to dematerialize into motes of shimmering light, clearing the entire path. Alicia could only gasp in absolute awe. Irt stared at Rude with pure, unadulterated worship in his eyes. Even the seasoned guildmaster couldn't conceal his astonishment. In mere moments, the blockage had completely vanished, revealing the way forward. "All right," Rude declared, "the boss room is just ahead." Clenching his fist with determination, Rude turned to his companions. "Let's finish this." Taking the lead, he boldly stepped into the boss chamber. The light spilling out from within illuminated their faces, and both Rude and Alicia froze in their tracks, their eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world is this? Inside the cavernous room, a colossal, glowing egg hovered silently in midair. Bologna looked up, his eyes narrowing as he muttered, "An egg of the wise dragon." Rude glanced at him, completely puzzled. Wise dragon? Through the egg's translucent shell, they could just barely make out the form of a newborn dragon, sleeping peacefully within. Bologna began to explain, "I've only ever read about them in ancient texts. It's a legendary dragon species caught in an endless cycle of reincarnation, a story of life and death." The entire group craned their necks, gazing up in wonder at the mystical creature. "When its physical body perishes," Bologna continued, his voice low, "its soul undergoes a reincarnation, using the labyrinth itself as a massive incubator." Lankars and the girls listened, captivated by the tale. The explanation continued. A highlight of this manhwa recap. Even after death, all the knowledge stored within its soul remains perfectly intact. The legends say these dragons can understand human speech, and their intellect is so vast they can even glimpse the future. But the armored uncle just scoffed, clenching his fists as he stepped forward dismissively. At the end of the day, it's still just an egg." His eyes flashed with a foolish, reckless light as he charged his fist with magic. "We just need to smash it before it hatches. Simple as that." Bologna's face twisted in horror as he screamed, "Wait!" But his warning was too slow. A massive tail, faster than sound, whipped through the air from the egg itself. Before anyone could even process what was happening, the armored uncle was sent hurtling through the air, his body slamming hard against the ground as he coughed up blood. Lankars rushed to his side, his face pale with shock. "Hey, are you okay?" The entire chamber began to tremble as all eyes snapped back towards the egg. It moved. The protective membrane surrounding the egg began to unfurl, stretching out like long, spindly legs. Bologna's expression grew dark as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I was careless. That's the egg's defense mechanism. Everyone, get back," he commanded. "Even if it's still in an egg, it's a genuine dragon." Meanwhile, Rude clenched his fist and narrowed one eye, activating his enhanced appraisal skill. This creature. But the status window that appeared before him was almost entirely blank, shielded by layers of powerful magic. Only its name was visible, every other detail was obscured. Gawler, the guildmaster, crossed his arms, his face a mask of grim seriousness. "Just as I said before we entered, we should retreat. It's better to wait for reinforcements. Once a dragon egg awakens, not even an entire army of S-rankers could hope to contain it." But Bologna was having none of it. Gripping his weapon, he took a defiant stance in front of the party. "No. We're ending this right here, right now. Cover me." Wasting no time, Almira unleashed a flurry of support spells as Lankars did the same. "Aim for the legs." Their spells slammed into the elongated limbs that had sprouted from the egg's protective shell, a true action manhwa battle beginning. Bologna charged forward to lead the assault, but in that very instant, his honed instincts screamed in warning. Something was terribly wrong. One of the dragon's limbs lashed out like a deadly whip, but the veteran warrior Bologna, as nimble as ever, soared into the air, dodging the devastating strike. With a powerful war cry, Bologna brought his axe down, cleaving one of the monster's legs clean off. Our overpowered main character, Rude, watched the old man's ferocious display with a look of pure thrill. In response, the dragon egg let loose a deafening, furious roar that vibrated through the very stone of the chamber. But, in the blink of an eye, the severed limb started to regrow, sprouting back with terrifying speed as if it had never been damaged. The guildmaster, Golar, and Eard cried out in utter disbelief. It's regenerating. Bologna could only stare at the leg he'd just fought so hard to sever, now perfectly restored in a mere instant. How in the world does it heal that fast? He grumbled, his gaze shifting to Rude. Bologna shouted, Kid, I'm going to need your help with something. Just then, the nascent dragon inside the egg snapped open, its blood-red eyes, fixing a malevolent glare upon the entire group. It suddenly unleashed a deafening roar, a sound so powerful and piercing that everyone recoiled in pain, clutching their heads to withstand the assault. But our overpowered main character, Rude, just grinned and gave a confident thumbs up, clearly thrilled by whatever strategy Bologna had devised. After a swift, unspoken understanding passed between them, Bologna charged in once again, leading the charge in this incredible action manhwa fight. With a single mighty swing, he cleaved another of the egg's legs clean off. But from behind him, another limb slammed into the ground with enough force to shatter the very stone beneath it. The appendage then burrowed into the earth like a javelin and shot back up, ensnaring Bologna's leg in a vice-like grip. Bologna whipped his head around, his face a mask of shock as it emerged from the ground, to tighten its hold. But before the creature could spring its trap shut, Golar and Eert surged forward, their blades a blur of steel, slicing through the limb just in time to free Bologna. The old warrior gave a sharp nod of thanks before raising his axe once more, swinging a heavy, crackling arc behind the egg. A bolt of lightning erupted through the air, stunning the monstrous egg and causing it to stagger as if it were about to topple over. Alicia seized the opportunity, her voice ringing out with command, "Now!" The dragon hatchling inside visibly flinched at the sharp command. At that exact moment, Rude raised his sword high, his voice echoing, across the chamber, "Let's see if you can handle this, my sword, overflowing with mana." This is a moment this manhwa recap has been building towards. The small sulphy spirit hovered by Rude's shoulder, channeling her own power into him as wind magic propelled him skyward. High above the dragon egg, Rude's cursed blade began to glow a fiery red, incandescent with concentrated mana before it came crashing down. With one decisive, powerful strike, the blade sliced clean through the monstrous egg, splitting it perfectly in two. In that instant, Eert yelled with excitement, "All right, this is our chance." Within the fractured golden shell, the newborn dragon, still coated in a viscous red fluid, glared at them with bloodshot eyes. Alicia issued a firm command to the sulphy wind spirit. Now, a torrent of ferocious wind magic erupted, roaring, like a flash flood, as it surged directly toward the egg. A brilliant emerald light completely filled the chamber, and the masked girl instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes, but in less than a heartbeat, the egg's shattered shell snapped, shut, and sealed itself, leaving only a long, faint scar as the sole proof of the incredible effort from our overpowered main character and his team. The guildmaster Golar gasped in sheer disbelief. It healed itself before the wind/even connected. We haven't made any progress at all. As if on cue, the ground began to tremble violently, and the entire chamber was plunged into darkness. Golar's normally half-lidded eyes snapped wide open in alarm. What is this? Eard and Lankar both tensed, feeling an icy chill creep down their spines. What is this sinister feeling? The egg started to glow with a menacing intensity, accompanied by a deafening shriek that echoed throughout the chamber. Everyone could only stare in horror at the massive object in the center, a truly unforgettable scene for this manhwa review. Center of the chamber. It began to warp and twist, its very presence becoming more sinister with each passing moment. "The egg, it's changing," a party member whispered in disbelief. Through the translucent shell, the infant dragon's form was visibly contorting. Its head had started to swell, growing grotesquely large, its mouth splitting open to reveal rows of razor-sharp fangs, while its crimson eyes glowed with a terrifying, malevolent intelligence. Alicia's voice quivered with fear as she managed to stammer, It's the wise dragon, and it's about to be born." Bologna didn't waste a second. He barked out his orders, his voice cutting through the tension. "We're out of time. We finish this in a single, coordinated strike." Rude and Alicia exchanged a determined glance, their eyes fixed on the monstrous egg, a fire of resolve burning in their gaze. Bologna's sharp voice reminded them of the stakes. "Don't forget, those legs regenerate, almost instantly. Its healing factor is a massive problem. It doesn't just repair the damage, it restores itself perfectly without a single scratch left behind." But then he added a crucial detail. "Even so, the legs are surprisingly easy to cut through. This is a key weakness we see in this action manhwa. This was something Rude had noticed earlier when fighting alongside Irt and the guildmaster. Bologona raised his voice, shouting to the entire party. We have to launch a simultaneous assault to create an opening. The guildmaster, Goler, immediately claimed his target. I'll take the legs on the far right, Irt, and the mysterious masked girl moved into position as a duo. We'll handle the ones on the far left, they declared. Omira and Longcars readied themselves for battle. The ones directly in front are ours. Without hesitation, Alicia and Rude stepped forward. We'll take care of the one on the front left. The second everyone had their assignment, they surged forward as one. But just as they moved, the egg's shell suddenly erupted, shooting out sharp orange spikes that slammed into the ground, forming a dense, impenetrable barricade. The spikes continued to burst outward, completely cutting off the path for Irt and the masked girl. Yet, amid the chaos, Omira still had a playful smile on her face as she raised her glowing staff into the air. Barrier magic, activate, she chanted. A solid magical shield materialized just in time, deflecting the deadly spikes, hurtling towards Bologona. Now safe behind the barrier, the old warrior looked on in momentary surprise. What in the... Omira cheekily popped her head out from behind the shield, a wide grin on her face. I've got you covered, old man. You just focus on your attack. Bologona let out a short chuckle, giving her a grateful nod. Thanks, kid. With that, he crouched low, gathering an immense amount of energy. Let's do this! Charge! Charge! A surge of pure magical power began to envelop him, visibly boosting his next attack. Charge magic. You're next. Offensive skill will now deal double damage. Seeing this, Alicia quickly relayed the information, shouting, Lonkar has started charging up his energy as well. She then launched a powerful blast of wind magic at the dragon egg before turning to Rude. But how are we supposed to time our attacks perfectly to break all the legs at once? Rude, gripping his cursed sword, simply dashed forward. Leave that part to me. A faint shimmer rippled through the air behind him, as glowing rings of energy materialized. Skill. Thread manipulation. This is a classic overpowered main character moment. Suddenly, Rude's voice echoed not in their ears, but directly inside everyone's minds. Can you all hear me? Irt's cheeks flushed with a hint of excitement. Direct mental transmission. Not bad at all, he thought, clearly impressed. Omira let out a bright laugh. Wow, what a convenient little skill you've got there. Rude's eyes glowed with a sharp green light as he transmitted the final command to his team. On my signal, we all strike. Its legs. Brace yourselves. At his command, everyone roared back in unison. Understood, the countdown began. 5. Bologona focused every ounce of his being, gathering energy for the final, devastating blow. 4. The legendary guildmaster Goler moved like a phantom, skillfully weaving through a deadly barrage of spikes. 3. Irt and the mysterious masked girl dashed forward, their speed a blur as they closed the distance. 2. Almira and Lankars chanted in unison, their hands conjuring brilliant magic circles that pulsed with raw power, ready to unleash hell. Their spells. In a flash, Rude and Alicia charged the target, leading a perfectly coordinated assault from all sides. Their strikes landed with surgical precision, slicing off every one of the egg's grotesque legs. With his part of the plan complete, Rude pulled back as the severed limbs tumbled through the air. Seeing the opening, he roared, Bologna, now! Instantly, lightning crackled and coiled, violently around Bologna's massive axe. With a thunderous battle cry, he unleashed his ultimate skill. Absolute oblivion, a blinding flash of light, erupted from the blow, as a pillar of pure energy tore straight through the dragon egg, leaving a massive donut-shaped hole right in its core. In a single, breathtaking moment, the colossal egg collapsed, crashing down with a world-shaking rumble. What an incredible scene for this manhwa recap. The battlefield was now a grim landscape of twitching, severed limbs and shattered shell. Bologna stood tall, raising his axe in a triumphant roar. But just as he did, the moment he shifted his weight, his body faltered, the immense power he'd unleashed taking its toll. Guildmaster Goler rushed to his side, catching him just before he could collapse. Bologna let out a heavy breath, admitting, as much as it pains me to say it, without everyone's help, we never would have brought that thing down. The ever-cocky Lankars, seemingly unfazed, raised his hand after a quick check on the warrior's condition. He's fine, he announced. No critical injuries. Bologna managed a weary chuckle, giving his team a thumbs up. Good work, everyone. Rude, our overpowered main character, was beaming. his wide grin impossible to contain. This is our absolute victory. He and Alicia leaped into the air, sharing a triumphant high-five and laughing in sheer relief. Omira joined, in on the celebration, giggling mischievously right behind them. The entire group erupted in cheers, their joyous voices echoing throughout the massive chamber, completely unaware of the masked girl slinking through the shadows behind the giant egg, her eyes gleaming with pure greed. Humph, look at those idiots celebrating. Her cunning eyes darted around, scanning the wreckage. Now's my chance to pocket the wise dragon's magic core and make a fortune. She moved stealthily through the debris, her gaze fixed on the scattered remains. But as her eyes swept across the carnage, her expression suddenly soured. What the hell is this? Her gaze darted back and forth in pure frustration. The core. I can't find it anywhere. Lost in her greedy search, she completely failed to notice one of the limbs silently rising from the rubble right behind her. A sudden chill ran down her spine, her instincts screaming danger, but as she spun around, it was already too late. A razor-sharp, clawed appendage had already made a new hole straight through her torso. She choked on her own blood, eyes wide with agony as her body convulsed violently. The limb retracted as quickly as it had struck, letting her lifeless body crumple to the ground. And from the shadows behind the shattered egg, a wide, grotesque mouth, still dripping with slime, exhaled a hot, foul breath. A low, chilling voice rumbled through the silence. This reincarnation has failed. The dragon wasn't defeated at all. It had merely shed its massive form, hiding its true, smaller body behind the remains of the egg. But this setback was not without consequence. Its claw twitched, the new, frail body already on the verge of collapse. This form, it won't last. I will have to wait for my next reincarnation. Its blood-red eyes locked. Onto Rude, who was still celebrating with his companions, completely oblivious. But before that, these insects who dared to ruin my rebirth. Pure, unadulterated hatred burned in its gaze. The stage was now set for its ultimate revenge. I will eliminate every last one of them. Suddenly, Guildmaster Goler's eyes snapped wide as he sensed a faint, malevolent presence. His hand shot to the hilt of his sword as he yelled out, "It's not over, the monster's presence. It hasn't disappeared." In an instant, the celebration died, and the entire group snapped back into a battle-ready stance in this incredible action manhwa stance, his eyes scanning the cavern for any sign of movement. And then, a slimy, grotesque figure began to rise, unfurling to its full, horrifying height, standing upright before them, 2 legs like a man. Rude immediately activated his appraisal skill, but the creature's status was almost completely obscured by question marks. Only one piece of information broke through the static. It read, Wise Dragon, Rank 1. Eart's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What? It's still alive? He gasped. It was a twist worthy of the best action manhwa. Alicia's sharp mind instantly connected the dots. When we launched our attack, it must have burrowed underground to escape the blast. The wise dragon's eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie light. It exhaled a thin, chilling mist as a voice echoed in their minds. A bunch of lowly humans, daring to oppose a divine being? How? Utterly foolish. Rude froze, a cold dread washing over him. It could talk. Bologna let out a heavy sigh. Among dragons, he explained grimly, there exist the true dragons. They are beings of immense power, practically gods in their own right. It's no surprise a creature of this level can understand and speak our language. The wise dragon sneered, its voice dripping with disgust. I sense something utterly foul among you. You wear the faces of humans, yet one of you reeks of monstrous filth. It straightened its colossal body, its head nearly scraping the cavern ceiling. This is the kind of epic boss battle you see in a top-tier manhwa recap. Now then, it boomed. Do your best to amuse me. Squirm in despair. As the creature gloated, Almira silently retreated into the shadows, a faint magical light glowing between her fingertips. Sorry, she whispered. I can't hold on any longer. She activated her skill, Shadow Veil. Her entire body was instantly cloaked in pure darkness, and just like that, she completely vanished from sight. But at that very moment, something bizarre happened. The wise dragon's own front leg suddenly detached and thudded heavily to the floor. The beast lowered its head, staring blankly at the severed stump where its limb used to be. Oh, my, it muttered in a strangely calm voice. Oh my. I've started falling apart. Lankars frowned, his eyes fixed on the dragon's body as it began to visibly decay. Bologna exhaled a cloud of white mist. He tightened his grip on his massive axe. If we're going to strike, Now is our chance. I should have waited for my skills to recover, but this Manhwa review highlights the high-stakes decision-making, but it was too late for regrets. At that moment, the armored man cowering in the corner trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the towering dragon. What is that thing? What kind of monster is that? He clenched his teeth, sheer panic consuming his mind. I can't fight this anymore. Without a second thought, the coward turned and bolted for the exit. I have to get out of here, he shrieked. But the dragon's sharp gaze easily caught his desperate flight. You think you can run from me? It sneered. With a mere thought from the beast, the broken columns littering the battlefield began to shatter. Massive chunks of stone levitated into the air, propelled by the dragon's immense telekinetic power. This wasn't just an overpowered main character, the villain was on another level. Half of those massive columns hurtled towards the fleeing man, slamming down right in front of him with a thunderous crash, completely sealing off the exit. The exit was gone. The wise dragon, Orpheus, grinned wickedly. You cannot escape me, even with just one hand. Did you really think, a pathetic little rat like you could challenge me? Hearing this, Bologna tightened his grip on his axe, his eyes burning with newfound resolve. If there's no escape, he growled, then I'll show you what happens when you corner a desperate rat. The remaining party members rallied behind him. They surged forward as one, their battle cries echoing through the vast chamber. Bologna and Rude, our overpowered main character, leaped ahead, leading the desperate charge. The final showdown of this incredible action Manhwa had begun. Irt and Guildmaster Gawler flanked the dragon from the left, their movements perfectly synchronized. Both warriors swung their weapons with every ounce of their strength, aiming for the creature's last remaining arm. But Rude's face suddenly tensed in frustration, as he quickly realized none of their strikes were landing. Irt, sharp as ever, noticed the exact same thing. Impossible. How is it dodging so easily? This Manhwa review is getting intense as the wise dragon's movements were unnaturally swift, impossible for the human eye to follow. It was as if it could predict their every move, a faint, ominous glow radiating from its eyes. The beast sneered, its voice dripping with contempt. Is that all you've got? Come on, entertain me a little more. With a mighty roar, it unleashed devastating crimson beams. The magical light slammed towards them, forcing Bologna and Guildmaster Gawler to grimace under the sheer, crushing pressure of its power. Rude was sent flying backward by the concussive force of the roar. Irt, showcasing his superior reflexes, managed to evade just in the nick of time. Alicia's voice rang out, thick with concern. Rude! She rushed to his side, only then noticing a massive, clawed limb from the dragon's grotesque egg-like body swinging right in their direction. Are you all right? Rude coughed, struggling to push himself up. I'm fine. But I burned through most of my mana during that last fight. Alicia's gaze snapped back to the still roaring dragon, a truly overpowered villain in this action Manhwa. Gripping her staff tightly, her voice became steel. Rude. I'll end this in one shot with the 5-spirit array. Tell the others, we need perfect coordination. Understanding the gravity of the plan, Rude immediately scrambled to his feet. Got it. His voice echoed telepathically into the minds of Bologna and the others. Everyone, Alicia is preparing a finishing strike. Stall the dragon. Buy us time. Irt, holding his sword like a valiant knight preparing for battle, replied with unshakable calm. Understood. As our Manhwa recap continues, Alicia closed her eyes and began to chant softly. Lend me your strength. 5 glowing orbs, different elemental colors began to circle around her. Meanwhile, the others desperately kept the dragon distracted, drawing its attention and delaying its devastating attacks. As the 5 magical circles finally locked into place, Alicia's eyes snapped open, blazing with power. She shouted, Rude! Without a moment's hesitation, Rude relayed her signal to the others. Now! The trio instantly ceased their attacks and immediately fell back. A brilliant, massive magic circle, formed from the 5-spirit array, blazed to life across the entire battlefield. Its one and only target, the towering wise dragon. The beast's eyes gleamed ominously, its golden pupils dilating as it braced for the impact. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, engulfing Orpheus completely in a blinding cloud of dust and smoke. Irt shielded his eyes from the blinding aftermath, squinting through the thick haze. Did we get it? Guildmaster Gawler peered intently through the swirling dust, his eyes narrowing as a massive silhouette remained standing. No. The dragon emerged, battered but shockingly alive, using its one remaining arm to block the brunt of Alicia's ultimate spell. A mocking grin spread across its monstrous face. As expected, I let my guard down. For just a moment. But you'll need far more than that to bring me down. Alicia froze, her face a mask of pure disbelief, completely stunned by what she was seeing. As this Manhwa review shows, Bologna, the quickest to recover from the shock, charged forward, raising his massive axe high and aiming straight for the dragon's head. But Orphis had already anticipated his move. With blinding speed, it retaliated, striking Bologna square in the face with brutal force. The guild leader was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly defeated in a single blow. Lankar, seeing his superior so easily overwhelmed, hastily cast a support spell. Damn it, Bind! Thick, powerful vines erupted from the earth, wrapping themselves tightly around Orphis's massive body. Irt seized the momentary opening and attacked from behind, but the dragon was far too clever for such a simple trick. So, that's your plan? A sickening crack echoed through the chamber as Orphis's jaws clamped down with incredible force, snapping Irt's sword clean in half. Irt's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he stared at his broken blade. I was sure I targeted its blind spot. But before he could even process what had happened, the dragon's razor-sharp tail lashed out, smashing into him and sending him plummeting to the ground, completely defenseless. At the same time, the vines holding Orphis began to snap and break apart, ripping apart under its overwhelming might. The dragon sneered mockingly. Did you pathetic fools truly believe a trinket like this could ever hold me? How utterly irritating. With a flick of its claw, it unleashed a devastating blast of magic directly at Lankar. Alicia could only watch in absolute horror as her comrades were struck down one after another. Bologna was already sprawled on the cold ground, completely still and defeated. A crushing guilt washed over her. It was her own weakness that failed to protect them. Irt, battered and drained, could barely remain on his feet. Lankar was already unconscious from that direct hit. The horrific scene triggered a devastating flood of traumatic memories for Alicia. The blood-drenched battlefield, her former allies torn to shreds right before her very eyes, their bodies impaled on grotesque, jagged spikes, and the soul-crushing helplessness of watching them fade into nothingness. Powerless to save them then, and powerless now as the mighty Orphis loomed over her, its sheer presence suffocating. The beast spoke, to the small, trembling girl. With the respect you are due, I will now tear you to pieces. Alicia slowly tilted her tear-streaked face upward, gazing at the colossal monster, and turn you into fuel for my infinite intellect. Orphis locked eyes, with her, its golden pupils burning with an insatiable, predatory hunger. Nearby, Rude knelt on one knee, his hand pressed hard against his leg as he grimaced at the impossible situation. There was no winning this fight. His mind flashed back to the last time they cleared this dungeon when he and Alicia discovered a hidden magic formation deep inside. If they could just stall for enough time to reach that teleportation array at the labyrinth's heart, maybe, just maybe, they could escape with their lives. With that desperate hope, Rude thrust his hand forward and yelled, "Thread shot!" But his expression immediately twisted into shock. What? Not a single thread emerged from his hand. His skill had failed. He was completely out of mana. Meanwhile, the dragon Orphis continued to cruelly toy with the armored warrior, swatting him away with a casual flick of its tail. Rude gritted his teeth, forcing his exhausted mind to work. If this continues, we're all going to be wiped out. I need to recover my mana somehow. His eyes then darted towards the dragon egg lying nearby. A strange, shimmering liquid was still seeping from its cracked shell. A reckless, incredibly dangerous idea began to form in his mind. Across the battlefield, Orphis unleashed a torrent of searing fire. Alicia reacted instantly, commanding her spirit. Sylphie, wind spirit. A powerful gale erupted, shattering the dragon's flame attack. Guildmaster Gauler, his entire body glowing with golden magic, charged in to support her. With a masterful and flawless technique, he unleashed his attack. Flying blade. But Orphis simply conjured a wall of stone, blocking the strike without any effort. It countered instantly, firing high-velocity water droplets that shot towards them like a hail of bullets. Both Gauler's sword and Alicia's staff were reduced to mere shields against the relentless barrage. Golar's eyes narrowed, glaring at the infuriating monster. This thing can use every type of spell. What a pain in the neck. This kind of boss fight is what makes this a top-tier action manhwa. Even with their combined strength, the dragon remained completely unharmed. Suddenly, Orphis's eyes narrowed with malicious intent. In that case, how about this? A wicked blade materialized from its remaining arm, forged from pure, concentrated, magical power. As it charged, Golar's face paled with dread. No way. That's Lankar's void strike. So, that's the terrifying true power of a wise dragon. But he quickly spotted an opening, shouting to Alicia, "Look, while it's charging, that it's completely defenseless. If we're going to strike, now is the time." Alicia responded without hesitation, "Understood. I'll cover you." She immediately summoned 2 more spirits, a water spirit and a thunderbird. The spirits answered her call as the critical moment approached. The combined power of the 2 elemental spirits surged directly into Guildmaster Galar's sword, much to his surprise. Waterflow blade, thunderwater blade, what in the world? There was no time for questions. Sword in hand, he dashed toward the wise dragon Orphus, who was still charging energy into its own magical weapon. Golar aimed straight for the dragon's massive head, raising his blade high. But just as he brought the blade down, his expression twisted in shock. A trap, the dragon's tail shot forward like a spear, piercing him clean through the torso. Blood gushed from his mouth as pain racked his body. Alicia and her 2 tiny spirits watched the scene unfold in horror. Golar collapsed to the ground, a deep, gruesome wound gaping across his chest. Alicia's mind began to crumble. This can't be happening. Suddenly, the water spirit Erdal, floating protectively before her, was yanked away by an unseen force. The wise dragon snatched the tiny spirit in its claw, its eyes gleaming with twisted amusement. A spirit. "Ah, rare. I wonder what it tastes like." Alicia's voice, cracked with panic. "Stop. Let it go." But the spirit was helpless, trapped in the dragon's massive jaws. With a sickening crunch, the beast bit down, its essence spraying into the air right in front of Alicia's face. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Her body went numb as she collapsed to her knees before the towering monster. "No, this can't be." The dragon lowered a claw to her trembling form. Energy charging techniques, usually reserved for opponents far stronger than oneself, leave an opening to lure the enemy in, then unleash overwhelming power. Its sharp claw hooked under her collar, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. But for a bunch of insignificant rats like you, it wasn't even necessary. The beast grinned wickedly. "Do you know why I still bothered to play such tricks? To savor the look of hopelessness on your faces." It relished the sight of her tear-streaked, twisted face. Crouching down, it muttered to itself, "Now then, I wonder what an elf tastes like." It opened its wide, toothy maw inches from Alicia's stunned, frozen face. But in that split second before disaster struck, bam! A crimson fist slammed into the dragon's face, knocking its jaw violently off-center. Smoke hissed from the dragon's head as it snarled, glaring down at the defiant figure now standing between it and its prey. It was Rude. Mana poured from his body in thick, oppressive waves, shielding the small elf behind him. His vacant eyes gleamed with growing madness as he roared, a bottomless, suffocating black mana creeping across his form. A single golden eye tumbled to the ground. The wise dragon clutched its mangled face, muttering, "Shh, this body, it really is incomplete." Its remaining eye fixed on Rude. "So you absorbed the remains of my eggshell and became a monster yourself?" Meanwhile, Rude struggled to hold on to the last fragments of his sanity. "A terrifying amount of mana is surging through my veins. I can't control it." Alicia, having finally snapped out of her shock, shouted urgently to encourage him. "You'll be fine, Rude. Stay with me." Rude couldn't tell friend from foe anymore. Without a shred of hesitation, he spun around and launched a brutal kick, straight at her. Alicia barely managed to block it, but the raw, untamed force behind the blow sent her skidding several meters back. Her arms trembled as she called out to him in disbelief, "Rude." But the boy before her had lost all control. His body radiated a chaotic swirl of black and crimson mana, his expression feral and unrecognizable. This action Manhwa is not holding back. The wise dragon Orphus straightened its back, gazing down at Rude with a flicker of intrigue. "You've absorbed that much mana, yet you haven't turned into a monster. Fascinating. But you won't last long. You're not worth my time." Rude dropped, to all fours, growling low, his body burning with an unbearable heat, as what little sanity he had left desperately clung on. "My body, it's burning up. I'm losing myself. I can't hold on." But just then, a faint purple glow emerged from the shadows. A small orb of light floated around. Rude as a playful voice teased. "Oh dear, oh dear." Omira cancelled her. Stealth, appearing right behind Rude. Your mana control is horrendous, she sighed. Bending down, she placed a glowing hand gently on his back. Let me help with that. In an instant, the feral madness drained from Rude's expression. His familiar, slightly goofy face returned as his body relaxed. Rude touched his chest in disbelief, whispering, "No way." A gentle, harmonious warmth pulsed through him, his mana finally syncing with his body instead of tearing it apart. Orpheus gawked in absolute shock. What? Almira casually handed the cursed sword to Rude. Go finish off that dying lizard, will you? Who exactly are you? Rude asked, still completely bewildered. The wise dragon Orpheus, insulted beyond words, roared furiously. Lizard? Dying? You dare belittle a god. It lunged forward with terrifying speed. Omira smirked, flashing a sharp canine tooth. My. Bookworms really can't handle a little teasing, can they? Rude, now a fully realized overpowered main character, charged head-on with the cursed sword gripped tightly in both hands. With a single clean slash, this blade of revenge carved through Orpheus's massive body, splitting the beast in two as easily as slicing through bread. The two halves of the dragon crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Omira raised a hand in triumph, grinning from ear to ear. One. Strike. What an incredible moment in this Manhwa recap. The two quickly regrouped with the others, gathering everyone into one spot. Rude immediately began tending to the guildmaster, Golar. Using his golden threads, he skillfully stitched up the deep wound on Golar's abdomen, his expression clouded with worry. Gritting his teeth, Rude muttered to Almira, I've done what I can, but the wound is too deep. Almira, much calmer than Rude's panicked state, crossed her arms and coolly assessed the situation. Everyone's badly injured, except for you and me, she pointed out matter-of-factly. If we don't stabilize them soon, Bologna lay unconscious, completely still. It would be nearly impossible to carry so many wounded out of here quickly. A dire situation in this reincarnation story. Longcars, sitting nearby, was struggling for breath, barely able to hold himself upright beside the collapsed armored knight. Irt was in no better state, his body battered and his energy spent. As Rude surveyed the devastating scene, he hesitated, his mind racing. Should we try to wait for backup? Or should I attempt to carry them out one by one? There's no guarantee anyone will come. His gaze fell upon Alicia, who was still unconscious after being caught in the crossfire of Rude's own uncontrolled power. The guilt was a sharp pang, but it was quickly overshadowed by a searing pain in his own chest, forcing him to freeze. The situation was growing more desperate by the second in this Manhwa recap. She watched him with a hint of concern. It seems the side effects are kicking in, Almir noted, her voice steady as she explained the situation. Rude struggled just to stay on his feet. I forced your mana to give you a temporary boost, a classic move for an overpowered main character, but your body has reached its breaking point. But before Rude could even process that, a chilling voice cut through the air. You bastards! The mangled upper body of Orpheus glared at them, blood seeping from its ruptured eyes. I won't let you escape this place alive. The creature wheezed, its eyes bulging unnaturally with a thirst for revenge. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. In that instant, Almir's calm facade shattered, replaced by genuine alarm as the dying dragon unleashed a final, deafening roar. The entire labyrinth began to shake violently around them. They both looked up in horror. The ceiling itself was splintering, sending massive chunks of stone plummeting towards them. The labyrinth, it's coming down, Rude breathed, realizing the horrifying truth. That creature was the core holding this whole place together. We have to get out of here, now, Almir yelled in this intense action manhwa scene. A deadly hailstorm of debris rained down around them. Rude's head whipped around, his eyes locking onto the back of the chamber. Stone and rubble were crashing down right on top of the unconscious Alicia. Damn it! With a final surge of adrenaline, Rude threw himself across the collapsing floor, reaching her just an instant before the ceiling caved in completely. A massive cloud of dust and debris choked the air, obscuring everything. For a heart-stopping moment, her fate was unknown. But then, through the settling haze, the scene became clear. Rude had made it, cradling Alicia securely in his arms. Her eyelids fluttered open, and she weakly whispered his name. Rude. He looked down, a wave of relief washing over him. I took care of the dragon. Now, we just need to get you out of here. Alicia coughed weakly into her hand. Of course, that's just like you, Rude. Her frail condition only amplified his worry. Are you all right? He asked, his voice barely audible over the roar of the collapse. Alicia offered a faint, helpless smile. I'm completely out of mana. I can't even move. Even as she smiled, a deep sadness filled her eyes. Rude. Just leave me. His own eyes widened in absolute disbelief. What? What are you talking about? Damn it all. Guilt tore through him as rubble crashed down. A tough moment in this Manhwa recap. He clenched his fists, blaming himself, when Almir's sharp voice cut through the chaos. Hey, if you don't move your butt, you're both going to be buried alive. But Rude didn't move, staying by Alicia's side, refusing to even look at Almir. The deadly storm of debris intensified around them. I can't run, he stammered. I can't just abandon my teammate. Almir's eyes glinted with cold amusement. She crossed her arms, stating bluntly, I like your spirit, but that's the wrong choice. As we continue this manhwa review, Rude's mind was racing. We'll all die if we stay. If I could just carry Alicia and get out. But then he pictured his other comrades, the ones who had fought and bled with him. And leave them behind? His face contorted with frustration and anguish. Like hell I will. Rude's mind was a vortex of desperation, searching for any way to save them all. Seeing him struggle, Alicia lowered her gaze. She pleaded softly, Rude, please, just go. But he immediately cut her off. Not this time. I can't. Gathering the last of her strength, Alicia screamed at him. I said, go. Tears streamed down her face as she begged him to save himself. The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. This is what we would have wanted. The sheer weight of their sacrifice threatened to crush him. Just then, Bologna, barely conscious, pressed a hand to his bleeding side and struggled to sit up. Through gritted teeth, he managed a single, desperate word. Run. Rude's head whipped around, his eyes wide with conflict. From the other side of the chamber, Longar, leaning heavily against the crumbling wall, spoke up. His voice was laced with a bitter resignation that only a veteran could possess. If you truly want to become a worthy appraiser, he began, there will always be moments like this. Moments where you have to lose comrades. The seasoned warrior locked his gaze onto the young adventurer, his eyes holding a lifetime of harsh truths. But tell me, he continued, his stare unwavering, if the ones who times can times survive choose to die alongside us, what pride is left for those of us who have already fallen? The question struck Rude like a physical blow. He clenched his jaw, his body trembling with a frustrated rage. With no words to counter their logic, he rose to his feet, slinging the cursed blade over his shoulder. But just as he did, a horrifying screech echoed through the cavern. From a previously unseen entrance, a swarm of parasitic monsters burst into the collapsing chamber. This action manhwa recap is about to get intense. Irt, despite his injuries, pushed himself off the wall and stumbled towards Rude with a look of pure dread. The labyrinth's monsters, he gasped. They're all converging on this location. Rude's eyes widened in horror. Irt, but instead of turning to flee, the young man took a step forward. He planted himself firmly between the oncoming horde and his fallen comrades. I won't let anyone else die, he vowed, his voice low and dangerous. I won't lose my family again. Alicia, stirring from consciousness, tried to push herself up, her voice a weak plea. Rude, run, please. But our overpowered main character wasn't listening. He ignored her cry completely. As the parasitic beasts lunged forward with a deafening roar, Rude acted without a shred of hesitation, swinging his massive sword in a deadly arc. The blade cleaved the grotesque green monster clean in two. With a primal scream that echoed his resolve, Rude roared, I'm not going anywhere. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the hilt of his sword. My whole life, I've been called a corpse scavenger, he confessed, his voice shaking with a revenge-fueled fury. I've been looked down on and despised by everyone. Alicia's eyes shot open, her shock overriding her pain as she listened to his raw confession. But when you, Alicia, invited me into your party, when you accepted my secret, for the first time I was truly happy. In that moment, memories of the rare, peaceful days they had all spent together flashed through his mind. When the entire team welcomed me, he continued, his voice thick with emotion, I finally felt like I had a place to belong. Irt and Bologna could only watch, stunned into silence. This part of our manhwa review shows his true motivation. My teammates believed in me. They accepted me for who I am. Rude screamed as he cut down another monster. His voice was raw with unbreakable determination. So I will never abandon them and run away. In the depths of his mind, an image of his younger self surfaced, a small boy with his head bowed in tears. As tears streamed down the boy's face, a powerful, reassuring hand came to rest on his shoulder. A voice from his past echoed, Listen here, kid. It was the strong, familiar voice of the armored knight who had set him on this path, a journey almost like a spiritual reincarnation of a hero's will. No matter how hard things get, no matter how much it hurts, you must never, ever give up. Those words were his creed, the anchor that had held this overpowered main character through every storm. Protecting his companions, he declared it to the world, "I will never give up." For a fleeting moment, Alicia's heart ached, her expression a mix of sorrow and awe. "Rude," she whispered. But a monstrous, unholy roar ripped through the chamber, snapping both her and Eert back to the horrifying reality of their situation. They turned towards the source of the sound. Their eyes widened in absolute horror at the sight on the battlefield. The parasitic creatures had swarmed and latched onto the massive corpse of the dragon, Orphis. And now, the lifeless dragon was rising to its feet, its body moving like some grotesque, nightmarish puppet. Seeing this, Rude only shouted in defiance, "You have got to be kidding me!" This is what makes a top-tier action manhwa. Never surrender. The undead corpse of the wise dragon let out a blood-curdling roar. It crashed its massive foot down, aiming to crush Rude where he stood, forcing him to dodge in the nick of time. Seizing the momentum of this intense action manhwa scene, Rude vaulted into the air, raising his sword for a devastating overhead strike. But just then, the grotesque parasite extended a long, gaping maw, stretching out to intercept him, unnaturally towards him. The grotesque maw lashed out, its twisted teeth biting down hard on Rude's arm, sending his cursed sword clattering to the ground. A raw scream of agony ripped from Rude's lungs. Below, Alicia could only watch in terror as our hero, gritting his teeth, glared at the monster, his determination for revenge unwavering. "I'm not giving up." Mana surged through his body. Activating his Seaver skill with brutal resolve, Rude sliced off his own arm to escape the creature's grip, landing back on the ground. Blood poured from the wound, but even with one arm, his grip never wavered as he reclaimed his cursed sword. This is what makes him an overpowered main character. "I'm not giving up," he vowed. In the blink of an eye, his severed arm regenerated thanks to his regeneration skill. Both hands now tightly grasped the hilt of his sword. The parasitic dragon actually recoiled, a flicker of fear in its eyes. Rude roared, adrenaline pumping through him. With renewed strength, he charged straight at the towering beast, a highlight of this action manhwa. His sword plunged deep into the dragon's abdomen. Crackling lightning erupted from the impact, spreading violently outward. Thunderstorm. Rude's breathing was heavy and ragged. With this, just fall already. But the creature suddenly spoke a single, chilling word: massacre. Hundreds of mouths opened, echoing in a terrifying unison. Massacre, massacre, massacre. The haunting chant froze Rude for a split second, his eyes wide as a shining, razor-sharp claw materialized before him. Massacre. A devastating blow landed squarely on his body, sending him flying. But just as he was about to crash, strong arms caught him from behind. Dazed, Rude looked up. It was him, the hero from his childhood memories, clad in that distinctive armor with crimson feathers atop his helmet. The man smiled down at him, a clear look of pride in his eyes. "You did well, kid." He patted Rude's shoulder, his voice steady and reassuring. "Don't worry about a thing. We're all making it out of here alive." His gaze shifted to the dragon's grotesque form, riddled with parasitic creatures, clinging to its decaying body. Undying rebirth, only to end up a puppet for some other parasite. How pathetic. The twisted dragon let out a furious roar, its voice filled with pure rage. Suddenly, a mass of writhing green vines erupted from the ground, slithering menacingly toward the two men. Rude tensed up, his eyes wide. No way, that's... But with a single, effortless stroke from the man beside him, the entire mass of vines was sliced into neat sections before they could even attempt to bind them. The disfigured dragon, now driven by fury, lunged with its regenerated fist, restored by a green parasitic creature. But that massive fist was effortlessly caught midair by the man's single hand. The man glared up at the creature, his voice cold and sharp. "Orphis, the wise dragon. You still remember, don't you?" The trembling abomination froze as fragmented memories surged within its decaying mind. 5 years ago, when it still possessed a glorious, majestic form, its mighty wings stretched wide, radiating a brilliant golden light, it stood like a divine being before the tiny humans who dared to challenge it. The man was reminding it of that fateful battle. "You pushed us to the very brink of death." His eyes flickered with a fleeting sadness, a disappointment laced with pity. "But now look at you." The last fragment of Orpheus's former self howled in humiliation. Silence. The creature, screeched in rage at the man below. "Shut your filthy mouth." But the hero had no interest in hearing its pitiful cries. With a swift, merciless strike, his sword cleaved the monstrous body in two, ending its pathetic existence in this epic manhwa review. Once again, Rude could only stare, completely mesmerized by the display. That raw power, that was the true might of an S-rank adventurer. The man's blade flashed in the gloom, effortlessly carving through the parasites as if they were nothing, before he casually slung the sword over his shoulder. The S-rank adventurer let out a relaxed breath, a confident smirk on his face. Well, that takes care of that. But the real danger wasn't over. A deep, ominous rumble echoed from above as the entire ceiling began to shake. Rude whipped around in a panic, shouting, "Watch out, the ceiling is collapsing." A massive chunk of rock and debris broke free, plummeting directly towards Alicia, who was still slumped on the ground, utterly exhausted. No. Just as the falling rubble was about to crush her, a powerful voice commanded, "Frozen abyss." And in a single, breathtaking instant, everything the falling stones, the crumbling debris was instantly encased in thick, crystalline ice, frozen in time just inches above her head. Alicia's head. Rude rushed to her side, pulling her into his arms as he stared in disbelief. The entire cavern, the whole battlefield, was now a frozen tableau. Ice? No, this was something else entirely. That level of power. Just then, a soft cough drew his attention as a woman stepped confidently through the frozen battlefield. Her face was hidden by a hood, but the ornate staff she carried radiated an undeniable aura of authority. She strolled past the grotesque green parasites, now trapped like statues in the ice, their hideous forms creaking under the immense pressure. A look of pure disgust crossed her features. With a dismissive flick of her wrist, she muttered, "Ugh, how repulsive." The S-rank adventurer from before just grinned, giving her a thumbs up. "Serena, thanks for the save." But the woman simply pointed a finger at him in a light scolding. Leon, you always have to get so carried away." Rude just stood there, completely dazed, watching these two newcomers casually banter. He thought to himself, right. So two more overpowered main character types just showed up in this hell maze. Honestly, he couldn't even be mad about it. It was then that Serena finally spotted Rude and Alicia huddled in the corner. Her eyes immediately lit up with delight as she rushed over, eagerly taking Alicia's hands. "Alicia, it's been so long." Alicia managed a warm smile in return. "Serena." But Serena's joyful expression quickly faded, replaced by a frown as she took in the chaotic aftermath of the battle. "Geez, what a mess. Everyone is completely battered." Her gaze sharpened as she turned to her far too calm teammate. "Hurry up and heal them already." The man simply chuckled, obviously accustomed to her sharp tongue. "Leave it to me." He pressed his palms together, and a gentle, warm, golden light began to emanate from them. Holy radiance restoration. The soothing glow expanded in a wave, filling the entire cavern. This is the kind of spectacle you expect from a top-tier action manhwa. Gentle waves of healing energy enveloped every single wounded person. Alicia stared at her own hands, her eyes wide with amazement. "My body. The pain is gone." Bologna wore the same expression of utter shock as he flexed his newly healed arm. "All the pain, it's just gone." Eert and Longcars instinctively checked their own bodies, equally speechless. An area of effect healing spell of this magnitude? Meanwhile, the healer knelt beside Guildmaster Golar, carefully assessing the old man's condition. He placed a hand over the grievous wound on Golar's abdomen, a golden sigil of light appearing beneath it. Spirit's blessing. Instantly, the deep lines of agony etched on Golar's face began to smooth out as he drifted into a peaceful sleep. The healer then rose to his feet and addressed the rest of the group. "I've treated all of your external injuries, but your stamina and mana pools won't recover instantly. Please take this time to rest." His calm, gentle expression then darkened for a moment as his sharp gaze flickered towards a dark corner of the cavern. And there, slumped in silence, was the masked woman from before. The souls, the dead cannot be revived. Lun clapped his hands together, forcing a bright smile. "Well, that settles that. Time to finally get out of this labyrinth. Those who can't walk, lean on your friends," he declared. The trio of Lankar, Eert, and the armored man hobbled together, supporting one another as they shuffled towards the exit. The healer gently cradled the lifeless body of the masked woman in his arms. Meanwhile, the towering, brawny man from Leon's squad effortlessly threw Bologna over his shoulder like he was nothing more than a sack of potatoes. With his other hand, he scooped up the peacefully sleeping Guildmaster Golar under his arm and began to walk, completely ignoring Serena's look of utter disdain. Rude couldn't help but let out a small chuckle as he supported Alicia by her waist. As they followed the others, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she tilted her head, her gaze fixed on something. Rude followed her line of sight and immediately froze in place. Scattered across the icy ground were the grisly fragments of Orpheus's corpse, still disturbingly fresh and glowing with a faint, residual energy. The chamber, still encased in glistening ice, echoed with a familiar, cheerful voice. "All right, everyone, let's get a move on. It's time to go home." The group finally escaped the labyrinth's clutches and made camp deep within the forest. Night had fallen, and everyone gathered around the comforting warmth of the campfire. Leon held up a shimmering golden orb, its light casting dancing reflections across their weary faces. "This," he explained, with a calm gravity, "is a fragment of Orpha's soul, the wise dragon." The glowing sphere in Leon's hand pulsed faintly, as if it were absorbing the lingering energy in the air. "If we let this continue, its soul will recover, and Orpheus will be reborn through a dark reincarnation." Leon's voice was steady, but his eyes were as cold and hard as steel. 5 years ago, the Lionheart Vanguard defeated the wise dragon Orpheus. His gaze fell to the orb, his grip tightening. "We sealed its soul and secured it within the royal vault." Bologna's eyes shot open in disbelief. Then how? How in the world did it end up being resurrected in a backwater town like Verona? Lund's expression grew grim as he looked up. Recently, the royal vault was breached. The soul fragment was stolen. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the group as they processed the shocking news. The campfire crackled, its light casting long, flickering shadows across their tense faces. This entire incident, the artificial labyrinth, Orpheus's resurrection. Leon's voice was sharp, cutting through the silence. Someone orchestrated this whole thing, perhaps as part of a twisted revenge plot. On the other side of the fire, the two girls were chatting quietly, oblivious to the grim conversation. Serena chuckled, nudging Alicia playfully. "What a waste. If you had just joined the Lionheart Vanguard, we would be an unstoppable force in this action, Manhwa." Alicia offered a small, shy smile in return. "My rank has dropped, and I have different goals now." A flicker of sadness crossed her features as she lowered her eyes to the ground. "After this battle, I just realized how powerless I still am." Serena's teasing smirk vanished, replaced by a look of quiet understanding. From across the fire, Rude watched Alicia intently, his focus on her as he silently absorbed her every word. Serena tilted her head back, trying to lighten the mood. "She's a stubborn one, you know. Once she sets her mind on something, good luck trying to change it. Mind." But then she smiled softly. "Still, I'm glad you're thinking for yourself. So, thanks." Serena suddenly wrinkled her nose in disgust and gestured towards the other group. "Ugh, look at them. The esteemed Lionheart Vanguard members." Her voice was dripping with mock disdain as her eyes darted between them. "There's Leon, the self-righteous squad leader." Leon just frowned, clearly disapproving of her tone. "Serena, that's enough." Undeterred, her gaze slid over to the two men beside him. One was a walking mountain of muscle who barely spoke a word, and the other was a scrawny know-it-all. She stomped her foot dramatically. "There's too much testosterone in here. I'm suffocating." Leon half rose from his seat. "Serena, quiet." His sharp scolding made Rude freeze mid-motion. Rude stood up stiffly, his posture as straight as if he were giving a military report. When I was a child in Tina Village, east of here, you saved my life." A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he continued. "You probably don't remember, but to me, you were a hero." Leon leaned down, his gaze intense as his voice softened. "That little boy, I see." The flames of the campfire reflected in his eyes, burning with an unwavering resolve. "You've held on to that hope all this time." Serena gently elbowed Rude, bringing his attention back to the present. "See? If only we could have gotten there sooner." She's been blaming herself for not being able to save the other villages. The healer spoke up calmly, adding to the conversation in this action manhwa recap. Because of that, she developed this reckless habit of throwing herself into every dangerous situation head first. He smiled with a knowing look, which is precisely why she so often finds herself in trouble. The S-rank adventurer then stepped forward, offering his hand to Rude. "Thanks to your quick thinking, the damage from the labyrinth incident was kept to a minimum." His gaze was steady and utterly sincere. You're already an outstanding adventurer. Rude blushed slightly, hesitating for just a moment before nervously shaking the man's hand. That's. I think you're exaggerating, but thank you. From behind, Bologna called his name, making Rude turn his head. Rude. The old man's expression was as serious as ever. I'm concerned about the strange events happening in the capital as well. His eyes sharpened with resolve. Given the need to strengthen Verona's defenses, I'm considering forming a new town guard unit. He paused for a moment before continuing. And I want you to be the captain. Rude instinctively straightened his back, standing tall with pride, only to freeze again, his eyes wide with utter shock. Me? Captain of the guard? Serena tilted her head with curiosity, clearly entertained as she turned to observe Leon's reaction. Alicia, on the other hand, was visibly surprised by Bologna's offer, her eyes instinctively drifting toward the person sitting next to her. Rude took a deep breath, pushing aside his flustered expression as his gaze hardened with quiet determination. That's certainly a tempting offer, he admitted, but I'll have to decline. This choice is a major point in our Manhwa review. Bologna didn't seem particularly shocked by his answer. He had only asked out of respect, not real expectation. I see. The old man nodded. I won't press the matter, but may I ask why? Rude lowered his eyes, speaking with complete honesty. During the expedition into the labyrinth, I realized just how inexperienced I still am. A flood of recent memories surged through his mind, a harsh reminder of his journey, the brutal fights, his own shortcomings, the countless moments he struggled just to keep up. Meeting Leon's group had stirred something within him, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. I realized if I don't grow stronger, if I don't seek this personal revenge against my own weakness, I won't be able to protect my comrades. Alicia sat quietly beside him, listening intently. This is the moment an overpowered main character is forged. Suddenly, Rude straightened his back, drew in a deep breath and shouted, Leon! The seasoned adventurer looked over, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Rude's voice trembled with raw sincerity as he confessed, the reason I became an adventurer, because I've always admired you. Hearing this, Loon's intense gaze softened just a fraction. I know I'm still weak, Rude admitted, his eyes blazing with the resolve you see in every great overpowered main character. But I will get stronger, strong enough to stand by your side. He then turned to his partner, adding with unwavering conviction, and together, Alicia and I will conquer the abyss labyrinth. Alicia beamed, raising her hand, in a cheerful gesture of agreement. I'm counting on you, my partner. Bologna let out a low chuckle. Seems like you two have some unfinished business to take care of. Rude didn't flinch, declaring his intentions for everyone to hear. I'm planning to leave Verona and travel, to become even stronger. Just then, a slender, light brown-haired young man from Louise's party materialized behind Rude, leaning in close and whispering right by his ear. How very interesting. Startled, Rude instinctively pulled back, but the young man's piercing eyes remained locked on him. A power that's nothing like ordinary magic, he mused, his eyes gleaming with a strange fascination. This is Miasma. Suddenly, his expression turned grim. It's impossible for Miasma to dwell inside a human body. Stepping closer, he lifted Rude's chin with his fingertips, his voice a low, probing whisper. You've consumed a monster, haven't you? A dangerous light flashed in Leon's eyes as he whipped his head towards them. Bologna's party tensed up as well, their attention immediately snapping to the escalating confrontation. Serena's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by pure alarm as she yelled, Everyone, get back! This guy is dangerous. The words were barely out of her mouth when she launched an attack, aimed directly at Rude. Serena gave him one final chance to come clean. Hey, you! Is what he said true? Her dagger was now just an inch from Rude's throat as she warned. Your answer will determine what happens next. The brown-haired man couldn't stand it anymore. He clicked his tongue and cut in. Are you serious right now? A blue energy flared to life around his hand, and the very roots in the ground began to writhe and shift. The ground beneath Serena's feet began to tremble violently. Without warning, thick roots erupted from the earth, ensnaring her entire body. She screamed in a panic, Hey, let me go! The cocoon of roots sealed her inside, muffling her cries. She struggled with all her might, but it was useless. The brown-haired man gently stroked the bark-like prison and calmly said, Serena, just calm down. The second an opening appeared, Serena burst out, gasping desperately for air. She couldn't comprehend her teammates' actions. Why would you stop me? Eating monsters is a forbidden act. How can you just let this slide? The brown-haired man spoke softly. He appears to be a special case. I can't detect any signs of him turning into a monster. As we continue this manhwa recap, he carefully analyzed the details. What's more, I don't sense any malicious mana coming from him at all. I can't explain it. Loon then stepped forward, his expression sincere. Rude, please accept my apology on Serena's behalf for her rash behavior. He understood why Serena had reacted so violently. However, he continued, we are currently hunting the ones who broke into the royal capital's treasure vault. Loon explained frankly. Based on the residual mana we found, we have reason to believe that monsters were involved in the incident. Hearing this, Rude finally pieced together the whole story and decided to clear the air. All right, I'll explain it from the beginning. He laid out the entire situation, and as he spoke, understanding dawned on everyone. So, that's what really happened, Leon mused, deeply, intrigued by Rude's tale and amazed that he had even survived. It turned out the poison itself held the key to his survival. He still found it hard to process. Immunity to abnormal statuses. That's an unbelievably unique and extremely rare skill, a perfect ability for an overpowered main character. The brown-haired man nodded in full agreement. Yeah, this is the first I've ever even heard of a skill like that. With the truth revealed, Serena was overwhelmed with guilt. You managed to save Alicia from her curse, and yet I treated you so horribly. But Rude simply shook his head with a sympathetic look. No, given the circumstances, your reaction was completely understandable. Suddenly, the brown-haired man leaned in, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Rude, he began, about your ability to absorb monsters. Can you perfectly replicate their skills? He paused, thinking. For example, just because you ate a water monster doesn't mean you can suddenly breathe underwater, right? Leon stroked his chin, analyzing the power. So you can copy the skills, but you don't inherit the monster's physical body. He then turned to Alicia with an unexpected question. Alicia, have you ever eaten monster meat? Alicia blinked, completely caught off guard by such a strange and unsettling question. She paused for a moment. Me, eat monster meat? An unnerving image of herself savagely devouring monster flesh flashed in her mind. She quickly shook her head in disgust. Of course not. I would never even think of doing that. Leon fell silent, then clarified. No, what I mean is, besides Rude, I was just wondering if anyone could learn skills by eating monster meat and absorbing their mana. What are you talking about? Alicia asked, still confused. That's forbidden. What if you turn into a monster yourself? A bold, almost reckless thought crossed Leon's mind. No, but what if you could reverse the monster transformation by using a replacement skill? Alicia gasped, immediately understanding the dangerous implications of his idea. But Rude spoke with cold certainty, shutting it down. Impossible. There are only two outcomes when you consume monster meat. You either transform into a monster, or you die. The brown-haired man nodded slowly. I see. So besides turning into a beast, the mana could just dissolve you from the inside out. This action manhwa really explores the dark side of power. Rude's face darkened as he recalled his own brutal experience. The first time I ate monster meat, mana flooded my entire body, he said, the memory still vivid. I lost control. I went mad. The only thing that kept me anchored was my singular focus on revenge, he muttered, his voice low. Revenge against Bayer and all the traitors who betrayed me. That's what kept me going. This whole manhwa recap is driven by his quest for revenge. Now, I barely experience any side effects when I absorb their mana. The brown-haired man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, your body has completely adapted to it. Rude then suddenly remembered the fight with the cursed sword and a crucial detail he'd overlooked. There had been a previous replacement failure. Leonas's perspective shifted entirely. I see. There's so much we don't know about mana. The man beside him agreed. It seems acting recklessly is a good way to get killed. But Leonas just narrowed his eyes, studying Rude with a new intensity. A wide grin spread across his face as he said, Hey, that power of yours, can you show it to me? I understand the theory, Leon said, his hand already on his sword. But there are some things about mana I'll never get just by talking. His request was a clear challenge. If you really want to understand, Leonas said as he casually drew his blade, why don't we let our swords do the talking? This manhwa review is about to get a lot more exciting. After all, in this brutal world, they were all adventurers. Suddenly, an oppressive darkness fell over the entire forest, and the horned rabbits that were wandering around froze in their tracks. Their ears twitched, sensing an immense danger. Without a moment's hesitation, They adopted aggressive stances, growling fiercely at what lay ahead. In response, Leonis and his companion simply cracked their knuckles, staring down the horned rabbits, making the poor creatures tremble in absolute terror. They could only shrink back, completely intimidated by the two imposing figures descending upon them. The inevitable result was a spectacular meal, delicious roasted horned rabbit. Rude dug in with gusto, thanking them profusely for the food as he chewed with pure satisfaction. So good, he thought, and just like that, I get a horse mount out of it. Leonis, however, grumbled in annoyance. That's hardly fair. Nearby, Serena was practically drooling with envy. We have to use expensive items just to recover our mana, she complained bitterly. Alicia couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy for Serena. It must be nice to just eat and fully recover your mana like that. Our overpowered main character, Rude, had already finished his meal and was bursting with renewed energy. All right, my mana is completely restored, Leonis asked with a hint of concern. You just ate. Are you sure you're okay to move? But Rude just smiled confidently. Thanks for asking. Honestly, I'm in the best condition of my life right now. Seeing this, the brown-haired man knew the time was right and quickly activated a skill. Now, I'll open the hidden garden, a pocket dimension filled with the pure energy of nature and spiritual power. What makes this action Manhwa skill so unique is that no one can interfere from the outside, and it only works with the consent of the person being brought inside. Leonis gestured grandly. Everyone, please, step in. Rude cautiously entered and was left utterly speechless by the sight before him. A vast, beautiful meadow stretched out as far as the eye could see. Leonis announced proudly, "In here, no one will bother us." To prove his point, he activated a formation on the ground, and a plume of white smoke instantly erupted from the spot. Leonis calmly added, "We can do whatever we want here." Feeling the energy of the place, Leonis threw off his cloak. "Now I'm really itching for a fight." "Rude. Let's get started," he declared, adding a stern warning. "And don't you dare hold back." Rude immediately went on high alert. His lips pressed into a thin line as his jaw clenched. He lunged forward, launching the first attack. Leonis laughed with delight and instantly activated his Morpheus skill. "So you really can control monster powers," he mused, swinging his sword with expert precision to block every single strike. Rude seized the opportunity to use another skill, catching Leonis momentarily off guard. But the veteran warrior easily shattered the web Rude had cast and cheered. "Is that all you've got?" Just then, white smoke erupted from thin air, startling Leonis. He froze, staring down at his own hand. "This is Paralysis's breath." Rude saw his opening and planned to strike from behind, but his attack failed. Leonis reacted in a flash, batting the strike away. "How naive," he laughed heartily. "A simple trick like that won't even faze a seasoned adventurer like me." Refusing to give up, our hero in this manhwa recap pushed forward to a fierce close-quarters battle. He swung his sword from every conceivable angle, but Leonis effortlessly countered each and every attack. Leonis then began to scold him. "Seriously, you rely way too much on your skills. Your footwork is a complete mess." Rude could only watch as his opponent unleashed one powerful move after another, while he was struggling just to dodge. He was completely baffled. The Paralysis's breath didn't seem to have any effect at all. Leonis was happy to explain, "Oh, it worked. It's just that veteran adventurers like us tend to have extremely high resistance to such things." With a powerful heave, Leonis swung his sword and sent Rude flying, knocking him flat on his back. He gave Rude absolutely no time to recover. "Take this," Leonis roared, bringing his sword down for the finishing blow. In a desperate move, Rude hastily raised his defense. Iron body. His entire body hardened like steel for a moment, bracing for the impact of Leonis's punch, but it was useless. A single blow from the master sent our overpowered main character flying, sprawling onto his back. Leonis lowered his fist and looked down with a critical eye. Many monsters possess the ability to resist certain debuffs, he advised, his tone sharp. "Don't become overconfident in your skills." But Rude, our tenacious hero, was already scrambling back to his feet, resuming the fight, this time unleashing a different skill. Leonis narrowed his eyes in pure annoyance. "Are you joking with me?" He raised his leg and planted a swift kick right in Rude's face. Our hero hit the dirt again, cursing in frustration. Damn it, but even this couldn't break his spirit. Struggling back to his feet. Now, Leonis seemed genuinely interested in what Rude would do next. A swirling red energy began to wrap itself around the sword in Rude's hand. A magic-infused blade, a common sight in any good action manhwa. Our protagonist took a running leap, soaring into the air for a powerful downward slash. Lunas instantly recognized the technique's origin. Is that the rabbit's skill from before? Clever. Meanwhile, Rude tightened his grip on the hilt and unleashed the full force of the strike. As the blade descended, fierce flames erupted all around them, shattering solid rock and sending debris flying everywhere. Lunas, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned by the raw power. Through the thick smoke, the outcome of the exchange became terrifyingly clear. Lunas had his own blade pressed against Rude's neck, declaring coldly, but with such wide swings, you'll never be able to beat me. He bluntly pointed out the flaw. Your monster skill is powerful, but your close-quarters combat technique is severely lacking. A swing that wide might work on a big monster, but not in a real fight for revenge. Rude could only look up at his superior opponent, but then Lunas helped him stand, and continued his impromptu lecture. But in a fight against a human opponent, an attack like that will never land. Rude listened intently, responding with a simple, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Lunas began to channel mana, making it visible around his arm as he held it out. "You've probably heard of this before, haven't you?" he asked. He demonstrated the technique, explaining, "It's the art of circulating mana throughout your entire body to enhance your physical strength." Hearing this, something clicked in Rude's mind, a pivotal moment in his reincarnation journey. He replayed the entire fight in his mind, recalling every detail with perfect clarity. One particular moment caught his attention from earlier. He had been following Lunas's guidance without even realizing it. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, trying to feel the flow of mana through his own body. Across from him, Lunas watched with a satisfied smile, a key moment in this manhwa recap. In a stunning display of talent, Rude had successfully circulated mana throughout his body. Lunas praised him. "You're a fast learner." Fired up, Rude excitedly begged, "One more round, please." Lunas readily agreed to the challenge. "All right then. Show me everything you've got." The brown-haired companion nearby couldn't help but chuckle at their enthusiasm. And just like that, they dove right back into their intense training, refining their skills through relentless sparring. Outside the training ground, Alicia had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as she saw them emerge from the hidden garden, she immediately called out, "Rude!" After countless rounds of intense combat, Rude finally stepped out, his face covered in scratches and bruises. He let out a sigh of pure admiration. "It's no wonder S-rank adventurers are so unbelievably strong. I'm nowhere near that level yet." This manhwa review really highlights the huge power gaps. Lunas offered a modest smile. "Your diverse skill set and incredible adaptability even made me cautious." A voice hesitated before calling out, "Lunas." Rude bowed deeply before his mentor and said, "Thank you so much for everything." Lunas just scratched his cheek, listening as Rude continued, "You showed me all of my weaknesses and my bad fighting habits throughout the match. You've trained me so well." But Lunas's friend couldn't resist interrupting. "You know, Lunas is actually pretty clumsy." Lunas frowned and retorted, "It's not like I did it just for you." Rude was taken aback. This was the first time he'd ever heard Lunas speak so informally. The brown-haired man then stepped closer and warned, "By the way, Rude, about your habit of eating monster meat. You can't let anyone else know, all right?" He advised kindly. "If word gets back to the royal capital, you'll be executed for sure." Those words sent a jolt of fear through Rude. "Executed?" He echoed in disbelief, and the brown-haired man gave a grim nod. He explained that the closer you get to the capital, the more powerful the church's influence becomes. For them, the holy scriptures are everything. It's their absolute law. And in those teachings, eating the flesh of monsters is considered one of the most unforgivable sins. A flicker of doubt crossed Rude's face as he asked, "But my skill can neutralize the negative effects, can't it?" The brown-haired man just lowered his head and let out a dry, humorless laugh. "Even so, the very act of defying the scriptures is a sin in their eyes," he finished. Serena, who was listening nearby, scoffed, "They're just a bunch of narrow-minded priests. Those types will never grasp the true nature of things." The man then turned his attention back to Rude. "Does anyone else know about this? Anyone besides the adventurers currently in the labyrinth?" Rude answered honestly, "No, I'm well aware it's a taboo." He racked his brain, trying to be certain. "So far, I've only ever told Alicia." But just then, another face flashed in his memory. Rude's eyes shot open as a specific conversation came rushing back to him. At the exact same moment, both he and Alicia spoke the name in unison. Doom. The scene in this manhwa recap flashes back to that day when Doom had proudly presented a sword, boasting, "After all that research, I finally managed to complete it." The memory shifted to the forge of Barona, where the dwarf blacksmith, Doom, was scowling with impatience. "I don't care," he had grumbled, making his opinion crystal clear. "Taboo or not, what people choose to eat is none of my business. Don't worry. I won't be the one to snitch on you." But his focus quickly darted to something far more interesting to him. "What's more important is that sword you're carrying." From the moment our overpowered main character walked into the shop, Doom's eyes had been glued to the cursed blade at his hip. "You asked me to forge a sword for you, and now you're telling me you don't need it anymore?" Rude scratched his cheek sheepishly. "I'm really sorry for making the request and then backing out," he apologized. Doom's voice was low and intense as he replied, "I crafted a sword that would not break, even when channeling immense magic through it." He gazed at his masterpiece with pure satisfaction and then let out a booming laugh. "And in the end, I've perfected it." Rude could only think to himself, "This guy is completely nuts." Alicia, standing right next to him, had the exact same thought. "Of course, he's insane." Suddenly, Doom turned to them with a strange request. "Can you do me a favor?" Rude, still feeling guilty about the cancelled commission, was quick to agree. "Anything, just name it." To his utter shock, Doom's eyes began to gleam with a manic light. "Can I touch that sword?" he pleaded. Rude was completely taken aback, feeling a wave of awkwardness. No, you can't." He quickly tried to find an excuse. "This sword is cursed," he explained. "Anyone who touches it loses their sanity." But Doom completely ignored the dire warning, stepping forward. "You made a request and then just ditched it," he grumbled, pressing his advantage. "This is the only thing I'm asking for in return, and I'm not even complaining about it. Didn't you just say you'd do anything?" Then, his tone shifted as he abruptly changed the subject. "I heard you have the ability to cure any abnormal condition, right?" Rude instantly saw where this was going and shut it down. "Absolutely not. No way. It's far too dangerous. If you lose consciousness, the replacement effect could be rejected." But Doom's expression was dead serious. He insisted with terrifying resolve, "I don't care. If I lose control, then just destroy me along with the sword." This action manhwa just gets crazier with every chapter. Inwardly, thinking, "Don't say such reckless things." The situation had spiraled so quickly that Rude could only scratch his head in confusion. In the end, he let out a sigh of defeat. "All right, if you're that insistent." But Alicia, her face still a mask of worry, quickly interrupted. "Hey, are you absolutely sure about this?" Doom's eyes narrowed with unshakable resolve. "I've been a blacksmith my entire life, for many years, but I have never encountered a weapon that literally devours magic and mana like this one. This is truly a challenge worthy of a master blacksmith, even if I have to risk my very soul for it." With trembling hands, he reached out to grasp the cursed sword, declaring, "Very well then." The moment Doom's fingers made contact with the hilt, a jolt of shock ran through him as he gasped, "This sword, it's not forged from any ordinary steel." His eyes, now gleaming with an artisan's passion, scanned every inch of it. The profound darkness swirling within its cold, sharp edge felt almost sentient, a blade where madness and perfect beauty were forged into one. "I have never witnessed anything like it in all my life." His gaze then shifted, drawn to the eerie, pulsating eye embedded in the hilt. "Incredible. Is it actually alive?" He stared into its depths, whispering a vow to himself. "One day, I will forge a sword that can rival even this masterpiece." But in the very next instant, Dome's world shattered, his eyes widening in pure terror. It was as if he'd been plunged into a hellish dimension. A single, maddening command echoed from all sides, screaming into his very soul. "Annihilate! Destroy! Erase!" Dome's pupils shrank to pinpricks in disbelief. A grotesque, shadowy figure materialized right before him, its twisted arms coiled around a human form as it cackled with insane glee, whispering that single, horrific command over and over again right by his ear. Dome's entire body began to convulse uncontrollably. In a flash, Rude, our overpowered main character, reached out and placed a hand on the man, activating his unique ability, substitution. The nightmarish visions instantly vanished, and Dome collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath as he was violently pulled back to reality. "My apologies for dragging you into my selfish obsession," Dome muttered. Still, trembling from the aftershock, he clenched his fist, The horrifying illusion seared into his memory. That vision. What in the world was that? But he quickly regained his composure and made a solemn promise. Do not worry, I will not speak a word of this. Such a tale would only hinder your grand accomplishments. A fire of pure resolve now burned in his eyes. I will forge a blade, a masterpiece that will surpass even that cursed sword. The scene then transitions to a peaceful forest path, a welcome change after the intense encounter. Sometime later, a voice filled with pure relief cut through the quiet. This feels absolutely amazing, Rude chuckled, looking at the person sitting across from him. Did you seriously rent out this entire grand carriage just for yourself? Alicia beamed, a playful glint in her eye. After years of being hunted like an animal, I am beyond thrilled to finally relax for once in my life. Rude glanced towards the front of the carriage and smiled wryly. Well, even so, we still have Scyllite and Mumia acting as our drivers. Alicia excitedly began to explain. I could have hired a proper coachman, but you know, considering your monstrous appetite. Before she could finish her jab, Rude, ever the pragmatist in this action Manhwa, smoothly redirected the conversation. Anyway, this place we're heading to now. What is Ishka like? Alicia happily obliged, her excitement palpable. The coastal town of Ishka, it's a bustling port city. The people there make their living through fishing and maritime trade. As she spoke, Alicia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. We have two main objectives once we arrive in Ishka. Rude raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Two, she confirmed with an enthusiastic nod. First, you're going to acquire a new skill. The underwater temple, labyrinth near Ishka, is teeming with monsters, completely different from the ones you fought near Barona. Just thinking about it seemed to energize her as she launched into a passionate explanation. You could obtain all sorts of useful skills there, like the floor ruler's ability or the steel body skill. This part of the Manhwa recap is crucial for his power progression. Steel body? Is that some kind of upgraded version of the hardened skill? Alicia grinned, her voice filled with awe. It's much stronger than that. Even high-ranking adventurers struggled to even leave a scratch on it. I still remember how desperately I had to fight just to pierce that defense. Then, her expression turned a shade more serious, adding a layer of gravity to this Manhwa review. And the second objective is the resurrection of Erdiel. The name hung in the air, instantly triggering a distant memory in Rude's mind. He had a crystal-clear memory of the small spirit creature he'd seen before, the very one that had been swallowed by that monster. Alicia then summoned a tiny, faintly glowing creature into her palm. The underwater labyrinth is the place where Ural was born. If we can revive her, I'll become even stronger, she declared. Rude tilted his head, examining the miniature being. So, this is Ural. But wasn't she eaten? Rude asked, confused. Alicia gently explained. Spirits don't have physical bodies, so even if they get hurt, they don't just disappear. A spark of excitement returned to her voice. We just need to restore her mana in the labyrinth, and she'll regain her true power. But it was clear something else was occupying her thoughts, something much more pressing. And more. Importantly, just the idea of it was enough to make Alicia drool. Ishka is packed with all kinds of amazing seafood. This fun little moment is a great part of our Manhwa review. Then another thought hit her. Oh right, speaking of which, when we left Barona, didn't August give you something? Rude rummaged through his bag. This? He asked, pulling out a small book. He remembered when August had handed it to him. His curiosity was piqued. What is this? He'd asked. The kind, brown-haired man had smiled as he explained. It's a journal, left behind by a count, a man who researched monster cuisine. Rude blinked in utter surprise. Monster cuisine? This is the kind of quirky detail you only find in the best action manhwa. August had chuckled. It might just come in handy for you. Rude nodded gratefully. Thanks, really. Leon then patted his shoulder with a warm smile. I'm expecting great things from you, Rude. Our overpowered main character felt a bit bashful, receiving such heartfelt support. He thought back to their time traveling with Leon and the others. He remembered all the times they had laughed, trained, and shared meals together. It was such a peaceful, carefree time. The entire group had looked after them with genuine kindness. But every journey has its parting. Rude and Leon shared a firm handshake, a silent acknowledgement of the different roads they now had to walk. Each of them had their own path to follow. Rude and Alicia waved them goodbye. As they left, Rude glanced down at his hand, a faint, thoughtful smile curling on his lips. Alicia teased him playfully. Hey, you never once thought of going on adventures with Leon and the others, did you? Not? Even for a second? The completely flustered look on Rude's face was all the answer she needed. What? What are you even saying? She grinned, clearly loving how easy it was to get a reaction out of him. You're panicking so much, it's suspicious. This is a classic scene in our ongoing Manhwa recap. Rude could only sigh in defeat. Give me a break already. The scene then cuts abruptly to a dark forest, where a woman's terrified screams echoed through the trees. She collapsed to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Nearby, a man struggled just to lift his head, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With his last ounce of strength, he choked out his final words. Run, just run. But the woman was frozen solid, paralyzed by pure terror, as a massive shadow loomed over her. A hulking monster stepped into view, brandishing a crude weapon. The woman's eyes widened as tears streamed down her cheeks. This was no ordinary beast. It was a level 28 monster. It bared its fangs with a deep, guttural growl, its feral gaze locked onto its helpless prey. The scene then cuts back to the book, where on the cover, carefully written, words read, neat and precise. The Memoirs of Count Ida, My Secret Research. And inside, the Count had documented his various methods for cooking monsters. Monsters. A faint glow emanated from the page, almost as if it held the author's sheer excitement over his discovery. The ultimate slime recipe. An almost comically cute drawing of a slime sat next to the text. Now, in most action manhwa, slimes are the very first monsters that new adventurers face. They're simple to beat, but preparing them as a meal? That's a whole other challenge. Entirely. The book detailed the immense difficulties. You see, slimes are full of a highly corrosive acid. Consuming them raw would literally melt your stomach and intestines from the inside out, a guaranteed and agonizing end. A sketch of a large, bubbling pot was drawn right beside it. To make the slime edible, a very specific process was needed to neutralize that deadly acid. First, you have to soak the slime in an alkaline solution made from the ash of burnt seaweed for 2 whole days. Only then is the acid rendered completely harmless. The next drawing depicted a skillet sizzling with a vibrant, emerald green slime steak. The author noted they can be fried, but warned against it, as the oil splatters everywhere and the meat shrinks drastically, completely destroying the taste. At last, a picture of a beautifully prepared dish was shown. The best cooking method, it turns out, is boiling. When submerged in boiling water, the slime undergoes a transformation, changing its color and becoming a delicacy that looks just like cured ham, but without any of the shrinkage. A bowl of salad, generously topped with perfectly sliced slime meat, was the final image. The book recommended dicing the meat into bite-sized pieces and tossing it with fresh greens to create the perfect salad. Rude couldn't help but chuckle as he read this part aloud. The flavor was described as subtly sweet, never overwhelming, with a one-of-a-kind texture that perfectly complements the crisp vegetables. Listening in, Alicia couldn't contain her excitement. That sounds like the ultimate culinary adventure, she exclaimed, tapping the book's cover with amusement. A monster cookbook, a gift from Augusto, of all people. The gentle rocking of the wagon provided a calm backdrop to their conversation as they continued down the road. Rude just smiled, shaking his head. That Count. He's really one of a kind. I mean, even though eating monsters is completely forbidden, I can't believe a book like this even exists. Alicia's eyes twinkled with a playful light. And yet, somehow, it feels perfectly fitting that it ended up with you. Her hands clasped together, in pure excitement. Hey, after we're done in Ishka, we should go visit the Count. Rude leaned back against the carriage wall, letting out a hesitant sigh. I doubt that's possible. Unfazed, Alicia snatched the book from his hands and began flipping through the pages herself. But as she continued to read, her curious expression slowly changed to one of confusion. She let out a soft sigh and gently closed the book. In the end, it seems you're the only one who can actually eat monsters. This line highlights his unique trait, a staple for any overpowered main character in a reincarnation story. Rude's calm voice cut through the quiet of the forest. Exactly. The vast, green expanse seemed to listen to their quiet exchange. Just beyond this forest lay their destination, Ishka. Rude gazed out at the sun, dappled scenery, the golden light warming his face. A small smile played on his lips as he remarked quietly, "This forest. It really is beautiful." Alicia tilted her head, a mischievous smirk spreading across her face. "Hey, Rude, Have you ever heard the tales of the calamity dragon? Rude leaned back, thinking. The faint image of a colossal dragon surfaced in his memory. Oh, now that you mention it, yeah. I remember hearing about it in old fairy tales, a long time ago. They said it was like an earthquake or a hurricane, something completely beyond human control, a dragon of unimaginable power. As he spoke, old childhood memories began to surface in Rude's mind. When I was a little girl, they used to tell me that if I misbehaved, the calamity dragon would come for me in my sleep. Alicia raised a single finger, her tone both grave and gentle. This very forest, she said, is rumored to be the home of that exact dragon. Rude's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Huh? Hold on, are you saying it's actually real? She gave a slow nod, her voice dropping to a near whisper, filled with an almost holy reverence. Yes, it exists. The memory surfaced in her mind's eye, a distant yet unforgettable moment. I saw it once, from a great distance. It was enormous. Its presence felt divine, utterly beyond the touch of any mortal. Rude pursed his lips, tilting his head to gaze at the roof of the carriage. In my entire life, not a single person has claimed to have seen it, yet you have. He looked back at her, a teasing smirk spreading across his face. So, in other words, that would make your age. But before he could finish his jab, Alicia leaned in, her friendly expression turning dangerously cold. Be careful. Guessing a lady's age is a treacherous game. Right on cue, a small spirit floated into view next to their carriage, chittering in its unique language. Alicia immediately translated the warning. There are 3 ogre boars ahead. The two exchanged a knowing glance before leaping from the carriage. No way to avoid it, Rude stated simply. We'll have to. Cut right through them. This is the kind of encounter that makes for a great action manhwa recap. Deep in the forest, 3 hulking ogre boars were lazing about. One of them was even dozing off. Without warning, a flash of light tore through the air, piercing straight through the sleeping monster's skull. Its head exploded into a ball of fire, startling the other 2. In that instant, Rude appeared behind them, his cursed sword gleaming. In one fluid movement, a classic move from our overpowered main character, he cleaved through the remaining 2, their massive bodies crashing to the forest floor. Alicia approached with a wide grin, giving him a high five. Perfectly executed, Rude. But then, a strange feeling settled in the air. They both tensed, scanning their surroundings. Rude's voice was low and troubled. This is bad. Alicia's expression softened with a sad sympathy. The poor things. A flicker of worry crossed her features. Something was terribly wrong here. From the shadowed depths of the woods, more ogre boars emerged, their colossal forms casting long, eerie shadows. Rude narrowed his eyes in understanding. With their only natural predator, the calamity dragon, gone, their population must have spiraled out of control. His face hardened with grim resolve. We can't just leave this problem for the local villagers. It's far too dangerous. Under the open sky, his voice was firm. Since this reincarnation has brought us here anyway, let's thin their numbers a bit more. A few more ogre boars won't be a problem. A short while later, they came to a halt. Rude's violet eyes began to glow a menacing crimson as he scanned the area. Found them. Heat signatures confirmed. In his enhanced vision, the world was a map of red and green. This is a scene you'd expect in a high-quality manhwa review. His mind calculated the threat in a split second, estimating around 40 to 50 targets. Alicia, however, remained calm, her voice steady as she analyzed the situation. They may be low-ranked monsters, but ogre boars are intelligent. They hunt in organized packs. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. They were perfectly concealed behind a jumble of large, fallen logs. The forest itself provided perfect cover. If we want to avoid getting swarmed, Alicia continued, her strategic mind at work, the best approach is to incapacitate as many as possible all at once. Rude simply puffed out his cheeks, and with it, a faint, yellow mist began to drift from his lips. The toxic fog spread silently over the herd of ogre boars. Paralysis gas, carried by the wind. So it begins, he muttered with a wicked grin. The ogres froze in place as arcs of yellow lightning crackled violently across their massive bodies. Moments later, they all came crashing down with deafening thuds, shaking the very earth beneath them. Awesome! Let's finish them off while they're stunned, Rude shouted, his voice buzzing with adrenaline. But Alicia's cool, collected voice sliced through his excitement. Wait, Rude? His eyes narrowed in confusion as he saw some of the ogres were still on their feet. What in the world? The creatures were bending over, and plucking handfuls of grass, shoving it into their mouths. Rude's brow furrowed. The paralysis. It's not working on them. In that instant, Leon's warning flashed through his mind. Asterisk. Many monsters possess a natural resistance to certain status ailments. Asterisk. One of the huge ogres threw its head back, unleashing a deafening roar. The others, still munching on that strange grass, began to violently shake off the effects of the paralysis. Alicia's sharp emerald eyes analyzed the scene. That's paralysis relief grass. The ogre's huge jaws worked furiously, devouring the herb. They're actually using items to recover, she noted. One by one, the ogres stood tall, their bodies completely free and mobile once more. They've fully recovered from the paralysis, Alicia stated, her tone shifting to one of serious caution. It looks like they've even gained a temporary resistance. A sarcastic smirk played on her lips. Seems your brilliant paralysis gas strategy just went up in smoke. Rude just pouted, feigning immense frustration. Yeah, whatever, he grumbled. The lead ogre let out a loud snort, steam blasting from its nostrils. It turned its colossal head, signaling its horde to charge. A confident grin spread across Rude's face as his eyes sharpened with focus. All right, fine by me, he declared. Guess I'll just have to turn you all into well-done pork chops. The ogre leader let loose an earth-shattering roar that vibrated through the entire forest. Its underlings immediately surged forward, axes held high, charging headfirst into the fray. Alicia grinned, a thrill in her eyes as she stepped forward. Okay then. Let me show you how my magic can annihilate them all. But Rude's cheerful voice cut her off. Hold on a sec, Alicia. There's something new I've been dying to try out. Just leave this to me. A brilliant light erupted behind him as a summoned creature materialized from thin air. This is a classic moment for an overpowered main character in any action manhwa. Its very presence seemed to amplify Rude's own power. With a wide, mischievous grin, Rude shot her a thumbs up. If we fight with this new setup, I think we'll have a serious advantage. Alicia simply crossed her arms, giving him a look of pure exasperation. I literally just said that, and besides, if I get too close to whatever you're planning, I'll get caught in the crossfire. You know that, right? But Rude completely ignored her, tightening his grip on his sword as he launched himself into the horde. Excitement radiated off him in waves. So, paralysis doesn't work? Fine. Let's see how you deal with poison. Like a bolt of lightning, Rude weaved through the enemy ranks, his slashes precise and deadly. One after another, the massive ogres fell in his path. This part of our manhwa recap shows his true power. But he was relentless, charging toward the next group with a wild grin. Come on. Is that all you've got? Bring it on. Rude danced through the battlefield, cutting down ogres as noxious clouds of purple poison billowed out with every single strike. The spreading poison quickly began to take effect. Their eyes turned a sickly green, and foam frothed at their mouths as the ogres staggered and collapsed. Rude glanced over his shoulder at the growing pile of defeated monsters. Looks like the poison is finally doing its job. But in that very moment, the massive ogre leader reappeared as if from nowhere. It brought down a colossal club, but Rude, ever the agile protagonist in this action manhwa, slipped away with ease. The beast unleashed another earth-shattering roar, the very ground trembling beneath their feet as 4 more ogres closed in on Rude. Their axes gleamed with deadly intent, but our overpowered main character's eyes were already darting between them, calculating his next move. The strategy was simple. Take out the caster first. But then, Alicia's urgent voice cut through the chaos. Rude, look out above you. He instinctively jumped back, aside just as a massive boulder came crashing down, slamming into the earth with a thunderous boom. Kneeling beside the crater, he muttered in disbelief. What in the world? Where did that come from? His eyes shot upward, widening in shock as a towering ogre emerged, its thick, matted hair and wild beard giving it an especially savage and menacing look. Alicia rushed to his side, her tone deadly serious. That's an ogre boar king. Normally, creatures like that only live deep underground. It shouldn't be anywhere near the surface. She narrowed her eyes, her expression tense. Perhaps the increased mana concentration from the calamity dragon drew it out. Whatever the reason, if we let it run rampant, the casualties are only going to pile up. Just then, another ogre charged them, its axe swinging wildly. Rude ducked, sidestepping the strike as he slashed back with his own blade. Less talking, more fighting. Alicia hurled several wind blades at the approaching ogre, cutting it down swiftly. Let's take out that boar king, and fast. The ogre leader roared again, charging straight. for Rude. Our overpowered main character's eyes gleamed with determination. Sorry, big guy. I don't have time to waste on you. Without a moment's hesitation, Rude's blade sliced clean through the ogre's torso. But across the battlefield, the ogre boar king hefted a massive boulder onto its shoulder, steadying itself. With a guttural grunt, the creature hurled the giant rock with terrifying force, its trajectory locked directly onto Rude. Our hero reacted instantly, his foot tapping lightly off the ground as his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Blink step. This is the kind of move you see in a top-tier action manhwa, as he launched himself off the very boulder that was meant to crush him, using it as a foothold to soar straight through the enemy ranks. And just like that, Rude closed the distance in an instant, landing right in front of the boar king. The towering beast had already braced itself, fully prepared for the clash. In the blink of an eye, the boar king actually deflected Rude's opening strike. The clash of steel and raw muscle echoed across the field. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Rude flipped backward, landing softly on his feet. But the rumbling sound that followed made his expression tighten. The ground began to tremble, as the remaining ogres rushed in from all sides. The boar king was in trouble, and its subordinates were responding to the threat, closing ranks to defend their leader. Suddenly, a thick, poisonous purple mist began to coil around Rude's body. "Let's finish this in one strike," he muttered, his voice low and dangerous. A monstrous figure emerged from the haze, bringing with it a wave of toxic air. The ogres recoiled in panic, shrieking in terror as the overwhelming poisonous aura burned their eyes and choked their very lungs. Even the boar king struggled to stay upright. Its breathing labored, sweat pouring down its face. Negative status. Poisoned. Rude noted with a smirk, curling his fingers in a taunting gesture for this manhwa recap. Rude beckoned the beast forward. "Come on, let's end this." His sword crackled to life, suddenly enveloped by a crimson aura, a familiar heat pulsing along the blade. That sensation, the overwhelming magic flooding his body, it was back. The boar king roared in defiance, its pride unwilling to accept defeat from this reincarnation powerhouse. It gripped its club and brought it crashing down toward Rude. But in a show of absolute dominance, Rude caught the strike bare-handed. His eyes burned with raw fury, his voice filled with unwavering determination. Lunsun. The boar king's bravado shattered instantly, replaced with visible terror, and in the next heartbeat, its massive body was sliced cleanly in two. As silence fell upon the battlefield, Rude wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, just as a familiar, joyful voice called out to him, "Rude." It was Alicia, running up to him with a proud, beaming smile. "That was absolutely incredible. You defeated the ogre boar king with a single attack." Her eyes were sparkling with intense curiosity as she tilted her head. "That skill you just used? Don't tell me," Rude replied casually. "Oh, that? It's called Venom Wave. I got it from the poison dragon. It's powerful," he admitted. But then his expression tightened with a slight frown. "But it has a weakness. This action manhwa always gives its heroes interesting challenges." Alicia's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "A weakness? What kind?" Before he could answer, Rude's stomach let out an embarrassingly loud growl, answering for him. The boy clutched his belly, groaning dramatically. "I'm completely starving. My strength is fading fast." Alicia let out a soft chuckle, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Oh dear," she said, and right on cue, she presented a perfectly plated pork cutlet, fried to a golden, crispy perfection. "Ta-da!" Her eyes shone, and despite her attempt to look composed, a tiny droplet of drool escaped, betraying her own hunger yet again. It just looked too delicious. Meanwhile, Rude was beaming with pride. "I used this notebook as a guide to prepare and season everything." His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he added, "I can't wait to dig in." But just before he could take his first bite, a playful voice interrupted his moment of triumph. "My, that smells amazing." Rude's entire body went rigid, his face a mixture of shock and unease. There stood Almira, a picture of grace with a relaxed smile. She leaned in closer, her voice smooth as silk. "Hey, would you mind sharing some of that with me?" Her violet eyes glinted, with a mischievous light. Of course, the so-called gourmet adventurer couldn't possibly ignore a meal of this caliber. A great character introduction for this manhwa recap. Rude's voice was tense as he stared her down. "You? Who in the world are you?" Almira simply placed a hand on her hip, a playful smirk on her face. "Relax. Just save me a little bite, won't you? You are that infamous gourmet adventurer, aren't you?" Seeing her so utterly at ease, as if she owned the place. Rude's curiosity got the better of him. What are you even doing all the way out here? Almira practically skipped towards them like an excited child, humming, I'm interested in you. I'm very interested in you. Her eyes sparkled, locking onto the food with the intensity of a predator. With a wide, eager grin, she exclaimed, You cooked monster meat from the Oriole labyrinth, didn't you? I have always wanted to try it. Before Rude could even think to stop her, she had already snatched a piece of the meat. Wait, hey, it's too late. Almira popped the morsel into her mouth, her eyes fluttering shut, as she prepared to savor the taste. The second the flavor hit her tongue, her entire expression lit up with pure, unadulterated delight. In stark contrast, Rude's face twisted into a mask of sheer panic. Whoa, she actually ate it. Alicia gasped beside him, looking equally horrified. Rude, you have to do something. Make her spit it out right now. In an instant, the two of them lunged at Almira, desperately trying to intervene in this Manhwa review's most chaotic dinner party. Rude managed to grab her, shouting, I'm holding her down. Just reach in and make her throw it up. Almira, completely blindsided by the sudden attack, could only stare back in utter confusion. What in the world are you two doing? Alicia shrieked in terror. You just ate monster meat. Don't chew, don't swallow, you'll die. Rude gripped her cheeks, trying to pry her mouth open, but Almira just furrowed her brows in mild annoyance. Honestly, I'm fine. There's no way you're okay. Rude shot back, his own voice tight with panic. Alicia hovered beside them, a flustered mess. This is all your fault. Your fault. Calm down, just don't swallow it. With a frustrated huff, Almira casually stretched her arms, and with that one tiny motion, both Rude and Alicia were sent flying, tumbling across the ground with pained yelps. A classic moment for an overpowered character in an action manhwa. Dusting herself off, Almira clicked her tongue. Goodness, getting so handsy with me. Rude groaned, rubbing his aching head. What the hell? He looked up just in time to see Almira happily munching on the meat, savoring every single bite. I cooked that, and I didn't even get any. His words died in his throat as Almira, completely unfazed, swallowed another huge mouthful. In perfect unison, both Rude and Alicia screamed, pure panic lacing their voices. No way, she actually swallowed it. Finishing her meal, Almira straightened up slightly and let out a low, guttural growl from deep in her throat. Rude's eyes shot wide. He expected monsterification, thinking she was gambling with her life. But nothing happened. Instead, Almira bounced on her feet, beaming. That was delicious. Rude and Alicia could only gape in stunned silence, completely and utterly speechless. Still flabbergasted, Alicia managed to stammer, Wait, what is going on? You're really okay? Rude rubbed his chin, his mind racing to process everything. It was true, the ingredients contained a lethal concentration of magical essence, but his thoughts faded as he stared at Almira, whose bright, carefree smile made the entire dangerous situation feel utterly surreal. Alicia continued, But she looks completely fine. In this shocking manhwa recap moment, Rude could only watch in silence as Almira devoured the food. Alicia's gaze shifted to the plate of juicy, delicious-looking meat, and for a brief, insane moment, she was actually tempted to try a bite herself. Still worried, Alicia leaned toward Almira. I don't mean to be rude, but maybe you really should stop eating that. Inwardly, she was screaming, Is she serious? But Almira just kept eating without the slightest hesitation. Between bites, she casually asked, You do know what happens to a normal human if they eat monster meat, right? Her eyes shifted toward Rude, as if expecting him to confirm. Alicia's eyes went wide. But you're eating it and you're perfectly fine. Her gaze stayed locked on the plate, her mind clearly conflicted. Almira shrugged lightly. Isn't that only a problem for humans? For a monster like me, this stuff's no big deal. That stunning statement made both Alicia and Rude blurt out in unison. What? They both stared at her, their faces masks of confusion. Monster? Rude repeated. Almira nonchalantly nodded. That's right, I'm not human. Narrowing his eyes in suspicion, Rude, our overpowered main character, muttered under his breath, a praise, but the system window that appeared completely contradicted her words. Almira, race, human. His eyes narrowed into slits. He stared at her. I used appraisal, and it clearly says you're human. Almira simply smiled. Ah, whoops, my bad. Sorry, she explained with a shrug. I forgot to drop the disguise, but what about now? In that instant, Rude felt it. A terrifying shift in the atmosphere. He immediately grabbed Alicia's wrist and pulled her back. Alicia, get away from here, now! Alicia stumbled after him, utterly confused. Huh? What are you talking about? As she looked back, Almira's entire demeanor had changed, as a terrifyingly dark and eerie aura exploded from her. She's a disaster-class entity, Rude whispered in shock, grimly. Almira's eyes began to glow with a sharp, menacing gold, and the system window confirmed their worst fears. She was a disaster-class being, a monster from the dragon race. Alicia was frozen solid, pure terror lacing her voice. It can't be. But Almira, the newly revealed monster, just kept on eating, munching away happily, as if nothing was wrong, even complimenting the meal. Rude, this tonkatsu is divine. Seriously. Out of all the monster meat I've ever had, this is in a league of its own. Her words only made Rude tense up even more. His defenses shooting up instantly. What is it you're really after? He demanded. Almira just popped another piece into her mouth with a casual smile. Calm down, she said. I'm not here to take your food or anything, so you can drop the hostile act. But of course, Alicia wasn't about to relax. Staring at Almira with wide, fearful eyes, she demanded, a being of your incredible power, why are you hiding your identity and pretending to be human? Almira's mind drifted back to the unique magical aura she felt coming from Rude. No big reason, she admitted nonchalantly. To be honest, I was just super curious about that. Strange magic swirling around Rude. So, I came in for a closer look. Her eyes lit up with an almost childlike glee as she continued. And what a surprise. Turns out he's a half-demon. Still chewing, she added. Then I got totally addicted to the amazing monster dishes he cooks. I couldn't just leave after tasting that. So, I decided to stick around. Rude and Alicia just looked at each other, completely speechless. They were utterly helpless, unable to say a single word. Breaking the silence, Alicia suddenly said, Hey Rude, there's an orc nest close by. Almira let out an over-the-top sigh, looking very annoyed. Ugh, I know. Those things have been multiplying like pests ever since I wiped out that forest. It's so gross. She just couldn't stop complaining. But that meat from before was absolutely delicious. Had to be from an orc king, right? You see, in this action manhwa's world, the higher a monster's rank, the richer its magic, and the better it tastes. Rude just watched this all unfold with a deadpan look, thinking to himself, so, she's a massive foodie. Got it. Once her plate was clean, Almira hopped to her feet with a bright smile. Okay then, time to go hunt the boss of that orc nest. You're on cooking duty, by the way. Thanks for the food. Her completely casual demeanor left Rude stunned. Next to him, Alicia was just staring at the mountain of empty plates that had been piled high with food only moments before. She ate all of that. She stammered in utter disbelief. Almira began to walk off, giving them a casual wave. A deal's a deal. You two just wait here for a bit. But before she could get away, our main character called out, Hey, and Alicia quickly added, Wait, take us with you. She looked at Almira with determination. You're clearly not lying about your power. So, please, let us see how you fight. We need to become stronger, too. Almira glanced back, a comically thoughtful expression on her face as if she were seriously considering their request. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. Sounds like fun. And with that, the group set off, with Rude trailing cautiously behind this new overpowered main character. As they walked, a thought struck him. You know, now that I think about it, your way of talking is completely different now, isn't it? Almira, leading the way, didn't even try to hide her smirk. Well, I already showed you who I really am, right? There's no point in acting anymore. Just then, Almira's voice cut through the air. We're almost there. Before them stood a colossal wooden gate, concealed by a dense curtain of leaves and vines. Almira turned to face them, her golden dragon eyes flaring with a dangerous light. They call me the Calamity Dragon, she declared, and now you'll see why. This is the kind of moment we live for in a good manhwa recap. Rude could only stare at the bizarre gate, his face a mask of pure curiosity. What is this place? He wondered aloud, completely baffled. Alicia was just as bewildered. Is this a labyrinth? I've never encountered anything like it, but Almira simply placed her hands on the gate, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Perhaps it's a little discovery the guild hasn't logged yet, she said with a knowing smirk. And with a powerful shove, she pushed the heavy gate open. A word of advice, she added. I wouldn't waste too much magic if I were you. The scene that unfolded beyond the gate gave even Almira pause, her eyes narrowing with keen interest. Inside, a horde of beast-like monsters stood guard, their eyes warily fixed on the intruders. Almira's voice, however, was unnervingly calm. It seems we've stumbled upon their pantry. In stark contrast to her casual demeanor, Alicia's face went white with fear. I don't care what this is, there are far too many. This isn't normal, she stammered, panic rising in her voice. Rude instinctively moved to her side. Almira, I'll fight with you. But Almira casually waved away their offer. Her very form began to shift, transforming into a state of pure battle readiness. That won't be necessary. The abrupt change caught Alicia completely by surprise. What's happening? Rude's eyes narrowed, instantly analyzing the tactical situation. Instead of a scattered effort, he realized, only one overwhelming source of power is needed here, he muttered. Just as he said it, Almira completed her transformation. Massive, ink-black wings erupted from her back, her expression twisting into a sharp, predatory grin. This is what an overpowered main character truly looks like. You owe me a good meal after this, you know, she teased Rude. In that instant, the swarm of monsters charged as one. With a heavy thud, Almira met the ground, the impact causing the very earth to tremble. Then, in a blinding flash, she surged forward, unleashing shockwaves and bursts of pure, blinding light. Rude and Alicia had to shield their eyes with their arms. What is this power? As Almira advanced, her voice deepened, resonating with a calm, merciless confidence. I got to enjoy some truly delicious food today. Facing the horde of beasts, Almira looked like a goddess of destruction, ready to tear them limb from limb. There was a terrifying majesty to her presence, a key feature in any top-tier action manhwa. A deafening roar erupted from her throat, a sound that shook the very foundations of the cavern. Skill activated. Black Dragon's Devastation Cannon. The immense, terrifying force sent the beasts reeling, howling in pure agony. One by one, they were completely consumed by the violent wave of power. Their screams pierced the air, sharp and desperate. But Almira wasn't done yet. She unleashed another devastating blast, triggering a colossal explosion that shattered the cavern floor and sent shrapnel flying in every direction. Smoke and dust choked the air as sheer, primal terror twisted the faces of the remaining monsters. Not a single one could withstand the overwhelming energy that was engulfing the entire chamber. Huddled in a narrow crevice, a few monsters trembled, trying to hide, but it was a futile effort. The entire cavern began to collapse around them. They were swallowed by the raw destruction, with no hope of escape. Nearby, the alpha of the pack made a final, desperate attempt to shield its kin, but it was utterly useless. The wave of light and rubble tore through everything in its path, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. And through it all, Alicia stood frozen, completely unable to process the scene. Alicia couldn't even bear to look, her entire body shaking. This is impossible, she stammered, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and awe. As for Rude, his face was a mask of tension, but he couldn't help but let out a low whistle. My God, that's some terrifying magic. After the dust from that incredible display of power settled, Almira casually knelt down, admiring the absolute devastation she'd caused. The more she surveyed the smoldering crater she'd created, the more pleased she became. It's been a while since I could really let loose like that, she mused with a proud, self-satisfied grin. Her excitement bubbling over, Almira turned to Rude with a bright smile. All right, Rude. Time to go carve us some pork chops from those carcasses. But Rude and Alicia were just standing there, completely frozen in shock. Almira was back to her cheerful self in an instant, but Rude could only shake his head, in utter defeat. We can't. Even if I wanted to. His gaze drifted towards the charred, still smoking remains before them. It's nothing but ash and cinders. There's literally nothing left to carve. Even Almira, the overpowered main character herself, looked stunned for a moment. Huh? A moment of silence passed before the reality of the situation hit her. She groaned, throwing her hands up in frustration. Ah, damn it. I completely forgot how to hold back with that skill. Suddenly, her nose twitched, sniffing the air like a bloodhound. Something had caught her scent. Her eyes lit up with renewed purpose as she announced, Hey, Rude, there's another boss on the floor below us. And I bet that one's still in one piece. Rude let out a weary sigh, already feeling drained. But Almira, with visions of pork chops dancing in her head, immediately perked right back up. "Come on, let's go." Rude called out feebly, "Hey, wait up." But it was no use. A short time later, Almira finally came to a halt. There it is. Before them loomed a massive, solid iron gate. She crossed her arms, nodding with satisfaction. "Looks like we found the boss room for this floor." Without a moment's hesitation, Almira's eyes gleamed with predatory excitement as she shouted, "All right, let's do this," and smashed straight through the iron gate, her voice echoing with pure glee. "Come on in, guys." Her face was a picture of pure, unadulterated joy as they stepped inside, a stark contrast to Rude and Alicia, who couldn't share her excitement. They both immediately tensed up at the sight of the colossal beast waiting within. With her arms crossed, Almira just smiled in delight as she sized it up. Now, that's what I call a top-quality, fresh ingredient. Standing before them was the hulking form of the Orc King Demon Boar. Lord, a level 68 monster. Almira turned her head, flashing a wicked grin. "To make sure none of the other ingredients get damaged this time, I'll take this one down with my bare hands." The Demon Boar King let out a deep, guttural snarl, its voice dripping with absolute contempt. "Your control over magic is as clumsy and pathetic as ever." Almira's playful expression vanished, replaced by a dark glare as a dangerous, fiery aura began to radiate from her hands. Her voice dropped to a low, threatening growl. "You'd better keep your eyes wide open. I'm about to show you what a true demon dragon is really capable of." The beast bared its massive fangs and charged headfirst towards her. "Watch out," Alicia screamed in a panic, but Almira didn't even blink. With a single, deceptively simple strike, she sent the creature's entire lower jaw flying into the air. Rude's own jaw practically hit the dungeon floor as he stared in utter disbelief. What the hell? This action manhwa recap is getting intense as Almira followed up with a vicious kick that sent the massive beast crashing onto its back. As it was suspended in midair, raw power surged through her legs as she declared coldly, "This is going to be over in one hit." Without any hesitation, she drove her foot straight into the beast's gut with bone-shattering force. The monster's eyes bulged, snot flying from its nose, completely unable to react as it was slammed violently into the far rock wall behind it. Almira landed gracefully, looking completely satisfied with her work. Done. Rude, his eyes still as wide as saucers, was utterly speechless at this display of an overpowered main character's might, a highlight of any manhwa review. Admiration. "Holy smokes, that was incredible," Alicia muttered, completely stunned by the display. "A one-hit knockout," she breathed. But without missing a beat, Almira whirled around to face Rude, her eyes absolutely sparkling with excitement. "All right. Rude, look at that." The monstrous beast lay perfectly still, utterly defeated. Almira's grin stretched wide. It was time to prepare dinner. A short while later, the once terrifying Demon Boar King was nothing more than a magnificent feast laid out before them. Sizzling demon boar steak, perfectly grilled demon boar chops. Almira hummed like a child in a candy shop. There we go, there we go. I have been waiting for this moment all day." Almira snatched up a piece of meat, took a huge bite, and shut her eyes to savor the flavor. The second it hit her tongue, she let out a delighted squeal. That's so good." Rude could only watch, slightly dumbfounded, as Almira practically inhaled her food, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is absolutely unreal. I can literally feel the magic essence flowing back into me. It's so pure, I swear." The absorption rate is even higher than eating it raw. Her dramatic reaction, a classic trait in an action manhwa, made Rude raise an eyebrow. "Wait, it really feels that way?" Almira just smirked, giving him a look that screamed worldly wisdom. "Rude, you're still a novice. You wouldn't understand yet," she continued, her tone becoming slightly critical. "Your methods of training are just far too inefficient." Then, with a mischievous smile, she hit him with a completely unexpected proposal. "Hey, Rude, how about you let me join your party?" The suggestion immediately sent Alicia into a panic. She jumped to her feet, her voice sharp. "What exactly are you plotting?" Almira casually lifted her fork, her expression suddenly becoming dead serious. "If you're willing to take care of all the cooking, I can teach you how to properly control your magical output." Rude hesitated, completely thrown by the sudden offer. "That's really out of the blue. You're putting me in a tough spot here." His gaze subconsciously shifted to the strange energy pulsing from the pouch at his hip. That fusion item he carried had such an unusual aura. He sized her up, his instincts whispering that she had the scent of a true slumbering dragon. His mind flashed back to the awe-inspiring sight of her effortlessly decimating their enemies. As if she could read his mind, Almira's voice softened. Maybe you didn't eat it because you were afraid of awakening its power. At her words, Rude's expression darkened instantly. To think I couldn't bring myself to absorb a creature with that much power, he thought grimly. But Almira only let out a soft chuckle, daintily wiping the corner of her mouth. She licked her lips with a satisfied air. What? A terrible waste. With a resigned sigh, Rude opened the pouch, his face unreadable. You've got sharp eyes, don't you? In his hand rested a long, curved horn that radiated a strange, shimmering energy. Almira's eyes fell upon it, her own expression turning grave. Do you remember what happened to your body during that last battle? She asked pointedly. Rude's face grew grim as the prost. Memory came rushing back. Yeah. To replenish my depleted magic, I absorbed the shell fragments from that captured dragon. His voice shook slightly as he recalled the feeling. An absolutely massive surge of raw magical energy flooded my body, along with its poisonous side effects. The more he remembered, the more his entire body tensed up. And then, I wasn't myself anymore. In that moment, he had lost all control, a terrifying fate for an overpowered main character. Seeing his distress, Almira's playful demeanor vanished, her expression turning uncharacteristically serious. But your body somehow withstood that insane amount of magic without shattering. In the very next moment, however, she broke the tension with a playful grin, nudging his arm. Isn't that a little strange? Normally, that suppressor of yours should have completely blocked out all those sensations, right? Rude's gaze fell to the massive horn sitting on the table, her words sending a ripple of uncertainty through him. Maybe I should try cooking it and taking a bite, he muttered to himself. A sharp, expectant amusement flashed in Almira's eyes. If you go crazy, I'll be the one to handle you. Her tone was so casual, as if the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Whether or not you can actually absorb its power is entirely up to you. Rude and Alicia exchanged a look, a heavy silence hanging in the air. After a moment of clear hesitation, he finally said, I guess I'll give it a try. Soon after, the horn had been masterfully cooked into a mouth-watering dish that looked like dragon steak. Even though she'd already eaten, Almira's eyes sparkled with hunger. Wow, that looks incredible. Rude, however, eyed the food with suspicion, a sliver of common sense still intact. It looks good, sure, but are we certain this is safe? What if the same thing happens as last time? Almira calmly waved off his concerns, her voice light but firm. Relax, she explained with patience. To monsters, magical essence is no different from mana. It's just something they naturally store inside their bodies. As she spoke, Rude was haunted by the image of a beastkin with pure, white, lifeless eyes, the grim result of a body that failed to process magical energy. If a human absorbs elemental magic without the proper compatibility, Almira went on, their body mutates. If they can't handle those mutations, they perish. But, and here, her voice softened, your skill suppresses that. Rude frowned, completely lost. Suppresses? You mean it changes it? Seeing the confusion on his face, Almira elaborated. It doesn't block the mutations completely. It selectively suppresses the parts that would turn you into something not human. And it allows the changes that help your body adapt to the elemental magic without rejecting them as harmful. She leaned in, her expression oddly gentle for once. Your body is still evolving. Right now, you just don't have the foundation to absorb pure elemental magic. Her voice dropped to a murmur. Even the first time you devoured a monster, you had the same symptoms, didn't you? The memory hit Rude hard. Yeah, I lost all control back then, too. It was then that realization dawned on Alicia. So, that's what it means when you can't adapt to large amounts of elemental magic. Almira's gaze shifted to the quiet cavern entrance ahead of them. If you keep devouring monsters and leveling up, your stats might catch up eventually, but who knows when that will be. Her eyes gleamed with a new idea, a different path forward. But there is another way. If your body can't keep up, you compensate with skill. This is a key moment in our Manhwa recap, showing how our overpowered main character has to find new ways to grow through his limits and unlocked a new skill. The memory was still hazy, but he remembered how he had carefully focused on the flow of energy within himself, his senses tuned to its every movement. He could still clearly recall The sensation, that raw surge of power that coursed through his entire body. I guess it's kind of like mana circulation, Rude suggested, still a bit unsure. If that's the case, I've actually been practicing that recently. Almira's gaze lowered slightly, intrigued. Her expression grew pensive. In that case, she mused, it seems you've already laid the groundwork for this. She paused for a moment, her tone calm yet firm. If you can just manage to keep those excess elemental energies, the ones you can't control outside of your body. Then, without a shred of hesitation, Almira reached out to him. All right, let me help you with that. Their palms pressed together, and together they summoned a faint, swirling aura of violet energy. First, Almira began, her tone steady and patient. She guided him meticulously, walking him through each delicate step. Release the elemental magic from inside your body, she instructed. Then, slowly feel it. Wrap yourself with the energy you've just released. Rude's eyes widened in shock. I can feel it. The power crackled around him, awe filling his voice. This is incredible, but the strain quickly followed. His teeth clenched, his jaw tight as he forced the words out. It's completely different from before. But my body. Just then, the object in his hand disintegrated into sparkling particles of energy. Rude exhaled sharply, his breath ragged. He looked down at his hand, which now glowed faintly with that same mysterious energy as sweat poured from his face. Beside him, Almira's voice remained cool and steady. Etch that feeling into your body, she told him. This little meal of ours is the perfect training session. At this, Alicia's eyes went wide with disbelief. No human could ever use a technique like that, she whispered, completely stunned. Meanwhile, Almira had already shifted gears, casually picking up a fork and knife with childlike excitement. All right, enough talk. If we wait any longer, the food's going to go cold. Let's eat. Alicia stared at her, exasperated. You're eating too? Even after all that? Almira answered without a hint of shame. Of course. That's literally the whole reason I'm here. Rude hesitated, holding a piece of meat near his mouth, tension still lingering in his eyes. Okay, here goes. They both took a bite, but their reactions couldn't have been more different. A single bead of sweat slid down Almira's cheek as she chewed, her expression turning serious. This, and then, pure bliss. The burst of flavor, overwhelming energy nearly made her melt. Clutching her cheeks, Almira let out a dreamy sigh. Unbelievable. It felt like her entire being had been lifted straight to heaven. No wonder you're a real dragon now. High-quality elemental magic like this is crazy rare. She glanced sideways, curious to see how Rude was handling this part of our Manhwa review. Now then, let's see if you can survive that elemental magic, rookie. On Rude's side, he was overwhelmed with shock, practically screaming inside his own mind. Incredible! I can feel the power flooding in. Almira continued munching, happily, speaking through a mouthful. So, starting to feel like you're losing control yet? Rude's voice trembled. Slightly, as he answered. Not yet. I can still manage. Sort of. He could feel his entire body surging with strength, and something else. Wait, I think I actually absorbed some skills, too. The system notifications flooded his mind, a classic overpowered main character moment. One after another, they appeared. Skill acquired, psychic control. Skill acquired, sky piercer. Skill acquired, paralysis resistance. Skill acquired, earth meld. Skill acquired, clairvoyance. But before he could process what was happening in this action manhwa, something else hit him. His eyes flew open in shock as unfamiliar and overwhelming images crashed into his mind. Clutching his head in agony, Rude let out a strained groan. Rude! Alicia cried, panic lacing her voice. His crimson eyes burned intensely as he gritted his teeth. What the hell are these visions flooding into my head? A blurry image of a soldier in armor charging forward suddenly filled Rude's mind. Both Rude and Alicia instinctively dropped into a defensive stance. He was in a guarded stance, poised for a fight, but the world around him began to ripple and distort. Rude narrowed his eyes, desperately trying to stay grounded in reality. An illusion, he realized. The images flashing through his mind were glitching and flickering. The details a chaotic blur, impossible to decipher. No, if this is just an illusion. But before he could finish the thought, a dragon came hurtling straight for him. Every instinct in Rude's body screamed at him to dodge. Yet, through the haze, he recalled his resistance to abnormal status effects kicking in. Gritting his teeth, this overpowered main character from our action manhwa recap steeled his resolve, fighting back against the psychic assault. Suddenly, massive tornadoes ripped across his vision, spinning with terrifying force. What is this? He wondered. The illusion shifted again, and a dragon's colossal head filled his entire view, staring him down with ancient eyes. What? What am I even seeing? The dragon then raised something that looked like a card. On it, written as clear as day, were the words, "Skill acquired, clairvoyance." But beneath that was a chilling threat. A lowly human like you dares to steal from me. The dragon's spectral fist clenched, its voice echoing with defiance and pure venom. I will not let anyone take that from me. My eyes, they far surpass your own. And then a cold system message flashed in his mind. Skill acquisition, failed, clairvoyance. The psychic backlash was immense. His knees buckled, Rude doubled over, fighting just to stay upright, and in an instant, reality crashed back into place. His vision cleared as he snapped his eyes open, gasping for air and drenched in a cold sweat. Alicia was shaking him frantically, her voice trembling with sheer panic. Rude, are you hurt? Hey, say something. Rude just rubbed the sheer panic side of his head with a groan. No, I'm okay. It just seems there are some skills even I can't absorb after all. A rare setback for an overpowered main character. Meanwhile, Almira sat calmly nearby, resting her chin on her hand. Wow, so even you couldn't steal it, huh? She remarked, looking almost impressed by his failure. She explained casually, as if discussing the weather. Clairvoyance isn't just any old skill. It's a unique ability, a crucial detail for this Manhwa review, that's intrinsically tied to the slave race. With a single glance, its user can replicate an opponent's skills and even see fragments of the past and the future. With every word, Rude's expression grew tighter with unease. You know, I was really hoping you'd be the one to teach me how to steal that one, Almira teased, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. But I guess even you aren't strong enough to take on that thing. Yet, are you? She let out a soft chuckle, completely unbothered. Relax. Failing to acquire a skill won't mess you up or anything. By this point, only scraps of meat remained on the plate between them. Rude shot her a look of pure frustration. A little warning would have been nice before I tried to eat it, you know? Almira's gaze shifted between him and Alicia, her golden eyes sharp and completely unreadable. Well, how about this, she suggested, her voice dropping to a biol, conspiratorial whisper. If you two decide to team up with me, I could show our boy Rude how to properly handle those pesky elemental energies of his. The atmosphere in the room tensed instantly. Rude and Alicia exchanged wary glances while Almira simply smiled, sweetly. So, what do you say? Mind if I join your little party? Alicia glanced at Almira, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. The offer was tempting, but meanwhile, Rude's mind was already drifting back to that bizarre vision, a key moment in this manhwa recap that hints at a future of revenge. What was that vision? Was it a memory from a past life, or a sudden profound realization clicking into place? He saw it clearly. Even if the body perishes, the image of a spirit beast resting peacefully remained. This meant that knowledge itself is etched onto the very soul. A spark of understanding ignited in his mind, followed by a rush of blurry, fragmented images. They flashed past his eyes, some even showing glimpses of the future. Rude lowered his gaze, lost in deep contemplation. After a heavy silence, he finally made his decision. All right, let's form a party. His voice was steady, filled with a new kind of conviction. If I want to get stronger, I'm going to need your help, Almira. And honestly, this will probably be good for Alicia too. Beside him, Alicia nodded in agreement. I understand. If that's our goal, then this is the right path. Hearing their consent, a wide, satisfied grin spread across Almira's face. She extended her hand towards them. Good, I'm in. Let's make this official then. And with that, the three of them stacked their hands, together, sealing the pact. Yeah, Rude said with a faint smile. Looking forward to working with you. But Alicia shot Almira a sharp, sideways glare, her voice a low, firm warning. But if you try anything funny, I won't show you any mercy. Almira just chuckled nervously, raising her hands in mock surrender. Man, you elves really are a suspicious bunch, aren't you? The scene then shifts, as our newly formed party arrives near the coastline. The moment Alicia stepped out of the carriage, her eyes widened with wonder. Wow, I can see the ocean. Even Rude let out an impressed whistle. Ha, look at this place. All around them, stalls were overflowing with the freshest seafood. Off to the side, a crowd of people was busy preparing to board a massive ship. After walking a little further, they reached the bustling heart of the Ishka port town. Almira gazed around, her curiosity piqued as she soaked in the lively atmosphere. My first time here, but it seems like a pretty decent place to live. Alicia, taking the lead, began to explain. Being so close to the sea means trade is booming. That's what keeps this town so vibrant. Rude, ever focused on his goals in this action, Manhwa chimed in. We should head straight to the guild and register for the Sea Temple Labyrinth mission. But Alicia immediately shot down his idea. That's not going to work. Her blunt words caught him by surprise. Huh? What do you mean? She turned to face him, lowering her voice slightly. Outsiders like us have to complete a basic extermination quest first. Only after that will the guild even consider us for a labyrinth mission. She then added, besides, with the situation as it is right now, clearing the Sea Temple won't be a walk in the park for us. Rude and Almira exchanged puzzled glances, a detail you'd find in any good manhwa review. Both of them were completely in the dark. The scene cuts to the inside of the Ishka Adventurers Guild, where the trio stood before a large quest, bored, scanning the numerous flyers posted there. Alicia's eyes darted back and forth, searching for one particular type of quest, a beginner-level extermination quest. A moment later, she plucked a notice from the board and held it out for Rude to see. This one looks manageable. But as they were looking, a loud, obnoxious voice suddenly called out, Hey, hey, you guys new around here? Two rough-looking men approached, a sneer on their faces as they sized up our party. They looked at them as if they were nothing more than a pathetic, broke rookie party, a classic setup for our overpowered main character. Rude's brow furrowed in annoyance. Huh? What did you say? The man named Glenn stared down at him, his eyes filled with mockery, before gesturing towards Alicia to taunt them. What's with the little girl? You do realize being an adventurer isn't some kind of playground game, right? His partner, G, chimed in, and even more hostile. If you want to play, little boy, go run home to your parents. But just then, a sharp voice sliced through the tense air, making everyone freeze. That's enough. Cut it out. Alan calmly stepped into the middle of it all, offering a polite apology. My apologies. My party members can be a bit abrasive sometimes. Glenn just scowled, barking back at, just who the hell do you think you are, ordering us around? Glenn spat at him, but Alan met his hostile glare with piercing eyes. His voice was dangerously low but steady. If you plan on disgracing the name of the White Wolf Blades, I'll personally deal with you. The word struck a nerve with Glenn, his pride clearly wounded. He yanked his sword from its sheath, sneering. Big words. Come on then, let's see what you've got. But before this action manhwa scene could escalate, G stepped in. Hey, knock it off, Glenn. The crowd had already started paying attention to their commotion. If word gets out we were brawling in the middle of town. The boss won't let it slide, G warned. Glenn cursed under his breath but backed off, roughly bumping his shoulder into Alan. You really tick me off, he muttered as he walked past. Let's go, G. As they left, he kept grumbling to himself. Pathetic weaklings like them are better off as monster chow anyway. Almira watched the two of them disappear with a look of pure disgust. She turned to our overpowered main character. Hey, Rude, can I just roast those two and eat them? Rude let out a helpless sigh. Come on, knock it off. Once the two jerks were gone, Alan bowed slightly, offering another apology. Sorry about those two idiots. Rude waved it off casually. No worries. You run into adventurers like that everywhere you go. Alan smiled and smoothly changed the subject. First time in town? Rude nodded. Yeah, we just got here. Alan extended a friendly hand, his demeanor bright and welcoming. The name's Alan, from the White Wolf Blades. His tone was genuinely warm. Welcome to Ishka. Rude shook his hand. I'm Rude. Nice to meet you. Just then, Alan's eyes landed on the paper Alicia was holding. Are you guys going after the fish? He asked with a smile. Alicia returned the smile. Yeah, we just arrived today. We figured we'd start with that. Realizing they were new, Alan offered some advice. Gotcha. That quest isn't too bad. But you'll need a boat to get out there. Alicia skimmed the paper and nodded in agreement. Looks like it. Should we rent one down at the port? Alan suddenly offered. If you want, I can lend you one. Alicia blinked in surprise. Really? That'd be amazing. Alan scratched the back of his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Consider it an apology for those idiots from my team. If you want, I can even tag along. Hunting at sea can be tricky for newcomers. A great plot point for this manhwa recap. But Almira immediately crossed her arms and shut the idea down. Don't bother. Alicia quickly spoke up, clearly frustrated. She couldn't believe Almira had ruined a perfectly good opportunity. Wait, hold on. But Alan simply kept smiling gently. No, it's all right, he said sincerely. I'm sorry for making such an unthoughtful offer. Trust is everything. When you're teaming up to hunt monsters, after all. Before leaving, Alan gave them a small wave. I'll have a boat ready for you at the port. Safe travels, you guys. Rude waved back, smiling. May the blessings of the water spirits guide your journey. And with that, the scene transitions, with the three of them now riding across the open sea on Alan's boat. Alicia let out a gleeful puff of air, clearly excited. Woo! I'm so glad we managed to borrow a boat safely. Rude chuckled in agreement, thinking to himself that Alan seemed like a decent guy. Almira, on the other hand, looked unimpressed as usual. This boat isn't anything special, she grumbled. Alicia shot her a glare. Don't be so picky. The small boat sailed smoothly over the vast ocean, their excitement growing as they approached their hunting grounds. A perfect setup for our Manhwa review. We'll be there in a flash, Rude declared. But Alicia suddenly stepped in his way, a curious look on her face. Hey, Rude, can I ask you a quick question? Without even waiting for him to respond, she summoned a small sphere of water, and held within it was a tiny, swimming, dolphin-like creature. Order it, she said, gently pushing the orb toward Rude while chanting, Water spirits, blessing. However, the sphere instantly fizzled out and vanished into thin air. Alicia sighed in disappointment. Just as I suspected. It doesn't work. As expected of our overpowered main character, his immunity to all status effects meant the water spirit's blessing was instantly nullified. She gazed at the fading mist where the sphere had been. Normally, to fight deep-sea monsters, you'd need magic to breathe underwater. Rude slowly got to his feet, a confident smile spreading across his face. But if that's not an option, he said, giving a thumbs up and flashing a wide grin, just leave it all to me. I can swim at incredible speeds. And with that, Rude dove headfirst into the ocean. You two wait here. It's just a simple, low-rank hunting quest. Almira couldn't help but chuckle, clearly amused. He's kind of a character, isn't he? Alicia, looking completely exasperated, just muttered, good grief. Deep beneath the surface, Rude propelled himself further into the abyss, his eyes scanning the murky depths. All at once, he came to a halt, having finally spotted his target. A massive grin stretched across his face. Found you. There, swimming before him, was a huge shark with menacing, blood-red eyes. It was a land-adapting blue shark. Its skills included water bullet, current manipulation, and the ability to adapt to both land and sea. On top of having water pressure resistance, a satisfied smirk appeared on Rude's face. Shark meat, huh? I could have it as sashimi, or maybe fried. Oh, wait, I've got it. His eyes lit up with an idea. Let's make some Monet. Just then, the entire school of sharks turned as one, having finally sensed Rude's presence. In perfect unison, they lunged straight for him, their massive jaws open and filled with pure savagery. Watching their advance, Rude simply smiled and let out a quiet chuckle. This is the kind of scene you expect in a top-tier action manhwa. Back on the boat, the two girls were waiting. Almira looked a little worried. Do you think Rude will be okay? I know it's not that dangerous, but still. Alicia, on the other hand, was completely relaxed. If anything goes wrong, we'll get a signal and can just pull him back up. With a playful smirk, she added. Besides, for him, this is basically a walk in the park. Suddenly, the surface of the ocean began to ripple. A pure white hoof elegantly stepped onto the water itself. Almira's eyes went wide with astonishment. Off in the distance, a majestic seahorse-like creature had appeared. Almira's curiosity was immediately sparked. The creature stood calmly atop the waves, as if it were solid ground. The two girls observed the strange beast as they talked. A sea steed? Those are incredibly rare. Excitedly, Almira shielded her eyes with her hand, trying to get a better view. Wait a minute. Is it using water-walking magic? Huh? A mischievous grin spread across Alicia's face as a plan formed in her mind. That looks pretty useful. Let's go and catch it. But the very instant she said that, the sea steed's demeanor shifted, becoming hostile. It stomped its hoof down hard, sending a massive spray of seawater shooting into the air. The water then twisted and condensed into a perfect sphere. Standing tall and proud, The sea steed spread its legs and began manipulating the surrounding seawater, launching a direct attack at the two girls on the boat. Waves crashed violently as a wall of water surged towards them like a miniature tidal wave. Alicia reacted instantly, casting a defensive spell. Wind Spirit's Protection. A powerful gust of wind erupted from her, colliding head-on with the incoming wave. Her expression hardened with determination, her eyes glinting with resolve. So, it uses water magic. That means we have to capture it for Rude's sake. A wicked, sly grin spread across Almira's face as her hand began to glow with ominous magic. Looks like horse meat is on the menu tonight. With a predatory glint in her eyes, she whispered darkly, "I'm going to strip it down to the bone." The sea steed's glowing red eyes were fixed on them, utterly oblivious to the true danger it was facing from this overpowered party. Suddenly, it spun around and bolted, leaving the girls momentarily stunned. Alicia immediately scolded her, "Hey, you scared it away." But Almira just looked proud, crossing her arms smugly. "It sensed my power and made the wise choice to flee, but I have no intention of letting it escape." Alicia blinked in surprise as Almira yelled, "Come on, Alicia, let's go." Just then, the seawater beneath them erupted in a cloud of red. One of the sharks had been gravely injured, its lifeblood staining the ocean crimson. The wounded creature began to sink slowly as its brethren charged forward with even more ferocity. Rude watched them with a cool, analytical gaze, assessing the whole situation in this action manhwa. "I need to catch that blue land shark quickly," he thought. "But this constant barrage of attacks is getting annoying." And just as that thought crossed his mind, he felt a rope tighten around his waist. Before he could even process what was happening, he was violently yanked upwards. A shark lunged from the depths, its jaws just barely clamping down on his sword instead of his body. Rude's eyes shot wide open in shock as he burst through the surface of the water. Their boat was now flying across the waves like a magical torpedo, propelled by the two girls, with him being dragged behind. "What in the world is going on?" Rude yelled, completely bewildered. Alicia just flashed a brilliant smile and explained, "Sorry for the rough extraction, Rude, but we spotted a much rarer monster and had to give chase." Rude let out a groan, pure frustration. "I was so close to catching that thing." Almira, however, threw her hands up in sheer delight, practically buzzing with excitement. "Forget about those stupid blue sharks. Look straight ahead." The sea steed was still galloping across the water, desperately trying to get away. When Rude finally saw it, he couldn't conceal his astonishment. A horse that could run on water. His companions immediately chimed in. "That seems like a pretty perfect skill for you to get right now, don't you think? Plus, it looks kind of tasty." As if hearing them, the sea steed began conjuring massive orbs of water in its wake. It glanced back, locking its sights on them, and launched the watery projectiles right at their boat. "Water magic," Rude exclaimed, genuinely shocked. He swiftly raised his sword, deflecting the incoming attack. The rest of the group, in this wild manhwa recap, seemed far more captivated by the sea steed's power than worried about the attack. "I really want to get my hands on that magic," Rude muttered with a greedy look in his eye. Almira impatiently urged Alicia on. "Come on, go faster." But before they could pick up more speed, a menacing sound rumbled from behind them. "Something's coming." They turned to see the relentless blue land sharks hot on their trail. Alicia screamed, "The blue land sharks are chasing us." But, in a moment perfect for a manhwa review, nobody else on the boat seemed to care one bit. "Ignore them. Don't let that sea steed out of your sight. Aim for that small island. We'll beach the boat there." A few moments later, their boat crashed onto the sandy shore. The group leaped out, ready for action, but the sharks showed no signs of giving up. They charged right out of the water after them. Rude just turned back to face the sharks with a confident grin. "Sorry, boys. We'll play with you in a minute, after we take care of that sea steed." But as Rude glanced back, thinking they'd shaken the sharks, a horrifying sight stopped him cold. Pure disbelief washed over him. The sharks, they had grown legs. Now they were scrambling onto the shore, charging at them with terrifying speed. "What in the world is that?" Rude exclaimed, his eyes wide. "They can run on land." Planting his feet firmly, he motioned to his companions. "You two go on ahead," he told Alicia and Almira. "Save a piece of that sea steed for me. I'll take care of these things." Alicia's face lit up with excitement. Almira, however, looked completely unimpressed. "Did that little brat just give me an order?" she muttered, a mix of amusement and annoyance in her voice. And just like that, Rude was left to face the blue land sharks alone. This is the kind of overpowered main character moment we love in a good manhwa recap. Well now, he smirked. You've got some interesting tricks, don't you? With that, Rude closed his eyes, his focus sharpening to a razor's edge. A powerful surge of energy began to pulse from his body as he whispered an incantation, circulate the magical essence. He clenched his fist, visualizing the raw mana coursing through his veins, a key element in this action manhwa. Slowly, it began to envelop his entire body like a suit of armor. Just then, a massive shark lunged, its jaws gaping wide, and clamped down hard. Its teeth dug into Rude's side, but our hero stood his ground, completely unfazed. The beast thrashed and gnawed on his arm, but it was useless. Not a single scratch appeared. His body had become as hard as diamond. Rude's eyes narrowed, his focus absolute, showing the true power gained from his reincarnation. In one impossibly smooth motion, he grabbed the enormous creature and slammed it violently into the ground. He glanced down at his hands. A satisfied smile spread across his face. I'm finally getting the hang of controlling this magical essence, he thought. And my skills. They're getting stronger. The last remaining shark witnessed this display of overwhelming power and instantly panicked. It spun around and tried to make a break for it. Oh, you're not going anywhere, Rude called out, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The fun's just getting started. A mysterious energy began to crackle between his hands. All right then, he declared. How about a taste of this? In an instant, a massive whirlwind of power formed. A brilliant blue light shot towards the fleeing shark as Rude roared. Take this, Heaven's Severance. The devastating attack connected, slicing the monster cleanly in two. The two halves of its body slammed onto the sand with a sickening thud. Brushing off his hands, Rude muttered with satisfaction, and that's that. As this manhwa review continues, we cut back to Alicia, who had come to a sudden stop. The girls were now deep in the forest, surrounded by dense woods. There was no sign of their target. Alicia frowned in disappointment. Did we lose it? Almira clicked her tongue. That thing is fast, I'll give it that. Her lips then curled into a cunning smirk. But there's no way it can escape from me. Just then, her sharp ears twitched, catching a faint sound nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, she pointed towards a dark patch of bushes. From the shadows of the undergrowth, not one, but two sea steeds stepped out, and then another, and another, until a whole herd appeared. The girl's eyes widened in absolute shock. What in the world? Almira's playful demeanor vanished in an instant. Her expression turned cold and sharp. In a terrifying twist, the hunters had just become the hunted. They were now completely encircled by the sea steeds. Almira muttered under her breath. Well, this just got complicated. More and more of the strange creatures emerged from the trees. Their eerie, glowing red eyes were locked onto the two girls, unblinking. Both Alicia and Almira could feel a palpable sense of danger in the air. Something was terribly wrong. Almira's eyes narrowed as she glared at the creatures. She and Alicia moved into a back-to-back stance, completely surrounded. With her hands on her hips, Almira let out a heavy sigh. He grumbled in frustration. This is such a pain. But just then, shimmering water magic circles materialized right in front of the horses. From within them, massive orbs of water formed and shot directly toward the girls. They're attacking! Alicia screamed. The spheres of water rushed at them with terrifying speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Alicia thrust her hand forward, summoning a tiny spirit to her aid. Normia raised her staff, unleashing a powerful earth spell that caused the very ground to surge upwards, lifting them both high into the air. They were now safely out of harm's way. Almira's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched the chaos unfold. Nice one, Alicia, she cheered. Alicia simply glanced down, her mind already calculating their next move. I'll take care of all of them in one fell swoop. From the newly formed pillar of earth, countless, razor-sharp spikes suddenly erupted, stunning the sea steeds below. Alicia commanded, "Stone spike launch." The spikes shot out from the ground like deadly projectiles, homing in on the panicked herd. One by one, the creatures were brutally impaled. In this action, manhwa, not a single one was spared. Their bodies twisted in agony as the spikes tore through them, their very forms starting to distort. The seemingly solid creatures then dissolved into nothing more than puddles of water. The two girls stood tall, atop their earthen pillar, gazing down at the pools of liquid. Alicia sighed, a hint of disbelief in her voice. They were all fakes. Almira tilted her, chin up with a smirk. Trying to fool me? Not a chance. Just then, a strange light shimmered in the distance, revealing another creature. Almira's face lit up with a predator's excitement. There it is. Without a moment's hesitation, Almira launched herself, off the mound, leaving Alicia to stare in sheer disbelief. Her legs transformed in midair, enabling her to land, with perfect silence and grace. Without a single word, Almira bolted into the trees, hot on the trail of the real sea steed they had just spotted. The creature was already fleeing for its life, utterly terrified after witnessing the raw power of this overpowered main character. It galloped with desperate speed, sweat pouring from its body. But it was no use. Almira effortlessly caught up, running alongside it with a playful grin on her face. She calmly matched its pace as the sea steed's panic grew. Then, Almira casually threw a sharp punch towards the beast, teasing, "Too slow." The punch landed with a deafening crack that echoed throughout the entire forest. And right at that moment, Rude came jogging over, a massive fish tucked under his arm. The sea steed crumpled to the ground from Almira's single blow, knocked completely unconscious. Alicia greeted Rude with a warm smile as Almira casually remarked, "Perfect timing. Dinner is served." Before long, two incredible-looking dishes were laid out before them. The main ingredients were the fish and the sea steed they had just hunted. A crispy blue land shark with lemon butter sauce and a hearty sea steed stew. The three of them gathered around a stone table, Almira's eyes sparkling as she gazed at the feast. A scene you'd love in any manhwa recap. She was practically drooling. "Ooh, this looks absolutely amazing." One by one, they all dug in, every bite filled with curiosity and excitement. Everyone couldn't help but praise the delicious meal after their first bite. "See? Sea steed meat is pretty good too," Rude remarked, casually, adding with a grin, "At first, I thought about making horse sashimi, but eating it raw just didn't have the right flavor, so I gave up on that idea." Almira chuckled and nodded in agreement. "I see. So the flavor completely changes once it's cooked, huh?" While those two were excitedly devouring their meal, Alicia sat quietly to the side, completely lost in her own thoughts. "I'm actually starting to feel hungry now," she admitted to herself. Determined to shake off the growing hunger, she perked up and asked casually, "Hey Rude, did you pick up any new skills?" This is a key part of our manhwa review. Still chewing his food, he gave her a confident thumbs up. "Yep." Pride was evident in his voice as he spoke. "I actually learned a whole bunch of new ones. Let's see." He started listing them off like a kid showing off new toys. A classic progression for a reincarnation story. Water stride, water element principles, tidal, and finally, aquatic adaptation. Fired up by the possibilities, Rude shot to his feet, clearing his throat for a bit of showmanship. He declared, "All right, let me give you a demonstration." With a confident smirk, he extended his hand and commanded, "Aquatic adaptation." But then, contrary to his grand expectations, absolutely nothing happened. "Huh?" Rude blinked, utterly confused by the lack of effect. Alicia's jaw hit the floor for a moment, before her eyes widened in sudden realization. "Wait, Rude, look at your face." Hearing her urgent cry, Rude glanced down, bringing a hand up to his cheek. As he examined his reflection in the water, his confusion turned to shock. "No way." He then looked at his hands. He saw it immediately. Membranes had sprouted between his fingers, just like a fish. In a tone of pure, unadulterated awe, he gasped, "Since when did I have webbed fingers?" The sheer absurdity of the situation sent him into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. The two girls could only stare, watching their supposedly overpowered main character cackling like an absolute madman. Filled with a new energy, Rude bolted towards the water, shouting back, "I'm going for a swim." With a splash, he was gone. Alicia, however, still looked a bit disturbed by the sudden physical change. "He's not going to turn into a monster, is he?" she asked nervously. Almira, still enjoying her meal, just shrugged without a care in the world. "He'll be fine. It's not like he was fully human to begin with." Meanwhile, Rude was already deep beneath the waves, and his excitement was practically radiating off him in this amazing manhwa recap. "This is incredible. I can actually breathe underwater," he thought in amazement. But it wasn't just that. His body moved with a newfound grace and agility. He'd never swum so effortlessly in his life. Suddenly, a colossal shadow passed over him. He looked up to see a majestic whale. His eyes widened in pure wonder as he watched the massive creature glide through the water. Driven by a childlike curiosity, Rude swam up to join it. He easily matched its speed, a feat worthy of any action manhwa protagonist. A thrill shot through him as he thought, "Growing up so far from the sea, I never imagined I'd be swimming alongside a whale one day." Before long, A pod of dolphins joined the procession, playfully circling him as if welcoming him to their world. Exploring the ocean with his new companions, a genuine, heartfelt smile finally graced Rude's face. Yeah, he mused, maybe this is what happiness feels like. The hours flew by, and soon the sun began its descent. Later that evening, back on shore, Alan was utterly flabbergasted after hearing about their day's haul. You're telling me you took down a pack of blue land sharks and a sea steed? For real? Rude offered a humble smile, looking at Alan. Honestly, we couldn't have done it without your help. At that, Alicia excitedly jumped in. Hey, dinner is on me tonight. Think of it as a thank you for letting us use your boat, she declared. Alan just scratched the back of his head, looking completely flustered. Nah, you don't have to do that. I really didn't do anything special, he mumbled. But Alicia wasn't having it. She moved in closer, her eyes glittering with a fiery excitement as she insisted, Don't you dare say that. Her gaze was filled with pure determination and high spirits. I'm in the mood for a place with some really good drinks. Standing off to the side, Rude and Omira shared a knowing, amused look, wisely staying silent. Faced with Alicia's unstoppable energy, Alan knew there was simply no way he could possibly refuse. All right, thanks I guess, he finally conceded with a sheepish grin, and with that, the group promptly made their way to a nearby tavern. Taking in the lively atmosphere, Alicia looked thoroughly impressed. Hey, this place isn't half bad, she commented with a smile, but her grin didn't go unnoticed. Across the room, a shady-looking man in a dark corner shot a look at their table before leaning towards his companion. Hey, look over there, he muttered under his breath. The man beside him, a hulking brute, slowly turned his head. A deep scowl formed on his face. The pair exchanged annoyed looks, their eyes fixed on Rude's table. Arrogant little brats, one of them growled. This Manhwa review is about to get intense, as if they owned the entire tavern. One of them growled under his breath, his expression darkening as his eyes remained locked onto Rude's table. Meanwhile, the food was laid out beautifully, a feast for the eyes that looked absolutely mouth-watering. Alicia's eyes lit up like stars. Wow, this looks incredible, she exclaimed. Alan chuckled, explaining, This village built its wealth on fishing, so fresh seafood has always been their greatest pride. Alicia eagerly took a bite and let out a little squeal of delight. This is delicious. Almira, sitting nearby, looked completely unimpressed. She commented flatly, The ingredients and the cooking technique aren't bad, but it feels like something is missing. Alan let out a laugh, teasing her. Wow, Almira, you've certainly got a refined palate. Alicia jumped in. Nah, she's just being picky, and gently nudged Almira with her elbow, whispering, Hey, don't say strange things like that. Almira just sighed, resting her chin in her hand. Oh, you nag far. Too much. Alan then turned to Rude, our overpowered main character, looking curious. So, what brings you all to Ishka? Rude replied calmly. Honestly, we're planning to challenge the Sea Emperor's Temple Labyrinth. Alan tilted his head in confusion. The Sea Emperor's Temple. Labyrinth? Alicia chimed in. We're looking for boss materials, and we want to help this little one, she said, gesturing to the tiny spirit floating gently above her hand. Alan's eyes widened in pure awe. Is that a spirit? You can already control one. At your age? That's absolutely incredible. Alicia blushed slightly and waved a hand dismissively. No, it's nothing that impressive. But Almira just snorted, a smirk playing on her lips. Young? You do realize she's probably 3 times your age, don't you? Alicia quickly shoved a piece of food into Almira's mouth to shut her up. Okay, that's enough, just eat. But suddenly, a foot slammed hard against their table, sending everything crashing to the ground. Food scattered across the floor as a mocking voice cut through the air. Oops. My apologies. About that, Glenn sneered, making it obvious it was on purpose. My foot slipped. Alan shot to his feet, glaring daggers at him. Glenn, knock it off. Leave my friends alone. Glenn's face twisted into a scowl, his voice dripping with pure hostility. Huh? And what gives you the right to tell me what to do? You're getting all cozy with a different party now, aren't you? Alan's expression darkened, with frustration. Our swords were meant to protect the weak. Have you already forgotten the ideals of the White Orchid? Blades? Another man scoffed loudly. The Founder's ideals? Those went out of style ages ago. This whole action Manhwa world has changed, Alan. The world has changed, Glenn sneered, pushing him further. Hey, if you don't like it, why don't you just get lost? Huh? Alan's fists clenched tightly as he stepped forward, ready to wipe that smug look right off Glenn's face. But the man dodged it with ease. Alan's voice was low but steady. Don't play games with me. That man gave his everything for the White Orchid. Blades. I won't let you tarnish his legacy. Glenn's eyes narrowed in pure annoyance as he slowly, deliberately began to draw his sword. You son of a gun. It's not like I ever liked you anyway. The two locked eyes, the tension in the air becoming so thick you could cut it with a knife. This Manhwa recap is getting intense. Just then, Alicia stepped between them, her expression sharp as steel. Hold it right there, she commanded, herself between the two men, her voice cutting sharply through the tension. Disagreements are bound to happen in any party. That's perfectly normal, she said, casually twirling Glenn's sword in her hand. No one had even seen her snatch it, a classic move for an overpowered main character. You both know exactly where we are, right? This is a tavern. Alicia spun the blade with practiced ease, her eyes daring them to challenge her. Their argument. Glenn, completely caught off guard, could only stammer, huh? When did you even? But Alicia cut him off, her tone firm and unyielding. Every party has rules, and a tavern has its own set of rules, she declared. Glenn, however, was completely lost, his brow furrowing in pure confusion as he muttered, What in the world are you even on about? In the next moment, the table was slammed with overflowing mugs of frothy beer. The whole group gathered around, each grabbing a hefty mug. Alicia raised hers high in the air, her voice ringing out with a bold proclamation. That's right. If we're going to settle this in a tavern, we do it tavern style with a drinking contest. A smirk of genuine interest spread across Almira's face. Now this sounds fun, Almira chuckled. Rude, however, raised a skeptical eyebrow. Alicia, you're just turning this into an excuse to drink, aren't you? He asked, already knowing the answer. But Alicia completely ignored him, already laying down the terms. Listen up, everyone. The loser must obey any command from the winner. Absolutely anything. Glenn leaned in to whisper to his crony, I don't know what her game is, but this is our chance. This is the perfect chance to humiliate Alan and kick him out of here. G grinned sleazily. Yeah, no doubt about it. Then, G's eyes narrowed, his gaze locking onto Alicia, his lecherous smirk revealing the disgusting thoughts running through his mind. This is a common trope in action manhwa, we recap, where the villains underestimate everyone. Alan's face hardened as he questioned, Anything you say? Glenn, brimming with false confidence, slammed his hand on the table. Hell yeah, I'm in, he roared, shooting Alan a taunting glare. Hey Alan, even a tavern has rules. You better play along. With a cocky sneer, Glenn leaned in and added, You're the one who challenged me, so you're going to pay the price. Let's do this. G puffed out his chest, his pride on full display. You guys are in for a world of hurt. Around here, they call me the drunken pig demon, he bragged, clearly proud of his ridiculous title and supposed track record. I've never passed out from booze or even seasickness, he boasted. Meanwhile, in Almira's mind, all she could conjure was the image of an actual, literal drunk pig, and she had to fight to keep from laughing out loud at his absurd nickname. Glenn and Galt just sneered as they leaned in closer. You two better at least make this entertaining for us. But Alicia didn't even blink, simply replying with a confident smirk. Bring it on. In stark contrast, Alan looked incredibly tense, beads of sweat already forming on his brow. A voice from the crowd called out, Rude, give the signal. Rude reluctantly raised his hand. All right, begin. A short while later, the scene was one of total carnage, with bodies slumped over the table, completely unconscious. Even the so-called drunken pig demon was out cold, dead to the world. This manhwa review has to mention how satisfying this little revenge plot is. Alan wasn't faring much better, barely clinging to consciousness. But Alicia, looking like she hadn't even started, slammed her empty mug down. Another round. Almira, just as energetic, roared, Bring on the good stuff. A bystander muttered in absolute disbelief. That's easy as liquor. It's 3 times stronger than normal ale. Most folks can't even handle a single mug. Alicia glanced over at Almira, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. Hey, Almira, you're holding your own surprisingly well. Almira just smirked, raising her glass in a toast. Same to you. I guess you've earned a little of my respect. It's great seeing an overpowered main character's party have moments like this. Rude, the only sober one left, tried to step in. Everyone is unconscious. Maybe you've had enough for one night? Already feeling the drink, Almira pointed an unsteady finger at him, her face a drunken scowl. You little brat. Show some respect for the spirits. Now shut your mouth. The same bystander rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. These two. I wonder if they could handle the Ishka. Dragon wine? That legendary stuff is 100 times stronger than what they're drinking. Hearing this, Almira snatched the bottle from his hand with a grumble. Give me that. Without a moment's hesitation, she started pouring the potent liquid straight down a protesting Rude's throat. Well, can you handle it or not? The young man, who brought it over, went pale with shock. Hey, that's Ishka's dragon wine. That stuff could literally end a person. A wave of panic washed over everyone in the tavern. Froze, their eyes wide in disbelief, watching as Rude downed the entire bottle without so much as flinching. A system message chimed, confirming his insane ability. The effects of intoxication have been nullified. Rude remained completely unfazed, his expression deadly serious as he warned, All right, the joke's over. The whole tavern was in shock. He's not even a little drunk. What in the world? He's a complete monster. Almira took a swig from the blank bottle herself, clicking her tongue, completely let down. Drinking with you is so boring. She paused for a moment, frowning as she processed the taste. What is this stuff, anyway? Then suddenly, her eyes shot open as the flavor exploded in her mouth. This is absolutely delicious. With that, Almira dramatically plopped into a chair, declaring, Let's keep this party going. But something behind her suddenly caught her eye. Huh? The young man standing there gave an awkward wave, forcing a pained smile. His face screamed, Okay, it's time to put an end to this. With a steady and determined gaze, Rude announced, This match is officially over. In the blink of an eye, he had Alan's completely unconscious body slung over his shoulder and casually stated, We're leaving now. The scene then shifts to a much quieter place. A calm voice filled the air. Center yourselves. At some point, the trio had found their way there, still looking a bit out of it. Alan was the first to speak, totally baffled. That technique? You can use it like that, too? Still looking flustered, he pressed. What was that? Rude just shrugged. It's a long story, don't ask. Alicia chimed in with a smirk. Yeah, don't break your brain over it. We drink to have fun, remember? And just like that, Alan understood. So that whole drinking competition. You did that just to stop the fight. Back at the tavern, didn't you? Alicia nodded, looking proud. Exactly. You know, I've probably been alive twice as long as you are, but I have never once lost a drinking contest. She smiled playfully. Besides, once I win, things always calm down. I just didn't want a perfectly good meal to get ruined. Alan rubbed the back of his neck, looking ashamed. Sorry for causing all that trouble. Rude then offered, If you're willing, maybe you can tell us what's going on. We might be able to help. Alan paused for a moment, then slowly began his tragic tale. It was about 6 years ago. His voice became heavy with sadness as he continued. A backstory worthy of a great action manhwa. A monster appeared in my village, but I wasn't there when it happened. I was lucky. His expression grew dark, his eyes reflecting the heavy burden of his memories. My whole family, they didn't survive. I was left an orphan. But the founder of the White Orchid Blades, he took me in. A faint, gentle smile touched his lips as he remembered that moment. A warm hand had reached out to the small, broken boy he once was. Eyes filled with sorrow had slowly lifted to meet his saviors. Our swords were forged to protect the weak. The founder's words echoed in his memory. That man, he reached out to me when I had absolutely nothing left. He gave me the power to fight monsters, the will to keep living. Alan's voice softened with a deep, quiet gratitude. For the longest time, the White Orchid Blades were everything to me, my only family. He paused. Until that day, 6 years ago, deep inside the sea god's temple maze, a sword pierced clean through the head of a giant octopus, its eyes wide with shock. The man wielding the blade, known as the White Wave Sword, let out a light chuckle. Not bad, kid. You've definitely gotten stronger. Glenn scowled, clearly annoyed by the comment. Stop treating me like I'm still a little kid. Just then, Glenn noticed something and pointed ahead. Hey, what in the world is that over there? The White Wave Sword turned to look toward the direction Glenn pointed, his expression instantly hardening. Oh no. In a flash, his eyes widened with dawning horror as he realized what was coming. Charging straight for them was a massive horde of Sahagin, vicious, deadly, humanoid sea monsters. A knot of dread formed in the White Wave Sword's stomach as he cursed internally. Damn it. The smell of blood must have lured them right to us. This wasn't just a small group. The Sahagin horde was massive, their sharp teeth and aggressive postures a truly intimidating sight in this action manhwa. The White Wave Sword immediately turned to his companions. I'll hold them off. The rest of you, run now. Alan's face twisted in disbelief. What? No. There's no way. I'm not leaving you behind. But the White Wave Sword just gave him a reassuring smile. Come on, kid. You know who I am. I'll make it through this. I promise I'll come back to you. Alan's lips trembled as tears welled in his eyes. But, before he could protest further, the leader's voice turned cold and commanding. Shut up and run. Now. Glenn didn't hesitate to yell, Hey, you idiot, don't try to play the noble hero. But before he could finish, G scooped him up, muttering, Enough of this crap. We're leaving. Alan struggled desperately, trying to stay. Stop. Put me down. I'm not. Leaving him. But it was too late. In mere seconds, the Sahagins swarmed the White Wave Sword, Alan's tear-streaked face twisted in anguish as he was forced to watch his leader face the horde alone. The memory of his final words echoed in his mind. Don't look back. Even then, facing certain doom, the man wore a smile. Alan's voice cracked as he recited the next words. The words the White Wave Sword had entrusted to him. Swim with everything you've got. And as we continue this manhwa recap, the scene shifts back to the present, where Alan continues his story. He spoke with a heavy heart. And he never came back. The White Wave Sword was gone. In his absence, the group's youthful and overconfident new leader took over, and everything changed. Alan's eyes darkened as he recalled those days. Without our true leader, the whole team lost its way. They became reckless, doing whatever the hell they wanted. Bitterness laced his voice. They turned into a bunch of arrogant punks. His voice then quieted, the profound sadness taking over. One by one, the original members lost faith and left. Alicia, who had been listening intently, spoke with a calm, understanding tone. When leadership changes, the entire group's dynamic shifts. You either accept the new way, or you leave. There's really no other choice. Alan clenched his fist, shaking his head. Yeah, maybe for some people, but not for me. I wanted to protect what we had. I wanted to stay with the White Wave Blades. His voice softened as he looked down, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. I'm sorry. I'm rambling, aren't I? It must be the booze. Finally, Alan looked up, his expression serious as he gave them a quiet warning. I won't say anything more, but listen to me. You shouldn't try to conquer the Sea God's temple maze. This is a crucial point in our manhwa review. Alicia and Rude had been listening silently, their faces grim as the weight of Alan's story settled over them. Alan then explained. His voice now calm but firm. That labyrinth. It's the White Wave Blade's territory. At this, Alicia's brow furrowed in clear irritation. A single party trying to monopolize an entire maze? That's not how any of this is supposed to work, she retorted. Alan quickly added, sounding desperate, feeling both frustrated and helpless. Yeah, maybe on the outside, they put on a show of being decent, but once you're in here, the masks come off. The moment they spot you, they'll show their true colors and attack without a shred of hesitation. A bitter laugh escaped him. It's pathetic, isn't it? I don't even have the power to stop them anymore. As he spoke, Rude, who had been listening in silence, finally spoke up. Thanks. I appreciate the warning, he said, pausing for a beat before his voice filled with resolve. But we have our own objective in there. Alan looked taken aback. Your objective? Rude simply nodded, his gaze firm. That's right. We're here to get stronger. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Karst watched their every move. At that very moment, an enraged voice roared nearby. You idiot! Glance's face contorted in fury as he berated his underling. How in the world did you let some random outsiders get ahead of us? The man trembled, stammering. I'm so sorry, Glance. But Glance was far from finished, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. With a cold grin, he added more fuel to the fire. They're making their way to the Sea God's temple maze. The subordinate's eyes shot wide open in shock. Leaning back, Glance casually propped his feet on the table, his voice dripping with pure arrogance. I'm not about to let a pack of nobodies tarnish the name of the White Wave Blades. His cronies shifted nervously. Boss, we can take care of them, one offered, but Glance waved a dismissive hand. No, I'll handle this myself. A truly wicked grin stretched across his face as he revealed a glowing green gemstone. Besides, I just acquired a brand new toy, and I've been itching to test it out. His eyes glinted with malice. They're going to regret ever crossing us. As this action manhwa recap continues, the scene shifts. Our trio had finally reached the entrance to the Sea God's Temple maze. Well, here we are, one of them announced cheerfully. Rude turned to Alicia, asking, "You've been here before, haven't you?" Alicia nodded. "I have, but it was a very long time ago. The maze has likely changed since then. We can't afford to let our guard down." Rude pressed on, "And back then, the White Wave Blades had already claimed this place as their own, right?" Alicia paused, her expression shifting as the memory surfaced. "Now that you mention it, yes, I believe they had." Amira let out a teasing chuckle. How typical of an S-rank party, acting like they own the entire dungeon. "You didn't even remember, did you?" Just then, a voice echoed from deep within the maze. Well, look at you lot, just standing around chatting as if you own the place." It was Glance, strolling out with his entire crew in tow. They radiated cocky confidence. "This is White Wave Blade territory," he sneered. "You can't just waltz in here, as if you belong." One of Rude's companions immediately shot back. "We've already registered with the guild. We have no reason to stand here and listen to your garbage." Glance didn't even bat an eye. "Oh, but you see, we times are asterisk. The law around here." His eyes glinted with sick amusement. "It sounds like you all need a little lesson to remind you who's really in charge." As Glance gloated, Rude's eyes suddenly fixed on one person in the opposing group. It was Alan that Scar was unmistakable. In that instant, memories flooded back to him, along with the noble words once spoken by the founder of the White Wave Blades. "Our swords were forged to protect the weak." As if Rude had spoken those words aloud, Glance's expression instantly soured. Rude's voice was calm, yet it cut like a razor. "If the founder of the White Wave Blades could see what you've all become, I'm certain he would be utterly disgusted." Glance gritted his teeth, his pride shattered, and spat out a curse. "This is a perfect setup for a revenge arc in this manhwa review." "You little punk," he snarled, immediately barking orders at his men. "Get him! Take him down now!" Amira, completely unbothered, casually asked our overpowered main character, "Need a hand?" Rude just shook his head, his confidence unshaken. "No, I've got this." And just like that, a brilliant crimson energy erupted from Rude's hand. Across from him, a massive, bald-headed brute was already charging forward to attack. Surged forward, his fist pulled back for a devastating blow. But in the blink of an eye, Rude's own fist shot out, connecting squarely with the man's face, with brutal precision. Before the others could even process it, Glenn materialized behind Rude, his blade whistling through the air. But this is the kind of action manhwa where the overpowered main character's reflexes are on another level. Rude dodged effortlessly and countered, slamming a powerful punch right into Glenn's side. The force sent Glenn flying, and he crashed to the ground, completely helpless. In that very same instant, Rude's gaze locked onto a new threat slicing through the air. A deadly, razor-sharp weapon was hurtling straight for him. "Perish!" Glance roared, unleashing his attack. But Rude, with the incredible agility you'd expect from an OPMC, leaped into the air, dodging the deadly projectile with ease. Glance's eyes went wide with disbelief. "What the?" Before he could even finish the thought, Rude's foot smashed, squarely into his face, sending him flying. In just a few heartbeats, the once cocky group was scattered across the ground, utterly defeated. Rude stood over them, completely unfazed, his expression as cool as ice. "Is that it? Is that really all you have?" Glenn staggered back to his feet, his grip on his weapon so tight his knuckles turned white, his entire body shaking with pure rage. "I will never forgive you for this." A sinister, dark energy began to swirl around him as he channeled everything he had left into one final, desperate attack. Watching from the sidelines, Alicia's eyes widened in sheer astonishment at the scene. Wow, this whole manhwa recap could be over in the blink of an eye at this rate. Meanwhile, Glance charged forward like an uncaged animal, his weapon held high, and his eyes burning with fury. "I'm ending this right here, right now." An explosive clash of power erupted. Debris shot into the air, and thick smoke billowed out, completely obscuring the view of what had just happened. From the back, Glenn smirked with confidence. "That's our captain for you. He's finished." Absolutely no one survives an attack like that. But as the dust finally began to settle, revealing a deep fissure in the stone cliff behind them, a figure stood there, completely unharmed. It was Rude. His sword was pressed firmly against Glance's throat, and his voice was cold as steel as he said, with swings, "That wide, you'll never land a hit on me." Later, Glance and his crew finally skidded to a halt after running for what felt like an eternity. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. We finally made it this far. Karst wheezed, clutching his knees. Even the floor boss didn't bother chasing us. But Glance's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and utter disbelief. His mind was spinning with frustration. What the hell? What in the actual hell is going on? His thoughts immediately snapped back to Rude and his companions. His fists clenched so hard they shook as a curse slipped past his lips. Damn it all. Ever since they showed up, everything has been a complete disaster. This whole revenge plot was falling apart. Suddenly, a strange singing echoed from the darkness. Karst blinked, in confusion. Wait, is that singing? They all spun towards the source of the eerie sound. And from the deepest shadows, figures began to emerge. Karst's face contorted in sheer panic. We've got monsters incoming. Glance spat out a stream of curses. Damn it. I've been trying my best to avoid running into these aquatic freaks at all costs. Looks like we have no choice now. Get ready to fight. As he yelled, the creatures fully emerged from the shadows, their forms finally becoming clear in the dim light. They were slender, graceful silhouettes with faces that were eerily beautiful. Glance gritted his teeth, preparing for the worst. Sirens. Curse them all. The seductive song once again filled the air, weaving its way directly into their minds. In this thrilling action manhwa, Glance wasted no time. He barked out his orders. Cover your ears. Don't let that sound in. Glenn immediately slapped his hands over his ears, but his body began to wobble uncontrollably. Boss, something's not right, he stammered. Even with my ears covered, I can still hear it. It's inside my head, as the sound crawled into their minds. In the distance, the mermaid flashed a wicked, predatory grin, a truly chilling sight in this manhwa recap. Without a moment's hesitation, Glance charged forward, his weapon gripped tight. But the instant he moved, his entire body froze mid-stride, locked in place, as if time itself had stopped just for him. A sharp, agonizing pain suddenly exploded in his head, forcing him to clutch his ears, screaming in pure agony. The others fared no better, collapsing to the ground and writhing in unbearable pain. Their hands were clamped over their ears, faces twisted in torment. But just as suddenly, the pain vanished. The screaming stopped. What remained was an eerie, unsettling silence. Glance slowly lowered his hands, his once sharp and calculating eyes now utterly dull and lifeless, just staring blankly into the void. They had all been completely brainwashed. Shifting scenes, we see a massive sea monster charging toward our heroes, slicing through the waves. Our overpowered main character, Rude, stood firm, his expression cold as his eyes locked onto the creature. With a single, fluid motion, he swung his blade, and the monster was cleanly severed in two. Its massive body crashed into the sea, blood spreading like ink in the water. Rude let out a breath, wiping a bit of sweat from his brow. Dry that one up, he mused. Smoked stingray would go perfectly with a few bottles of booze right about now. But just then, Alicia's expression hardened as she sensed an approaching presence. Something's coming, and I don't mean dried stingray. From the distance, 3 silhouettes emerged, their steps slow but heavy, like predators stalking their prey. Their very presence radiated pure killing intent. Rude narrowed his eyes, his face tensing up. Those guys. I guess they didn't learn their lesson last time. Alicia's gaze sharpened as she added, Alan's not with them, and they seem off. Something is seriously wrong here. And suddenly, without any warning, Glance lunged forward, his spear aimed directly at Rude's head. This action manhwa doesn't waste any time. Rude reacted instantly, raising his weapon to block the strike, steel clashing against steel with a deafening clang. But his eyes widened in shock as he felt the raw power behind the blow. This isn't like last time. He quickly activated his appraisal skill, a classic ability for an overpowered main character, scanning the enemy before him. Rude instantly saw through Glance's condition. His eyes sharpened as he gritted his teeth, raising his weapon to block another savage strike. They've been brainwashed. Rude shouted to his allies, We have to suppress them, don't kill them. Behind him, Alicia suddenly noticed another movement. Her eyes narrowed as she spun around, gathering mana into her palm. With a swift, powerful thrust, she sent her own attacker flying. Not far away, Karst activated a magic circle beneath his feet, sending ripples of energy outward. Rude glanced toward Alicia, a flash of concern on his face. Alicia, are you okay? She gave a quick, firm nod, her focus unbroken. I'm fine. Leave this one to me. But just as she answered, Glance let out a feral, guttural roar. His movements devolved into something completely wild, his strikes becoming brutal and unrelenting as he swung at Rude with reckless abandon. Forced onto the defensive, our hero could barely keep up, his arms straining as he blocked blow after brutal blow. Almira, watching from the sidelines, tilted her head with mild amusement, her arms crossed. You're struggling, huh? Want me to step in? But before Rude could even answer, a blur shot toward them. It was Glenn, charging in from behind with frightening speed, his weapon raised high. Almira didn't even flinch. With a single hand, she casually caught his powerful strike mid-air. Her crimson eyes glinted with utter disdain. A mere human dares to bare its fangs at me? With a cold, commanding voice, she raised her free hand. Then die for your insolence. But just then, Rude's voice cut in. Rude's voice sliced through the tension, sharp and insistent. Don't finish them. Almira froze, her head tilting with a look of pure curiosity. Rude, what are you babbling about now? Her eyes narrowed, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. Are you spouting nonsense again? But Rude's face was a mask of unyielding resolve. His words held a gravity that went far beyond their simple meaning, a key moment in this action Manhwa recap. Ever since his reincarnation into this body, he'd been forced to learn humanity's complex rules. A flood of memories washed over him. He recalled the arrogance, the countless flaws of mortals he'd once overlooked out of respect for their laws. He continued, his voice low. Even now, under mind control, they're coming at us with every intention of taking our lives. There's no doubt about it. He paused, his gaze darkening. His gaze swept over the shifting, deadly walls of the labyrinth. And in a place like this, even if we judge them by human standards, there's every justification to put them down for good. A heavy silence hung in the air before he delivered his final verdict. But even so, he stated with absolute finality, we can't take their lives. Almira's eyes lit up with intrigue, her playful demeanor shifting to genuine curiosity. Rude, you'd better have a damn good reason for ordering me, a calamity dragon, around like this, you know? This is what makes him such a compelling, overpowered main character, right? But Rude remained silent. His past flashed before his eyes, a fist slamming down on a table in defiance. A burning determination against all odds. The faces of his comrades, his only light when the world was plunged into darkness. He remembered their laughter, the meals they shared, the warmth of camaraderie, fragments of joy that were his only reason to live. But beneath it all was the memory of a crushing, unrelenting loneliness, a small child curled up in the dark, clinging to a single, fragile thread of hope just to survive his quest for revenge. His eyes focused, steady and clear, Rude finally spoke, his voice unshakable. Alan would be heartbroken. Almira blinked, processing his words, and then she erupted into laughter, a sound both playful and sharp. Rude, you're actually worried about that kid? Rude's voice softened, but his gaze never wavered. He looked her straight in the eye. When I was a boy, monsters took everything from me. My family, they were all gone. The crushing weight of that memory was palpable. It sat like a stone in his chest, but his voice remained firm. I know exactly what Alan is feeling. In his mind's eye, the memory was as vivid as ever. The cold bed, the silent sobs in the dead of night, the gnawing emptiness that threatened to consume him as he clung to that last shred of hope. Losing the people by your side, losing your place in the world. It shatters you. Rude's fists clenched, his knuckles white, as he met Almira's gaze. He stared at her without a trace of hesitation. And that's why I won't let him lose anyone else. Almira finally relented, pulling her hand back with an annoyed click of her tongue. Fine, she huffed. Just this once. For you, I'll let it go. Without another word, she drove her fist forward. The punch landed squarely in Glenn's stomach. Don't worry, she added, her voice chillingly cold. I'm just putting him to sleep. The impact was immense. Glenn folded like a piece of paper, dropping to the ground completely unconscious. On the other side of the battle, Alicia was unleashing her own magic in this fantastic Manhwa recap. Her voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. Fall back. A powerful shockwave erupted from her, blasting Karst off his feet. He was sent staggering backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Seizing the opportunity, Alicia immediately moved to Rude's side. All clear on my end, she reported, giving him a quick, confident smile. I've got your back. Rude gave her a grateful nod. Thanks. Alicia clasped her hands, channeling her power once more. Numia. The very ground beneath their feet began to tremble and shake. A colossal hand made of solid rock burst from the earth, lunging toward Glance with unstoppable, crushing force. But Glance merely gritted his teeth and spun his spear with terrifying strength. In a single, powerful arc, he completely shattered the stone hand into 1,000 pieces, a true display of power in this action manhwa. Alicia could barely believe her eyes. What? But Rude, our overpowered main character, stepped forward with chilling focus. Leave him to me, he declared, as mana began to pulse around him as he extended his hand. Psychic assault. In an instant, shattered pieces of stone lifted from the ground, hovering in the air, suspended by his sheer will. This is the kind of scene that makes for a great manhwa review. Like guided missiles, the stones shot forward, swirling around Glenn and trapping him inside a deadly sphere of floating debris. Alicia pointed at Rude with a playful smirk, clearly impressed. Nice work. Rude offered a small smile in return. Thanks. And just like that, moments later, all three of their opponents lay unconscious on the ground. Rude finally let out a heavy breath, slumping down beside them as the exhaustion of the fight began to set in. Alicia, he admitted, I've got to admit, I really needed that backup. He let out a dry chuckle, brushing the dust from his clothes. Guess I'll take the beating this time. It wasn't long before Glenn began to stir, his eyes fluttering open as he slowly regained consciousness. He clenched his jaw in pure frustration. Damn it, I didn't ask anyone to save me. Alicia, having none of his attitude, immediately snapped at him. What's with that arrogant attitude? You could at least say thank you. But as she fumed, Rude's entire expression darkened, a chilling shift in the atmosphere. His voice dropped, turning ice cold. More importantly, where's Alan? Glenn froze, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Rude's intense gaze. Without waiting for an answer, Rude lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him to his feet, his eyes burning with a terrifying anger. I asked you what happened to him. Fear flickered in Glenn's eyes as he hesitated, finally choking out the horrifying words. We left him in the deepest floor of the labyrinth. It was the only option at the time, he stammered. A dead silence fell over them all. The words hung in the air like a curse, a critical moment in this manhwa recap. Suddenly, an overwhelming bloodlust erupted from Rude, filling the entire space. His body trembled with suppressed rage, his fists clenching at his sides. He clenched them so tightly his knuckles turned bone white. His eyes, now blazing with an inferno of fury, locked onto Glenn as his teeth ground together in a silent, terrifying rage. This was the start of a true revenge plot. Rude grabbed Glenn by the collar again, yanking him forward. Pure fear washed over Glenn's face as he realized his mistake. He stammered desperately, "It's not my fault. I didn't have a choice." But Rude's eyes darkened with a rage that promised nothing but pain, his hand curling into a fist. You! Before Glenn could utter another pathetic excuse, Rude's fist crashed straight into his face with brutal force. You bastard! The impact sent Glenn sprawling onto the ground, where he lay groaning in agony. Rude glared down at him, his voice a low, venomous hiss. His words were sharp and dripping with venom. Get out of my sight! With a fire of pure fury burning in his chest, Rude roared. Get the hell out of here! As Glenn, Karst, and their companions scrambled to their feet and fled. Rude watched their retreating backs disappear into the distance. He then turned to his companions, his expression softening slightly, though his determination never wavered. Alicia, Omira, he began, let's go help Alan. Please, lend me your strength. Alicia just gave him a cheeky grin. What are you even saying? Of course we're helping you. We're allies, remember? Omira added with a slight smile chiming in. Well, there goes my plan for a lavish feast, I guess. The comment managed to draw a soft chuckle from Rude, his gratitude sincere. Thank you, both of you. Let's head to the deepest floor together. But just as they prepared to move, something felt terribly wrong. A strange, reddish mist began to spread from the path ahead of them, and Rude's expression darkened. What is that? He muttered in confusion. The ominous mist thickened, creeping ever closer, staining not just the air but the sea itself. Alicia's eyes widened in alarm. The ocean, the water's turning red. What's happening? Omira's eyes narrowed, her voice low and serious. It seems the very nature of this sea area has changed, she explained. The waters are now saturated with an incredibly high concentration of magic energy. The monsters will be drawn here before long. Without a moment's hesitation, Alicia began to conjure a water spell. This action manhwa was about to get even more intense. Bubble, trapping a small fish inside. She calmly explained, When a labyrinth starts acting up like this, the monsters usually just pack up and move. They'll retreat to regroup somewhere else. As she raised her hand, a massive magic circle materialized beneath them. Water erupted everywhere, and her eyes sparkled with pure excitement. So today's strategy is simple. A full frontal assault. Let's go. Rude could only stare in confusion. Wait, what are you doing? But before he could get the words out, a powerful current of water enveloped all three of them. Rude yelled out in shock as the current ripped them from their footing. Alicia just laughed, her voice clear and confident. Relax. Just ride the current, and we'll push straight. Ahead together. It clicked for Rude. He relaxed into the flow, a wide grin spreading across his face as the thrill of this action manhwa scene filled his chest. All right, let's do this. But they hadn't gotten far before a school of fish-like monsters swarmed in, blocking their path completely. Without a moment's hesitation, Rude drew his sword, carving through them one by one. Almira turned to him, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Didn't you cancel all your support magic earlier? Rude paused, mid-slash, the realization hitting him. Ah, right. I guess I did. Alicia's voice cut in from behind. It's not support magic, Rude. I'm using ancient magic to control the water current itself. She explained further, remember how we flew through the sky using Sulfid's wind? It's the exact same principle. Here. Alicia gave him a knowing smile. As long as you're stable, I can maintain this. Rude grinned back. Thanks, Alicia. But their moment was cut short by a haunting melody echoing through the water. Instantly, Alicia's expression changed, her eyes narrowing with alarm. They're singing. Up ahead, a graceful figure swam towards them, its shimmering tail cutting effortlessly through the water. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. A flicker of recognition crossed her face. A mermaid? But in the very next instant, her expression hardened into a mask of urgency as she yelled, "Watch out! That's a siren!" Her face was grim as she warned the others. Be careful, their songs attack your mind. Listen for too long, and you'll go insane. But Rude, our classic overpowered main character, simply raised his sword, flashing a confident grin. Mind control, huh? Leave it to me. Without a second thought, he lunged straight at the siren, slicing through the water with a perfect strike. Status effects like that are useless against me. His blade found its mark, leaving a deep gash across the siren's torso. As blood clouded the water, Rude smirked. Completely pointless. Glancing at the other sirens hovering nearby, he added with a dry chuckle. You know, the more human they look, the less interested I am in eating them. Almira immediately cut in with a teasing scoff. You're pathetic. Just let me handle this. Rude blinked, completely caught off guard. Wait, what? But before he could react, Almira grabbed the siren's tail and gave it a little shake. See? It looks much more appetizing this way. Just a regular fish. The other sirens stared, gasping in absolute horror at the sight. In a blind panic, they turned and fled for their lives. Alicia just blinked, confused. They ran away. Rude hefted, the siren's body over his shoulder with a shrug. Let them go. Our priority is reaching the bottom floor. This whole manhwa recap is full of surprises. But the fleeing sirens weren't finished. As they retreated, they unleashed one final attack, a song of madness. Their eerie, hypnotic voices echoed through the water, washing over a nearby group of Sahagan. Within moments, the Sahagan's eyes switched from a calm green to a glowing, bloodthirsty red. Alicia's face tensed in alarm as she yelled, Rude! Almira! We've got company, Rude growled, clicking his tongue in annoyance. A whole horde of Sahagan, and they look absolutely feral. Just great. We should have dealt with those sirens when we had the chance. With wild eyes and snapping jaws, the frenzied Sahagan charged straight for them. Here they come, Rude yelled, his sword a blur as he desperately tried to fend off the onslaught, while Alicia unleashed spell after powerful spell. She launched devastating blasts of water into the swarming mob, but Rude's frustration mounted as their numbers seemed to be endless. Damn it, there's just too many of them. I can't cut them down fast enough. But while they were fighting for their lives, Almira just stood off to the side. Her expression was cool, almost bored. These fish faces never learn, do they? She mused, as her hands began to glow with an ominous magical energy. She stretched her arms out wide. In that case, it's time I taught you all a proper lesson. But just as she was about to unleash her power, something suddenly coiled around her arm. What's this? Tentacles? Thick, slimy appendages were wrapping themselves tightly around her limbs. Her legs were ensnared next. Almira glanced down, her face a mask of pure annoyance. A damn octopus. Are you serious? Meanwhile, Alicia was still fighting. She kept blasting back the Sahagin, but her sharp eyes noticed a sudden change in the surrounding water. Her expression darkened with concern. Rude, this is bad, she called out. The mana concentration in the sea is spiking. That can only mean one thing. Rude's eyes narrowed in grim understanding. The monsters from the deep sea. They're rising. The water began to churn violently as massive shadows from the abyss started to approach. This wasn't just about the Sahagin anymore. Something far, far worse was coming. And among the approaching monsters was one particularly nasty-looking beast. A water dragon, level 48. Its stats read: HP 378, MP 331, Strength 321, Spirit 220, Endurance 430, and Agility 247. A truly formidable foe in this action manhwa. Its skills included water scales, current manipulation, aqua lance, and stun resistance. But our overpowered main character barely gave it a glance, her voice flat with boredom. A water dragon? What a drag. With a single, effortless twist, she shattered the tentacles coiling around her limbs. She then stomped down hard on the giant octopus that had dared to grab her. I guess I have no choice. Time to pull out one of my special tricks. Almira waved them off, a playful yet dangerous smirk on her face as she barked her orders. Rude, Alicia, you two distract those Sahagin. Keep them away from me, she commanded, her eyes narrowing as her voice dropped to a low, serious warning. Unless, of course, you want to get caught in the blast radius. In that case, by all means, stay right where you are. Rude's expression tensed. Almira, what in the world are you planning? He shouted. But Alicia didn't hesitate for a second, pulling him back. Don't argue with her, just do as she says. I have a really bad feeling about this. As they retreated, Almira opened her mouth wide and unleashed a roar so powerful it seemed to shake the very sea itself. This is a must-see scene in our manhwa recap. In that instant, every single monster froze. The Sahagin and the deep-sea beasts all hesitated, their bodies trembling with a primal, instinctual fear. Seeing her chance, Alicia's eyes lit up. Now's our chance. Let's go. Meanwhile, the confused and panicked monsters all surged toward one target. They moved toward Almira, driven by a desperate instinct to attack the source of their terror. The water dragon lunged forward, its massive jaws gaping, ready to tear her apart. The other creatures piled